The Jiguala star faced its greatest crisis at the moment the girl of illusion was born. This girl, materialized from the data stream, was cornering the aloof lord. She snatched his scepter, dismantled his battleship, mixed pop rocks into his treasured dark matter, yet suddenly presented him with a strawberry cake when he was furious. As the entire planetary defense system frequently overloaded due to their playful chase, and the residents watched the lord stutter out threats while his ears turned red, everyone was worried. Would this weathered planet really explode into a galactic firework during a flirtatious brawl? Chapter 001: Tyrant vs. Coal Time. Year 10002 AD. The Universal Regulatory Bureau, abbreviated as ISCOP, has forcibly completed the real name system reform for planets. In other words, whether it's a planet, a star, or a transparent galaxy cluster, they all now have their owners. Pretending to be rich is one thing. Being a genuine wealthy person is another. Those affluent tycoons can buy as many planets as they want, as long as it doesn't provoke public outrage leading to complaints to ISCOP demanding refunds for their planets. You can shrink it down and give it as a diamond ring to your girlfriend or mistress, kick it like a ball, or lease it out. Speaking of leasing, the vast majority of space citizens cannot become tycoons and can only rent planets. Universal peace? No. World peace is all nonsense. Now all citizens just want to get rich, rich to the point of overflowing, rich to the skies. With that said, the entire universe could become yours. On August 21st at 2:30 a.m., location. Jiguala star. The Earth was asleep, stars twinkled in the night. Yet people were restless. In the darkness, a flickering green light was faintly visible. T turned out to be a bald man dressed in a black shirt and white pants, holding a glass lamp that covered many fireflies in his left hand. As he ran, his breath formed white mist, and he hurriedly searched for a button on a gray wall. When he pressed it, a hidden door slowly opened. He exclaimed anxiously, "Report, we have dug up a monster." The doorman standing beside a white jade door exchanged quick glances, and one of them rushed inside. "Lord, a worker reports that a monster has been dug up." The high-ranking man put down the floral book in his hand, frowned, nodded, and silently gestured for the person on his left to come forward. As he dropped the book, he donned a pure black, obsidian-like mid-length coat, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he took his two reliable subordinates to the coal-digging site. Upon seeing the man, all the small workers underground bowed their heads and called him Lord. However, he paid no attention, focused solely on inspecting what was referred to as a monster. But upon closer inspection, he found it was no different from regular coal, and his brow furrowed. "Lord, this thing was really crying just now." The leader of the small workers outside the stone door couldn't help but argue, "It's better if we don't dig for coal at night, don't you think?" "Kill." With a single command, the Lord's subordinate immediately took him away. The others did not dare to breathe, bowing their heads and kneeling on the hard stones, not daring to move an inch. "Go." The domineering lord grasped the piece of coal without uttering another word, turned around, and left with his men. After that, the workers left underground. Even if they had grievances, they dared not speak a word, instead praising their new master's decisiveness. This man, named Lucio, had his name spread throughout the universe. Being wealthy was one thing, but he was also particularly clever. Having lost his parents early, without hesitation, he brought along his 5-year younger brother and left the desolate, tiny Jiguala star to wander the world that time. There was no real name system for planets. With his wit and decisiveness, he earned a lot of money through odd jobs, money generating more money. Later, he bought planets at low prices from cash-strapped planet owners. Once he started his schemes, there was no stopping. Now he owned countless planets, with an innumerable number of small workers employed under him, aiming to dominate the universe, invincible. Before this, Jiguala star was practically a wasteland, with ships flying by without anyone paying attention. Only he decisively stepped in, immediately reorganizing, turning a pile of muck into a wall, earning widespread praise. Unfortunately, like many other planets, there was nothing of value underground, such as gold, coal, or minerals. What was lacking was abundant. Besides people, there were no mosquitoes, fuel could be said to be non-existent, some soil could be deadly, and the air occasionally froze and could kill. Now, he thought, since they dug up coal, it meant this planet was still worth developing, and making money was just around the corner. However, this seemingly ordinary coal was anything but ordinary. At 3:30 a.m., it transformed from a piece of black coal into a well-developed young girl. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a tall yet flat-chested mature woman. To talk about her origins, one must trace back to 278 years AG. It was an era of freedom, equality, where flowers bloomed everywhere, and even farts could become immortal. Lower creatures were generously granted a skill by the heavens, whether it was mutation, invisibility, or time travel. And the ordinary Cole family was bestowed with spiritual power, with a bright future ahead. Other creatures were envious, thinking, "God, are you blind? What merit do these lowly ones have?" Each piece of coal possesses an egg. Whether it can grow into a human form and freely wield its innate powers depends on its own fortune. It could take millions of years, or as little as hundreds of years. Their luck was extremely poor as they encountered new energy development, with every planet being searched by newly rich tycoons. Many coals buried underground were suffocated and perished just as their eggs were forming. However, one lucky coal, possessing 2 eggs, survived on this planet. Unfortunately, shortly after her birth, she suddenly encountered a tremendous impact, causing the different eggs to merge into one, while shortening the incubation time. Soon after, she transformed into a single entity, but could manifest 2 different appearances, ages, and vastly different personalities, resembling humans, a monster. Codename 1748, a name without special meaning, distinguished by numbers from her siblings. In other words, there were 1,747 pieces of coal before her. In other words, all her many siblings had perished. 1748 scanned her surroundings, familiarized herself with the environment, then assessed the 2 versions of herself, and subsequently transformed into a mature woman, her gaze lightly resting on a head that was only half visible on a large bed. Lying sideways, 1748 wasn't prepared to carefully examine the creature before her. Her only desire at the moment was to wake him up and then ask for clarity. So simple and straightforward. RTTSJ. Translated, wake up quickly. But the Lord remained unmoved. TRS. You better get up. 1748 was filled with anger, not knowing why she felt uncomfortable looking at this creature, a fire rising in her chest. Upon hearing the noise, the Lord opened his eyes, exhaling irritably, and was not surprised to see a tall woman suddenly in his bedroom. He merely looked at her with disdain as he slowly sat up. Get out. 1748 snorted coldly from her nostrils, unexpectedly leaping onto his bed. Who are you? Where's this place? Why don't I see any of my siblings? The Lord, not wearing a shirt, swiftly grabbed the pure white blanket and threw it off, and as his feet hit the ground like a gust of wind, he quickly donned a white shirt. If you were mute, you wouldn't have spoken before, right? 1748, unaware that she was teetering on the brink of death, continued to stare at the strange man with a puzzled expression, pressing for answers. However, instead of receiving any answers, she was met by a group of men in armor and steel helmets. Seeing this, 1748 grabbed the arm of the Lord with both hands, refusing to let go. What do you want to do? The Lord furrowed his sword-like brows in anger, raised his arm, and the armored men stopped in their tracks. Take her away. Kill. 1748 looked completely confused. She couldn't understand the alien language he was speaking. To her, his bird language was so disgusting it made her nauseous. After a few seconds, she transformed into a lowly, presenting a completely different face. 1.52 meters tall, long waist-length golden hair, great purple pupils, dressed in a pink made outfit that perfectly outlined her figure, and by estimation a C cup. Now it was the men who were left dumbfounded. What's going on with the Lord? The armored men also looked bewildered. A few of the bolder ones at the door whispered, "Wow, this operation is amazing." The Lord waved his hand. You all, step back. The armored men, not daring to exchange glances, hastily retreated. TSDSJS, you tyrant. 1748 glared at the creature in front of her with black, fluffy short hair, amber-colored eyes, and a fierce gaze. It was the first time the Lord had received such a contemptuous look from someone. No, from a creature. He stared at her in surprise, unable to comprehend what was happening. The Lord couldn't help but glance at the rosewood table where the coal was placed. 1,748 blinked. He remained silent. 1748 transformed back into an adult woman in front of the Lord. He still said nothing. Scratching the back of her head, she thought, is this guy really not smart? 1748 straightened her face, sizing him up to figure out what he was thinking. The Lord paused for half a second. Someone, take her to Planet. 1748 hesitated for a few seconds, still trying to process the fact that she was being restrained by a group of armored men, who lifted her feet and carried her out. The Lord's eyes were filled with fury as he bared his teeth and squeezed out a sentence through his small tiger teeth. Within 1 month, 24 hours a day, watch over her. No, that's incorrect. It turned out that the hot-tempered Lord who loved to shout kill, kill, kill was a stutterer. 1748 grabbed the wrist of one of the armored men and spat out a few words. Try touching me. Get lost. Chapter 002:When 1748, all alone, still just a newly transformed piece of coal, was ultimately sent to Planet. That night, Lucio couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning in bed, pondering how to deal with this piece of coal. The next morning, at 7:30, Helen and Claire were sitting in the conference room, waiting for their boss and Lord to arrive. One was deep in thought with his head slightly bowed, while the other turned to the fan-shaped window, lost in unhealthy fantasies and giggling. The former was a doctoral student studying land resource management, while the latter was a rich girl who had run away from home, vowing to make a name for herself before returning. Their relationship with Lucio was quite special. After all, they were talented individuals, and it was only natural for them to enjoy some special treatment. The meeting was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, yet the punctual Lucio, the big boss, was late. They naturally found this strange. Helen, usually taciturn, couldn't figure out what was going on, so he picked up a stack of documents and stood up, preparing to find his lord. Seeing this, Claire put down her phone and stood up to follow him. After taking a few steps, they encountered Keto, and both spoke in unison. Good morning, Your Highness. Keto smiled slightly, revealing teeth whiter than shells. Morning. Did you finish the meeting so quickly? Claire looked up. As a girl, she lacked the awareness typical of one, picking her nose and squeezing a pimple as she said, No, Your Highness, the Lord hasn't arrived yet. We're going to find him. Upon hearing this, Keto wrinkled his nose slightly and raised his hand, smiling. I'll go find him myself. You two go about your business. Lucio didn't go to the conference room. Instead, he stayed in his bedroom to write a notice, making 1,000 copies and tossing them into the express box. In just a few minutes, everyone on the Jiguala star would know one piece of news. Last night, at a certain hour, a spiritual object was excavated on this planet. But let's not discuss that for now. From now on, several coal miners are being recruited. Interested parties should report to the Human Resources Department with this recruitment notice, AS stated. The residents who learned of the news, regardless of age or gender, rushed to report and participate. Moreover, even neighboring planets heard about it, and were all speculating about what that spiritual object could be. As the younger brother of the Lord, Keto felt quite dissatisfied about being the last to know, especially since it had only been a minute from start to finish. Keto sprawled on his brother's wide and comfortable bed, his sense of smell akin to that of a police dog, catching a whiff of something unusual. Bro, this bedsheet seems to have a smell of dirt? Lucio blinked, spinning his chair around. What do you mean, little brat? No. Keto jumped up. This smell is really bad. Can you stand it, bro? He thought his brother would notice that he was going crazy. However, he didn't. It should be left by that woman. The words slipped out. In front of his brother, Lucio was quite frank. It should be left by that woman. Keto smiled bitterly, his lips starting to turn pale, and he bit his lip, saying, Bro, since when did I have a sister-in-law? Isn't it supposed to be Ista? In his heart, he swore that if he ever met the woman who slept with his brother, he would definitely tear her apart. What are you thinking about, you unhealthy things? Lucio frowned slightly. Little duo, you should watch less adult content. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Keto felt despair, because he had never heard such malicious words from his brother. Little did he know that despair combined with a fate worse than death belonged to someone else. 1748 knew she had arrived in a strange place, but what did it mean to strip her of her outer clothes, press her into a pool, and use something like a rolling pin with thorns to torture her back? The key was that the people around her understood what she was saying, no matter how much she howled or screamed. A group of big-headed, small-bodied, long-armed, and long-legged creatures hunched over like a bunch of hunchback patients turned a blind eye to her. What did that mean? Helpless, with her hands and feet bound, 1748 couldn't move. The monsters also had their own names, one flower, two flowers, simply referred to as the duo monsters. They were all employed by Lucio, products of human beings from different planets, and due to genetic mutations, they looked utterly bizarre. While ordinary people bathed with dry ice, Lucio had a special preference for bathing in water that must be boiled to a rolling boil, and he also required the addition of limited edition essential oils sprinkled with petals that had been dried for 10,000 years. They actually had a long-term job. Their job was to produce fuel. In simpler terms, it meant drying their own feces to use as fuel to heat water, which was then delivered to the Lord's bedroom. The pool they were in was actually disinfectant. The real name was urine, which indeed could disinfect and had skin-beautifying effects. They planned to scrub away the outer layer of 1,748 skin and soak her for 3 days and nights. And as for what would happen afterward, they would take it step by step. Point 1748 was soaked in fragrant water, her head feeling heavy while the monsters around her continued to torment her. Gradually, she began to lose consciousness, her eyes uncontrollably closing. The next moments were a blur. She didn't know how long it had been, but when she opened her eyes, her body felt unusually heavy, her eyes rolling around as she saw flames raging around her. The scene was spectacular. Seconds later, she heard screams resembling a pig being slaughtered. I could see this moment. Lucio personally brought 2 assistants to understand the environment of the planet Jiguala, speaking in a serious tone with sharp eyes. Until her brother appeared behind her, his gaze filled with helplessness. Kido was still thinking about the woman who had slept with his brother, and after some thought, the only suspect was King's daughter from the planet Kabia, Ista. There was an unwritten rule in the universe, not subject to legal punishment. Every quarter, the bullies emerging from black holes could collect exorbitant protection fees. Even a fool wouldn't want to engage in such a losing deal. Yet this rule had been passed down for a long time. It was said that if someone failed to pay the protection fee, not only would they be affected, but even their ancestors would be sucked into the black hole, with the resulting black ghosts harming their living relatives. Kabia was a closed-off, gold-rich little planet. Although 9 out of 10 people were wealthy, they couldn't withstand years of unreciprocated labor. The gold mines were dwindling, and the rich were getting poorer. Moreover, no one, not even alien beings, wanted to work there. The population was rapidly decreasing, and to solve the immediate crisis, King indirectly sold his daughter Ista to marry the wealthy and powerful Lucio. This way, he wouldn't have to sell his planet to pay the fee, and he hoped that his precious daughter might accidentally find happiness. It was a win-win situation, and he thought it was worth it. 3 days ago, King personally sent his daughter to Jiguala, shedding a few tears before leaving. In Kido's eyes, any woman next to Lucio was less than worthless, and he would do everything in his power to drive her away. The reason was simple. His only brother was a world-class treasure, and no woman could take him away, unless that woman was willing to hand him over willingly. After finally sending Claire and Halen away, Kido was just about to speak, when at that moment, 2 little doormen rushed over to say that Helmo had gotten angry and many monsters had been burned to death. Lucio's face remained calm, his expression serious as his mind quickly turned. He asked the doorman if they had opened Helmo's water gate. The little doorman didn't dare waste a second, hurriedly nodding and informing their lord that the fireball was still burning and no one dared to approach. Hearing this, Lucio knew what was going on with just a twitch of his toes. Seeing his brother's grim expression, Kido hurriedly gestured for the doorman to return to their posts. "Brother, why do you look so anxious?" Lucio turned back, half excited and half angry. "Xiao Duo, lend me the water-spraying frog you raise." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucio took his brother's frog to put out the fire at Helmo. 1748, drenched and disoriented, accidentally rolled into the disinfectant pool. "Help, help! I can't swim." A solid piece of coal plopped to the bottom of the water without a single bubble, nearly costing her life. Lucio didn't care whether she understood or not, stammering, "You're here, learning how to be a person." He didn't say the rest, a playful smile on his lips as he fixed his gaze on the dark 1748 in the pool, inexplicably happy. Hey, 1748 woke up, opened her eyes, and wanted to move, but couldn't. She saw a long shadow on the shore and raised her voice. "You, pull me up. If you behave, I will let you live well," came the completely nonsensical reply, but Lucio didn't care. 2 months later, "I will send someone to pick you up." Done. The monsters at Helmo were more numerous than the dust on the ground. A batch had been burned, and another large batch was still there. They held no grudges and were tasked with teaching 1748 the rules of being a good human. They also elaborated on the basic rules for women, covering every detail and generously sharing many tips. For instance, how to attract men, how to tear apart various bitches, and 1,001 methods to torment scumbags. Each of these monsters, whose genders were ambiguous, were actually more feminine than women themselves. They sang, danced, and cosplayed, having more fun than anyone else. If it weren't for needing to learn the rules of being a person, 1748 would have been quite happy to party with this group of monsters. In fact, every day, 1748 found herself in a mix of pain and unparalleled excitement. She vowed to double the pain back to that creature with the fishbone earrings. Waiting for 1748 were not just Lucio, but also his dear brother. Chapter 003. Starry Eyes. Speaking of which, Keto was already preparing to place the stuffed toy, pricked with countless silver needles, in a beautifully packaged gift ready to personally deliver it to her. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the first step, then step by step, he would force her off the planet with 100 victories. Keto naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to tell his brother about this plan. He still had to maintain a facade of politeness. The moment he saw 1748, Keto couldn't deny, if he were to be honest, that this tall woman with a delicate face, even with a mole on her right eyebrow, still had striking features. Especially her rare, deep chestnut hair, which successfully caught his attention. The next second, his heart trembled slightly, involuntarily glancing at his brother's face, and his heart sank. 1748 stared at Lucio, thinking, although he remained as cold and ruthless as ever, exuding an air of bloodshed, it was undeniable that how did the eagle eyes suddenly turn into starry eyes? This was unscientific. Ahem, Lucio accidentally met 1748's gaze, quickly turning his head and giving his brother a look. You, take her to ISCOP to get a certificate. Keto never said no to his brother's orders. He swallowed hard, called Claire, and took 1748 to get her household registration and ID. ISCOP was grand in scale, gathering elite individuals from various planets. To work here, you either had to have multiple gold mines or a solid background, or you needed to be exceptionally intelligent and emotionally intelligent, passing various grueling tests, then filling out a form and taking a photo to report for duty. More than half of the people here were not young, and for 1748, who looked youthful, they could easily call her aunt. The uncles quite liked this not-so-elegant, earthy beauty, and after completing the paperwork, they didn't forget to tease her. Beauty, Uncle will come to Jiguala for tea next. Time that if it were any other girl, she might shyly smile and walk away, or perhaps feign elegance and refuse, but 1748 raised her voice in response. Sure thing, buddy. Keto's mouth twitched, his smile shaken, feeling embarrassed on the spot. Claire was thrilled, feeling a sense of excitement at finding a kindred spirit. Is there something wrong with that statement? 1748 noticed Keto's confusion. No, a blatant disdain. Little brother, don't look at me with those starry eyes of admiration. Your sister will be proud of it. You know, point 1478 captured a little fangirl named Claire on sight. Miss No, big brother, how should I address you? Claire always had a rough man living in her heart. The girls she encountered were either not very feminine or the boys were very feminine, and she couldn't express her true feelings. This was the first time she met someone so manly. 1478 patted his overly flat chest with force. 1748. Good name. Keto, ahem, do you think this prince is heir? Claire immediately became obedient. While speaking, the three had already walked to a castle that had just been completed not long ago. Keto had warned Claire in advance not to speak. He walked around the stone city, asking, "Where are you from? What do you do for work?" This question was beyond what 1748 knew, and she refused to answer. Keto clicked his tongue. When talking to this prince, you need to look into my eyes. 1479 continued to turn her head, looking around. After looking enough, she reached out and pulled a strand of Keto's hair. Your hair is really solid. Unlike 5 and 7, I pulled all their hair out. Not even a bit of fun. Keto realized that his and 1748's thought processes weren't on the same channel. Saying more would be pointless. He temporarily gave up. Lucio was working in the Gidge room, on a large screen on his desk. Many places on the map were circled and dotted. His thoughts floated like a kite with a broken string. Waiting for him to turn around, the Human Resources Department sent hundreds of recruitment messages. After filtering, Lucio left only 15 people for interviews. He flipped through his phone, opened the picture sent by Keto, clicked again, and the animated image projected on the desk, just like the events were happening right in front of him. Then came a voice message. Bro, this big sister is weird. Be careful. Countless heart emojis were sent afterward. Lucio calmly raised his eyes, continued to stare at 1748. With you, this planet has become a treasure. To learn more about 1748, Keto decided to sacrifice his precious time to accompany her in choosing a room. 1748 didn't understand. It's fine to let them hatch in this desolate and ugly place. Why develop it? Since it's developed, where did her siblings go? She had to figure out. She didn't want to say this to a little brother. However, the little brother threw out many questions that made her laugh and cry. Little brother, I don't like your type of boys. Keto felt humiliated, and it was a direct and nonsensical kind. Dead woman, let me tell you, Keto revealed his true face. I advise you to stay away from my brother. 1748 laughed, so hard her stomach almost cramped. No, little brother, I don't even fancy your brother's toes. How could I fancy him as a person? Don't be ridiculous. Keto grabbed her wrist to retort, throwing her a death glare. Little brother, could it be that you are? Before Keto could finish his sentence, his face had already turned red to his ears, and his neck thickened. Don't think wildly. I only have one brother, and I only have him as a brother. You can't take him away. 1748 looked at Keto with a sympathetic gaze like that of a patient, patting his shoulder with her left hand. Don't worry, little brother. My taste isn't that bad. Keto didn't know how to respond, but he felt quite happy inside. And also, Keto shook off her hand, puffed up his cheeks. My brother has a woman. Her name is Ista. She's a princess. 1748 didn't care if she was a princess or a queen. It had nothing to do with her. After choosing back and forth, 1748 unluckily chose a little wooden house named Lolota. Next to it was a crystal-built hemispherical villa. The owner was Lucio. 1748 was forced by Keto to choose something else, even contributing his own house, but she only had her eyes set on the little wooden house, not wanting anything else. 1748 heard that there was a dinner at 9 o'clock in the evening. She had never been taught about dinners by the monster duo, so she thought for a moment and decided to go see. Maybe she'd like it. After taking 3 steps out the door, 2 dark figures blocked her way. Please go back. Yes. The Lord said to let you stay inside. 1748 froze for a second, and indeed went back, but she grabbed one of the shadow's arms and brought them back inside with her. Who are you? 1748 scrutinized the 2 little humans standing in front of her, grabbing one of their hands. Your little hand is quite soft, much more pleasing to the eyes than that Lord's. You're really pretty. The girl with 2 braids laughed, showing her little white teeth. If you talk like this outside, you will get spanking. 1748 instinctively covered her bottom. What are your names? The girl said, my name is Cactus. The boy curled his lips. I'm called Homie Melon. It was only after Cactus spoke that 1748 learned they were doormen, usually doing errands. They were young, but had seen a lot. Without parents, they were taken in by Lucio, and they ate children's nutritional meals, with teachers sent to teach them. So that means that Lord isn't bad? Yes, don't be fooled by how fierce the Lord looks. He's really good to me and Homie Melon. Cactus counted on her fingers. The Lord gives us lollipops, fruit candies, milk candies, rainbow candies, and Homie Melon squinted his eyes. That's enough, Cactus. We should go back. The 2 children left, and 1748 felt an itch of curiosity, wanting to see what that kind-hearted Lord was doing. 1748 forgot to ask Cactus where the dinner was being held. As for her, this was unfamiliar territory, and it was late at night and dark. As a seasoned, directionally challenged person, she had no idea about east, south, west, or north. 1748 accidentally walked into a stone alley, which required her to just walk straight ahead without thinking, and if she went wrong, she could just turn back. What a coincidence! As she approached the alley's mouth, 1748 saw a figure leaning sideways against the wall. The shadow on the ground stretched very long. Just as she was about to ask for directions, the other party pointed west, then stood up straight, stomped their foot, and walked into the darkness. Can it be trusted? Maybe it's right. After all, I can't find my way myself. 1748 couldn't care less. She walked towards the direction pointed out, and sure enough, what lay ahead was a scene of luxurious splendor, beyond what she could imagine with her current brain capacity. 1748 struggled hard to find the door, but later, upon seeing the sparkling decorations inside the house, and the humans moving around in the center, her interest was immediately piqued. Ahem, a sudden cough halted 1,748 steps. What are you doing here? The one asking was Keto, who despised and hated dancing with others from the bottom of his heart. 1748 shifted her gaze from the couples dancing in the dance floor. I said, why are you here? Keto didn't want to waste more words, reluctantly choosing to temporarily lower his IQ. Just gonna take a look? Where's your brother? Keto's gaze towards her immediately changed. Why are you asking about my brother? He's dancing with his woman. Can't you see? At that moment, 1748 finally saw Lucio, but it wasn't quite accurate. Her attention was actually on the girl dancing with Lucio. She estimated the girl's height, compared her hair color and eye color to her own. It seemed that none of them were similar. Little brother, why is my hair so different from everyone here? 1748 asked Keto. How would I know? Keto wouldn't tell her even if he did know. 1748 also noticed that Keto was somewhat in the way standing there, and unexpectedly reached out to push him away, not intending to make him fall, but he became a clown who escaped. In front of everyone, Lucio's gaze accurately landed on 1748, and he simply said, continue. The lively atmosphere remained lively, and those who wanted to eat and drink continued to indulge. Having seen enough, 1748 felt it wasn't very interesting and thought it would be better to go back and catch up on some sleep, considering where to stroll tomorrow was more important. What she didn't expect was that less than 5 minutes after she left the building, the ball was called to a halt. Chapter 004. The Water Boiling Worker? Non-existent, although everyone hadn't had enough fun yet. Upon seeing Lucio's icy cold face, the men took off their gloves, put on their hats, and the women draped on their shawls as they exited through the back door of the building, each returning to their own homes. Ista, new to this place and still unfamiliar with the rules, had no one to inform her that she was a true princess, lacking the required demeanor. She nonetheless understood basic etiquette. According to the customs of Kabia, after general activities concluded, one was expected to wait for the host to leave together, which is why she stood at the back door of the building in her floor-length gown, holding the doorman's key. Cordo, having taken a short nap, came down from the second floor. He first glanced at the wall adorned with paintings, but saw no sign of 1748. He let out a sigh of frustration, preparing to return to rest. Good evening, Your Highness. Ista smiled and greeted Cordo upon seeing him. Cordo concealed his disdain for her and returned a smile. Good evening. Princess Ista, didn't my brother escort you home? Ista was taken aback, thinking Cordo would know the whereabouts of the prince. I'm waiting for the prince, Your Highness. Cordo knowingly nodded. Oh, my brother must have gone to find 1748. Ista shook her head in confusion. She had never heard of that code. Cordo was pleased with her expression and eagerly explained, Don't worry, princess. Even if my brother accidentally sleeps with her, he'll still end up marrying you. After all, he promised the king to take good care of you. Cordo often played tricks on his brother. At that moment, he had no idea that his good brother's eyes were only on the clawing 1748. 1748 glared angrily at Lucio. She simply wanted to enjoy what it felt like to lie on a comfortable mattress, but didn't want to see unnecessary people in her sight. How did you get in? She asked. Lucio revealed the room. Key, this is my house. 1748 slid off the bed, glanced at him, and said, Does your brother know you're here? If he does, you can leave. I don't want any misunderstandings with you. Lucio's heart skipped a beat, his brow furrowing. Change back to how you were before. 1748 puffed up her cheeks like a puffer fish. What do you want? Don't think I can turn into a little girl, and you can act lewdly. 1748 transformed back into her mature self. Let me tell you, I've seen many men who appear cold on the surface, but are actually more fickle than anyone. She mimicked the stance of a foul-mouthed woman scolding, pointing a finger at his nose. Stop with this nonsense and get out. Lucio remained motionless, watching 1748's every move, a smile creeping onto his lips. How can you tell? 1748 rubbed her nose. None of your business. That's hard to say, Lucio chuckled. You're a coal I dug up. I can do whatever I want with you. 1748 was puzzled. He had stuttered before, but now spoke so fluently. You're already married. I don't want to get involved in any improper relationships. Go away, go away. 1748 spoke in a dialect that amused the cold prince in front of her. I'll stay here tonight. I want to see just how special you are, Lucio said, always one to follow through on his words. daring to think and act, merciless to those who opposed him. However, 1748 was an exception. But 1748 herself didn't want any exceptions. If you don't leave, I'll take action. When she decided to fight back, she shocked herself. Lucio, with an air of indifference, removed his outer clothing and casually lay in the wrinkled space where 1748 had been, patting the empty spot beside him. Come here. 1748's pride flared. She couldn't tolerate being humiliated by Lucio. As her anger rose, the fire crystal hidden within her could erupt at any moment. With a loud bang, Lucio, who had been lounging on the bed, suddenly sat up. The bedroom was engulfed in flames, with everything touched by the fire crackling and burning. Even a jade flower pot on the bedside had caught fire. Not bad, not bad. Lucio felt no anger. On the contrary, he was particularly pleased, clapping his hands and standing up gracefully. 1748, I hereby appoint you as my personal water boiler. From now on, you'll use your anger to boil bathwater for me. The entire small house was nearly reduced to ashes. Yet the heartless prince was still thinking about his bathwater. 1748 felt that Lucio's brain was more than just a pit. It was full of pits. If she stayed with such a person for too long, she worried her intelligence would be endlessly lowered to the point of idiocy. She decided to leave this planet in search of her missing siblings. The next morning, the burnt remains of Lorota turned into a museum, attracting many onlookers looking for the best spot to watch the show. They didn't know 1748's name. They only knew that there was now one more person on this planet who dared to burn down the prince's house, speculating that she was either tired of living or had a screw loose. A series of backstories itched like a vine creeping into their bodies. The gossip was juicy, and the group decided to savor it slowly. The news quickly reached Lucio's ears. He smiled for a few seconds, feeling he had overestimated 1748. Originally planning to leave her there to reflect, it ended up with her injuring the doorman and escaping. He decided to make her suffer a bit. He sent the armored men to locate 1748's exact position and, once caught, planned to throw her into the sewers for 3 days and nights. However, plans often change. Before the armored men could set off to the border, 1748 was leisurely tossing stones and making her way back alone. It seemed that leaving this place required showing various documents, and her documents had turned to ashes. Otherwise, she would have been captured by Iskop and subjected to all kinds of twisted torture. Knowing there were deep pits ahead, but still moving forward, 1748 thought, I'm not stupid. There's no need to do anything foolish. She even greeted the leading armored man she encountered and continued on her way, as if nothing was wrong. Lucio didn't expect the plot to develop this way. Once the words were spoken, they couldn't be taken back. The sewers still needed to be closed, but the treatment would be quite nice. After crawling out of the sewers and regaining her freedom, the first thing 1748 did was teach a lesson to the armored man who had forcibly pinned her down to the point where she couldn't even recognize his face. Then, she went to cause a ruckus with Lucio, making a request right off the bat to borrow money. Lucio knew she wanted to redo her documents to escape from here. Agreeing? Impossible. He didn't think there was a fool in the world who would find a treasure and then throw it away. He spoke clumsily, ignoring her and shooing her away. Following that, Lucio entrusted his brother with various aspects of 1748's life, while he himself had to draw all the route maps for Jiguala and improve transportation. Most importantly, the coal mining plan had to continue. He could have handed these tasks over to Harlan and Claire, but he was genuinely interested in the work of developing and transforming the planet, both intellectually and physically, which is why he took on everything personally while later delegating the follow-up work to his assistant. As for the younger brother Kido, he is handsome and likable, responsible for mediating relationships. To put it bluntly, he is constantly flattering his older brother in front of the subordinates, without any limits. Such a high and mighty lord, a figure akin to royalty, is not too far removed from the ordinary commoners below, in order to avoid causing unrest. 1748's current identity is very mysterious. Some say she is the Lord's mistress, others say she is a newly hired assistant, and some even say she is his long-lost sister. 1748 herself doesn't even know why Lucio is keeping her here. She is not some stray cat or dog to be kept in a big cage. What is this? Is it merely to act as a water boiler? She certainly won't do that. On this day, the weather is quite nice, with a gentle south wind blowing. The sun above looks as delicious to 1748 as the rainbow lollipop the cactus gave her not long ago, and she unconsciously licked her lips. I really want to eat something sweet. That flavor is so enticing. She unknowingly started to miss the big white rabbit milk candy that the cactus had given her before. Talking to herself, 1748 walked towards the princess's room, entered the elevator, which was surrounded by shining glass. With just a word about which floor to go to, she could zoom right up. 1748 had previously caused a scene when looking for Lucio, so she knew where his office was. Without knocking, she kicked the door open and leaned against it assertively. "When are you going to deliver my documents, Lucio?" In the adjacent office, Harlan was startled by the noise and was about to stand up to see what was happening, but was pushed back down by Claire. "What are you stopping me for? Sit down. Do you want to get beaten up like last time and end up with a bruised face?" Harlan really didn't want to recall those horrific scenes. "You're just a bookworm, a workaholic. Don't meddle in everything. Just sit here and do your work." Saying this, Claire dumped all her work onto his desk. "Don't concern yourself with outside matters. Just focus on your work." Then she secretly went to eavesdrop. "Stop pretending to be confused in front of me, you scheming man." 1748 has now realized that he is very likely deliberately keeping her documents in his hands and not allowing anyone to help her, wanting her to be his water boiler. All she wants to say is, "Dream on. Do you really want to leave here? You speak so fluently," Lucio said with a smile hiding a knife. "Don't you want to know where your compatriots have gone?" This immediately struck a nerve with 1748's heart. Yes, whether she leaves or stays, she is still searching. Wait. Does his words have a deeper meaning? Chapter 005 Love doesn't exist. Either 1748 slammed the door shut with a bang, lifted her left foot, and placed it heavily on the clean and beautiful mahogany table in front of her. "Where are my compatriots?" Lucio suppressed the anger inside him. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile. "As a condition for exchange, you must stay here and be my water boiler, coal digger, miner, and so on, and then I will tell you the whereabouts of your compatriots." If looks could kill, Lucio would have been dead countless times by 1748. To avoid getting her hands dirty, only children make conditions. "Don't try to fool me. Just tell me where they are." With a few loud thuds, 1748 left her footprints on the table. The anger in her eyes was no less than Lucio's. "You know I'm the type to explode easily. Last time I burned down your wooden house. This time I could burn down the entire Jiguala corner." Lucio sneered a few times. Indeed, lowly creatures are lowly creatures. Otherwise, how could they end up in such a state of being unrecognizable? The words were so venomous they could be wrung out into a pot of poison. 1748 smashed her fist into the table, creating a hole, and orange flames began to erupt from her body. "You are just the dregs of humanity, compared to us. You are pathetic." At that moment, the door was kicked open. Two people came in to mediate, saying, "Calm down, both of you, stop arguing." The peacemaker was Claire, who had come with a whiff of gossip, risking her life. Behind her stood Harlan, who had been dragged in by Claire. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, smiling awkwardly at 1748. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is an office matter. It's better to fight or make a scene back in your bedroom." Claire accidentally let slip her true feelings, quickly correcting herself. "No, what I mean is, Lord, you must be tired too. Why not go back and rest?" Harlan was smart, but his mouth was not even 1/10 as quick as his brain, so he chose to say nothing. 1748 didn't want to vent her anger at Lucio on others. She gave Lucio a thumbs down, and before turning around, rolled her eyes dramatically. But just as she reached the door, she heard, "Claire, get to work." 10 seconds later, 1748 was still standing at the door. "Lucio, about that thing you're thinking in your head, I advise you to give up on that thought. Think carefully about what I just said, that one sentence." Finally finishing her words, Lucio signaled Harlan to get rid of the people and closed the door while he exhaled a breath of annoyance and sat down. "It's over." He coldly stared at Harlan. "Boss, I don't know what happened, but you shouldn't say such absolute things." Harlan commented on the matter, expressing his opinion. After all, she was a girl, and it was unbearable for her to hear. Just as Lucio was about to speak, the door was kicked down, and within 50 seconds, It was trampled into pieces under 1,748 feet. You're definitely a big liar, a fraud. I will prove to you who has a hole in their brain. Another thing, 1748's cold eyes fixed on Lucio. Don't you want to exchange conditions? You must listen to me. How about it? Without waiting for Lucio to give instructions, Harlan took the initiative to leave. Before Lucio had a chance to look at 1748, she was already in front of him, a fair, large hand gripping his collar. I've decided from now on I will settle here, and you 1748 used her other hand to grasp his handsome face until I find my siblings. You must listen to me. Otherwise, wherever you go, I will set fire to wherever you are. Harlan had just reached the door of his office when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He was startled, sweat breaking out on his otherwise decent-looking face. In his confusion, he pushed up his glasses, touched the door, and walked in. Good. Lucio agreed readily, looking casual, which seemed very lowly. Let us work together happily. Get lost. After that, 1748 never mentioned leaving again. She demanded that Lucio build her a house underground. Not too big, but pleasing to the eye. She didn't want to be alone, so she deliberately chose a cactus and a melon from a group of doormen to be her little pets, never ordering them to work, letting them do whatever they wanted. 1748 had no worries about food, clothing, or other needs, making the other commoners envious, and those bold enough secretly inquired about her background. However, who could match Lucio's little schemes? He wouldn't let anyone irrelevant know about his treasure. Even for his own people, Keto lay sprawled on his brother's chair, looking like he was on the brink of death. Have you had your checkup this year? Lucio was drawing while glancing at him. I've checked, very healthy. Why? Are you sick? If you're sick, go see a doctor, don't drag it out. Keto felt he was the one who was sick, and quite seriously too. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Cough, 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 bro, Claire said, you're having an affair with that 1748? I'm not saying you, but think about how heartbroken Ista would be if she found out. Lucio frowned. Did she know? I helped you keep it from her. Bro, if that is the case, do you really have something going on with her? And you don't stutter when you talk to her. Keto instinctively covered his heart, which felt 1,000 times more startled. Bro, no matter what, Ista is going to be your woman. What you're doing isn't right. Lucio coughed a few times, Xiao Duo, you know. My marriage with Ista is built on interests. Her father wants to protect Kabia, and I just want to mine all the gold there. Love? Doesn't exist? Lucio leisurely looked up at Keto. You're still young. You don't need to worry about your brother's matters. Bro, A series of loud knocks startled the two brothers. The one who dared to barge into the Grand Lord's office, she was the first. The fearless coal miner. All right, I said it, the dressed beast, that Ista really has bad luck, about to marry you. 1748 chattered on, cursing every single cell of Lucio. Lucio admitted he had been overly tolerant of her. However, hearing her curse him, he felt like a pufferfish, puffed up with anger, yet strangely happy. And then, Lucio's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. Before that, you come with me. Keto was in disarray, declaring he no longer recognized that Lucio. Claire loved seeing such unscripted scenes. She carefully followed them down to the bottom of the building, watching the two tugging and pulling, which in her eyes turned into a tender entanglement. No matter how she looked at it, she felt those two were a perfect pair, a rare gem underground. Hey, it's working hours. If you skip work again, I'll have my brother fire you. Keto vented his anger on Claire. Your Highness, I was wrong. I sincerely admit my mistake. Keto changed his tone. You will report to me immediately about what is happening now and in the past. Saying this, he pulled out a 5321, 13-carat diamond from his pocket. From now on, you will be my lackey, understand? Although Claire was a rich girl, being a seasoned diamond collector, her eyes immediately sparkled more brightly than a shooting star upon receiving the diamond, nodding vigorously. Got it, lackey. The water villa. Claire was very good at eavesdropping on things that shouldn't be seen. She retracted her claws. Claire imagined various scenarios of a domineering CEO closing in on her. Ahem. Lucio accidentally caught sight of Claire, who was curled up in the bushes under the windowsill, through the camera on the ceiling. I'll give you 3 seconds. Leave now. Claire was stunned for a few seconds, looking around her. Master, are you talking to me? Resignation letter. Yes, master. I'm leaving right now, quickly. 10 minutes later. 1748 was reclining on a silk lounge chair with his legs crossed, leisurely nibbling on his third apple. You're really childish. So what if someone outside took a glance? Do you need to check all the cameras inside and out? With your IQ, you're even worse than Sanduo. Lucio didn't know who Sanduo was. He turned his face away. You can leave now. 1748 stood up leisurely, walked around the bed, and said, I like your bed. How about we swap? Not hearing a response, she continued, I just don't understand. Do men have to marry? If you ask me, you deserve to be a lifelong bachelor, so you don't harm such a good girl. 1748 squinted her eyes and continued, You're hopeless here. A pervert, fierce, a cleanliness freak. A heartless man, not good inside or out. Oh, and a stutter. Lucio's lips twitched unnaturally. If it were anyone else saying these things, they probably wouldn't have a chance to live, but when dealing with 1748, he temporarily chose to endure. The other party not only wasn't angry, but smiled at him. 1748 put away her joking face. You're so strong that it's no fun to tease you anymore. What do you think would be interesting? Lucio stepped closer to 1748 until she had nowhere to retreat, his clearly defined hand locking her throat in an instant. Is this interesting? Or do you want something even more interesting? 1748 remained unfazed, her heart steady. A wall slam was nothing. Instinctively, she raised her leg and hit Lucio in a sensitive spot. You, what about me? Trying to take advantage of me? You were born 400 years too late. Lucio was relieved that he brought her here. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself in the galaxy. Do such disgusting things again. And be careful of your life. 1748 glared at him with fury. The surrounding air was polluted by him. Disgusting yuck. 1748 stuck her tongue out at Lucio, who was crouching on the ground, and disdainfully climbed out of the window. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Istaka is not a victim of someone like you. You scum have no chance of marrying her. Chapter 006. You could be even more sleazy. Uncle Lucio let out a frustrated breath, sat back on the bed, and called Keto, Xiao Duo, help me prepare a box of live earthworms and deliver it to room 1748. The corridor leading to the small one-bedroom basement was long and awkward to walk through. If lucky, the soles of her shoes were relatively clean. If unlucky, she might step in the droppings of underground animals. Although 1748 wasn't a neat freak, she also didn't like to look disheveled. The path had no lights, and she usually used a motion-sensing flashlight. When she reached her doorstep, she bent down to pick something up. Her knee bumped into something strange, and she shined her flashlight down, discovering it was just a brown cardboard box. She opened the door without caring what was inside the box, rubbed her nose, and kicked it inside assertively. Cactus, Homie Melon, I'm back. The two little ones ran out from the room upon hearing her voice. Cactus seriously licked her rainbow lollipop and asked 1748 what treasure was in the box. 1748 didn't take the scissors Homie Melon offered. Instead, she used her nails, sharper than Mei Chaofeng's, to slice through the tape. With a Z sound, the box opened. 1748 peeked inside, and then the house shook 3 times up and down and swayed 3 times side to side. The two little ones blinked, staring at 1748, who vanished through the door at lightning speed. Guagua, what's wrong with Big Sister? Homie Melon shook his head, cupping his chubby chin as he walked to the box and pointed with his chubby finger. Wow, Ciencian, come look, it's earthworms, and they're alive. Cactus's saliva dripped down from the lollipop onto the marble floor, and her eyes sparkled with countless pink stars. Yeah, this must be a gift from Big Sister. On a desolate patch of ground, 1748 held her throat, leaned against a signpost, and vomited for over 10 minutes. Damn, that disgusting thing, someone had been waiting here for a long time. It was Keto. Huh, I've never seen this girl before. He stared at the little girl with a youthful face and sexy figure, while sending a voice message to his brother. I didn't see 1748, but I found a little girl standing by the signpost, looking disgusting. By the way, bro, why don't you come see? After waiting nearly 5 minutes, he received a reply. Send me a photo to take a look. Keto stealthily found an angle, snapped 10 pictures, and sent them over. Lucio examined the girl's face in the pictures, along with her pink lace dress. He first let out a cold laugh a few times, then sent a message, go back and rest. Keto was left speechless. He suddenly felt like a fool being played. Forget it. He increasingly didn't understand what his brother was thinking. Reluctantly, Keto didn't want to waste his time on a girl who looked like a lowly, but wasn't cute at all. In the dead of night, Cactus and Hami Melon roasted the entire box of live earthworms in batches until they were half-cooked, seasoning them with cumin, natural pepper, and chili powder, devouring them one after another. The house was filled with the unique smell of worm meat and spices. There was no way to sleep here. 1748 wondered how she arrived and how she would leave. She couldn't see a single shadow on the road. She was tired of vomiting and just wanted to find a clean, comfortable place to lie down. After all, this other self was quite particular. Maybe it was fate. She thought, on this dark night where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face, her lost self encountered Lucio's future bride, Ista. She then thought, it's so late, why is a girl out? To meet her future husband? Or to cheat with another man? Ista saw a cute and pretty little girl standing by the roadside. She let down her guard, adjusted her hand-woven straw hat, bent down, and asked, "Little sister, are you lost?" 1748 pouted, looking even more pitiful and adorable. "Miss, can you take me to your house to sleep?" "I'm so sleepy," she said, rubbing her eyes while secretly observing her expression. Ista's heart softened instantly. "Okay." 1748 refused Ista's hug. She didn't feel small at all. She was just a little kid. If it came to maturity, that was something she took pride in. When Ista wasn't looking, she rolled her eyes at her countless times because, for some reason, she didn't like Ista. Later, she saw where Ista lived, which was like a princess's castle. While her own little room would probably be rejected, even if given to a pig, she disliked Ista even more. "Miss, why are you out so late?" 1748 asked while digging into a vanilla pudding with a spoon. When she turned to look at Ista, she found her blushing, and she immediately sensed something was off. I was actually planning to find the Lord." Ista had no idea that the little lowly in front of her was showing a wicked smile. "Oh, are you going to sleep with the Lord?" When Ista heard this, her face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and she turned around, covering her face with her hands. "No, little sister, you misunderstood. I just wanted to tell the Lord that I want to go home tomorrow." 1748 put down her spoon. "Isn't the miss not from here? I heard you and the Lord are about to get married. Why do you want to go back?" Ista felt embarrassed, but didn't know how to refuse to answer. "I've been here for a while, and I miss my father. I'm preparing to go back and see him. The Lord is busy. I can't see him during the day, so I can only go at night." After saying this, she worried whether the little girl would spill the beans. "Can you keep a secret for me?" "Okay. I really like you, sister." Ista smiled, got up, and covered 1748 with a blanket, wishing her good night. The moment the lights went out, 1748 sat up suddenly. "Miss, can you sleep with me? I'm scared." Ista didn't refuse. "Miss, did you hear that the Lord has a new assistant?" Ista shook her head. "I feel like an idiot. I don't know anything about what is happening here, and the Lord rarely meets with me." 1748 thought, "Indeed, it's quite stupid to take in a child without asking anything. Is she naive or scheming? Wait, if the Lord doesn't like the miss, why would he marry you?" she asked, forcing a smile. "I don't know either. My father only told me that I would be happy with the Lord, and then I was sent here. Is that so? So it turns out it's just a marriage alliance. Do you like the Lord?" Ista turned her back, clutching the corner of the blanket. "The Lord is very fierce and serious. I'm terrified whenever I see him." "Little sister, why are you asking this?" "Because I like the miss. I'm sleepy. Good night." "Good night." Early in the morning, Ista specially instructed the kitchen to prepare breakfast suitable for children. She spent considerable effort making the dining table look beautiful, hoping to make the little girl happy. When she went to the bedroom to wake her, she found only the blanket and pillow left on the bed. She searched the entire room, but couldn't find her. She was anxious, having just discovered that the window had been opened at some point, feeling that something was off. Without changing into proper attire, she hurriedly ran out of her princess castle. In fact, 1748 was not used to sleeping on an overly soft bed. After waking up, she felt as if her skeleton was about to collapse, and her whole body was uncomfortable. She walked towards her underground little house, muttering, "No matter how you look at it, I'm just a silly, sweet girl. If I don't like it, I can still get married. What kind of nonsense is this? I really can't understand how the human brain works." Once she got into her automatic complaining mode, she couldn't stop. Suddenly realizing a gust of wind had blown by, she felt a chill in her lower belly, and at that moment, her mind exploded with a realization. Lifting the lace-trimmed little floral dress, She took a glance and silently mocked herself. You really are something. Even your little pants are missing. This made her very embarrassed. Hello, little sister, good morning. This wave of embarrassment was indeed timely. 1478 was grateful for her quick reflexes and sharp hearing. Otherwise, she would have been completely exposed to a seemingly sleazy uncle. Ignoring him, she had no idea he was following closely behind, asking her how old she was, where her parents lived, how many people were in her family, and what grade she was in this year. In her lowly form, 1748 had a bit of baby fat, and her smile was so cute it made one want to take a bite. Pervert. The words were harsh, but the tone was soft and feathery. The uncle's heart was completely melted. Little sister, do you know where your lord is? 1784 rolled her eyes, which in the uncle's view became a flirtatious glance, instantly stirring his heart. All right, little sister, you're so cute. Just tell uncle, okay? Just as 1784 was about to swing her arm, she never expected the other party would shamelessly hoist her onto his shoulder and casually pat her bottom. Let me go. Let go. Help. Someone is kidnapping children. Help. 1784 now hated that box of live earthworms the most. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't have stormed out of the house. If she hadn't left home, she wouldn't have encountered this sleazy uncle. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't be in a place more unfamiliar than a random corner of the universe. Feeling lonely and helpless, calling out to the heavens with no response. Little sister, how do you feel now? 1748, furious, felt her face flush red. And when she looked up, she found that the person in front of her had turned into a handsome young man, leaving her completely bewildered. Chapter 007. Workaholic and gossiping rich girl. The handsome young man said, Little sister, you weren't scared, were you? 1784 bit her lip in frustration. What do you think? If you're locked up here, would you feel good? Yes, I'll open the door for you right now. The handsome young man, looking increasingly scholarly, was not to 1748's taste, so she didn't look at him any longer. Is that man your father? Tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. Yes, it's true. Little sister, where do you live? I'll send someone to take you home right away. Listening to his tone, 1748 felt he didn't seem like an ordinary family's son. She pressed down her skirt, walked up to him, and said, Jiguala, all right, I'll take you out. As they were walking, a lecherous uncle approached with a grin, rubbing his hands. 1748 didn't know if he was naturally sleazy or just used to it, but she didn't take him seriously. Oh, little lantern, are you so eager to meet your future wife? What? Wife? 1748 rolled her eyes and smiled, showing two dimples, looking both cute and mischievous. Little sister, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. I'll take you back now. The man grabbed his son's hand, annoyed yet helpless, and slapped his own palm. You, how old are you now? You hardly step out of the door, and you're about to reach marriageable age. If you don't find someone you like now, you'll just have to randomly pick a wife. I don't want you to follow my old path. It turned out that the cosmic marriage law had indeed been modified. Males at 28 and females at 25, if they hadn't married, Zycop would randomly assign them. And they had to get a marriage certificate within a month. No exceptions. 1748 was puzzled and thought, how could such an unrefined person have such a refined son? Now she understood it was thanks to the bizarre law that he had successfully harmed a poor girl. However, upon reconsideration, she felt the rule was downright perverted. At this moment, Lucio confirmed that 1748 was missing. He sent someone to locate her and search for a long time, discovering she was in the castle of Vista. He then ordered all the surveillance footage, only to find out that 1748 had actually been carried away by the old Wong next door. Bro, are you sure you want to go personally? Keto chased after him. Just let me go find her. You stay here. Lucio spoke haltingly, gesturing. He pressed his brother's shoulder and signaled others to take him back. He himself went alone to the planet of Brandy. By coincidence, the handsome young man led 1748 out of her father's clutches, only to run into the cold-faced Lucio. You. At that moment, 1748 felt inexplicably happy to see Lucio. She's from our planet. The handsome young man said, I know you. You are the Lord Lucio who roams the universe. I'm really sorry. My father did something foolish, and I hope you can forgive us. Lucio wanted to vent his anger in front of 1748, but unexpectedly, the other party sincerely admitted fault. He didn't put on a stern face, but he didn't look happy either. Kill. A single cold word. 1784 thought he was joking, but to her surprise, a group of armored men walked out from behind Lucio, each one a strong warrior. You, take that old man away. 1784 unconsciously grabbed Lucio's wrist and looked up to ask, he already apologized, didn't he? Lucio's pupils contracted. He had never heard such words before and instantly doubted whether his hearing had failed. He raised his hand, kill. The armored men took the lecherous uncle away, and the young man felt despondent but didn't think to plead with Lucio. Instead, he turned his back with dignity and said, they say the Lord who saved Jiguala is a cold-blooded demon, but they still like him. I didn't find it funny, but I certainly witnessed the evil. Lucio took it as a compliment and showed no reaction. You come with me. 1784 was picked up by Lucio like a small cat or dog. She glared at her legs, but in his eyes, it only looked more ridiculous. Put me down. 1748 pouted. Lucio showed a fox-like smile. You laugh, you still laugh. Wait until I turn into someone else, and you won't be able to laugh anymore. Is that so? 1748 turned her head away from Lucio, already cursing him in her heart. May all your teeth fall out, may all your hair fall out, and may you be single for life. On the way halfway, Lucio suddenly let go, causing 1748 to fall to the ground and cry out in pain. At that moment, a gust of evil wind blew up her little floral skirt. When she scrambled up, she instinctively turned back and glared at Lucio fiercely. If it weren't for him rubbing his eyes, she would have abandoned her image as a little lady and shown him her eye-gouging skills. Back on the planet Jiguala, 1748 was filled with resentment, and her youthful and perfect appearance was overshadowed by a hint of melancholy. Ista, who had been worried about her, rushed over as if she had seen her long-lost sister and picked 1748 up. Little sister, where have you been? Did the bad guys hurt you? Let me see. 1784 wanted to curse, but alas, Keto, Claire, and Harlan were all watching. She could only force a stiff smile and try to pry away Ista's delicate hands that were trying to lift her skirt, forgetting it was a public place. Sister, I'm fine, she thought disdainfully. With a brain like that, don't you realize how ridiculous you are? Except for Lucio. Everyone was curious about which family this well-developed little sister belonged to. Upon reflection, they realized they had never seen her before, especially Keto, who had always known his brother was quite averse to most children, racked his brain, but couldn't figure out why his brother would bring her back to his villa. As he turned around, he saw Ista biting her lip, standing at the entrance, motionless, looking at him longingly. He walked over. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Ista subconsciously looked at the white jade bracelet on her wrist. Keto, I'm looking for the Lord. He is busy right now, and I. Sister-in-law, it's the same if you tell me. Keto patted his chest, secretly delighted at her self-pitying appearance. I want to go back to Kabia. Huh? Sister-in-law, aren't you happy living here? Keto asked knowingly. It's not that, Keto. Everything here is great, but I miss my father and my friends. Please, can you tell the Lord? Keto admired Ista. Clearly, she was a high-ranking princess, yet she lived like a maid. Leave it to me. After watching Keto leave, Ista realized she had gone out in casual clothes and was extremely frustrated. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands and hurriedly jogged back toward the castle. At this moment, Harlan was programming a land-measuring robot, squatting in a wide expanse of dry mud, fully focused. Even as Ista approached step by step, he remained unaware. Even when she fell with a thud, Ista silently murmured to herself how foolish she was, getting up, and upon raising her eyes, saw a man on her left bending down, seemingly ready to sneak away as if nothing had happened. Just then, Harlan looked up. He thought he had fainted from hunger and was hallucinating. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but later, as he stood up, he saw that the girl's arms and knees were bleeding. When he focused on her face, he recognized her. Princess, are you okay? Harlan felt ashamed of his dullness and hurriedly pulled out a pure white handkerchief from his pocket. Here you go. Ista, feeling faint from the sight of blood, dare not look at her arms. Mr. Harlan, can you help me? Harlan's mind short-circuited. The question of whether to help or not troubled him greatly. He gritted his teeth and mechanically nodded, squatting down to fold the handkerchief in half, then in half again, dampening it before carefully cleaning the dirt from her wounds inch by inch. Thank you. It's nothing. In his nervousness, he misspoke. Harlan didn't even realize there was something wrong with his response. He stood up, took out another handkerchief, and said, "The wounds are clean now. Use this to cover your arm and just apply medicine when you get back." Ista shyly nodded, speaking like a mosquito. The robot completed its measurements, emitting a beeping sound. Upon hearing it, Harlan pointed at Ista and then turned to leave. He squatted back down beside the robot, catching a glimpse of Ista walking away before standing up again. He glanced at the data on the display screen and instinctively pulled out a black pen from his jacket pocket to record everything. "Hey, are you done?" The sunlight was blinding, and Harlan squinted as he looked over. He raised his hand, waving the notebook he held. "All the data is here. You can start drawing the design now." Claire ran up, licking her lollipop, and stopped in front of Harlan, pointing west with her chin. "That girl was a princess, right?" "Yeah. Shaolin Lewin, you're impressive." Claire's keen nose caught a hint of gossip, which was her favorite scent. "If not, I will be letting the Lord down." Claire's smile vanished instantly. "I mean, never mind. There's nothing to say to a stubborn mule like you. Let me ask you, what is that girl to the Lord?" "I don't know," Harlan replied as he packed up his work bag and switched the robot to walk mode. Claire grabbed one of his arms and tucked it under her armpit. "Do you think I don't know? Your parents died when you were little, and you were taken in by the Lord's father. Then you followed the Lord. Since you've known each other since childhood, your relationship must be good. Don't talk nonsense. The Lord is my savior, and there are no other intentions. I just want to work well now." Claire replied, "Why are you so stubborn? I'm not asking you anything confidential. I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You could have drawn 2 pictures in the time you're gossiping now." After saying this, Harlan took his robot and walked into the office building. "Work, work. You're human, not a robot. Don't just busy yourself all day." Claire was annoyed. If she didn't vent, it would make her feel uncomfortable. Many lower-level employees noticed Claire was in a bad mood and quickly avoided her, making her feel like a crazy person, frantically losing her mind on the spot. Meanwhile, Keto entered Lucio's villa without knocking. He searched through the living room, various bedrooms, bathrooms, and the balcony, but he didn't see anyone. "Bro, are you there?" Keto returned to the door, looking around again. "Bro, I know you're home. Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucio slowly descended from the attic, holding the sleeve of 1748. Chapter 008, there's no need to emphasize that damned. Bro, you know what happened to her face? Actually, that's what 1748 wanted to ask. She turned her head and stared fiercely at Lucio, who was standing next to her with rabbit-like angry eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that he had covered his mouth, and it was hard to tell whether he was laughing or not, but his eyes were squinting into slits. She felt very displeased inside. "Xiao Duo, you take her to the pediatric surgery department." While he was speaking, 1748 turned her head to look for something called a mirror. She was startled when she saw her reflection. She didn't want to admit that the ugly girl covered in red spots in the mirror was her. But she couldn't escape Lucio's sarcastic remarks or Keto's pigeon-like cold laughter. Keto readily agreed, simply because he didn't want his brother to take 1748 to the hospital, which would cause unnecessary commotion. If he had to explain the cause and effect, he had to keep his eyes on the little lowly who was always holding a round mirror embedded with small diamonds. It turned out that since Lucio brought back a little sister he had never seen before from Fanlid Way, all sorts of gossip spread like wildfire. Some said, "Oh, she must be the illegitimate daughter of the Lord and that woman." Others said, "I see you're just a blind fool. I have seen that little sister with my own eyes. Her brows and eyes are very beautiful, and that head of golden waves must have been done in a high-end salon. And don't forget those purple eyes." The one who spoke earlier raised a hand and asked, "Based on what you said, I remember that the strange woman has dark hair and amber eyes. And the Lord's hair is not golden either. Could it be a genetic mutation?" The last person pretended to be profound and began to speak. "You are all too superficial. Don't you think about what kind of ruthless character our Lord is? What kind of woman can he not have? Perhaps there are mistresses lined up behind him waiting to give birth to monkeys for him. A group of men and women revealed their lewd, squinty eyes. APC Hospital Keto was always led to the hospital by his brother, but this was the first time he was leading someone else to see a doctor. However, given his status, he didn't need to go through the tedious process of registration. He directly took 1748 to the expert's office. Unfortunately, even Lucio needed to show his ID to see a doctor, and 1748 in her lowly form didn't have one. Keto felt awkward. He pulled her into the bathroom and asked her if she had lost her ID or just didn't T bring it. 1784 puffed her cheeks and spat out one word. The expert outside glanced at the patient queue number on the computer, which had thousands of numbers behind it. He was earning honest money and felt a bit anxious. Given Keto-S status, he tried to make his words more tactful. Your Highness, how about you wait a moment, and I'll see the little ones behind you first? Keto took a deep breath, disdainfully grabbed 1748's hand, and walked to the desk, saying, You go ahead. We'll come back later. The air outside the hospital was nice, at least making 1748 feel that her head was no longer about to explode. However, her little heart was still pounding. Where are you going? Keto had just turned around for a moment, and when he looked back, the little lowly had already run away. At that moment, Lucio, who was lying on a rattan chair with his eyes closed, sent Keto a rare voice message. The ID is in your pocket. After hearing this, Keto felt a mix of emotions. However, this was just a prelude. He rummaged through his pockets and finally found the so-called ID. Upon closer inspection, he found that the name and issue date on it were exactly the same as that strange womaness. What surprised him even more was that the one who came was not the little sister, but 1748, who had transformed into that strange woman. Little brother, I told you not to look at your sister with those admiring eyes. Keto blinked, pinched her arm, and heard an unhappy cry. He finally asked, What happened to your face? I caught it from my sister. 1784 lied with her eyes wide open. She had no choice but to do so, worrying that he might faint directly upon hearing it since he didn't have the same mental fortitude as his brother. After 1748 was examined, the results showed that she was allergic to oranges, which was why her face had broken out in many red spots. The expert prescribed her some medicine and urged her not to pop the pimples. On the way back, 1748, in order to dispel Keto's doubts about her identity, awkwardly provided an explanation. Actually, my sister is not a normal person. She's allergic to sunlight and rarely goes outside. At night, she gets a bit neurotic and often does some incredible things. It's a secret, okay? Seeing her serious expression, Keto unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. He had been afraid of gods, monsters, and other ethereal things since he was a child, and even saying it out loud was not acceptable. 1748 noticed that he was scared and decided to stop there. Thus, she successfully shifted his thoughts to something else. When they reached the intersection, Keto was drenched in sweat. Feeling unwell was secondary, but the key point was that he had suffered an internal injury. He urgently wanted to go back and take a shower, not even glancing at 1748 as he turned to leave. 1784 wanted to laugh, but couldn't, watching his back, muttering they're clearly brothers. Why is the difference so big? Sigh, I haven't gone back all night. I don't even know how the cactus and the cantaloupe are doing now. Thinking that, she raised her eyes to look at the blue sky and began to miss the taste of lollipops. 1748 had already reached the entrance of the underground cabin. She didn't know if the armored man who appeared was a ghost. Could you please go with us to see the Lord? 1748 was very vigilant and ready to strike at any moment. What do you want to see him for? I'm busy right now. This answer was something they had never heard before. This is the Lord's order, and we hope you cooperate. Otherwise, I will have to take action. 1748 was waiting for this sentence. She was worried about her itchy hands and feet and had strength with nowhere to use it. However, just as she kicked with her left foot, the cactus grabbed the cantaloupe's hand and ran out from behind the fan-shaped redwood door. Sister, you're finally back. The cactus's accent was as sweet as if it had eaten a lot of honey. Just in time, you two need to see the Lord as well. What does he want to see them for? The armored man had an embarrassed look on his face. We don't know that either. You'll find out when you go. The cactus held 1748's hand, looking up and said, Sister, let us go. Otherwise, the Lord will be angry. And he is quite scary. Is that so? 1748 sneered. The armored men didn't dare to say anything about the Lord. Fine. 1748 had a sudden flash of inspiration, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. At the same time, Lucio was cutting orange-flavored toast into pieces, preparing to treat the little friends who were about to arrive along with 1748. 1748 realized that Lucio was indeed very kind to the two children. He not only patted their heads, but also stuffed various mouth-watering snacks into their little hands. even more exaggeratedly. He dragged out an electronic storybook from under the table that could switch the audio and video. When a cactus and cantaloupe saw the book, their eyes lit up, and their obedient expressions, already immersed in the story, left 1748 speechless. In front of 1748 was what she called a lump of yellow stuff, which she found completely uninteresting. However, Lucio's wandering little eyes opposite her sparked her displeasure. "Hey, did you call me here just to sit idle?" Lucio had already anticipated her impatience and remained silent with a smile. His long index finger tapped on the table, and in the next moment, a 5-foot wide screen emerged, displaying the first meeting between the two. The time was only 1 minute and 3 seconds. "What are you trying to do?" 1748 had a vague sense of foreboding. "Just keep watching," Lucio replied. 1784 blinked, refocusing on screen. A minute later, Lucio called the names of the two children, gently indicating they could take their books and leave. Satisfied, he turned off the screen. "First, you cannot leave this place without my permission. Second, you must not only prepare my bathwater every day, but also take good care of these two children. Third, while you enjoy your meals. Don't forget to urge my employees to work hard in mining, so we can find your siblings as soon as possible." "All right," 1748 slammed the table and stood up. "Are you worried that I might change my mind? Let me tell you, I keep my word and will never go back on it." The evidence was indeed effective. 1748 suppressed her inner anger, forcing a smile as she deliberately stepped closer to his side. "I also want to tell you, first, whether I am in a good mood depends on how well you perform. Second, I'm not here for nothing. Tomorrow you'll see. Third, my ID should not be in my son's hands, don't you think?" Lucio smiled with hidden malice, snorting a couple of times before obediently handing over 1748's ID, birth certificate, and household registration book. "Now that's more like it." 1784 grinned triumphantly, reaching out to touch Lucio's head. "Is your son not getting enough nutrition? You're not tall enough. You. What about me?" 1784 instantly slapped the 3 documents against his forehead and added, "I already understand this place. You don't need to send those clueless armored monsters to follow me. That's acceptable." 1748 was slightly satisfied with his current attitude. "All right, I'm tired now. I'm taking these 2 little ones back." Lucio said nothing, his eyes betraying a smile as he watched them leave. The next day, 1748 got up early, hoping to show Lucio just how diligent she could be. However, when she entered his office, there was no one there. At that moment, Claire, who arrived just on time for work, yawned as she stepped out of the elevator and instantly spotted 1748 becoming energized. "Sister, what are you doing here?" 1748 rubbed her nose and pointed to Lucio's office. "I'm here to report." Claire responded with a meaningful "oh," then took her hand and led her into the office she shared with Harlan. "Sister, how far have you two progressed?" Chapter 009. Driving ducks up a rack. 1748 didn't he understand and plopped down on Harlan's computer. "Can you say something I can understand?" she asked. Never mind." Claire bounced over to her. "Sister, why do you want to live underground when the Lord has such a big villa?" No comment. As they spoke, Harlan walked in holding a malfunctioning robot. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 1748 sitting on his precious computer, his face filled with both heartache and blame. "Please get off." 1748 thought he was the kind of person who wouldn't fight back and could be bullied, but the expression on his face exceeded her expectations. "Sorry, you can sit anywhere but on my computer. That's my bottom line." Harlan finished speaking, heartbroken, and took out a cotton handkerchief from the drawer, carefully wiping the computer. "Is he okay?" Claire, unfazed, said, "He's just that cowardly. Touching his computer is like digging up his ancestors' graves." "Haha, that sounds nice." 1748 moved to the windowsill, staring at Harlan. "Do you know where Lucio went?" Harlan's head buzzed. He had been busy since before dawn and almost forgot about this matter. "Yes. The Lord took the princess back to Kabia. Today, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the coal mine. If you can handle it, you can start working from tomorrow." Claire stared at 1748. "Sister, you don't know?" 1748 shook her head decisively. "Fine, I'll let him off today." She pointed at Harlan. "You, take me to the coal mine now." "No, sister." Claire grabbed 1748's arm. "That place is dirty and chaotic, with a lot of coal dust. It's not good for your skin. You should tell the Lord to do something easier." like helping me and Harlan with surveying and designing. 1748 felt underestimated and vowed to earn everyone's respect here. No need. You, move faster, we're going now. Harlan was somewhat at a loss, looking at 1748, unsure of what to say. He took out 2 steel helmets from the cabinet and handed one to her. The coal mine was not far from the office building, about a 5 to 6 minute walk. Along the way, there were road workers and engineers. Whenever 1748 encountered something she didn't understand, she asked, and Harlan patiently explained in detail, as if they had been working together for a long time, creating a seamless rapport. When they arrived at the coal mine, Harlan introduced all the employees. The people in the big pit looked at 1748 with unusual gazes because a woman had never appeared here before. Your mining methods are too crude, 1748 said to Harlan. Look at that over there. It's been dug out like this. If it collapses, many people will probably die. You're overthinking it. All of this is within our calculated range, and there won't be any danger. This is how we mine. It looks crude, but the results are more evident. Harlan spoke honestly. It was clear he stood on Lucio's side. 1748 found it hard to imagine she was born in such an environment. No, everyone stop. 1748 shouted loudly, and the people below halted their actions. But someone asked, "Who are you? What gives you the right to command us?" 1748 smiled, a smile that seemed wild to others, rivaling the merciless face of their lord. A wave of fear surged in their hearts, and the man who spoke first lowered his head, while the others widened their eyes, waiting for her next words. When it comes to coal, I can guarantee that no one here understands it better than I do. If you care about your lives, just listen to me obediently. If you don't care, then feel free to quit right now. 1748 didn't believe anyone would want to die. Sure enough, the place fell silent. She cast a triumphant glance at Harlan, mocking him with her thumb. Your lord isn't as smart as he thinks. You, take all the coal miners with you. I'm going to give them a lesson. Whether to listen or not, out of respect, Harlan chose the latter. Not listening, huh? Harlan, you're his employee, not his pet dog. I know my words sound harsh, but if you're uncomfortable, you can leave now. However, 1784 became serious, completely different from before. You're not allowed to interfere with what comes next. 1748 felt she had made herself clear enough and didn't give Harlan time to think. She called the workers to get up quickly, wash their faces, and gather under the pavilion. Harlan felt suppressed and didn't act rashly, but quietly observed what 1748 was preparing to do, ready to report back to Lucio at any moment. At this moment, Lucio had taken Ista to Kabia, the planet's owner, king, knowing his precious daughter had returned. Quickly dropped the gold nugget he had just dug up and hurried out of his room, smiling as he stroked his white beard to greet his daughter and future son-in-law. Hey, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. I could have sent someone to pick you up. King smiled so widely that his mouth almost reached his ears. He grabbed his daughter's hand and glanced at Lucio. Come on, I just finished fixing a rose garden. Let us go have some tea. The so-called rose garden was quite desolate, although several varieties of roses were indeed transplanted from Earth due to soil issues. The flowers didn't look appealing. Each rose looked like the wrinkles on an old person's face, just colorful. Ista felt embarrassed as her father unreservedly introduced to Lucio how precious these things were, sitting on a hollow bamboo chair and lowering her head to sip some black tea. Oh, is this name okay with you? King laughed a few times after saying this. Lucio maintained his usual long face and didn't say much, not even nodding or shaking his head this time. Oh, if you don't like it, I'll just call you by your full name, Zio. I heard you have a new assistant by your side, and it's not just a regular relationship, huh? Lucio remained silent, staring at the teacup's ears and forcing out a smile. Father, the Lord is busy. Having 1 or 2 more assistants is normal. Ista quickly explained to Lucio, reaching out to offer her father a plate of snacks. Please have a taste. Cough, 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 my daughter is stunning. That's well known. Zio, don't make any jokes that would embarrass me. He then added, you didn't personally tell me about the treasure that was dug up. That is not right. Ista quickly glanced at Lucio, noticing that his expression seemed quite unhappy, and hurriedly continued, Father, doesn't this pastry taste a bit different from before? Did you change the pastry chef? King pondered for a few seconds and nodded. Doesn't Zio like it? Ista cautiously looked at Lucio. Father, it seems we're running low on black tea. Will you accompany me to the kitchen to see if there are any other snacks prepared? King was about to say, let us serve and go with you. But when he turned to look at his daughter's expression, he smiled and stood up. Zio, you sit here for a while. After finishing his words, he extended his arm for Ista to link with, and the two of them walked around the winding path outside the garden, crossed the pebble-paved walkway, and finally completed the bamboo bridge, slowly entering the spacious, bright, open kitchen. Ista indeed had the idea of making tea again, but her father pulled her back, forbidding her to touch the cooking tools. Darling, did you invite your father here to share a secret? King leaned closer to his daughter, noticing that the way they addressed each other still felt distant, just like before. Ista felt embarrassed to openly say that she was afraid of Lucio and lowered her head in silence. Daughter, is he not good to you? Don't be afraid. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. I'll support you in everything. King boasted without any shame. Father, I'm doing quite well in Jiguala. Quite well? King looked skeptical. When are you two planning to get engaged? I've been waiting for many days with no news at all. It's driving me crazy. Well, Father, the Lord is very busy. King sighed. Has he taken you to meet any of his relatives? With his parents gone, he should still introduce you to his relatives. How do they treat you? Father, I've only met his brother, and he's been quite nice to me. Ista felt immense pressure. No matter how busy he is, he shouldn't leave you on the sidelines. After all, you're already half his wife. If people from other planets find out about you, you'll be the laughingstock. Do you understand, my silly child? If her father hadn't said it, Ista really wouldn't have known. Oh, I must have protected you too well. Knowing nothing at all, King tapped his head resentfully. He's busy during the day, but he should have time to chat with you at night. Is it possible that? The rest of the words, in front of his innocent daughter, he felt embarrassed to say. Father, how could I not understand your meaning? King sighed again. Forget it. It's fine if you don't understand. In this world, men also like pretty and adorable silly women like you. Sigh. While speaking, a servant dressed in gray running attire walked to the kitchen door and conveyed the message. The Lord of Jiguala has already left, and this card is for you. King glanced at it, then contentedly stuffed it into his pocket. Ista, you should go back now. Ista instinctively pouted and shook her father's arm. Don't you want me to stay at home for a few more days? It's not easy for me to come home. Please let me stay a little longer. The king has spoken, the princess. The servant interjected. King had a sudden idea. Looking at the servant's face, little chilly, go and call the housekeeper here. Ask her to pack some of our local specialties and clothes for the princess to take with her to Jiguala. Chapter 010, a qualified foreman before Ista could ask about the reasons behind it. King had already spoken, instructing the attendant little Chili to take the princess out, while he personally went to the hall to call Lucio, ostensibly to tell him to take good care of his daughter, but secretly planning their wedding. Lucio personally inquired about cactus and honeydew 1478 before heading to the coal mine. On the way, he noticed many abnormalities. For example, along the road, the camphor trees that had been planted not long ago had hammocks hung between almost every few trees. What struck him as incredible was that beside the hammocks, there were tables and chairs set up, with snacks and several gaudily covered novels placed on the tables. Unbeknownst to him, 1748 was busy decorating the coal mine site, making it look like the Northern Plateau Horse Racing Festival. Everyone was dressed festively, especially the men. Almost all of them had red tassels tied on their heads, a crimson belt around their waists, and sturdy, breathable brown boots on their feet. The few women had red silk tied in their hair, dressed relatively simply, standing among the men, creating a striking red and white contrast. Anyone unaware would think it was a matchmaking event. Thanks for everyone's cooperation. Now let me tell you about the techniques of coal mining. 1748 stood on a table made of pear wood, looking at the results of her labor, her smile overflowing. First of all, working in pairs is less tiring. Count me in. Let's form groups right away. 1478 was so excited that she was completely unaware that Lucio had already approached her and was watching her while scanning the site. All right, 1748 shouted, her hands moving like a conductor to adjust the lineup. Mining coal isn't just about digging a hole somewhere. You may not know, but the coal now is different from its previous form. If you impulsively chisel the ground, it will only backfire. In my opinion, It might even damage some important treasures underground. Don't you think there's a possibility of that? In the crowd, a relatively good-looking woman raised her hand. Great conductor. We only knew to dig without thinking. We didn't understand the profound principles you just mentioned. If the Lord knew, would he agree? Good question. 1748 waved her red ribbon. Your Lord has entrusted you all to me. We must balance safety and work. We need to pay attention to safety at all times and also work efficiently. Do you see those hammocks over there? Yes, what is that for? During break time, you need to rest well, especially those of you who have been doing this job for a long time. You must protect your lungs, eat light meals, and mix fruits and vegetables. Drink plenty of hot water. 1748 rambled on for a long time, and no one below felt it was nonsense. They all listened intently, even when the Lord appeared. He didn't notice. Lucio felt a bit angry, but considering that the workers rarely got a half day off and could also listen to some nutritious speeches, he didn't think it was excessive. He didn't ask Harlan to stop. 1748 gestured and turned to leave. Harlan followed behind him, hearing him say, "Why do they listen to her so much?" Harlan paused and reported what he had seen and heard. "What do you think of her?" Harlan looked up at the back of Lucio's head. "My lord, to be honest, the work she did in the morning was worth 4 people's effort. Others have to respect that. After listening to her, I reflected on it. From the miner's perspective, it really makes sense. And then, I think it's very wise for the Lord to hand the coal mine over to her." Upon hearing this, Lucio felt a mix of emotions. Although 1748 was indeed capable, was it a bit too conspicuous to showcase her from the very beginning? "My lord, Princess Ista is over there." Lucio turned around and just met Ista's eyes. He wasn't in the mood to see anyone outside of work, so he waved his hand, signaling Harlan to ask her what was the matter, and that he could be informed later. Immediately, in front of Ista, he turned and walked away leisurely. Ista felt she shouldn't disturb Lucio's work and felt quite embarrassed. She hurriedly turned and walked in another direction. Harlan, left behind, scratched his head in confusion, hesitating whether to follow her and ask when laughter came from behind. "Hey, why didn't you say goodbye before you left?" 1748 looked happy, almost floating up to the sky alongside the sun. "The Lord just came to check. Did he look for me for something?" 1748 paused for a few seconds, squinting and smiling while patting his shoulder. "Oh, you didn't tell me the Lord came. That is a bit rude." Harlan looked confused. "If there is nothing else, I'll get back to work." Hey, where is the Lord?" Harlan nodded blankly. "I'm not sure." After saying that, he hurriedly left. Everyone ran away like rabbits. "I'm not a big bad wolf, sigh." 1748 muttered to herself, recalling that some employees at the mine were waiting for her. So she didn't linger and quickly returned to the mine. With new regulations, a new look, and a new atmosphere, the miners' morale was different. 1748 was very satisfied with this. She secretly told herself, "I must make a name for myself. Let Lucio know that I'm not just someone who is being fed for free, but that I have enough ability to thrive here. Moreover, I will expand other survival skills to ensure that when I leave here, I can also thrive elsewhere." The progress of coal mining under 1748's reasonable control was quite noticeable. Although they didn't mine much, they found plenty of things resembling tree seeds or stones of different shapes. 1748 heard the employees say that these seemingly insignificant things were once sent back to the waste recycling station, and at most, they could be sold for a few bucks. So they were reluctant to collect them, preferring to leave them underground and ignore them. However, 1748 thought they were treasures. After careful consideration, whether it's stones or seeds, if they put more effort into processing or studying them, maybe they wouldn't just be mining coal anymore. That day, 1748 returned home with a full embrace of stones. Cactus and Honeydew shook their heads when they saw her, saying that the things she picked up weren't valuable. TSK, what you two little kids know? 1748's intuition told her that those dark little things were either seeds or rare black fossils. "Big sister, should we go tell the Lord?" 1748 shot a sideways glance at Honeydew. "Why?" "The Lord has a special laboratory for studying rare things. If you're so sure, why not do some experiments to find out?" 1748's eyes sparkled with bright light upon hearing this. "Hey, little one, you've got a good brain. But I can't do it. Can you?" Sister, Brother Harlan can. You should ask him. He will definitely agree. However, if the Lord disagrees, then it's all pointless. 1748 rested her chin in thought. Cactus stared at her. Sister, recently the princess's chief steward came looking for you. For what? I don't know. She was accompanied by an old lady, and her gaze was fierce. Wasn't it scary? Cactus clearly looked like she had witnessed it firsthand, pouting at Honeydew. That's right, big sister. Did you do something to offend the princess? No, I work hard every day and strive for improvement. How'd I end up provoking the housekeeper of the princess? The more 1748 thought about it, the more frustrated she became. The more frustrated she got, the more she wanted to eat lollipops. Once she started, she couldn't stop, and if she couldn't stop, she couldn't do anything else. So she simply lay on the soft sofa, not thinking about anything, sipping pure grape wine while licking a matcha-flavored lollipop that was bigger than her palm. Life is so beautiful. Why waste time worrying? The two little ones, confused, looked at each other and quietly got up, holding hands to go play. Gua gua. Why does sister like to drink wine? Homie Melon pondered for a moment, then stuffed a big white rabbit candy into Cactus's hand, thinking it must be hard for her. When we're unhappy, we like to eat candy. It should be the same principle. Cactus's eyes squinted with a smile. Gua gua. Then we don't have to work now. The Lord won't be angry if he knows. Why is that? Does he dislike us and ignore us? Well, Homie Melon thought for a while. I don't know, but the Lord is busy, and if we don't make things harder, it counts as helping. Gua gua. You're really smart. Homie Melon shyly turned her head away. It's nothing. While the two children were discussing whether 1748 was the spiritual being others spoke of, a giant figure appeared on their right side. Lucio's sudden appearance startled the two unprepared children, but fortunately, they had good mental resilience and responded quickly. Lucio took the two children to Garden Road and invited them to have strawberry-flavored crushed ice. When asked about 1748, Lucio was very satisfied with their answer, and his fondness for them increased a level. Very good. Your task from now on is to assist your little master and then report back to me. This is our secret. The two replied in unison, Okay, Lord. To be able to eat roasted earthworms again, they would rather trade their integrity. Lucio felt inexplicably happy, sent the two children away, and stayed behind to drink a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, smiling for no apparent reason. Nowadays, someone manages the coal mine for him, and the layout sketch for Jiguala has already been drawn. Harlan and Claire have begun the next step of the work. Everything is on the right track. However, there was always a pit in his heart that made him uncomfortable. That was 1748's identity. To this day, he had heard countless versions, from Little Lover, Younger Sister, to even the limitless associations of inflatable dolls. Chapter 011. Is it a fracture or heat stroke? Lucio remarked that the human brain is indeed a marvelous thing. Not wanting to waste time, he made a decisive command. Those who talk nonsense die. The word die carried significant weight, effectively intimidating 1748. Her information was not timely. She only learned about it 2 or 3 days later. The looks from passers-by on the street and the discussions she overheard in the coal mine left her stumped for a few seconds. And thinking about Lucio's face when he said die made her feel quite annoyed. Taking advantage of the workers' break, she went to find Lucio, but instead encountered Ista's housekeeper. Before she could say anything, the housekeeper had already pulled a long face and said, Miss, please come with me to say a word. 1748 was taken aback. She had intended to find the housekeeper, but now the housekeeper had come to her. Fine, she thought. Let's see what you want to say. Miss, as a young lady, you should know shame and avoid suspicion. That way, there will be fewer people pointing fingers at you. What do you think? 1748 chuckled a few times, still smiling at the stern-looking old woman dressed in a manner that seemed to mourn, and she put on her polite demeanor. You are an elder. I cannot bear the honor of addressing you in such a manner. The housekeeper, with her hands neatly placed on her abdomen and an expressionless face, replied, Miss, I know your relationship with the Lord is unusual, but don't forget, the Lord is engaged to our princess. 1748 helplessly shrugged. How many times do I have to say it? The person you all admire is completely unappealing to me. If you are here just to talk about this, you need not come again. The housekeeper rolled her eyes, slightly raised her chin, and said, I'm doing this for your own good. I have to go back to take care of the princess, so I will take my leave. Talking to the housekeeper made 1748 feel like she had lost quite a few brain cells. Ista, unaware of all this, continued her previously reclusive, upgraded middle-class life, staying in a clean and impressive villa, reading ancient books, and practicing calligraphy. When she felt tired, she would go to the balcony to admire flowers, water them, tease butterflies, and feed the dog. Rachel, where's Grandma? Ista lost her mother at the age of 3 and grew up beside the housekeeper, who she called Grandma. But in her heart, she had already regarded her as her own mother. The girl named Rachel, of similar age to Ista, was the housekeeper's daughter and had come along to help care for the princess. Princess, my mother has gone to deliver a message to the Lord. Ista was taken aback, putting down the pruning shears with her right hand and frowning slightly. When did she leave? What message? I don't know anything at all. Not saying anything. Rachel could see that the princess had forgotten. Princess, don't you remember? You said it had been a long time since you last saw the Lord, and your marriage should be discussed. So my mother went to find the Lord. Upon hearing this, Ista felt a bit dazed, her brows furrowing slightly as she looked up at the ceiling, feeling dizzy all of a sudden. Rachel, go out and bring Grandma back. This isn't our kabia. You can't just say whatever you want. You all. The words abruptly stopped as Ista hurried to the door. Come on, let's go together. Seeing the princess's expression, Rachel also began to feel anxious and quickly turned around to grab a sunshade to follow Ista. The two had not taken a few steps when they unexpectedly ran into the usually stern housekeeper, who was wearing a rare smile, along with the calm Lucio. Lord, what brings you here? Ista was more surprised than afraid, stealing a glance at her grandma, her legs feeling weak on the way back. Lord, you must be tired. I'll prepare tea for you right away. Saying this, the housekeeper straightened her back and turned, pulling her daughter into the kitchen as she left. Ista followed behind Lucio, breaking out in a cold sweat, her mind blank. It was the first time she was so close to him, and she had no idea what to do or what not to do. Having someone familiar should make things easier, right? Ista nodded hurriedly. Yes, my lord. There was no further conversation. Even the mother-daughter duo in the kitchen felt the awkwardness. Mom, why didn't you tell the princess before going to find the Lord? What if the Lord gets angry? Wouldn't we be the ones to suffer? Rachel voiced her concerns quietly in front of her mother. The housekeeper raised her hand and angrily pinched her daughter's elbow, lowering her voice. If the princess doesn't meet the Lord soon, those people will start gossiping again. I'm the princess's maternal family. How can I let outsiders bully us? You little brat. Hurry up and prepare the tea. Rachel felt wronged. She hadn't expected her mother's good temper to be an act. After a few days apart, her ability to scold had grown. Don't be an eyesore here. Hurry up. Although Rachel was furious, she had gotten used to it and didn't want to say anything about how her mother favored the princess, treating her like a precious gem while she was just something to be tossed around. She silently went to prepare. After a while, the housekeeper noticed that the two had nothing to say to each other. At this rate, forget about an early engagement. Even just holding hands seemed difficult. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. The housekeeper took the tea snacks prepared by her daughter, smiling as she walked to the main hall, deliberately stopping beside Lucio, glancing at him, and then secretly signaling Ista. Unfortunately, the eye contact failed. Lord, this tea is made from jasmine flowers that our princess personally planted. Please have a taste. Do you like it? Lucio politely picked up the white porcelain teacup and took a small sip. Lord, this is osmanthus cake made by our princess herself. Please have a taste too? Lucio glanced sideways for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze and shook his head, his expression suddenly changing, which made the housekeeper too afraid to say more. She felt like a telephone pole, unable to move forward or backward. Oh, my lord, I know you're busy. You don't have to worry about me. I'm doing well. You go ahead. When Ista spoke, her tongue nearly stumbled several times, her hands and feet cold as iron, not daring to look up at all. Lucio could see her nervousness, but he didn't take it to heart. Since there was no need to stay, he naturally wouldn't linger for even a second longer. Lucio left the Spire Castle and, either intentionally or unintentionally, walked near the coal mine, where he saw 1748 rolling up her sleeves to work, which made him regard her with newfound respect. After watching for a few minutes, he turned and found that Harlan was also there. He approached in silence, not showing any irritation, just using his thumb and index finger to catch Harlan's shirt and walked him to the base of a camphor tree. You hear? The intent of the whole sentence was, Harlan, weren't you supposed to inspect the land to the west? What did you end up here? Since Harlan was the one speaking, Lucio could simplify things. Lord, it's like this. 1748 asked me to help her check those black stones that were dug out. Lucio almost smiled and turned to look at the coal mine. Lord, if you disagree, I will finish my own work first. Harlan felt uneasy, knowing he had his own pile of tasks to complete. Go ahead. Harlan left with his tools, and, in the next second, 1748 noticed that Harlan was nowhere to be found near the coal mine, and was looking around when she fortuitously spotted Lucio lying in a hammock, swaying back and forth. Upon closer inspection, 1748 found that he still looked quite pleased, a cold smile blossoming on his mud-streaked face. Is the sun rising from the west today? Are you suffering from a fracture or a heat stroke? Lucio instinctively rolled his eyes. If you have something to ask me, just ask. There's no need to make things difficult for my subordinates. Well, it turns out that after all this time, you were the one who chased Harlan away. 1748 smirked silently, taking the opportunity to spin Lucio and the hammock around 360 degrees, 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Then, suddenly letting go, she stood with her hands on her hips, laughing as she watched Lucio cover his mouth with both hands, grasping the edges of the hammock, looking disheveled in the wind. Does anyone actually enjoy being played with? The answer is certainly yes. There must be someone, like Lucio, who looked thoroughly pleased. Is your brain flooded or something? 1748 even began to doubt whether her eyes were playing tricks on her. Could you not smile so happily at me? I'm getting goosebumps all over. Don't you want to give it a try? 1748 didn't think Lucio would dare to move against her, raising her chin with a look that said, come at me. Hey, put me down. 1748 punched and kicked, only to realize that the other party was just teasing her. You. Lucio's expression changed faster than the weather, instantly dropping the playful facade and adopting his naturally serious poker face. What do you want to do with those black stones? 1748 was still angry that Lucio allowed himself to embrace her most sensitive waist, huffing as she turned her head. What's wrong with making reasonable use of resources? For example, 1748 had indeed thought this through. She noticed many women liked to wear large jewelry, while some men especially loved black earrings. She thought if those black stones could yield something useful to make into jewelry, it would be more cost-effective than hoarding them. Lucio thought the idea was quite good. At least, until a result was produced, he didn't want to dismiss it outright. He encouraged 1748 to go ahead and do it, promising to meet her requests as long as they weren't excessive. 1748 was quite surprised by this. She had expected him to deny and criticize her, to belittle her until she felt worthless and then mock her thoroughly. Unknowingly, she found herself having to change some of her initial impressions of him. Chapter 012. Engagement ceremony. After several experiments, Harlan selectively cut off the excess parts of the black stone, and it indeed looked much more elegant and upscale. At first glance, it was almost indistinguishable from black diamonds. Lucio was quite satisfied with the final product, which exceeded his expectations, and couldn't help but think of the recently popular diamond-themed fashion show. He instructed Harlan to collaborate with 1748 and, if possible, to gather 12 stones by next week and have the recognized beauty, Roy, walk the runway. If they really achieved this, Jiguala might just become a rising star. And when any commercial activities came up, people from CZCOP would come looking for him. Thus, this star would only shine brighter. The so-called fashion show was held once every 10 years, and each planet could only choose one contestant. The champion would naturally become the top ambassador of their home, and also enjoy a month-long tour of the universe. The exposure for that planet would undoubtedly increase significantly, bringing many benefits. Unlike that, 1748 didn't think that far ahead. She just hoped to find a coal mine soon. Even if it was just a tiny clue about her compatriots, she would be overjoyed. All the buildings on Jiguala had already taken shape, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would be perfectly completed by early next month. However, what everyone on the planet was concerned about was not when a certain mall would be completed, but rather the posters released for the fashion show, along with the beach photos of the girls participating from various planets. 1748 heard people say that Lucio had previously rolled his eyes at such superficial events. But now he was slapping himself in the face, shamelessly coercing her to gather 12 black stones. He claimed that the constellations were 12, the zodiac was 12. The hours were also 12. The number 12 was auspicious and filled with a mysterious sense of ritual. Ugh. 1748 gave him a big eye roll. Despite her complaints, considering the rewards, 1748 indeed managed to gather 12 black stones. Their color was purer, and the shapes cut from them were much more elegant, making them indistinguishable from those precious real jewelry. 1748 had been busy day and night, and just as she was resting at home for less than an hour, she was bombarded by countless calls from Claire, driving her to the brink of collapse. The cactus went to Barbara CAF to meet Claire on behalf of 1748. Claire did not expect 1748 to pull such a stunt. She had to concede. Little sister, has your sister signed up for the supermodel competition? The cactus made a no gesture, pouted, and said in a babyish voice, Sister, let me tell you, if the Lord finds out about the registration, her qualification for the competition has been canceled. Before Claire could complain about what kind of nonsense sister that was, her mind started short-circuiting upon hearing that. No, didn't I tell her to register anonymously? How could this be discovered? Of course, sister is angry now and is sulking on the sofa about it. The cactus felt it was unfair for 1748. It turned out that 1748 had just managed to grab the last registration spot. On that day, she had carefully disguised herself, and no one recognized her. Just as she was about to successfully register, she unfortunately ran into Keto. That wasn't even the worst part. Lucio also showed up later, ruthlessly exposing her, casually saying he wanted to see the selected model in person. As a result, 1748 was eliminated in the first round. What was even more infuriating was that she saw Ista's female steward flaunting herself in front of her, and that smug little look made her want to strangle her on the spot. 1748 couldn't swallow this anger. She felt it necessary to find Lucio and clarify why other women were just women, while she had become a half-beast. At this moment, Lucio was sorting through the clothes the models were to wear, with the standards being, no need for sexiness, must be flamboyant, must be shocking. Several designers were almost going bald trying to sew outfits that met the standards. As a result, everyone stood before Lucio, not daring to breathe. Lord, 1748 is here again. Harlan whispered to Lucio. Lucio's brows furrowed into a line. Then he raised his left hand. Go. Yes, Lord. Everyone except Harlan backed out of the large makeup room. You too. Harlan nodded, took all the eliminated clothes, and tossed them into a bamboo basket to carry out. Then 1748 walked in sideways. Is it interesting for you to target me like this? The words came out of her mouth, and if she didn't want to disturb the people outside, her fist could have reached Lucio's face in a second. Are you in such a hurry? Lucio sneered, glancing back with a smile, then continued, You a coal miner. A water heater, still want to be a model? 1748 raised the corners of her mouth and furrowed her brows fiercely. With my long legs, long arms, and monkeys can be models, so can pigs dig coal? She said it lightly, but Lucio's expression was filled with coldness. Roar. Monkeys and pig heads can still control you. The dignified lord, mind your tongue. 1748 smiled slightly, her hands moving quickly, grabbing Lucio's elegant swan neck, and with a bang, she bumped her forehead against his. Let me tell you now what it means to lift a stone and hit your own foot. Tis-K. Lucio raised his hand to brush over his forehead, sneering. I can only say, this pig or monkey is not an ordinary species. Is it that you have an opinion about me, evolving into this? Why is it that only I get eliminated? Even if you were just going through the motions, could you at least take it seriously? 1748 was genuinely upset. Lucio looked her up and down. Look at yourself. 1748 glanced down. So what? You're dressed in rags. Your legs are long, but looking at the clothes, you just become a rag. Lucio casually picked up a piece of fabric. Now, take a look at this. If it were you, which one would you like? Being called out like this and comparing it, 1748 felt that Lucio had a point. But she had no money and couldn't afford to customize clothes with high-quality fabric. You judge people by their appearance. One day you will face retribution. 1748 retorted, I just like this outfit. Whether you like it or not, that's none of your business. Listen to the people outside. Who's not a noble lady? Just you? Lucio turned his head. Even their attendants are not qualified. This made 1748 remember that the young and cute attendant she had seen beside Ista before was indeed very well dressed. So what? I like it so much. How can I come? 1748 was filled with anger. She was worried about exploding on the spot and hurting others. So she let him off the hook for now. Only 1748 dared to roll her eyes in front of Lucio and still talk back. She was upset inside. How could a person be labeled just because of their attire? Noble woman, socialite. If she were to say, they were just a bunch of frogs and toads wearing clothes. But that wasn't right. Ista was different from them. 1748 muttered to herself, also, compared to girls like her, I really don't seem like a woman. Forget it, forget it. I'm not an ordinary woman. So I won't trouble myself over these. She was too focused and didn't notice that right in front of her, Ista in a floor-length gown and her female steward were walking hand in hand. When she looked up, the two were only an arm's length away from her. Ista, were you going dressed like that? She asked naturally. The female steward curled her lips, deliberately puffed out her chest, and looked at 1748's face. Miss, please do not casually call out our princess's name. Also, like us, you should refer to her as princess. The younger sister, 1748, rolled her eyes, disregarding the so-called rules, and turned to stare at Ista. You wouldn't mind if I called you that, would you? Ista and 1748 weren't close enough to be casual with each other, but Ista found her oddly amusing, which lifted her spirits, so she nodded in agreement. That's more like it. 1748 winked at the female steward, proudly shrugging her shoulders. Sister, didn't this dress cost a lot of money? The female steward almost burst out laughing. What a joke. This was sewn together stitch by our princess. What does money matter? 1748 gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Old lady at your age, talking too much can kill brain cells quickly, and you might just drop dead. Seeing the female steward's furious expression, Ista first whispered a few comforting words before quickly taking over 1748's conversation. To be honest, today is the day I'm getting engaged to the Lord. I hope you can come, okay? 1748 was taken aback. She had thought they were already engaged, not realizing it was just a ceremony that made things so complicated. She wanted to agree but had not slept well for several days, so she politely declined. Ista didn't blame her for not agreeing, as she knew 1748 had been extremely busy lately. Whether she attended or not didn't really matter, especially since even Ista herself wasn't keen on going. Ista's father's interference and repeated urgings had unintentionally forced Lucio to quickly choose a date to get engaged. King was pleased, unaware that the key factor behind Lucio's hasty decisions was that he had reached the age for marriage. If he didn't get engaged soon, he might have to accept a woman he had never met as his wife. The engagement banquet was held outdoors in a large venue, decorated with artificial flowers and plants all around. There were 30 long tables made of pear wood, covered with creamy white cotton tablecloths trimmed with lace, and abundant delicacies with a wide variety of drinks. There were 275 silk-covered chairs arranged in a square. The number of invitees was actually only 1% of the initially drafted list. One side of the banquet featured a newly completed wishing well, with a statue of Cupid embracing Psyche standing in it, and 100 springs underneath spraying water of various colors. Many guests who received invitations tossed coins into the well to make wishes, especially the single ones. The banquet had already started, and Quito was searching for his brother everywhere without success. He spotted Haroon and asked him, only to find out that he didn't know where Lucio had gone either. As the main characters were about to make their appearance and speak, Quito felt secretly pleased, his gaze sweeping over the guests' faces as he mentally prepared his apology. Chapter 013. The difficulties of wealth. The church bells rang 3 times, signaling 10 o'clock. At this moment, Lucio was holding Ista's hand, truly resembling a princess and prince stepping out of fairy tale, gracefully approaching and stopping at the stone platform. The man was handsome and robust, while the woman was beautiful and enchanting. Standing together, they made many single girls envious and single men turn away in sadness. Meanwhile, a group of guests from Kabia cheered with excitement. Everyone was waiting to hear what this couple would say, such as how they met, who pursued whom, when they planned to get married and have children. In fact, Lucio only made a symbolic appearance before taking Ista out of everyone's sight. Moreover, he instructed his fiancée, Maid, not to let her stay out too long and to return as early as possible. After saying this, he was the first to leave. Ista did not feel wronged or embarrassed. She let out a sigh of relief, thinking about finally being able to eat or drink something to soothe her stomach, which made her quite happy. However, the maid held her arm, preventing her from leaving. "Your Highness, Lord, isn't it a bit unfair to do this? After all, you are his fiancée. Isn't it only natural to introduce yourself? It's one thing not to mention it, but on such an important day, he actually left you behind. That's really unreasonable." Ista didn't care. Just as she was about to console her dear mother, she suddenly turned and saw Lucio. After the maid greeted him, she immediately lowered her head. Lucio remained expressionless, waving for Ista to follow him to another place. "At the entrance, my lord, my dear mother." "No, the maid didn't mean to speak ill of you, Lucio didn't really listen to her words. He waved his hand to interrupt her. "You don't have to be afraid of me." Ista's heart skipped a beat as she replied, "Yes." "You feel wronged?" Ista quickly shook her head. "No, my lord. I don't feel wronged, nor am I dissatisfied. Your arrangements are all very good. Speak the truth." Ista instinctively swallowed hard and didn't dare to look into his eyes. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "I know that you're marrying me because you are kind and want to help us in Cabia. I will always remember your great kindness." Lucio realized that she was instinctively afraid of him. Thinking back to the scene in 1748 where she wanted to peel off her own skin and drink her own blood, he couldn't help but sigh. Despite both being women, the difference was so vast. "I am not entirely here to help you. It's just mutual benefit," Lucio said, staring at the top of her head. "No need for thanks. If you feel wronged, you can break off the engagement at any time." Ista didn't know what to say. "I have no feelings for you." Although Ista didn't feel sad upon hearing this, she still felt a hint of disappointment. "You may return." "Yes." Lucio noticed that King hadn't revealed a word to his daughter and still regarded himself as a benefactor. He smiled, thinking, "I am merely a not-so-obvious demon." This time, Lucio truly intended to go back and rest. On the way, he saw two figures swaying ahead. As he approached, he found it was Cactus and Melon. "My lord, the big sister is about to fall into the drain," Melon shouted in a panic, holding on to one of Lucio's legs. Cactus's small face turned pale with fright. She stared wide-eyed at Lucio, blinking, and the next second, burst into tears. "It's my fault that the big sister is gone." Lucio was bewildered. He picked up one child in each arm and rushed into the 1748 household. As soon as Cactus's feet touched the ground, she grabbed Lucio's hand and rushed to the bathroom. "My lord, look." Inside the bathtub, only half of the black water remained, along with bubbles surfacing. "Woo woo woo. My lord, please save the big sister," Cactus cried, wiping her tears and sniffing. "You two go outside." Saying this, Lucio lifted the arms of both children and placed them in the living room, then returned and closed the bathroom door behind him. He approached the bathtub, squatted down, and with a look of disgust, bared his teeth, rolled up his left sleeve, and fished around in the water. He just happened to touch something hard at the outlet. However, it was stuck. He felt helpless and caught a glimpse of a small comb on the sink. He broke off a tooth and, relying on instinct, managed to fish out the coal block. "Hey!" He slapped the coal block a few times. "Are you dead?" Cough, 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 cough. 1748 moved slightly and coughed. "Speak." 1748 suddenly felt as if she had flown from hell to heaven. "Hey, speak." Lucio slapped a few times harder. "Speak." Cough, cough, cough. "Are you trying to kill me?" 1748 spat out some water, which in Lucio's eyes looked like a coal block leaking water. "Let me down." 1748 felt a bit better and coughed. "Next time, don't do stupid things. You scared both kids to death," Lucio said as he let the water out of the bathtub and intentionally tossed 1748 into it. Without Lucio saying anything, 1748 would no longer fall asleep while taking a bath, preventing the tragedy of accidentally reverting to her original form and drowning. When she dressed and emerged from the bathroom, she found the two children staring at her eagerly, as if she had just been unearthed like an artifact. "Where's your lord?" She pretended to be nonchalant as she walked and asked, then collapsed onto the soft sofa. Cactus was pushed by Melon and naturally leaned back, her little legs almost tangling and tripping. Big sister, the Lord has left, but he left this. 1748, still a bit dazed, slapped her face a few times, opened one eye, and looked at the card in Cactus's hand, asking, "What is this?" Melon explained, "It's her ID card." Upon hearing this, 1748 jumped up excitedly, grabbing her ID card and kissing it repeatedly, grinning foolishly at the ceiling and the floor. Melon secretly poked Cactus's bottom, signaling her to continue. Big sister. Cactus smiled exaggeratedly, her teeth clearly visible. The Lord said, "You tell that person the ID card has money. Go buy some high-end fabric to customize clothes for all 4 seasons. Bags, shoes, socks, and also buy all the cosmetics and jewelry. At that time, he will consider whether you can participate in the competition." That was it. 1748's mouth twitched up and down, clearly looking like she wanted to hit someone. Melon sensed that the atmosphere was off and quickly stepped forward, quietly taking Cactus's hand, saying, "We have delivered the message. Sister, you should rest early. Good night." Before the words were finished, the 2 little ones dashed away in a flash. 1748 put away her fierce expression, tightly clutched her ID card, and returned to her room to rest. Before this, 1748 had no idea what it felt like to be wealthy, thinking it wouldn't be much different from eating and peeing. In the end, it really wasn't much better. The so-called limited edition designer bags didn't appeal to her at all. She couldn't understand why those so-called wealthy women liked to carry bags made of animal skin, twisting like a clown snake on the road. In the scene where a group of women reverted to their primal state, frantically snatching up a pair of bizarre shoes with at least 20 centimeters of height, made her laugh until she almost urinated. Additionally, there was another strange sight, dozens of women wearing the same floor-length gown as Ista. And if it weren't for their different faces, she would truly admire their mothers. Their bellies were indeed bottomless pits. Only the candy store and the winery can make her heart flutter. It's better to enjoy together than alone. 1748 wrote the delivery address as the office building, and she also hopes they can deliver before noon. The whole morning, 1748 was digging coal while drooling. When it was time for lunch break, she rushed to the office building, telling Claire that Harlan would be waiting for her downstairs in 5 minutes. Claire had been modifying images for half a day, along with other colleagues' unsuccessful drafts, and her brain was about to explode. Lewin, it's one thing for 1748 to invite me to dinner, but why did you bring her along too?" Harlan wrinkled his nose and continued working hard. "Hey, don't work so hard, all right? It makes me look like I'm just here eating for free. Did you hear that?" Claire grabbed a stress relief doll and threw it at his head. "Stop messing around. Let us go." 1784, let us go eat. When 1748 saw that only Claire came down, she didn't ask anything, and pulled out a bouquet of rainbow lollipops from behind her back. "How about this? Idol, this is amazing." Claire instinctively swallowed, pointed, and asked, "Can I have one?" "This is for you, and also this." 1748 pulled out an inflatable doll from behind her and shook it vigorously. "Listen, it's filled with milk-flavored hard candy. Do you think Harlan will like it?" This." Claire felt she was enough of a flirt, but suddenly realized she was nowhere near as good as 1748. Just then, Lucio and his brother Keto came downstairs to go to the restaurant and unintentionally passed by a small table near the Roman columns. Catching a glimpse of 1748 holding a crazy inflatable doll. In an instant, Lucio couldn't bear to look. An unnamed anger surged from the depths of his heart. He could not tolerate anyone bringing something colorful to his workplace, but he couldn't bring himself to give orders. So reluctantly, he turned his head and said, "Keto, I need you to handle this." Keto immediately broke out in a cold sweat, just as Keto hesitated and prepared to toughen up and walk over. A woman appeared in front of him, a breathtaking beauty named Ruai, who could drive ordinary men crazy. "Your Highness, there's someone over there being a pervert. I'm so scared." Keto's subtext was, "Why should I care?" He didn't even glance at her and walked straight towards 1748. "You two, come with me." 1748 glanced at Claire, who was trembling and didn't know what she was afraid of. Turning her head, she noticed Lucio making a gesture to poke out his eyes at her, and then he walked away without any explanation. Chapter 014. Are you trying to watch me bathe? Idle, let's go outside first. Claire immediately admitted defeat, pulling 1748 along as they followed Kuduo out of the building. Where's this place? Who allowed you to bring such things in here? Kuduo deliberately turned her head away, not looking at the undressed doll. Little brother, what did this doll do to you? If you like it, I can give it to you. Kuduo put on a stern face. Crazy woman, where did you get the money to buy these? 1748 counted on his fingers, my brother. Claire looked astonished. My brother? Kuduo didn't believe it. How much? 1748. I don't know, he just told me to swipe casually. And then what did you do? 1748 still wanted to ask Kuduo about that. You both are sick. What I buy is my own business. Keep this doll, don't follow us. After saying this, 1748 grabbed Claire and headed towards the coal mine. On the other side, Lucio took Ruoi to the makeup room, instructing all the makeup artists to choose the most suitable look for the fashion show, with outfits being a secondary consideration for now. He had decided to let 1748 try on the most figure-flattering off-shoulder fishtail dress for the occasion, spending only 3 minutes by Ruoi's side. Lucio didn't do this on purpose. He was just checking on the construction of the nearby amusement park. After he left, Ruoi busied herself with removing her makeup. The makeup artists present didn't dare to go against her, and after avoiding her, they secretly reported to Lucio's subordinates. I ask you, how far has that woman progressed with the Lord? Ruoi adjusted the straps of her lingerie. Noticing their silence, she frowned. Speak up. We don't know. By the way, did any of you attend the Lord's engagement ceremony yesterday? No. Ruoi frowned, deciding to go meet her in person, not knowing 1748's residence. She thought nothing of it and simply went to the office building, feeling that a chance encounter wouldn't be bad. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't see a single figure at the bottom of the building. She didn't have that much patience. Slinging her designer bag over her shoulder and strutting out in her high heels. The sun was blazing, and she didn't want her delicate flower to suffer. She temporarily contacted the company's Black Extended Lincoln, planning to find a cool CAF to sit for a while. As for finding 1748, it was instantly cast aside. But everything has its coincidences. 1748 had returned home from the coal mine, and the cactus and cantaloupe wanted to eat hamburgers, saying a new store had opened near Shiza Road. The kids' meal was half price for the second item. 1748's ears were nearly bursting from the noise, and reluctantly, she agreed. Before going out, she merely washed her face, changed out of her cold dust-covered t-shirt, and casually put on a blue and white striped shirt that looked like something an IT guy would wear, paired with ripped jeans and pure white canvas shoes. This outfit, topped off with a bright red baseball cap, made her look from a distance like a silly youth. The kids' current aesthetic wasn't set, and in their innocent eyes, 1748 looked great in anything. So cool. 1748 always had a lollipop in her mouth, holding the cactus with one hand and the cantaloupe with the other as they walked down the street, not sensing anything strange, though they attracted countless curious gazes. Upon entering the fast food restaurant, the attention they garnered rivaled the scorching sun outside. 2 kids' meals, 1 cup of ice-cold cola with no sugar. 1748 remained oblivious, paying no mind, and ordered the meals, lifting the 2 kids onto a 1-meter-high, rotating mushroom seat. Big sister, why is everyone staring at you? The cactus licked his sticky fingers, covered in melted milk candy. Who knows? The meals arrived. Shall we eat outside? 1748 wasn't used to staying in a closed, air-conditioned room. Sure. 1748 found a nice spot on a patch of plastic grass. Just as the 3 of them sat down, Roy suddenly appeared behind the cactus. 3 minutes earlier, she had seen 1748 and followed them. You get up. 1748 looked up, raising an eyebrow. What for? I have something to say to you. Roy was still somewhat polite while speaking. After all, she didn't want to expose her temper on their first meeting. Just say it. If you have something to say, then get lost. 1748 opened the paper box containing the hamburger for the 2 kids, not saying anything more. Ruoi, with a face full of disdain, maintained a distance of 3 meters from 1748, worried her designer bag might get dirty from that remark, gritting her teeth and raising her fingers. Said, I heard you want to participate in the fashion show competition too. But to be honest with your looks and figure, you'll be sent back immediately if you want to cock a star. Let me advise you, you should have some self-awareness. 1748 bit opened the ketchup packet, and intentionally or not, squirted some on Ruai's incessant mouth, making it look like she had just spat blood. You, I'm going to find the Lord, you. Ruai said while pulling out a heart-shaped mirror. 1748 cover the kid's ears. Are you possessed? It's just ketchup, not plasma. You, Ruai looked wronged, having held back for a long time and not saying a word. Your makeup is ruined, ketchup is on your bag, and oh, I'm not human. By the way, next time don't scream like that. It's awkward if someone sees and misunderstands. After dropping that line, 1748 turned and walked away with the two kids. Lucio witnessed the whole scene, unsure whether to laugh or not, feeling that 1748 was quite unique and indeed suited for the theme of this fashion show. In the evening, after a fun-filled afternoon with the kids, 1748 counted on her fingers and realized it had been an unprecedentedly relaxing few hours. The only regret was running into that nonsensical Ruai. Before sleeping, 1748 told the kids a story, and halfway through, she closed her eyes and asked, "What does Ruai do?" The cactus sat up holding the fairy tale book. She is a model, quite famous. 1748 tilted her head against the cantaloupe's shoulder. No way. Can you get famous just like that? The cantaloupe paused, explaining. She is the #1 model contestant in Cock a Star. Her legs are like 145 centimeters long, the longest among female models. Leg queen. The cactus nodded. Yes, sister. She is here to walk a show. Many people will pay her company. And sometimes the Universe Bureau sponsors her too. Wow, looks like she really has some skills. 1748 nodded. Why is she provoking me? Does she have a problem? The cantaloupe pushed 1748's head. Sitting up, no, big sister. Other women say she has a strong sense of jealousy. This means, sister, you're amazing. Is that so? No, I'm just average. 1748 felt delighted. Sister, we're tired, want to sleep. Actually, they were hypnotized by 1847's infectious laughter. 1748 tiptoed out of the kids' room, stretched, yawned several times, and just as she was about to return to her room to sleep, she heard a knock on the door. She thought she was hearing things, froze in place for a few seconds, then a series of clear beeping sounds floated into her ears. Before she could say anything, 1748 reached out to block the door. It's so late. What are you doing here? You didn't even look at me during the day. So what? Are you feeling amorous at night? Lucio bit his lip and rolled his eyes, retorting, what does it mean to have spring feelings? Well, I know she's just talking nonsense. Next time, be careful when you speak. Or I might misunderstand. 1748 felt that this sentence sounded familiar, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Hey, what are you doing at my house? Lucio had already walked to the sofa, casually tossing a light brown paper bag onto it, then turned back coldly and said, change into it. Change into what? As she spoke, she had already untied the crimson bow on top and glanced at the contents inside. Are you kidding me? Don't you want to compete? Try changing into it. After Lucio said that, he sat on the sofa, looking at 1748 with the demeanor of a boss watching a subordinate. No way. I'd rather drown than wear that thing. 1748 hated satin. All right, then I'll take it as you giving up. Hey, you brat. 1748 stopped him. What exactly are you trying to pull? I've seen that goddess-level model of yours. She will definitely like it, so get it to her. Are you sure? 1748 shrugged. Of course. Lucio was a bit surprised, smirking sideways. How do you say firecracker? Pillable, 1748 said proudly. Lightning? Kacha. Train? Woo. Lucio slightly admired 1748's creativity. Ahem, you must wear it. Also, go boil some water for me. You've been absent for a week. 1748 counted and realized it had indeed been a week. She had to fulfill what she had promised, even if it meant bleeding otherwise. She would give someone a reason to sing about it, and she wouldn't let Lucio have the upper hand. But she refused to try on that dress. She had been to Lucio's water villa more than once or twice, and even saw him half-naked, actually semi-naked, who told her to be so pure-hearted, having no thoughts about him at all. He was just a walking body, nothing more. Ahem, such low work efficiency, your pay will be deducted. Lucio threw out this line and headed straight into the bathroom. TSK. 1748 had never heard of herself having a salary. Wait, she suddenly felt foolish. Who works without pay? She boldly pushed open the door and stormed in the bathroom, which was twice the size of her bedroom, slamming her hand on the marble sink. You give me my salary back. 1748 looked up, recalling hearing a former absentee worker say, I heard that if you work part-time here, you get $250 a day. I've been doing this for almost a month, so 1748 lost at math. Lucio had an expression of someone who was enjoying the show, continuing to take off his black jacket, white shirt, and pink tank top, then turned back coldly and said, Are you trying to watch me take a shower? Chapter 015. Have I been too good to you? 1748 was in a mess. Her mind swirling with numbers forming cliques and strategizing for a fight. Then it broke out. Suit yourself, she huffed. After Lucio finished speaking, he unbuckled his belt and slowly pulled it out, his cold gaze landing directly on 1748's blushing face, drifting back and forth. Damn it! 1748 watched as Lucio's pants fell to the white tiles with a loud thud. You really took them off. What else? Why you don't move? I'm going out. I'm going out. 1748 felt that if she didn't leave soon, her eyes would suffer 1,000 points of damage. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, 1748 still tried to calculate her salary, waiting for Lucio, who only wrapped a white towel around himself and came out barefoot. She suddenly turned around and nearly spat out water. Can you put on some clothes before coming out? 1748 stomped her foot angrily. Damn it. This is my house. Why should I wear clothes? Lucio replied with a hint of smile. Why, you're ruthless. 1748 turned her back and jumped onto the sofa. You can pay me now. How much? If you can't calculate, then don't pay me. Lucio's black, fluffy short hair was damp, especially the strands on his forehead sticking together, making him look somewhat comical. I need to calm down. In fact, 1748 couldn't take it anymore. Lucio didn't expect 1748 to suddenly do a backflip and land squarely on him without hesitation. So, are you going to pay or not? 1748 held his neck with one hand and grabbed his bangs with the other, her eyes fixed on the European-style chandelier above. How much? Are you asking for a beating? Lucio remained calm, even feeling a bit pleased inside, watching her looking like she wanted to tear him apart, yet not daring to meet his gaze, finding it oddly cute and stirring his emotions. Is it worth getting angry over $5,750? 1748. No, you're the one being aggressive, not a good person. What's wrong with bullying you? Lucio chuckled coldly a few times. You've already spent your salary. You still want it? How about I give it to you in meat compensation? Without thinking, 1748, in a fit of rage, slapped Lucio across the face several times. Let me tell you, a murderer like you, a pervert, should die 100 times. After saying that, 1748 turned and walked away. Lucio lay on the cold floor, half smiling and half annoyed, covering his stinging cheek with his hand, staring at the chandelier, swaying back and forth, unable to help but laugh. This guy, really ruthless. Lucio sat up, noticing the towel slipping off, not worried about exposing himself, and casually returned to his bedroom to change clothes. Bro? Hearing the sound, Lucio peeked out, coldly replying, What are you doing here? Hand over the keys. Quito glanced around the living room, but saw nothing unusual, walking a few steps to Lucio and grinning. Bro, was that 1748 who just left? Lucio glanced at him, but didn't reply. She seemed really angry. Quito couldn't keep his thoughts to himself, and his face clearly showed he had something to ask. Actually, what? Quito turned sideways. I heard everything. Bro, why did you scare her? She's just a rough girl. What if it really turns into a fight? I'm worried. Worried about me not being able to beat her? Lucio frowned, his mouth turned down, looking quite displeased. No. She is a bit crazy, just in case. Quito smiled, but seeing his brother's expression, his smile gradually faded. Bro, don't push me away. I still have things to ask you. You're not worried about giving her your ID? She seems different. Strange, bro. Saying more was useless. Quito was shut out. And even when he shouted until his throat hurt, Lucio had no intention of responding. With only a few days left until the fashion show, the contestants who successfully registered were correcting their postures, extending their wall practice time and focusing on their runway walks. 1748 was notified that she could compete, but she still prioritized the coal mine and those workers, leaving her practice time almost zero. Meanwhile, Ista had registered early under the name of Kabia. However, now that she was Lucio's fiancée, she heard he didn't like such activities and had canceled the participation a few days ago, now focused on designing the contestants' outfits. When she heard that 1748 could compete, she hurriedly had Rachel send her 2 sets of clothes, but they were all returned. The reason was 1748 didn't want to accept any material help from anyone while she was broke. Rachel felt wronged on Ista's behalf and had a poor impression of 1748. On the day of the fashion show, Jiguala welcomed contestants from 104 different planets for the competition, including preliminary rounds, advancing rounds, and the final round, which Lucio entrusted entirely to Keto. He could just be an overseer. He was somewhat looking forward to 1748's performance, but he didn't care about the results of the competition. However, right after the preliminary round ended, he didn't see 1748 at all. By the time the advancing round took place, he still hadn't seen her. All the previous anticipation faded away, and he felt disappointed in her. Thinking he had overestimated her, she had ultimately faltered at a critical moment. For the subsequent matches, he had no extra mood to watch and planned to go back and take a bath to relax. On the way, Cactus and Melon suddenly appeared, each hugging Lucio's thigh. "Master, please go take a look at the coal mine. The big sister can't handle so many people alone. Help her out, Master." The 2 kids spoke one after the other, their innocent and expectant eyes blinking at him. Lucio's mind was racing, but he didn't ask anything, grabbing one and hopping into a giant RV to head to the coal mine. Rather than a coal mine, Lucio thought it looked like a human mine, densely packed with moving heads. The 2 kids nervously clung to Lucio's arm, and Cactus sniffled, pointing, "Master, the big sister is inside." Melon added, "We don't know how many are injured in there, Master." Lucio still didn't know about this, his brow furrowing and the corners of his mouth turning down slightly. "Why you go call the hospital?" A short sentence that took Lucio great effort to say. The kids blinked, quickly nodding their heads, then turned and ran off hand in hand. When the coal miners saw Lucio's real presence, they all instinctively made way for him, though nervousness, curiosity, and various other emotions intertwined. None dared to look directly at the master. Lucio moved quickly, the small stones and muddy ground not affecting him at all. And after walking through the snake-like path he had stepped on, he spotted 1748 squatting at the end. "Is anyone out there? Hurry and bring some clean towels and water." "Did you hear me?" 1748's voice sounded like she had run out of patience. Lucio grabbed a worker bringing water, took the half-dry, half-wet towels and a case of water, and walked a few steps to 1748's back. With a thud, a case of 36 bottles of water fell to the ground. "Towels!" Lucio bent down and neatly folded the towels, placing them in her hands. "Go help me see the others." Lucio hesitated for 3 seconds, grabbed 3 bottles of water, turned, and walked towards the workers leaning against the stone wall, personally unscrewing the bottle caps and pouring water for them. "Cough, cough, cough, 1748. Do you feel any pain or have any parts that can't move?" "Cough, cough, cough, it seems. Cough, cough, no." "Very good. I'll carry you out now." Saying this, 1748 turned around, patted his shoulders. "Get on." Lucio was stunned to see 1748 carrying a man who weighed at least 50 kilograms, while in front, he was holding someone who either wasn't tall enough due to altitude or was a child, wobbling as they walked out. The sound of ambulances could be heard from inside the mine. Lucio roughly counted there were still 6 left. He recapped the bottles and casually picked up a man, following 1748's pace out. After the paramedics and other workers present had sent all the unconscious or lethargic individuals to the ambulance, the mine entrance was temporarily sealed off. The remaining workers packed their things and went home, waiting for notification on when to return to work. At this point, night had fallen, and the stars and moon had gone back to sleep with insufficient light, especially near the coal mine, which was shrouded in thick darkness, and an unnoticeable chill began to creep in. 1748 was extremely tired, sighed, and plopped down at the entrance of the mine, her unfocused eyes staring at the rectangular stone door. She completely forgot about the fashion show, not worried about anything strange appearing around her. She supported her chin with one hand and dozed off, pecking like a chick, and surprisingly fell asleep. Lucio watched all of this, forcing a smile, glanced around awkwardly, and walked over to Princess, carry 1748 back to his villa. He couldn't stand her white shirt, which was covered in mud and coal dust, with holes filled with coal slag. He really wanted to know how she managed to take sloppiness to the extreme after changing into his own set of home pajamas. He carried her into the bathroom, put on protective gloves, and carefully washed her hair. Then, without hesitation, he tossed her into a bathtub that was only 1/3 full of hot water. She fell asleep, soaking in the bath while he paced outside, feeling that he shouldn't be so nice to her. Cough, 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 achoo. Hearing the sound, he quickly stopped at the bathroom door. But after not hearing any more noise, he reluctantly opened the door crack and saw that she was just coughing a few times and then turned to continue sleeping. At that moment, a devilish smile appeared on his face as he scooped her up and walked directly to the balcony, hanging her on an extended and widened clothes rack, letting her air dry naturally. Chapter 016. Ambiguity is not fun. The next day at dawn, the early birds had already fed their chicks, flying back and forth countless times. Meanwhile, 1748 was still hanging on the clothes rack, sound asleep. The sun was shining on her backside, yet she continued to snore. She had a dream. She had beaten Lucio badly, leaving him bruised and begging for mercy. In the dream, her left hand held a fine wine, and her right hand was filled with rainbow lollipops, making her incredibly happy. Although the dream was beautiful, it had to come to an end. When she opened her eyes, 1748 found herself suspended in midair, able to spin with any slight movement. No wonder I felt so comfortable while sleeping. It felt like flying. Turns out I really was in the sky. But wait, 1748 realized slowly that countless iron clips were clamped on her arms, and moving her head felt just like someone tugging on her hair and pulling her up. Awake? Lucio elegantly lifted his wine glass and deliberately swayed it 3 times. What are you doing in my house? Lucio sneered. Take a good look. 1748's eyes darted around. Why did you bring me to your house? Lucio nearly choked on the red wine. You rushed in here by yourself, he casually lied. 1748's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Unless I got kicked in the head by you. Maybe you really were off last night. He smirked slightly. 1748 thought the one who was off should be him. Stop talking nonsense. Put me down first. Lucio turned and walked a few steps. If you can get up there, you can get down by yourself. Let me count. 1748 ruffled her bangs. 3, 2. 1, 1, 2, 3. You. 1748 swung her elbow. Let me down, you jerk. The coal mine had an accident. Why didn't you report it to me immediately? Lucio said seriously. 1748's nose was in the air. You're too busy thinking about those models to care about our lives. Ugh, if you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have. Her words abruptly stopped. 1748 shrugged and shot a sideways glance at Lucio. When he turned around and saw her mysterious little gaze, he thought it best not to test his curiosity too much. 1748 rolled her eyes and stuck her tongue out at the angry man below. Nah, nah, nah. Seeing him about to leave, she suddenly coughed. Just right. I have something to say to you. Come here for a moment. Lucio hesitated for a few seconds, then set down his wine glass, smirking slightly as he deliberately walked over to 1748. Just as her smile faded, he swiftly raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. Quick, not hard, but very precise. 1748 was taken aback, but it only took a few seconds for her to break free from all the iron clips and leap towards him. With a thud, she landed firmly on him, then changed her position to sit confidently on his chest. One hand gripped his throat, and the other tugged at his earlobe adorned with a fishbone earring, a triumphant smile returning to her face. Lucio, despite appearing calm on the surface, had already anticipated this. You think you can tease me? I'm telling you. 1748 always spoke with a masculine tone. You jerk. Bad boy. She had plenty of insults bottled up inside, but couldn't say them all at once. The coal mine is temporarily closed, so you can take a break. Lucio's response was completely off topic. 1748 felt a bit awkward. Why don't you say something? I can tell you that those workers started getting sick a while ago. I don't know why. They have money, but won't buy medicine or go to the hospital, dragging it out until now. No matter what, you're the boss here. You can't ignore their lives. Why don't you say something? Lucio echoed her words back. Then, he accidentally laughed. What? You can laugh at such a serious topic? Lucio replied. What if it's an infectious disease? Aren't you afraid of getting infected? 1748 loosened her grip, straightened her back. It's just a virus, what's the big deal? This remark inexplicably triggered Lucio's laughter. True, it's no big deal, except for your chest. At that moment, 1748 looked down and realized she was wearing unfamiliar clothes. Just as she was about to deal with the man beneath her, unexpectedly, his large hand covered her eyes. And then her body tilted back naturally and fell to the ground. When she got up, she charged at Lucio with a determination that would surely lead to his demise. At this moment, the spacious villa clearly offered no advantage to 1748. The two ran around like 3-year-olds, back and forth countless times. She chased fiercely while he playfully laughed, only running faster and occasionally setting up obstacles for her. Soon, every clean, tidy, and elegant room became a chaotic mess. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lucio happened to run into the bathroom, and upon hearing the sound, he raised one arm. 1748 thought it was a trick to provoke her curiosity and then turn it against her. So she ignored it and continued to walk over to the lamp with a pine tree shape, frowning. Why aren't you running? 1748's face twisted into a sinister smile. She didn't even know why, but while walking smoothly, she slipped. The lamp hit Lucio squarely on the forehead, and 1748 ended up on top of him. This scene caught the attention of Keto. Your Highness, the Lord seems to be out. I can wait a while longer. The voice belonged to Ista, her lady-in-waiting, who was waiting outside. That Keto quickly turned her head towards Ista, blocking her view with her body. Princess, my brother, doesn't seem to be home. Let's go outside. Okay. Ista readily agreed. Keto bit her lip in frustration as she sent Ista and the lady-in-waiting away. At the bathroom door, the two maintained the same position. Get up. It was clearly similar to what had happened before, but now Lucio felt quite awkward, his cheeks slightly flushed, and his ears reddening. 1748 twisted her wrist, just about to push herself up from the slippery floor when, unexpectedly, she slipped again. It hurt so much. She cried out. I should be the one crying in pain. Lucio pushed her head, which was resting against his heart. You're so heavy. You're almost crushing me. Shut up. Claire said my figure is great. 1748 retorted defiantly, but at the same time, had to admit it hurt. Who was that just now? Nothing. Lucio said as he took off his soaked shirt and tossed it into the bathtub, then went to boil water. I need to take a shower. Why take a shower in broad daylight? Go boil it yourself. I'm going home. Lucio grabbed her collar. Not so fast. Don't make me take action. I'm telling you. I'm very tired and sleepy right now. 1748 yawned several times, not knowing how the workers were doing. Hearing this, Lucio's face darkened instantly. You don't need to worry about the workers. Go boil the water. 1748 turned her body and lifted her head. So, you really are heartless. All right, before you go, return my clothes to me. In the midst of speaking, Lucio entered the bathroom and casually closed the door. I am now engaged and don't want any tabloid news. 1748 thought to herself, whatever, she doesn't care about the pajamas she's wearing. Turning her head, she noticed Lucio was not there, and without a second thought, she stripped down completely. Going out without clothes was something she couldn't do, so she scanned the room and decided to grab the cushion from the sofa, wrapping it around herself and securing it with a clip perfectly. After a while, without hearing any noise outside, Lucio found it strange and opened the door, only to see 1748 wrapped in the sofa cushion heading towards the front door. Don't tell me you're going out like that. Lucio quickly stepped in front of her and asked. 1748 had an expression that said, what is it to you? Get out of my way. But you're a woman, Lucio exclaimed. 1748 rolled her eyes. So what? I advise you to have some awareness as a woman, Lucio kindly reminded her, not wanting her to be seen like this. Although her figure was a bit flat, to be honest, it was indeed quite good. I really don't want to hit you, Lucio said, half smiling, as he held her wrist. Come with me to change into some clothes. Let go. You're hurting me, you know. 1748 replied. Lucio paused for a few seconds, stopped in his tracks, and raised her hand, which was already swollen. If you don't want it to hurt more, you'd better listen to me. 1748 kicked his left calf. Let go. Let go. Can't you understand human language? Lucio looked at her face, showing a hint of grievance, and found it quite cute. It felt as if a rabbit had run into his heart, and he inexplicably wanted to continue teasing her, wanting to be hit by her. Get lost. 1748 showed her fist. Lucio intentionally kept a straight face, making it hard for her to read, and took the opportunity to hoist her onto his shoulder. Not being obedient will come at a price. Ow. 1748 bit down hard on the back of his neck. Lucio couldn't help but think that 1748 should be a dog instead of Cole. 1748 noticed he didn't T-react at all and couldn't T-help but wonder if he was wooden. Hey, if you don't put me down, I'll set you on fire. 1748 didn't T want to resort to violence and try to threaten him. Cough, cough, can you hear me? Before her explosive voice could fade, the villa's front door was suddenly slammed open. Seeing the ambiguous scene, the newcomer almost shouted, "What are you doing lying on my brother?" Keto was so angry that her tongue got tangled, unable to say anything harsher. Chapter 017. Rumors with Supermodel Ruai. Don't get me wrong, your brother is just helping me scratch an itch. 1748 didn't want Keto to think there was anything inappropriate between her and his brother. 1748 forced a smile, secretly gripping Lucio's neck in frustration, signaling him to put her down quickly. Lucio remained indifferent, turning to glance at Keto, asking how the workers were doing now. Keto's eyes went blank, his mind a mess. They were mostly awake, but still quite weak. And the doctor suggested they stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. As Lucio carried 1748 upstairs, Keto followed closely behind, making faces at her. Xiao Duo, make sure she cleans this place up before you let her go. I'm heading to the hospital now. As he spoke, Lucio threw 1748 onto the tatami mat, and then turned to go to the changing room. Keto blinked, confirming the room was indeed a mess, believing he wasn't hallucinating. In the next moment, he glared at 1748, grabbing her hand. You want to run away, huh? Lucio, now dressed, stopped at the bedroom door and said, You two don't fight. After that, he left his villa as if nothing had happened. Left behind, 1748 felt torn. She couldn't climb out the window, and she was unwilling to clean the house, thinking it wasn't all her mess. In fact, after being stared at coldly by Keto for a while, she felt a bit anxious, sensing that this kid was more scheming than his brother, making it hard to predict what he would do or say next. The key was that he was like a persistent snot, impossible to shake off or avoid, which left her feeling helpless. To get home sooner, 1748 did her best to clean the room. During this time, she noticed Keto not only didn't stand by idly, but was even quicker than her, tidying up the entire 3 floors in no time. Although his parting words were unkind, 1748 didn't mind. A golden nest or a silver nest can't compare to my doghouse. She thought this saying made a lot of sense. Especially while lying on the sofa, eating a lollipop, she felt like she was living the life of a deity. Feeling too comfortable, she couldn't help but fall asleep. While she slept, Lucio went to the hospital to find the workers' attending physician and inquired in detail about their conditions. The results surprised him a bit. It turned out that the workers had inhaled a lot of coal ash, and with the recent flu being quite severe, their resistance had dropped. If they had come to the hospital earlier, they wouldn't have progressed to secondary bacterial pneumonia, and if the delay continued, there was a significant risk of toxic shock syndrome, which could lead to death. There was also a strange phenomenon. Among the sick, the severe cases were mostly middle-aged and elderly people. At first glance, it seemed reasonable, but Lucio thought it was abnormal. Based on his observations, young people in this era generally didn't take their health seriously, and most who sought medical help were under 30. Rather, those over 45 seemed to cherish their health more, readily discussing health maintenance techniques. Later, Lucio sent someone to interview the families of the seriously ill patients and learned that their illnesses were due to spending money on fashion show tickets for their children and secretly buying various luxury items that weren't usually used. Lucio realized with a hint of regret that hosting this extravagant show might have been a mistake. The coal mine was temporarily closed for 3 days, and the fashion show was nearing its end. The champion contestant was not unexpected for Lucio. However, When 1748 heard that the flamboyant Ruoi had won, she felt a bitter sensation like being hit on the head with feces. Seeing Ruoi's figure on screens in some newly built buildings made her immediately turn her head, muttering, "If Ista had participated, you'd just be a clown. I really don't understand how those supporting her think." 1748 didn't feel jealousy. She simply felt unfairness. That was all. With the coal mine shut down, she had nothing to do, and since she could avoid seeing Lucio, her visits to the hospital in one day matched the number of times she went to the supermarket for lollipops. When she learned that patients were suffering while their money was squandered on their children, she rushed out of the hospital without a second thought. Her mind was blank, but not in the clueless sense. It was a surge of anger rising from her feet. She found out from a passerby about Ruoi's company and, in front of the company's boss, dragged Ruoi, who had just styled her hair in a pomegranate red wave, to a convenience store across the street under a sunshade. "I heard tickets for the fashion show cost $75,877. Are you killing people or robbing them?" Ruoi's wrist was painfully squeezed, and she stammered without forming a coherent sentence. "Speak plainly. I don't know about this." Ruoi knew she couldn't be arrogant at this moment. Otherwise, it would be like shooting herself in the foot. "You don't know." 1748 was incredibly quick, suddenly yanking off her two false eyelashes. "I heard you set the price yourself. How could you not know?" "I truly don't know. If you want to ask, go ask our President Wang." "Huh. I also heard you've received a lot of luxurious gifts, right?" Ruoi saw the sparks in her eyes and dared not speak. "Say it." Ruoi didn't want to back down either, shaking her head and saying, "Who told you that? Stop pretending in front of me. I can tell you exactly how much you've received right now." But 1748 pushed the standing sunshade down with her bare hands. "If I really say it, your losses won't just be those expensive items. Let me tell you." Ruoi relied on the backing of her company and the boss, knowing they wouldn't let their artists get hurt, and dared to remain unmoving, just waiting to see what 1748 would do. "So, you're not afraid at all? Fine." 1748 raised her hand, a violet flame igniting on her fingertip. Her pupils turned into flames, staring intently at the woman in front of her. "Fire doesn't have eyes. You know." A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. Ruoi was defiant towards 1748, but who could blame her for being heartbroken over the countless bills spent on her hair? She conceded. After that, in front of 1748, she became as obedient as a teddy bear, calling her manager, Momo, and asking her to pack all the expensive gifts she had received from fans and send them to the small park next to the People's Square. Not far from the entertainment company, Momo thought Ruoi was being robbed, quietly notified the company president, called the police, and then went to rescue her with pepper spray and various self-defense tools. In the end, it turned into a ridiculous farce. Before leaving, Zykop advised them not to call the police for trivial matters, claiming, "I'm very busy." The president of Ruoi's company had long heard of 1748 and, with his own calculations, decided that since she was a person close to the master, as long as it wasn't murder or arson, he could turn a blind eye. Feeling sorry for herself, helpless, and angry, Ruoi bore a grudge against 1748, telling herself that one day she would take revenge for her hair. That evening, before the sun had even set, the entire neighborhood was buzzing with explosive gossip. Supermodel Ruoi was reported to have been seen fighting in a spooky yet romantic little park with a mysterious woman. The words were so cheesy and ambiguous that many drama enthusiasts implicitly assumed the two were coming out together. It was a case of one person's perspective becoming another's Hamlet. Step by step, the melodrama played out in the minds of the gossiping public with no sense of decency. Ista learned about it from the housekeeper, and at first, she didn't believe it. After personally watching the news, it felt like she had eaten a mint candy. Everything was chilly. "Princess, you see, I told you. This girl has an improper style," the housekeeper said as she placed the brewed chrysanthemum tea on the wooden table in front of Ista. "If you ask me, Princess, you should keep your distance from her. If it weren't for your situation, I would have scolded her until she didn't know which way was up." Ista didn't listen to the long-winded rant that followed. Instead, she quietly asked Xiao Rue, and after understanding the ins and outs of the matter, she couldn't help but praise 1748, saying she was indeed acting bravely and that fans should act within their means, just like the profound truth her father had told her. If it went too far, it would ultimately be bad. The housekeeper was taken aback, and after failing to convince her, she silently went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Claire and Harlan were working overtime and only looked at the news report when they got home. Their reactions were worlds apart. One was stunned for a few seconds, then began to click his tongue. The other started liking the post, and even used his alt account to tag 17481, declaring himself her #1 fan. The most peculiar reaction came from Lucio, who lay on the wide bed, grinning foolishly for 3 seconds before frowning. He never expected that 1748 was indeed an action-oriented person, always thinking of something and acting without considering the consequences. It's hard to find another 1748 in this universe. Beep beep. He used his toes to unlock his phone and sent a voice message. Bro, is 1748 being too reckless? You may not have time to manage it, but I do. I can help you with anything. Lucio lay back down, thought for a moment, and typed a reply. In what way? Keto was confused, and images of the two being ambiguously close flashed in her mind again. Ahem, bro, in every way. I've noted countless mistakes 1748 has made in my little notebook. First, you shouldn't have given her your ID card. Not only did you give it to her, but you also mailed her a credit card. Who knows what random thing she bought? The card is already overdrawn. Also, she's casually interfering in the entertainment industry and the modeling world, which has a terrible impact. And one more thing, I find your relationship with her a bit strange. Chapter 018, you must go to school. Lucio had already clarified his thoughts. First, she herself would go to the bank to repay the money, and she brought a printed agreement, promising that there would be no overdraft situations in the future. Second, her motive for doing such a disgraceful thing was to help patients in a hospital who couldn't afford medical expenses. Third, as for the last point, Xiaoduo, you are overthinking it. Kudwa read word by word, worried that he might have missed or misread something. He wanted to ask why his brother knew so much about that dead woman from 1748, but in fact, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Instead, he obediently sent a heart emoji. Xiaoduo, I feel like you have a big prejudice against her. Kudwa silently shed tears. Brother, no. I just want to help you share some of your burdens, so you don't have to spend 18 hours every day in the office. Lucio smiled and suddenly remembered something. Continuing to message. By the way, have you found teachers for all the subjects at school? Kudwa paused. Yes, I found them. Lucio, tomorrow I will have 1748 come and find you, and then you take her to school to handle the enrollment procedures. Thank you for your hard work. Kudwa's face showed a big surprise. Brother, this matter is on me. That night, Lucio was looking up subjects suitable for 1748 to study, while she was already fast asleep in bed, completely unaware of the gossip. The next morning, 1748 saw the two kids locked in their room and not coming out. After calling several times with no response, she couldn't help but wonder. She walked to their room and knocked on the door. Cactus, Melon, hurry out for breakfast. Big sister. Melon has a sore throat. Cactus slid down from the upper bunk, opened the door, and pulled 1748's hand closer to the bed, saying he had started feeling unwell last night. Look, his throat is swollen. 1748 squatted down to take a closer look. Yeah, why didn't you tell me earlier? While saying this, she hugged Melon along with a small blanket and said, Cactus, go open the door. Okay. 1748's stomach was empty, her mind blank. Holding the two kids, she impatiently ran to the hospital, registered, queued, and saw the doctor. She perfectly missed Lucio. As night fell, 1748 returned home with panda eyes, holding the two kids, preparing to personally make them some liquid food. Unexpectedly, she burned down the entire kitchen and nearly caused a second fire. Big sister, Guagua, says he is very hungry. 1748 looked at the mess in the kitchen, gritted her teeth, took off the apron, and said, Cactus, you stay home and watch Guagua. I'm going out to buy something for you to eat. She didn't have time to change into clean clothes and rushed out the door. This time, she collided directly with Lucio. I said, don't you have eyes when you walk? Clearly, it was her who bumped into him. Yet 1748 still shouted at him with a fierce face, only thinking about which convenience store was closest. Lucio was about to speak when he noticed that 1748 didn't even look at him, just hurriedly walked on. He caught up and grabbed her wrist. Do you think you're bull? Hearing his voice, 1748 recognized who it was, turned her head, and was about to curse when her sense of smell took over. she caught a whiff of roasted chicken. "What are you doing here?" She eagerly looked at the chicken leg peeking out of the paper bag. Lucio saw that she was drooling and deliberately turned his head away without answering. Walking into the corridor leading to the underground room. "Hey," 1748 thought, "since I have no money anyway, I might as well see if Melon wants to eat that roasted chicken. Wait for me." Lucio, based on his usual understanding of 1748, thought that her home was, to put it nicely, a dog kennel, and to put it badly, a pigsty. However, to his surprise, both the living room and the bedroom, as well as the bathroom, were spotless and orderly, indeed resembling a warm and lovely little home, which made him feel quite pleasant. "Go chop up that chicken." Lucio casually hung the paper bag on the back of a chair and instructed. 1748 had been staring at the chicken leg for a long time, and without waiting for him to turn around, she already took the chicken to the kitchen. Only after 1748 did Lucio find out that Melon had a fishbone stuck in his throat. Fortunately, the injury wasn't severe. After removing the fishbone, with a few days of care, he would recover. He knew that 1748 had no money now and wasn't sure if she could cook, so he didn't dare to let her mess around with food, which is why he came. After coaxing Melon to sleep, he quietly left the kids' room and went to the kitchen to see a disaster scene. Just as he expected, 1748 really knew nothing about cooking. "You go out," Lucio said with a stern face, pointing at the door and looking quite serious. "Don't tell me you can cook porridge." 1748 genuinely felt that he couldn't do anything. Lucio shot her a cold glance and quickly cleaned the kitchen, making it look much brighter. Then he skillfully diced carrots, cut taro into chunks, and deveined shrimp, washing them in small bamboo baskets. Finally, he first tossed the shrimp into a pan and stir-fried them until they turned golden, then began plating. After that, he boiled the taro in clean water until he could easily insert chopsticks into it, then poured it over the still oily shrimp. This series of actions was done in one go, leaving 1748 mesmerized. "Is the rice washed?" 1748 nodded vigorously, hurriedly bringing over the rice cooker. "Look, what to look at. Are you making porridge or steaming rice? Go, add another spoonful of water." 1748 pouted, grumbling. "Adding water is just adding water, acting like you're a chef or something. What's so great about it?" Lucio showed a small, smug expression and waited for 1748 to walk beside him, deliberately stretching out his left foot. When he turned around, he saw her nearly fall to the ground and coldly laughed a few times. "Clumsy. You." 1748 turned her head sharply. "And just wait until Melon has his porridge. You'll be waiting to be taught a lesson by me." Both kids were so hungry their stomachs were sticking to their backs, and before the mixed porridge was ready, they passed the time by pretending to sleep, momentarily forgetting their hunger. But at the same time, they caught a rich and tempting aroma, and like ghosts, they floated from the room to the kitchen. "Master, you actually cooked yourself?" Melon exclaimed softly, pressing his throat. Cactus was very curious, bubbling with excitement, completely forgetting to greet the esteemed master, wondering what was cooking in the steaming pot. "Go, you two go outside and wait. The meal will be ready soon." 1748 rubbed her hands together, looking quite excited. "What are you in a hurry for?" Lucio raised an eyebrow, coldly staring at her. "This is prepared for the kids. If you want to eat, cook it yourself." I said, "You really don't have to be so stingy. It's not like I argued with you before. You're a grown man. Why be so petty?" No matter what, 1748 had to eat this porridge. Kids, the porridge is coming." 1748 brought a bowl to the kids, while she herself impatiently sat down at the dining table with the pot. Cough, cough, cough. Lucio kicked 1748 under the table. "Don't mess with me. I'm almost starving. I'll talk after I'm full." Despite the complaints, she wasted no time eating. 1748 licked her lips, gave Lucio a thumbs up, and turned to smile at the two kids. "Do you think it's delicious?" The melon tilted its head and thought for a moment, deciding to speak frankly. "Big sister, the porridge cooked by the Lord is the best thing I've ever eaten." 1748 glanced sideways at Lucio, thumping his chest. "What about me? Wasn't the millet cake I made for you delicious?" The melon remained silent, pretending not to hear, and focused on licking the plate with great enjoyment. "Big sister, I gave a millet cake to the little dog outside, but it turned and ran away." The cactus said this while grinning at Lucio. 1748 let out a bitter laugh. unsure how to respond, when Lucio spoke up. You two, school is starting soon, so take her along. 1748 was taken aback. What school? You'll know when you get to school. After finishing, Lucio added, since this prince has come personally, you naturally have to go. You have no choice but to go. He gave her no chance to speak, quickly stood up, and left without hesitation. This time, 1748 surprisingly did not chase after him to give him a beating. Instead, she propped her chin in her hand, turned her head, and blinked at the cactus, asking, what the heck is school? The melon answered for her. School is where, when you reach a certain age, you go every day to a big house with a clock tower to learn knowledge, like speaking, crafts, or math. 1748 focused on the word math and immediately understood why that guy Lucio threatened her to go to school. Oof. How dare they underestimate me? The cactus repeated after her, and 1748 smiled as she gently patted her head. You're still a little girl. You can't call yourself old. By the way, let me ask you, what's the use of school? Can you eat it? The cactus shook its head. The Lord said, if we know more, we won't starve when we go out. It seems it can indeed fill the belly. 1748 started to feel tempted. By the way, do you need money? Of course. Our tuition is all paid by the Lord, because he is our guardian. 1748 bared her teeth, rhythmically tapping the table with her left hand, thinking, I'm here all alone. Free schooling is something I might consider. But if it costs too much money, wouldn't I be in debt here forever? No, I can't do that. Big sister, let me tell you, school is super fun. The lunch is super delicious every day, and after meals there's ice cream and cupcakes and all kinds of candies. Isn't that awesome? The melon loved the library in the school, remembering very clearly that those documents and ancient books were bought back at a high price by Lucio from other planets. It was said that if 1/3 of the books inside were auctioned, they could buy 1/3 of the universe. Just as 1748 saw him suddenly lost in thought and was about to get up to wash the dishes, suddenly she heard the doorbell ring. Chapter 019. Comical Heavy Rain. Shy 1748 glanced at the cantaloupe. The cantaloupe looked at the cactus, and the cactus, being unobserved, obediently left its position to open the door. The dining room was still a bit far from the entrance, and although the person was not seen, their voice was heard first. 1748 knew that Keto had come here with a bit of a reprimanding intention. After all, this wasn't the first or second time. She sat there, her left foot resting on the crossbar of the chair leg, unceremoniously picking at her toes in front of him. Seeing 1748's behavior, Keto felt no surprise at all. He smiled naturally, with a hint of irony, while maintaining a distance of 3 meters from her. Here you go, and this, press your finger on it, and the next steps will be told to you by the two little ones. It was rare for 1748 to hear Keto speak so simply and directly, making her feel a refreshing wave in her heart. She smiled, raised her left foot, and said, okay, take care, no need to see me off. Oomph. At this sound, the two little ones exchanged glances and turned to send their prince off. Your Highness, the big sister is still struggling with school matters, so please don't blame her. The cactus lay on Keto's lap, acting cute to plead for 1748. Yes, Your Highness, please don't be angry. Keto thought for a moment, squatted down, wrapped his arms around the two children, and lowered his voice as he said, well, you two must persuade her to go to school. After all, the tuition has already been paid. The two children replied in unison, okay, and smiled as they watched their prince leave. In fact, even if Keto hadn't reminded them before leaving, the two children would have found a way to make 1748 agree to go to school because they felt that with her, school would become a more interesting thing. To this end, the two didn't hesitate to scratch their heads and perform a duet in front of 1748 until her ears became calloused from the torment, and she reluctantly agreed. The news that 1748 was about to go to school was intentionally or unintentionally revealed by Keto. He wanted everyone to know that the adult woman 1748 would soon be attending classes with a bunch of little kids. Just thinking about that scene made him feel it was very ironic and classic. When the words reached the ear of the housekeeper, she immediately became unhappy. Her face stern as she angrily walked through the garden path and stopped under a laurel tree, pointing at her beloved Ista. My princess, you stay cooped up in this villa all day, never stepping out. To put it bluntly, even if you're already engaged to the prince, I bet there are still people who don't recognize you. Then what? Ista had no idea what she was going to say. Oh dear, you're going to give me a heart attack. The housekeeper's wide and thick brows furrowed, looking like a strip of dried kelp was stuck above her eyes. Although she was indeed angry, it looked quite comical. Ista hadn't seen her mother this angry in a long time, and after squirming a bit, she hugged her arm. Mother, please don't be angry. If you could also act coy in front of the prince, would people still gossip about you? The housekeeper felt a chill at the thought of the derogatory remarks about the princess. You know how great the prince's reputation is. I don't even listen to the whispers. And it's not as bad as it seems. Don't let your anger harm yourself. The housekeeper looked up at Ista. Good child, you have a big heart. Forget it. I won't even mention that woman anymore. Let her be. That said, the housekeeper still wouldn't allow the woman beside the prince to be 1748. She stubbornly pulled Ista's hand to her room without a word, opened the wardrobe, and after looking back and forth countless times, finally picked out a knee-length, lacy, pink puff dress for Ista to wear. Princess, please change into this right away. At that moment, Rachel had prepared some low-fat, low-sugar snacks to send to the princess. But unexpectedly, there was no one under the laurel tree. She returned to the kitchen, and after a while, hearing some movement upstairs, she curiously went up. Rachel, you came just in time. Mother insists I wear these dresses. Please help me talk her out of it. Before Rachel could speak, a gaze from the mother forced her to close her mouth tightly. Princess, just listen to me. Dress beautifully. Even if you don't go looking for the prince, at least go out for a walk so that the people here know you and see how beautiful we are compared to the princess of Yabi. That made sense, princess. Just give it a try. Yes, I'll make this lazy girl accompany you. In the eyes of the housekeeper, the princess was a princess, while her own daughter was a commoner, so the commoner didn't need to dress up specially. When she was satisfied to send Ista away, she silently prayed to the heavens. God, please let our Yabi princess have some princess-like qualities so that those lowly people can be blinded. And it would be best if a trip outside could yield some results to warm up her relationship with the prince. Before the devout words could finish, a flash of lightning streaked across the distant sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Oh my God, it's my fault. I'm too greedy. The housekeeper stood behind the window. Her legs began to tremble involuntarily, her hands clasped together, tightly closing her eyes, and changed her words. As long as our princess and the prince have a good relationship, that's enough. At this moment, Ista and Rachel had only walked a few hundred steps when they were drenched in the sudden heavy rain. The large raindrops pounded the ground rapidly and powerfully, rising a layer of pale blue mist that hung in the air, blurring the eyes of the two drenched chickens. And they accidentally ran in the wrong direction. Princess, it seems we took the wrong path. Ista was soaked thoroughly, and when she opened her mouth, rainwater filled it. Cough, cough, cough. I can't see the road. What about you, Rachel? After saying this, Ista instinctively covered her mouth. Me too, princess, my eyes are filled with water. She used both hands to shield Ista from the rain, but in fact, it didn't help at all. Hey, people over there, come this way. Princess, someone is calling us. Ista struggled to open her eyes, and through the wind, rain, and thick fog, she could vaguely see a figure moving in the direction of 1 o'clock. Rachel, hold my hand. Ista reached back and grabbed hers. There's someone over there. Ista bravely walked a few steps against the wind and rain, but alas, not only was her puff dress soaked, but the shiny black leather shoes were also filled with water, causing her feet to slide around inside with each step. Oh, Ista nearly fell, and when she turned her head, she saw a hand gripping her wrist. In that moment, it felt like an electric shock, no? Ista felt a sweet sensation that couldn't be described, as if a powdery butterfly had kissed her cheek and birthed a feeling from her heart. Are you okay? Through the rain and thick fog, Rachel couldn't recognize the voice's owner, but Ista immediately recognized it. I'm fine. Saying this, she shyly lowered her head and withdrew her hand. I just came from the villa. The Rainbow Bridge is flooded, so you probably won't be able to go back for a while. Rachel couldn't help but exclaim. Ista's face flushed suddenly, and she elbowed her discreetly, saying, It's fine, Before she could finish her sentence, Rachel stumbled next to Ista, lost her balance, and stepped on a pebble, crashing face first into the muddy ground. Ista had initially thought they could only find a hotel to stay in for the night, but with her companion in trouble, they immediately had a place to stay. That would be Harlan's one-bedroom apartment. Coincidentally, on this day, Harlan, who usually has a habit of neatly making his bed and cleaning his room, had a room that could rival a pigsty. The moment Ista and Rachel entered the room one after the other, their shy faces made Harlan, who glanced back, feel embarrassed. "I'll clean up right away." In the blink of an eye, the room immediately transformed into a clean and tidy space. It was small but fully equipped. Rachel's sprained left ankle was treated by his quick actions, and with a loud yelp, it was effective immediately, although Ista said nothing. Her joy was evident to anyone who looked. Yet, Harlan was oblivious. In a fluster, he hurriedly organized the medicine cabinet, awkwardly stood up, and bumped his knee against the coffee table. Despite the intense pain at that moment, he remained silent, not even furrowing his brow, as if someone were chasing him, and quickly darted into the bedroom. Harlan wasn't talkative, but he was honest, hard-working, and attentive. He just looked a bit silly. Rachel's eyes darted around, and she quietly tugged at Ista's sleeve, whispering, "Princess, do you know him?" Ista, her cheeks still flushed, shyly nodded yes. "What does this silly person do?" Ista looked up, noticing he hadn't come out yet, and turned her head to say, "He seems to be a PhD student studying land resource management." Actually, she knew very well. "Oh, a definite academic overachiever? Princess, do people who study well always look a bit silly?" Ista scolded. "How can you say that?" Just as she was about to continue, her peripheral vision caught Harlan coming out in a new set of loungewear, holding a neatly folded pile of clothes. "Your clothes are wet too. Make do with these." Before anyone reached out to take them, Harlan, feeling nervous, let go, and the clothes fell to the floor with a rustle. I'm sorry. I got the clothes dirty. I'll get you new ones." After saying that, he turned and walked away. "Ha ha, Princess, look at him, so clumsy." Ista turned back and glared at her. "Don't laugh," he asked, kindly taking us in. "Yes, Princess, I won't laugh anymore." While the two half-familiar women were bathing together in the bathroom, Harlan was alone in the tiny kitchen, pondering what he could make to fill their stomachs without causing them any stomach issues. When Ista came out of the bathroom and didn't see Harlan for a while, she hesitated to move around, so she could only sit carefully on the small beige sofa, cautiously looking around. "Princess, where is that academic?" Ista pointed to the kitchen. "He seems to be in there." "Princess, are you hungry?" Chapter 020. Moved, yet unaware, Ista nodded truthfully, subconsciously covering her stomach. "It just occurred to me that I didn't eat much this afternoon, and now my stomach is growling." "Rachel, can you go check the kitchen?" Harlan's cooking skills are lacking. To put it bluntly, it's pretty terrible. He can't even name some vegetables, let alone know how to cook. Luckily, Rachel came to the rescue later. After eating, Rachel and Ista lay on Harlan's bed, covering themselves with his blanket, facing each other. "Princess?" Rachel whispered. Ista covered her mouth with the blanket. "Aren't you grateful to me? If it weren't for me, we probably wouldn't even have anything to eat right now." Ista wanted to laugh, but held it back. "You're quite capable. His mind is so sharp, it's no big deal that he can't cook." "Princess," Rachel wriggled closer. "Why do I feel like you have some strange feelings for him?" "It feels good, but it's not a very obvious kind." Ista turned away from Rachel. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Rachel changed her position to lie flat. "I can't really say, but let's just forget it. We have to go back early tomorrow." I know." After saying that, Ista rested half her cheek on the pillow, wondering if this pillow was one that Harlan usually uses. What if it's the one Rachel uses? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shake her head, her body swaying unconsciously. "Princess can't sleep?" "Not really. Good night." "Good night." Ista slept until she naturally woke up. Rachel was lying next to her in a half-spread position, half of her body hanging in the air, one foot resting on Ista's leg, looking casual. Meanwhile, Harlan rarely slept on the combined sofa. After a night of light sleep, he opened his eyes and didn't even have time to stretch, feeling sore in his back and waist, having to bend down to gently massage it. It was now 6 o'clock in the morning. After finishing his morning routine, Harlan walked out of the bathroom, yawning halfway, when he heard a loud knock on his door. "Why are you so slow to open the door?" The person speaking was Claire. Beside her, 1748 smiled at him, saying, "It rained and thundered yesterday, and Claire and I, as your friends, came to check on you." Claire added, "Don't get the wrong idea. We're just concerned about you." "I'm fine. Aren't you going to invite us in to sit?" Claire asked while pushing past Harlan. "The place isn't even messy. What is there to be embarrassed about?" As 1748 just lifted her foot, she suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Are you having a three-way?" "No, don't misunderstand. The rainbow bridge on the princess's villa side was flooded, and I just happened to see it, so." Claire interrupted. "So you took the opportunity to bring the princess and her attendant to sleep? Great. Harlan, you beast. A hypocritical creature. How'd I not realize you were this kind of person? I must be blind and misjudged you." 1748, confused, thought to herself, "What does a three-way mean? Hey, Claire, are you leaving so soon?" 1748 turned to look at Harlan and Ista. "We can continue. I'll just go chase after her." Ista never expected two things. First, this was the only time in her life she was caught overnight at a man's house without anything happening. Second, she naturally felt that the short-haired girl, who was angrily shouting at Harlan, liked him. Afterward, Harlan didn't offer any explanation but apologized countless times, hoping the two wouldn't mind. Ista hadn't yet recovered from the embarrassment when the apartment's owner picked up his standard black, expandable briefcase to go to work. Meanwhile, following Claire to the office building, 1748 turned around and saw a sweaty Harlan, who mistakenly poked her in the back with his finger. "Hey, people are already here. You have to explain clearly later. Don't let another love triangle scenario happen. That's so cliché." After saying that, 1748 whistled at Harlan and walked away with a smile. "Hey, you still know how to come to work?" Harlan complained. There was no way Claire could resist teasing Harlan. She didn't even know what kind of twisted psychology drove her. "Good morning. What you saw was all a misunderstanding." That was the only explanation he offered. Claire watched the revolving door spin 3 times, shrugged, and sneered a few times. At that moment, Cordo unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the building at 7:30 in the morning. "What are you doing here, grinning like an idiot?" "Your Highness, good morning. I saw a great show this morning," Claire said, half covering her mouth, half laughing, following Cordo closely, looking around to make sure there were no outsiders. And switched to gossip mode. "Your Highness, I watched a movie before about a pair of engaged fake lovers, and the woman cheated with the man's subordinate. While they were passionately doing things, they were caught by the man's subordinate." "Your Highness, guess if that subordinate would tell the man? Didn't you just say it?" Claire seemed to see a few crows flying by overhead. "No, Your Highness, that person is really not me. It's just a movie plot. Really, Cordo made a shushing gesture. "If you say another word, I'll tell my brother." Obedient as Claire was, she put on a 45-degree smile and silently sealed her lips. Cordo went upstairs to find Lucio, delivering the teacher list he organized last night along with several temporary student materials, and also try to find out if 1748 schooling was set in stone. However, when he pressed his fingerprint to enter his brother's office, he found no one there. He went next door to ask Harlan, but he didn't know either. "Strange. My brother is never not here at this hour." As he was talking to himself, Claire brought over a cup of coffee with pink salt, trying to experience firsthand whether it had an immediate refreshing effect, carefully passing by Cordo. "Wait, Your Highness, do you have any orders? Where's my brother? Do you have a schedule? Or do you know?" Claire shook her head. "Your Highness, now the Lord's schedule is arranged by him, and no one else knows." "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Cordo scolded. Claire thought to herself, "You didn't ask me, did you? All right then, do you know where 1748 is?" Claire's curious little eyes sparkled. Your Highness, why are you suddenly looking for my sister so early?" "My sister?" Cordo indicated that this nickname was probably requested by 1748 herself. "That's right, I gave 1748 that nickname. It's so powerful, I assent it, Your Highness." Cordo started to frown. "I'm asking where she is." "Yes, Your Highness, Sister 17 went to the coal mine," she said, even though it's temporarily closed. "The coal mining progress must not stop." "Hey, Your Highness, are you going to the coal mine?" "Your Highness?" Cordo had already entered the elevator and mimicked a shooting motion at Claire's face. At the coal mine, Claire wasn't wrong. 1748 was indeed there and had been working alone for almost half an hour. She was sweating quite a bit, and the back of her white t-shirt was already half soaked. It was true. Standing, sitting, or lying down in the coal mine was cool, but as soon as she moved, that heat surged up from the bottom of 1748's heart. She even doubted whether she was actually made of coal. Otherwise, how could half an hour tire her out so much? A pair of noble black, oval-toed, leather shoes suddenly appeared behind the stone door of the coal mine entrance, quickly moving inside and following the sound to appear in front of 1748. How'd you get here? 1748 took the towel off his shoulder and wrung out the sweat. You don't recognize the big characters on the stone door? 1478 pretended to be an idiot, staring at Lucio. Don't be sarcastic. 1748 laughed heartily. Don't reveal my intentions so quickly. If you have something to say, just say it. Can't you see I'm busy? Lucio snatched the shovel from 1748's hand and casually tossed it aside. This is a free gift for you. Lucio threw a black box into 1748's arms. I call you. And you come immediately. No tardiness allowed. You talk smoothly, but did you ask your mother for permission? 1748 opened the box, tore off a layer of fiber plastic bag, and weighed the palm-sized object. Can this be eaten? What do you think? 1748 raised his eyes. If I knew. Why need to ask you? This is a mobile phone. You can ask the two kids when you go back. They know what you don't. 1748 felt uncomfortable hearing this. What do you mean? Not knowing means not knowing. Stop mocking me. Who do you think you are? Seriously. Before he finished speaking, 1748 threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it 4 or 5 times, continuing, you think I really don't know? The people on this planet are all oddballs. Whether walking down the street, taking an airship, eating, resting, or even go to the bathroom, they're all playing with this thing. It's not like it's a dad or a mom. Why worship it every day? Lucio found himself momentarily speechless. Don't rebut me just yet. Just a few days ago, I personally saw a little girl bully an old man leaning on a cane just for this thing. Was it really necessary to knock his phone over by accident? And they even insure their phones by houses and hire bodyguards. Are you all crazy? Just thinking about that scene made 1748 want to throw that girl's broken phone into the Pacific Ocean, 10,000 miles away. Have you said enough? 1748 looked at Lucio, seriously yet sarcastically. There are plenty of things that make me uncomfortable. You, come with me to the school now. 1748 was digging in his ears, looking around. What did you say? I can't hear you. Lucio shot him a cold glance. You really can't hear? Chapter 021. Thank God for making me generate this. When Jiguala arrived at the coal mine, Lucio and 1748 had just jumped into the self-driving airship QW0017. After their eyes met a few times, 1748 poked half her head out of the retractable window. Before she could speak, Jiguala jumped up 3 feet high. Bro, where are you going? Take me with you. Lucio showed a rare, cold expression to his brother and calmly gestured with his hand. Bro, I've already sent Halen and the workers to repair the Rainbow Bridge at the princess's villa. I'll go with you. Lucio changed his gesture. Fine, I'll go help right now. Later, Lucio told Jiguala, there are many haunted houses in the school. If you don't mind, I can come down to pick you up now. For brothers, a gesture could solve a problem, but 1748, sitting next to Lucio, felt as if she was hearing a foreign language. If so, please speak human language, she said directly to Lucio. However, he completely ignored her. Speaking of a new school, the rumors suggested it was built brick by brick from a graveyard. Lucio had investigated and found it was purely nonsense. There was no such thing. Conveniently, when he needed to ask Jiguala for help and he wasn't willing, he could use this as an excuse. The flight time from the coal mine to the school didn't exceed 5 minutes. The moment 1748's feet touched the ground, she was shocked by the buildings in front of her that seemed to reach the clouds, with arms extending out. She wasn't good at calculations, but she could count to a basic extent. After careful counting, there were 30 buildings, each a different color, and the architectural styles varied greatly, each with its own characteristics. They looked grand and gave 1748 the feeling of stepping into a fairy tale world filled with a battle of building blocks, much like a cactus and a cantaloupe. For a moment, she couldn't find her bearings. Seeing her mesmerized expression, Lucio cleared his throat. Is this the school? 1748 asked knowingly. Yeah. Wow. This is too luxurious. Are you spoiling the kids? Lucio didn't want to hear her lecture and elegantly walked through the ivy-covered school gate. 5 men guarding the security room quickly came out to greet him, then bowed at a 90-degree angle, using the most sincere manners to honor their most distinguished lord. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Stop bowing, get up. 1748 cheerfully greeted each one and even straightened their heads. Why are you all standing here with no one inside? Is there something strange deeper inside? The security guards looked at 1748 in confusion. To them, she was the strange one. 1748 responded with a blank expression. This continued for about 5 minutes until 1748 found it boring and turned to catch up with the distant Lucio. Hey, in such a big place, how many students are there? Are there students getting lost inside? The ecological environment here isn't bad. Are there any animals that are already endangered? 1748 couldn't stand Lucio treating her like air, so she ran in front of him, blocking his path with her long legs. I'm asking you a question. Could you say something? 1748 instinctively rolled her eyes, propping her chin with her hands, breathing in and out, and repeated this 3 times. You're tough. Just as 1748 was turning around in frustration, Lucio secretly smiled at her back. With a week left before school starts, there are still many tasks like sending e-books and changing classrooms to be done. If everything was left to be completed on the same day, it would hinder the teacher's teaching progress. Thus, all students and teachers would be called for a meeting a week in advance. The hall was in the 18th teaching building, which was the direction Lucio took 1748. After passing a row of pine trees, there was a path paved with pebbles. 1748 heard a chorus of children's voices. By the time she saw students standing neatly on the large green playground holding small benches, she felt excited, thinking it would be nice to stand with them. How is it? What do you mean, how is it? Every Monday to Friday morning, you need to gather here with a bunch of kids. 1748 didn't find anything wrong with that. Don't speak, listen to what they say. 1748 was curious. But Lucio didn't give her the chance to satisfy her curiosity and instead led her to her classroom. From the left, the 3rd row, the last seat is yours. Lucio implied she shouldn't sit in the wrong place later. And then, Lucio noticed she hadn't absorbed his words at all. Nothing, he said, walking out of the classroom. The children studying here included humans, advanced robots, half-beasts, and other species. 1748 raised a finger for each species she heard. Is there a species that lives like me? What do you think? Yes. 1748's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's great. What is its name? How old is it? Can it turn into a human like me? No. Oh, so it can only turn into meat. Is it pork, mutton, or chicken? Lucio laughed. Earthworm meat. You. 1748 chased him to the rooftop, which was a mini version of a children's amusement park. Lucio casually sat on a swing. I knew that. That box of earthworms was meant for you. Oomph. I thought it was Jiguala. I really didn't expect you to be such a disgusting man. Lucio had heard such words many times, so he was immune and indifferent. Get familiar with the environment here. I'm leaving. Lucio stood up and gracefully turned to leave. 1748 gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed him. Where are you going? What are you doing? I don't want to swing here alone. Lucio raised the corner of his mouth and accidentally whistled. What's wrong? Lucio shrugged. Nothing. Are you scared? 1748 shook her head and strutted forward. What's there to be scared of? There's nothing here that I'm afraid of. Lucio had been waiting for this sentence. He suddenly threw a wriggling earthworm onto 1748's head and, smiling, asked, How does this earthworm feel? 1748 was almost going crazy, punching and kicking Lucio. Get it off me, or I'll bite you to death. Lucio wanted to see whether her teeth were stronger or his flesh was tougher. 1748 kept her eyes closed throughout, so her senses were exceptionally heightened. Whenever something soft and wriggly touched her, she couldn't help but scream. Hello, teacher. At that moment, 2 little students who appeared from nowhere passed by 1748, mistakenly thinking she was a teacher. After shouting, they turned and ran away, leaving 1748 confused. The student council meeting is over. You can go find the cacti. 1748 was about to nod in agreement, but then thought that Lucio was intentionally trying to get rid of her. She was determined to find out where he was going on his business trip, so she followed him no matter what. Lucio had no choice but to agree and then took 1748 to the Sampan Star. 1748 was curious about how this planet became square. Not to mention it looked ugly. The ground felt slimy like mucus underfoot. There were all sorts of unknown things scattered around that could blind one's eyes. Upon closer inspection, There was also a hint of seawater in the air. Lucio had a good impression of 1748, after all. It wasn't easy for a piece of coal to know that seawater is salty. Is it true that you came here on business? Lucio ignored him. As the agreed time with the factory manager, Bibber, was approaching, and he didn't want to be late, even though he was a person of status and power. Inside a CAF that was anything but romantic, but could be described as luxurious, 1748 exclaimed, "Isn't that a pig? It's actually eating chocolate cookies." He instinctively touched his normal nose, relieved that he didn't evolve with such a ridiculous snout. Oh my god, there's even a cricket playing the guitar? This place is too magical. Wow. Even mosquito monsters are here. Could this be a biological garden? Other customers were drawn by the noise and looked toward the astonished 1748, their mouths agape. Lucio rolled his eyes discreetly, gritted his teeth, and forced out a few words. "If you don't shut up, I'll throw you out immediately." 1748 understood the importance of face and didn't argue back, giving an okay sign, slightly bowing to take a sip from the orange-flavored straw, suddenly gulping down the hot mango milkshake. Soon, everyone turned to their companions or significant others, enjoying their coffee and snacks. After a minute, a minotaur dressed in a black suit with a bright red tie wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling as he strode toward Lucio. Moo moo moo. This was his highest form of greeting. Lucio stood up with a serious, aloof expression, reaching out to shake the minotaur's hoof. "You're late by 1 minute and 48 seconds. Moo, I'm sorry, Boss Lou," Bibber said with an apologetic bow, hoping for Lucio's forgiveness. "Sit down." 1748, feeling the atmosphere, couldn't help but stand up and then sit back down, examining the suited minotaur, feeling awkward in her heart. After staring at him for a while, and then looking at Lucio, she suddenly noticed that Lucio also had a pair of horns growing from his head. Huh, the way the horns grow really makes him look like a demon. She pondered. Then Lucio went to personally check on the timing workers at Bibber's factory. 1748 followed behind Lucio and, taking advantage of the manager's inattention, asked him, "What does timing worker mean?" Lucio didn't even glance at her, but Bibber, with keen ears, turned his body at a 35-degree angle while walking, smiling kindly, and explained, Chapter 022, "The typical emperor is not in a hurry. But the eunuchs are anxious scheduled workers are robots with a set lifespan, specifically designed for low-level physical labor. They're a specialty of our sandbud, and of course, we also focus on upgrading and producing better products to serve everyone. Many big bosses order thousands of batches from us. We have long hoped to collaborate with rich people like Boss Lou." 1748 had never seen a robot before, but she understood the term low-level. "So, you mean there are medium and high-level robots too?" Byball, not catching the underlying meaning, continued to explain enthusiastically. "You're quite clever, little girl. Medium-level ones can be nannies, housekeepers, and care for the elderly. High-level ones are used as assistants for wealthy individuals like Boss Lou, and they can even bear children for research purposes. There are just too many types of robots. I can't finish talking about them all at once." 1748 smiled coldly. "Then why are you saying so much? Nonsense." This made the atmosphere awkward in an instant. "If I don't explain anything, it's not that I'm afraid you won't understand, but I want you to know, so you just rambled on with so much useless talk?" She almost blurted out "old lady," but quickly swallowed it down and changed her tone. "I was just asking casually. You don't need to take my words to heart, you low-level wild bull. Hey, why are you so rude, little girl?" Lucio. Cough, cough, cough. Byball quickly glanced at Lucio and immediately shut up. 1748 made a face at him, sticking out her tongue and pulling a funny expression, which was quite amusing. Byball, despite being angry, didn't dare to act up in front of Lucio and maintained a forced business smile. Had she known the purpose of coming here, 1748 would never have wasted her precious time watching a group of robots that could pass for humans demonstrate coal mining. The two returned to the Jiguala, and 1478 disembarked from the airship first, not even glancing at Lucio, turning around to leave. Lucio thought to himself, "Who told you to be my little shadow?" He then smiled and took the order to the office building. The cactus and the melon, who had returned home from school early, were on either side of a wooden table, working on their respective paper animal crafts. When 1748 opened the door, she found the two little ones there and instantly brightened up, raising a large mango and asking, "Look, what is this? How did you know the cactus wanted to eat mango?" She exclaimed, saliva almost dripping. 1748 rubbed her cheek with her hand. "I'm going to cut the mango now. You two wait." The melon was allergic to mangoes and could only stare at them with envy as they enjoyed their treat. "Big sister, we saw you at school. Why didn't you come find us?" the melon asked while still cutting paper. "Oh, I had something to do later," and left. The cactus was too busy with her mouth full to speak, just pointed at 1748's hand, seemingly asking, "Big sister, are you with the Lord?" "Yes. Going to Sandbud just to buy low-level robots is really funny. They do all the work. What about those people who rely on coal mining to make a living?" Thinking of this, 1748 was so angry that her teeth itched and she bit into the mango, almost biting her tongue off. The melon felt the need to speak up for the Lord. "Big sister, those workers are resting now, and the coal mines have stopped. I heard that if they don't dig for a long time, the soil will grow back, and all the previous efforts will be wasted." "Huh?" 1748 looked at him in confusion, the subtext being, "Even I, who live underground, didn't know. How do you know?" In front of 1748, the melon claimed to be half a little doctor on the Jiguala planet without accepting any rebuttal, displaying a confidence that baffled her. From the way the little ones spoke and their small body language, 1748 inexplicably thought of Lucio, and she couldn't help but suspect that the two little ones might be his illegitimate children. Just as she was about to ask, someone knocked loudly at the door. It was the housekeeper of Ista, who, upon seeing 1748's face smeared with mango juice, looked at her with disdain but still politely smiled and said, "Our princess wants to invite you to our villa for dinner." The two children hid behind 1748 like they were playing hide and seek, already licking their lips and looking at her with expressions that said they wanted to go, eagerly eyeing the old woman. "Okay, thank you." The housekeeper was taken aback. She never expected her to agree so readily, and had even prepared a whole speech to criticize her. This was a miscalculation. The housekeeper felt a surge of frustration, while 1748, holding one child's hand, walked away cheerfully humming. The Rainbow Bridge had been repaired and could withstand 30 times the previous weight, impervious to even the strongest typhoons or tornadoes. This was all thanks to Harlan and Keto, and also Claire. So Ista invited them to dinner as well. But 1748 didn't know. All she thought was, "I'm just happy to save on a meal. I don't care where we eat, as long as I'm not hungry." Sure enough, at the luxurious and elongated dining table, the invited guests behaved appropriately but exuded an air of awkward elegance. Only 1748 acted differently, doing whatever she wanted, asking the children what they wanted to eat first, then getting up to fill their plates before eating herself. The housekeeper stared at her princess for a while, realizing she was indifferent, allowing 1748 to do as she pleased, and forced out a stiff smile as she stepped forward. "Miss, your way of dining is incorrect. Don't lead the children astray." 1748 rolled her eyes and turned to the housekeeper with a smile. "How about this? When we finish eating, I'll take you back, and you can teach me what the correct sleeping posture is?" This remark left the housekeeper speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ista quickly stood up, mimicking 1748's manner of serving food, saying, "Everyone can eat however they want. Don't mind those formalities. Exactly, the most important thing about eating is to be happy." Indeed, 1748's eating style opened Keto and the others' eyes. The vanilla cream pudding for dessert was personally made by Ista, and everyone praised its taste. The housekeeper seized this opportunity to say, "Our princess is different from other princesses. She is not so delicate or rude. Your Highness, and the others, if you like, please come here often as guests." Keto, like his brother, didn't like sweets and only drank a glass of white cola, giving the housekeeper a glance without saying anything more. "Ista, thank you for inviting me to dinner. You saved me some money. The kids need to sleep, so I'll head back now," 1748 said as she picked up the cactus, who was dozing off. "Children's sleep is important. Take the leftover pudding back for them to eat." Ista was being kind and meant no other intentions. 1748 didn't misunderstand. She simply felt it wasn't polite to take leftover food, smilingly declined, and turned to leave before the other could speak again. Keto followed 1748 politely, while Claire and Harlan checked the time and also left the villa. "Hey, you there, stop. 1748 wrinkled his nose and stopped his steps, lowering his voice. Speak a little softer. Can't you see the child is already asleep? Kidwa was a bit embarrassed being stared at by the big eyes of the melon. I ask you, what are you doing with my brother? 1748 knew he was here to inquire. The melon answered for her. Big sister went to school with the Lord in Shabia. Kidwa's whole body relaxed immediately. Meanwhile, on another path, Claire and Harlan walked side by side. By the moonlight, she secretly stared at his profile. He was completely unaware. Are you thinking about the princess? Harlan suddenly shivered and sneezed several times in a row. No, still being stubborn. Claire took off her diamond bracelet and tossed it into the air to play. You should know, Ista will eventually become the Lord's person, and the Lord is your great benefactor. Ah, fate really plays tricks on people. Harlan snorted, thought for a moment, and grabbed Claire's hand. Food can be eaten randomly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. If the Lord or the princess hears it, it will ruin their feelings. Claire looked around like a thief, turned and grabbed his wrist, tiptoeing, and whispered, I'm a woman. I can see that the princess has no feelings for the Lord. Can't you, as a big man, feel that your great benefactor actually has no feelings for the princess? Harlan was stunned for a few seconds and shook his head, which was beyond Claire's expectation. You. Claire pointed at his arm with a look of disappointment. You're such a grown-up and still don't understand love and relationships. How are you going to find a wife and have children in the future? Harlan replied seriously, It's not too late to worry about that later. Claire, who was not convinced by anyone, was convinced by him. All right, you're impressive. Just wait for a bunch of desperate girls or old maids to beg you to marry them. Harlan's mind was filled with work, leaving no room to imagine that passionate and vibrant scene. The two parted ways at a fork in the road. He returned to his single apartment, while she went back to her luxurious building. Meanwhile, Ista was still tidying up the dining table and kitchen with the female housekeeper and Rachel. The housekeeper had been chattering endlessly from start to finish. Ista, feeling helpless, could only let it go in one ear and out the other. After finally cleaning up, she finished her shower and lay down on the bed, turning over, unable to shake off the image of Harlan eating quietly and seriously. Knock, knock, knock. Princess, are you asleep? Ista sat up with her small quilt. No, the door isn't locked. You can come in. Rachel gently pushed the door open and pressed the light switch. Princess, I almost forgot. The Lord sent you a message at 3:30 this afternoon. You can take a look. Ista, half in doubt, reached out to take the phone and stared at the screen. She saw a line of text. Chapter 023. Opening ceremony. Just right for Sleeping Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. It's the first day of school, and you must attend in formal attire on time. Ista tossed and turned in bed, unable to understand why the Lord suddenly invited her to the formal opening ceremony. She couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, even though the day hadn't arrived yet. She was already worried about making a mistake and angering him. As a result, she didn't sleep well all night and got up the next morning with faint dark circles under her eyes. When she went downstairs, she saw the female housekeeper and Rachel, who didn't mention the matter at all. On Wednesday, the weather was clear with gentle winds, the sun was just right, and the temperature was moderate. It was a perfect day to go out or go to school. Cactus was the typical well-behaved student, and Melon was a diligent and talented scholar. Being late for school was not an option for them. However, they overlooked the presence of 1748, a bug in the system. The scene of two frail children dragging a tall woman along the road to the suspended bus station, then pulling her all the way to school and rushing through the entrance to clock in, attracted countless eyes. Look, why is there an adult dressed in pajamas coming to school? I don't know. Maybe she has dwarfism, and her brain is a bit slow. My mom is an expert in this area. It looks like Cactus and Melon know her. Should we go ask? No, you two go. I'm not talking to a boy who only plays with girls. It's embarrassing. In an instant, 1748 became the talk of the school. The cheerful bell for the opening ceremony rang, and all the students from the teaching buildings gathered in the back area of the playground with their small benches. At this moment, Ista appeared at the back of the playground, dressed in a black and white businesslike outfit, wearing a pair of cute, stylish black high heels adorned with bows. To avoid seeming rude, she observed her surroundings from the corner of her eye, scanning back and forth. She didn't see Lucio, but she did spot 1748 among the students. Indeed, only 1748 stood still, her figure too tall to ignore. Oh, is that really her? Ista couldn't help but voice her doubt. A cough forced Ista to turn around. When she clearly saw the face of the newcomer, she instinctively took a step back. Lord, you're here. Lucio had changed from his office attire to a cool style, looking even more suave and exuding charisma. You? Before he could finish his sentence, he inexplicably stopped, slightly tilting his head to glance at the opposite side. At this moment, Cordo, who was unaware that Ista had arrived, was smiling at the principal, revealing his 8 teeth. He inadvertently caught sight of Lucio, and a chill ran down his spine. Following that, he concluded his conversation with the principal, throwing out a big smile politely and quickly moving in front of Ista. Princess Ista, you're here too. Today is truly a good day. Cordo couldn't stop smiling, his mouth almost numb from it. Ahem, Lucio curved his lips slightly, mechanically turning his head to fix his gaze on his younger brother's eyes. This is up to you. Cordo nodded with a helpless smile. Ista looked confusedly at her brother, then at her younger brother, her eyes wide open like a clear spring. Meanwhile, on the prearranged stage, the principal, vice principal, and the most important lord himself were all present. Naturally, the speech had to start with the lord, but Lucio had always hated speaking in front of others. After a few brief words, he finished. After stepping down from the stage, he walked straight to where 1748 was standing in line and sat behind her. He wanted to see how long she could stand there sleeping. The answer was that while the speaker on stage rambled for 3 hours, 1748 slept for a full 3 hours. She stole the spotlight, and the vain bald principal nearly dragged her to the office. As the ceremony ended, the audience applauded, and a wave of excitement erupted. In an instant, 1748 heard a clang. Just as she was about to lift her head to see what happened, darkness engulfed her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a glass lamp hanging from the ceiling, and a strange voice echoed in her ears. Lord, we are unclear about her condition, but according to our estimates, it seems to be food poisoning. For safety's sake, it's better to go to a big hospital for a checkup. Is it serious? Given her current condition, it's still considered ideal. We're just worried that the examination might not be thorough, as her body seems different from ordinary people. I understand. Lucio noticed that 1748 had woken up and waved to signal everyone in the infirmary to leave. How do you feel now? 1748 rubbed the back of her head and sat up. I'm okay, just hungry. Speaking of this, Lucio shot her a disgusted glance. Where's this place? And how did I end up here? Don't talk, Lucio said impatiently, finding an extra white coat next door and awkwardly putting it on before getting out of bed. What are you doing? Lucio impatiently tossed out a few words. Don't talk. What? I don't even know what's wrong with me. And you're not saying anything. Do you really think you're mute? While speaking, 1748 was forcibly picked up in a princess carried by Lucio, his long legs moving swiftly, making the white coat flutter. Looking ethereal. Outside the door, Ista and Cordo exchanged unconscious glances. What are you two doing here? 1748's tone seemed to ask, have you had lunch yet? Cordo, forcing a smile, hid his clenched fist in the pocket of his dark blue coat. Are you okay? We need to go to the hospital. Saying this, Lucio naturally covered 1748's mouth, taking advantage of her rare weakness to elegantly ravage her. Cordo felt weak in his legs, and his gaze on his brother softened, feeling both frustrated and angry. If it weren't for the school activities waiting for him, he wouldn't want to disappoint his brother by skipping out on the principal. In the end, he reluctantly went along. As for Ista, she obediently followed Cordo, noticing he seemed downcast. All school activities were concluded, and students returned to their respective classrooms to start classes. Cordo was extremely frustrated, sitting under a pavilion with a crumpled soda cup in his hand. Is something bothering you? Cordo was startled. He hadn't noticed that Ista had already left, not knowing where she had popped up from, holding 2 cups of fruitcake. Eat something sweet. It will lift your spirits. Thank you. Ista pointed to the empty seat beside him. Can I sit here? Cordo weakly nodded and took a big bite of the top watermelon slice. Aren't you angry? Ista didn't understand the question. Cordo was speechless. You and my brother are already engaged. Aren't you even a little bothered to see him carrying another woman to the hospital? Ista was taken aback, her brows slightly furrowing in discomfort. Should I be angry? 1748 is sick, isn't she? Cordo had nothing to say. Ista took a spoonful of pure cream with her left hand and said, The Lord told me a long time ago that he doesn't like me. He will marry me just because of some agreement with my father. This time, it was Cordo's turn to be astonished. Perhaps you would laugh at me for being the kind of girl without a brain, agreeing to marry just because my father told me to, and even moving to your planet to live. She paused, giving a dry smile. I actually know that the only one willing to help us is the Lord. And even if he has his own motives, it's reasonable. This was the first time Keto had a conversation with Ista, and hearing her speak such heartfelt words made him feel quite moved. No, you're not foolish. You're just too naive. Ista smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped and the corners of her mouth curved. Keto suddenly realized that he had never seen her face as clearly as he did now. The face of 1748 gradually appeared in his mind, and he found that the biggest difference between the two was that one was serene, while the other was lively and active. One was easily shy, with an almost zero presence, while the other had a way of making you naturally discover her, whether in your eyes or in your mind, even though she herself was completely unaware of it. How wonderful! Keto couldn't help but blurt out this sentence. Ista tilted her head, staring at a part of the ceiling where several white-feathered birds had settled. They had pomegranate-colored beaks, pecking at something with apparent joy. In Keto's eyes, she still seemed like a little girl, and he inexplicably felt that she posed no significant threat to him. There's no one else at school. Let us go. Ista smiled sweetly, nodding as she stood up. Just as the two left, the school bell rang to signal the end of class. The students rushed to the playground, not seeing the prince and princess anymore, and they reluctantly returned to the classroom. Cactus and Melon were called to the office. As soon as the teacher with heavy black-rimmed glasses saw the two children enter, he stood up and invited them to sit on the long bench by the window. I heard that you are now living with a strange woman? The two children hesitated, then almost simultaneously nodded. The teacher pushed his glasses with his index finger and said, "It's like this, the school rules have changed. Children like you must live in the student dormitory, and regarding the financial aspect, the school will report to the Lord." "Teacher, can our big sister move in too?" "That is not possible," the teacher replied firmly. "She is an adult, and allowing her to come to school was already an exception. Then can we refuse you?" Cactus asked in a soft, sticky voice. "Well, living at our big sister's house is quite nice," Melon added. The teacher blinked his cross-eyed eyes and continued, "All right, you go home and tell your big sister. If you have any objections, come find me." Chapter 024. Registration for the blind date tour. This bespectacled male teacher was quite cunning. Knowing that 1748 had an unusual relationship with the Lord, he dared to toy with her. He successfully made 1748 fall into a trap. Despite being unwell, he charged into the office of the guidance department, all for the sake of cacti and cantaloupes staying in the dormitory. However, the bespectacled man was in front of the principal, feeling wronged as he claimed she attempted to solve the problem with force, even almost setting the teaching building on fire. His goal was to achieve results that even the leaders couldn't, so that 1748 would voluntarily drop out and not harm the school's reputation or affect the admission rates. Lucio was very clear about what the school was plotting, but he found the 1-week suspension for 1748 quite appropriate. So he turned a blind eye and continued to do his own thing. However, a day later, he personally went to the school to handle the registration for 1748's other identity, perfectly timing it for the following Monday. The cacti and cantaloupes moved into the school dormitory, and the previous week was spent observing their adaptability. If they really couldn't get along with other students, the school wouldn't force them to stay. During 1748 suspension, Lucio had her count the number of new workers, and if there were no issues, he would take them directly to the coal mine to start working. The work efficiency needed to be high, but time was not restricted. 1748 stomped her foot, glaring at a group of identical stones behind her that only knew how to follow procedures. Yes, she treated them like stones on the side of the road. However, there were benefits. They would absolutely not argue back, nor would they complain about being tired, hurt, or wanting their mothers. The atmosphere in the coal mine was relatively lively, and everyone got along quite well. When lunchtime came, 1748 became curious about what they ate. Was it human food, or did they need to recharge? The answer was that they ate the same boxed meals as her, drank bubble tea, and even farted and burped. Their efficiency was indeed high, but in fact, they hadn't found any rare treasures. What they had were stones and coal slag of various sizes. This made 1748 wonder if the coal layers had been crushed into dregs. Otherwise, after months of digging in her birthplace, there should have been some surprises. She turned to glance at the nearest little worker, smiled, and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you're T1?" The little worker nodded, and the neck made a few cracking sounds. "Ha ha ha." 1748 chuckled slowly, feeling extremely awkward as she looked at him. "Have you ever mined coal on other planets?" The little worker quickly replied, "No." This was even more awkward. 1748 politely smiled. "We've only mined silver and gold on a total of 221 different planets." Another little worker added. 1748's mouth slowly formed an O shape, and her light brown pupils sparkled with excitement. "Then have you seen any giant eggs or anything like that?" At this moment, all the little workers shook their heads in unison, replying, "Nope." Well then, 1748 laughed until her cheeks hurt, thinking she might cry. It's okay. Let us take a 15-minute break and continue working. We'll clock out at 4:30 p.m. 1748 was in a bad mood and wanted to be alone, preferably in a place where no one would disturb her. Otherwise, they would suffer the consequences. Just then, Lucio was in his office resting with his eyes closed, temporarily having no other tasks, preparing to check the surveillance footage near the coal mine, when Keter knocked and entered. "Brother." Lucio hummed in response, silently closing his computer and turned to look at his brother with a nonchalant expression. "Ista got hurt." Lucio nodded indifferently, signaling him to continue. "Okay, brother. Actually, I can't stand it anymore." Keter couldn't sit still and had to stand up to feel comfortable. "Speak." Lucio's gaze softened. "Didn't Ista get a new female steward and attendant? Especially that steward. She really disapproves of how you overlook the princess," he said, observing his brother's expression. "Aren't you too good to 1748? You let her manage the coal mine. Didn't pursue the matter when she hurt the model last time? And even helped her with her registration. Honestly, she has become a crowd magnet." "A crowd magnet?" Keter explained. "It means she's a sight to behold on the road. And everyone can't help but look at her." "Brother, don't take it to heart. They're just casually saying this." "But brother, if you don't socialize at all, won't you become out of touch with the outside world? Aren't you there?" Keter liked this statement. "But brother, it's good if you at least understand a little bit. I have an idea that will help you solve a big problem and also resolve 1748's life issue." He suddenly became serious. "You know there's a blind date tour coming up, right? I've already signed 1748 up. If she finds her other half and gets married, wouldn't that be a great thing?" Lucio's expression stiffened, and for a moment he was speechless. "Brother, are you not happy?" Keter nervously tightened his pants. "No, you can handle this." Keter closed his eyes and quietly exclaimed, "Yes. I'll go find her now." "Brother, you keep busy and make sure to rest." As soon as Lucio saw the door close, he couldn't control himself, stood up, stuffed his hands into his pants pockets, furrowed his brow, and paced back and forth behind the desk countless times. That night, he learned from his brother that 1748 had agreed to participate in the blind date, and he felt as if he had been hit on the forehead. He clearly felt, no, he was sure, that she was the kind of woman who was gender ambiguous, had a lot of issues, a fiery temper, and occasionally delicate, but would never be the type to understand love. But what had he just heard? He deeply suspected that 1748's brain had been filled with lime water. The next morning, Lucio hadn't slept all night, but felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He not only felt no hint of sleepiness, but also had an inexplicable excitement swirling in his mind, causing his blood to boil uncontrollably. He almost felt like he could catch fire. He had promised his brother that he would put work aside today to visit the sick Ista. Halfway through the drive, he felt something was off. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he suddenly spotted 1748 with the two kids on holiday, flying kites on the Rainbow Bridge. "This oddball," Lucio exclaimed, slapping the steering wheel. "Sister, look, that seems to be the Lord's car." 1748 reeled in the string, looked at Lucio leaning against a camphor tree by the roadside, smiled and said, "What is that? Why does it look so much like your toy train?" Lucio sensed something was wrong with him, thought for a moment, turned back, and drove directly to the villa entrance. "Sister, the Lord seems unhappy to see us." 1748 shrugged. Who cares? Let us go over to the grass over there. She really wanted to go see Ista, but with Lucio appearing, she immediately dismissed that thought, deciding to come back another day. Ista had a slight cold, but the ankle injury was quite serious, requiring at least a month of bed rest. She hadn't expected Lucio to come personally to visit her. And while she was surprised, she didn't feel much joy. She was more worried that the excited female steward would lose control of her mouth and say something inappropriate upon seeing the Lord. "Doctor, are you coming in today?" Lucio asked from a small sofa 2 meters away from the bed. The female steward seized the opportunity to interject. "My lord, the doctor has been here several times. But we remain calm, and there aren't too many people nearby. Our princess is scared." Ista's face was filled with question marks. Lucio casually asked, "What are you afraid of?" The female housekeeper slowly straightened her back and spoke frankly. "My lord, there is a young man who has been visiting our princess frequently. As someone who has been through this, I can tell that his intentions are not good. I hope you could take charge for us and not let just anyone come here." Lucio found this strange. It seemed like the issue wasn't just about 1 or 2 people. It appeared that there were quite a few odd individuals. Yes, my lord, you are wise. So I will speak plainly. What's his name again?" "Oh, it's 1748. That's her. She comes here to mooch food all the time, and she brings 2 kids with her. You must know that on our planet, it's said that if an unmarried girl has children around her, it indicates her character is questionable. Our princess is not an ordinary person. Aye." Lucio raised his arm to signal her to be quiet. Ista sighed, looking at Lucio's face, which had turned ashen. "I understand everything now." Lucio stood up. "Check the time. The doctor is coming soon. I have things to attend to. Goodbye." "My lord, Ista hurriedly tugged at Rachel's sleeve, urging her to bring the housekeeper back. "Mom, we were having a good conversation. How did it turn to 1748? Princess, why aren't you happy?" The housekeeper angrily glared at her daughter, equating her with 1748. "Originally, the time you spent with the Lord was being taken up by that woman. Princess, you're just too kind, and that's why you're being bullied." Ista was so angry she couldn't speak for a moment. "Mom, please stop causing trouble here. Go do your thing. I'll take care of the princess." Rachel was in a dilemma, and after sending her mother away, she took the initiative to apologize to Ista. "I didn't mean to tell her that you secretly meet with Haroon. Really, I swear, princess." Rachel's whole arm was shaking. "What else did you say?" "I mentioned the last time we stayed at Haroon's house, and then I talked about 1748 participating in the matchmaking event. And then?" Rachel swore to the heavens. "Princess, believe me, that's all. I won't say anything more." Knowing that her mother tends to overthink, you still said it. Not reliable at all. Ista was genuinely angry. Her face paled significantly. "How am I supposed to get along with you in the future?" "Princess, I was wrong. It was all your housekeeper's fault. Next time, even if she tears my mouth apart, I won't say anything. Princess, please forgive me." Chapter 025. The flamboyant redhead has a flamboyant name. When Ista saw Rachel's pitiful appearance, her heart softened immediately. She waved her hand, slightly threateningly, telling her to watch her mouth in the future. Rachel nodded vigorously, hurriedly thanking the princess for not cutting ties with her. Lucio left the villa, driving past Rainbow Bridge, and he no longer saw 1748 and the 2 kids. He initially thought about stopping the car to take a closer look at them, but then he thought to himself, "Why should I, for no reason at all, want to see her?" Even talking to himself made him stutter, which amused him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of magic 1748 possessed that could cure his stutter. Little did he know, 1748 actually didn't take him or his speech impediment seriously at all. At that moment, only a few days remained until the universe-wide matchmaking tour event held once every 3 years, which just happened to be right before 1748's normal school routine. For 1748, it was simply a blessing from above. The event's registration fees alone had already filled the coffers of the event organizers, the Magpie Bridge mobilization. All the men and women who registered had begun preparing their outfits, accessories, and jewelry long before this day. Those with status and wealth, who couldn't find a partner due to uncontrollable circumstances, even hired dozens of bodyguards for their safety. Not for any other reason, but simply to find love as soon as possible, even if it meant spending all their savings. Money could be earned again, but marrying for love was universally recognized as a source of happiness, and getting a divorce was not an easy matter. Last time, 1748 had learned about the practical examples of partner allocation by ISCOP, and this time, she personally felt the excitement in a matchmaking venue, sensing the male and female hormones wafting through the air. She stood at the entrance, feeling a bit dazed and flustered, worried that she might get trampled by the crowd of people in front of her. "Hello, please show me your entrance ticket," said a well-mannered male greeter in a silver tailcoat, his hair styled into a pompadour. 1748 casually tossed her crumpled 3D entrance ticket into his palm. "All right, you may go in now." The single women present were all dressed to the nines, trying their best to stand out. They revealed as much as they could. Some lace skirts were short enough to reveal the color of their underwear, and the shortest high heels were at least 20 centimeters tall. In contrast, 1748 wore a white shirt paired with faded cropped jeans and a pair of plain white canvas shoes, making her look like a messy country girl who had crawled out of a garbage dump in the eyes of those women who had certain standards of aesthetics. "Oh my God, a woman like that actually has men approaching her. OMG, said an arrogant woman. She covered her lips, painted a shade redder than a monkey's bottom with rings of green jade and red diamonds, and then burst into a laugh that sounded like a hen laying eggs. The other women chimed in, throwing several envious and jealous glances at 1748. "What did I tell you before?" 1748 rhythmically shook her leg. "I don't want to dress like a hen. It's so ugly. If you like it, wear it yourself. By the way, are you here with your brother? We're worried you might get into trouble, so we specifically came to keep an eye on you." 1748 wanted to laugh, but restrained herself. Pointing at a short-haired girl holding a lily cocktail, "What do you think of her?" Ketter shot her a cold glance. "The person going on a blind date is you, not me. As a girl, you should at least be a bit cute and dignified. Otherwise, what man would be interested in you?" 1748 called over a passing attendant and casually picked a free Cuba Libre cocktail, downing it in one gulp. Ketter almost coughed up blood on the spot. He deliberately stopped beside her, whispering a warning. "Look at yourself. Which woman drinks like you? Now you see it, right?" 1748 shrugged it off, raising her empty cup and saying, "This drink tastes good. You need to remember, you're here for matchmaking. Okay, get lost. Don't speak gibberish to me." "I don't want to hear that," 1748 said, while seizing the attendant's tray and hugging it, drinking one cup after another. Cough, cough, cough at that moment. The head of the Magpie Bridge mobilization stepped forward. A short, chubby man, no taller than 1.50 meters, with a hairline nearly reaching his waist, flashed a goofy smile, deliberately revealing his gold-toothed grin as he tested the microphone. "Thank you all for taking the time to participate in our matchmaking tour. Without further ado, let's get to the exciting part. Next, please look at the big screen." Having said that, the chubby boss continued with a smile. "This is the total route map for this year's tour. We have prepared a smartphone for everyone that connects intuitively with our headquarters. Use it to scan the already prepared telepathic QR code, which will display your match's name, and then it will show your itinerary, guide, hotel, and so on. Finally, without wasting your time, let's start scanning now." Before the flamboyant voice even faded, all the mobile phone screens below lit up almost simultaneously. "Oh, I matched with my angel. I'm so lucky. No, I don't want to be paired with this woman who has body odor. Oh my God, how could it be you?" Before 1748 could react, she saw Claire, mouth agape, laughing as she approached her. 17, you came too. What a coincidence." 1748 awkwardly smiled and nodded mechanically. "I didn't know you were single." Claire pouted, her eyes darting around. "Well, recently I've been nearly suffocated by the romantic stench around me, so I decided to take an early vacation to relax." 1748 looked her up and down, noticing that her clothes were all from the top-tier cosmic brands Ketter had mentioned. Even the fluff on her high heels was quite pricey. "Is your family rich in gold?" "No, my old man just does jewelry appraisal. He earns a few planets worth a year. Not that rich." "Oh, if you keep asking, I'll be embarrassed." You should be embarrassed?" 1748 suspected she had a screw loose. With such wealth, why was she running around as Lucio's assistant? 17, don't look at me like that. That money is my old man's, not mine. How should I put it? I'm a young person with aspirations, dreaming of having houses designed by me on every planet. Are you done yet? Ketter, squeezed to the entrance by the crowd, finally returned to 1748's side. Seeing her chatting animatedly with Claire, a surge of anger flared up. "Wow, Your Highness, you. Keter covered her mouth. Shut up. Claire nodded. Your Highness, I told you someone looked just like you. Turns out it really is. You're here for matchmaking too? Stop talking nonsense. Who's your match? Claire lifted her phone to take a look, her jaw almost locked in excitement. Why, Your Highness, you're my match. Keter looked incredulous. How is that possible? In fact, it was true. The Magpie Bridge mobilization had miscalculated. The number of people present was odd, and the leftover person just happened to be 1748. To compensate her, their boss decided to personally accompany her. 1748 could not agree to this at all and quickly refused, insisting that she could manage alone and that there was no issue with complaining or giving them a bad review. She could choose any route, and she could even walk through them all, which suited her just fine. However, it has caused trouble for other women, as their male partners often disappear for a few minutes without reason, only to reappear mysteriously. When asked, they can only make a few vague excuses. In 1748, she traveled 4 routes over 5 days, totaling 56 planets. She asked all the male guests about where coal was abundant and about the local residents. However, she was treated as if she were crazy. The matchmaking tour lasted 35 days in total, and 1748 hesitated, considering whether to continue or return to Jiguala right away, pondering both options for a long time. Just as she was preparing to leave Kabia, she encountered a young red-haired man on the road. Hey, can't you walk with your eyes open? 1748 distinctly remembered saying this to Lucio before. Hey, you punk, why are you so arrogant? Before 1748 could finish her sentence, she noticed a group of black-faced, long-limbed octopus monsters rushing out behind the red-haired young man. Run! 1748 quickly thought and ran alongside the young man, running to a nearby pool. Quick, jump in. Huh? 1748 pointed behind her. Are you sure? In fact, when she turned her head, the splashes from the water hit her face. Stop dawdling. If you don't want to become their wives, jump in. Oh my. 1748 clicked her tongue and shook her head, then jumped into the pool. 15 minutes later, 1748 surfaced. Are you a man or a woman? A man. Your hair is way too flashy. Are you sure you're a man? I still want to ask, are you a man or a woman? 1748 glared at him, quickly climbing onto the shore. They chase you because they want to marry you, but you alone are not enough. What are you thinking? They want to catch you to take back to their boss. Oh, this planet is quite peculiar. What's your name? What do you want? 1748 looked at him sideways. From your accent, you're not a local, right? Are you here to visit relatives or for tourism? How about giving me a ride to where you're from? TSK, TSK. You don't even know if I'm a man or a woman and you want me to take you home. You're quite bold. Stop calling me punk. I have a name. It's Badatong. That S.A. strange name, 1748 said, smacking her lips. You have to give me a reason to let you ride with me. Fine. As long as you want to know, there's nothing I don't know. Badatong patted his not-so-broad chest. 1748 didn't he believe this? If you don't believe me, ask. 1748 rolled her eyes. How tall is Lucio? What shoe size does he wear? And what about his parents? Oh, and how old is his brother? Badatong replied easily. The Lord of Jiguala is 179,458 meters tall, wears size 40 shoes. His parents passed away long ago, and his brother, named Kidu, is 19 this year. Chapter 026, bringing a tax evader home. 1748 rubbed her chin, thinking, specifically, I'm not sure either. With a roll of her eyes, she continued to ask, tell me about me. Where was I born? What is my name? Do I have a sister? You, huh? The octopus card propped up its chin and scrutinized for a long time, racking its brain, but couldn't come up with an answer. All right, I admit, I don't know much about your affairs, but there's nothing else I don't know. I swear to heaven. All right, last question. Where are the most coal mines? After saying that, 1,748 snapped her fingers. The octopus card's eyebrows rose with a smile, and its small nose, resembling a woman's, slightly flared. The coal mines are most abundant in the shackles compared to the ice island. 1748 glanced at it sideways, coughed a few times. This needs further study. But I agree to take you back to the Jiguala planet. The octopus card was secretly delighted, although it didn't hide much on its face, extending its still wet palm. Come on, Les, high five. What for? 1748 stood up warily and turned her back, pointing in the direction the octopus monster left. If I'm not mistaken, we can get out by going this way, right? The octopus card sadly nodded, rubbing its nose and said, "We'll walk backward, trust me. After all, this is my hometown. I can get out with my eyes closed." 1748 reluctantly believed him and turned to follow him. Halfway, they encountered a hovering tractor. The driver was someone the octopus card knew, and they caught a ride, which saved time. Sitting in the passenger seat was a bit cramped for the two of them. 1748 boldly picked up the octopus card and placed it on her lap, showing no sign of embarrassment. When the driver cast him a strange glance, she put on a "what are you looking at" expression. "Little 8, this girl is quite sturdy. You two are a good match. When are you getting married? Invite me to the wedding, okay?" The driver spoke with a thick accent, and a naive smile appeared on his sunburned, cracked face. "Uncle Wong, she's just a friend of mine. Don't joke with me. You're back to the village today. Don't let my mom and dad see me, all right?" While they were talking, 1748 had a serious expression the whole time. After getting off the tractor, 1748 saw the special vehicle for the matchmaking parade. "Get in the car with me." The octopus card looked around and pointed at the luxury car. "Is this yours?" "No nonsense. Let us go." Compared to the previous tractor, the setup in this car was simply extravagant. The octopus card's heart raced, feeling as if everything before him was a dream. The car drove steadily, with a black gauze curtain separating the front and back seats. Next to the two was a square pearwood table, carefully arranged with various snacks and drinks. "Little 8, what do you do?" 1748 suddenly asked. The octopus card, holding sunflower seeds, was about to crack one open, staring blankly at her. "I'm not doing anything." "Not doing anything? Why did you tell that old man not to let someone know he saw you?" "Don't think I don't understand anything. Honestly, have you done something bad?" The octopus card was speechless, casually stuffing the sunflower seeds into his pocket, his eyes fixed on a bottle of red soda. "I'm indeed hiding from someone, but didn't you see it before? They mistook me for a woman and insisted on marrying me. I've been hiding for quite some time now." 1748 felt increasingly uneasy, banging the table. No. That's not it. Are you hiding something from me?" Having wandered the world for many years, the octopus card had never truly feared anyone. But this woman always played by her own rules, making him a bit apprehensive and cautious. On the other hand, he admitted he had asked her for help first, and then thought to hell with it. I also evaded taxes." As soon as the octopus card mentioned taxes, a surge of anger filled him. "You have no idea. Our king is currently scheming to rob us of our money, and he even introduced a beauty tax and an ugly tax. The only way to avoid taxes is for an ugly person to marry a beautiful one. Just look at my face." The octopus card cruelly poked his own face. "It's just too enchanting. That group of ugly people has their eyes on me. Now you should understand why I want to leave there, right?" 1748 was almost dying of laughter. "You're not joking, right? This is simply too funny, too bizarre." "Ha!" The octopus card smiled without saying a word. "Is your planet very poor?" After 1748 asked, she smiled at him. "What? Feeling embarrassed?" "I'm just asking casually. No other meaning." The octopus card turned around, looking at the acacia trees being left behind outside the car window. "No, it's not that poor. It's just that people are cowardly and like to show off. I can't stand it." 1748 couldn't laugh anymore, feeling he was a person with a story. "Little 8, don't say that. After all, it's your hometown. Think positively." 1748 patted his shoulder. The octopus card was surprised, turning to look into her eyes, feeling strangely that there was no sense of awkwardness when talking to her. "You should know the king's daughter. She's the one who is supposed to marry your lord. She's not bad-looking, but she doesn't know anything." 1748 squinted and thought for a moment. "So her dad is the coward you mentioned? Why don't you tell me? Is she really being forced to marry Lucio?" "Forced?" The octopus card laughed as if hearing a joke, shaking his leg from laughter. "What forced? Which woman on any planet would want to marry him? If I were a woman, I'd want to. He's intelligent, good-looking, has many subordinates, and is wealthy. Who wouldn't love him?" 1748 rolled her eyes, snorting in disdain. "I wouldn't. That's hard to say." The octopus card shrugged and sneered. "You just look like a man, clumsy and loud, but in my view, you're even more feminine than a woman." 1748 felt goosebumps all over from hearing that. TSK, get lost. You're not a worm in my belly. I'm an experienced person. Listening to me is not wrong. The octopus card poked his face again. Don't look at me like this. I have more manliness than a man. Unknowingly, the two chatted happily. Although they had just met, it felt as if they were old friends, chattering all the way. Upon returning to the Jiguala planet, 1748, as an experienced person, introduced the flowers, grasses, and trees here to the octopus card, as well as every villa she herself was not familiar with. As the sky was about to darken, she took him on the way home, buying some cheap potatoes, onions, duck eggs, and egg pancakes. You live here alone? The octopus card had just asked, opening the shoe cabinet and seeing many pairs of children's shoes inside. No, there are two kids. The octopus card showed a big surprise on his face. No way. Becoming a single mother at such a young age, that's not easy. What are you talking about? 1748 patted his back. Go on. Take the ingredients to the kitchen and make something to eat casually. I'm not criticizing you. A woman can't even cook. That's very embarrassing. The octopus card said it like that, but he actually loved cooking deeply and was excellent at it. 1748 was very satisfied with the meal, and after dinner, she even drank the octopus card's special mixed vegetable juice, feeling her stomach comfortable as if it had exercised. Meanwhile, Keto was dragging Claire back from the Cat Dory planet to Jiguala, almost going crazy along the way. And Lucio was also going mad waiting. When the two brothers met, it was the first time they faced each other with flushed and pale faces. Bro, that woman is back. Lucio sat at the end of the sofa with his legs crossed, remaining silent. Sorry, bro, I didn't help much. Lucio forced himself to calm down and glanced at his brother. 1748 has already debuted, trending 3 times. This time, she seems to be having quite a good time at the tour. Keto couldn't help but feel that this statement sounded quite bitter. Bro, let's not talk about her anymore. Let's go out for dinner. Keto touched his flat stomach. Let's go. The two chose a high-end, stylish restaurant with almost no customers. While most people would have dessert after a meal, the brothers opted for fancy coffee. Bro, I actually regret signing her up. Keto expressed his dissatisfaction. It's not like we were just playing house. She went in jeans and didn't even seem interested in that man. Don't even get me started on how he feels about her. Drinking is like drinking water. She doesn't even act like a woman. If word gets out, we'd really be embarrassed. After saying this, Keto looked up to observe his brother's expression. Go on. From the sound of it, Lucio seemed quite satisfied with 1748's performance. There's something I almost forgot. Keto took a sip from his light-colored mug, then set it down as he spoke. I was chasing after her and found out she brought a man home. A man. Lucio thought he had pronounced it lightly enough. In fact, it was the first time Keto had heard such a nasal pronunciation. Keto was secretly excited yet anxious. He suddenly couldn't figure out what his brother was thinking. Bro, the bill has been settled. Can I stay at your villa for a night? As Lucio stood up, his foot caught on a button, nearly knocking over the coffee cup and plate. Bro, are you okay? Lucio steadied himself and feigned nonchalance, turning his head away. I'm fine, let's go home. Hey, bro, you're going the wrong way. Keto had no choice but to turn around and rush after Lucio. Bro, you're not going to look for 1748, are you? Lucio nodded seriously. No, bro, it's too late. Besides, there are other men at her place. Is it appropriate for us to go? Keto refused to listen to the answer he didn't want to hear. Skipping work, skipping class, there should be consequences. Keto's heart ached as he cursed himself for talking too much. Otherwise, he could have just gone home with his brother, washed up, chatted, and gone to sleep. Bro, Keto grabbed Lucio's wrist. It's really late now, let's just go back. Even though 1748 is a woman, she's got the essence of a man inside her. They'll be fine. Chapter 027 Early morning, Keto, Lucio, didn't think in that direction. He simply had a stubborn mindset of not wanting other strange men to stay in his underground cabin. Brother, that's not what I meant. Keto stammered. Brother, don't walk so fast. Keto swore to the heavens that from now on, if he said another word, he would bite his tongue and die. Lucio charged into the corridor like a wild bull, and just a few steps in, he heard a burst of laughter like silver bells. Lucio suddenly realized how ridiculous his actions were. The Grand Lord was angrily trying to catch someone in the act, not to mention others. He was already laughing at himself. Just a few steps away from 1748's house, he abruptly turned around and pulled Keto, who had rushed in after him, back to his own villa. Meanwhile, 1748 and Badatong were completely unaware. One was singing solo to the ceiling while the other was cracking sunflower seeds and laughing boisterously. Poor kids, who still had to go to school tomorrow, lay in bed with wide eyes as waves of infectious laughter drifted in from outside. They were torn between listening and feeling sleepy. Earplugs were useless, and the soundproof button installed on the wall just happened to malfunction today. Cactus had a sudden idea and quietly took out his phone from the drawer of the small bedside table to message Lucio. "Lord, are you asleep?" 2 smiling faces seconds later, he received a reply. "No." Hamigua climbed up the ladder, leaned beside Cactus, and stared at the phone screen. "Wait, I'll message the Lord." Saying this, he snatched the phone, rolled up his sleeves, stretched his short legs straight, and used the ladder as a slide to go down. Barefoot to crack the door open a bit, finding the right angle to snap a series of photos of the two chatting and drinking in the living room. Then, he sent the pictures and the truth to Lucio, word for word, leaving nothing out. "Is this okay? The big sister will be angry with us." Cactus felt a bit scared inside, thinking this was unfair to 1748. "It's fine," Hamigua patted his own little chest confidently. "We're doing this for the sister's sake. What if that man is a bad guy? Plus, she drinks every day, and her body can't handle it. She might get sick again." Cactus always thought Hamigua's words were reasonable and profound, way more impressive than those of other kids his age. This time, he became a little fan of his again. Previously, 1748 had heard Claire say that true friends are hard to find, and now, under the influence of alcohol, she felt that not only had she found a true friend, but also a great treasure. So happy she wanted to fly up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the moon stars. She believed that with the all-knowing Badatong, finding her siblings was just a matter of time. At that point, all the ridiculous agreements and that jerk Lucio could be kicked aside. Just thinking about it made her feel blissful, her mouth involuntarily curling up, drool hanging down. Badatong, in a daze, flopped onto the sofa and started snoring, while 1748 slouched in a lounge chair and fell asleep. The living room was filled with a strong odor of red wine, mixed with the aroma of peanut butter and Badatong's indescribable foot smell. The combined smell was simply overwhelming. On one side, they slept like dead pigs, while on the other, Lucio paced in his large, tidy bedroom. Quito's eyes were blurry, but his good brother still showed no signs of stopping. He clearly knew that because of 1748, a slight inquiry would be met with a stubborn digesting. Quito felt like he wanted to go to 1748's house and grab her collar, asking her what kind of spell she had cast on his brother. "Brother." Quito forced a perfect fake smile. Lucio stopped by the floor lamp, turned his head casually, and asked, "What is it?" Quito jumped up 3 feet, his feet landing on the ground, and smiled at his brother. "I met Ista's dad at Kabia. He asked me when you guys are getting married." Lucio's face showed a hint of disdain, and resting his left hand on the mushroom lamp shade, he didn't want to continue hiding it and replied truthfully, "The engagement has been canceled." "What?" Quito had the same expression as Lucio had expected. "Well, it wasn't my idea, it was hers." This caught Quito completely off guard. "No. Brother, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Such a big deal." Quito spoke quickly, his tone increasingly urgent, and his whole face turned red from holding back. Lucio felt that his brother's reaction was too intense and didn't offer any further explanation. Instead, he advised him to go to bed early, or else he would miss his beauty sleep and wouldn't look good tomorrow. After saying that, he left the bedroom and didn't come back for a long time. This sentence might be meaningless coming from others, but for Quito, it felt like magic. All kinds of persuasion were always effective. There had never been an exception. At this moment, Quito glanced at Lucio's eyes and felt that in his brother's heart, he might not even be as good as a clown. Just someone annoying who was clingy, talkative, and had too many trivial matters. "Staying here is just making my brother uncomfortable. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now." Quito's seriously angry expression went unnoticed by Lucio, because by the time Lucio carefully picked out his brother's favorite honey tea salad-flavored ice cream and returned, the bed was already empty. For a moment, Lucio felt his head go blank, and the ice cream in his hand began to melt, the creamy part slowly dripping from his palm. He couldn't help but reflect. Did he say something that upset his brother? Or did he actually hope to marry Ista? Which is why he left without saying a word after the engagement was canceled. He hesitated for a second, but ultimately didn't agree to go out and look for him. Just like the 3 times before, he told himself that Keto was growing up. He had to have his own world and couldn't always follow him or cater to him. He had to learn to be independent and couldn't he endlessly rely on him just because he was the only brother left. He had to learn to love others. In the end, he would still get married, and Keto would also get married, and eventually, a family would have to become 2 families. Keto didn't run straight back to his villa. Halfway, he turned back, hiding behind a street lamp at the intersection, tiptoeing to see if his brother was following. Once he realized he wasn't, tears began to flow uncontrollably down his face, the grievances in his heart crashing against the shores of his heart like waves. This only made him more certain that his brother no longer cared for him or felt sorry for him like before. He suddenly felt a painful sense of impending loss. Ding, ding, dong. The bells of the West District clock tower rang out, and Keto, heartbroken, didn't want to go home and felt too embarrassed to turn back to find his brother. So he simply sat under the street lamp, casually broke off a plastic lily from the flower bed behind him, and used its root to dig a hole in the ground, then placed his index finger inside and filled the hole with a bit of fine soil. This was just a boring, time-killing game, and Keto played for an hour. Around 2 in the morning, 1748 felt a fire in her stomach, sparks shooting out of her mouth, and white smoke following from her nostrils and ears. The room resembled the initial stages of a fire or the aftermath of firefighting. She felt uncomfortable all over, and as she shifted her body slightly, she accidentally fell onto the carpet, suddenly opening her eyes to see her reflection in the glass window. She secretly felt fortunate that she hadn't woken up Keto to let him see her like this. Otherwise, he would definitely have been scared to death. No mineral water was bad enough, but the water was actually shut off. 1748 clicked her tongue in frustration, glaring at the faucet with a big eye roll. Sigh. I have no choice but to go out and buy some. 1748 didn't bother to tidy herself up. She rubbed her nose and took her wallet out the door. The convenience store closest to the underground room was closed, and so was the supermarket next door. Reluctantly, 1748 had to detour down Happy Street all the way to the end, then cross an unpaved road to Water Creek Street to find a nearby convenience store. After making a round, she found the convenience store, but on her way back, she realized she had walked quite a bit of unnecessary distance. It's true that I'm hopelessly directionally challenged. Sigh. There's no saving me. 1748 was drinking water, wanted to drink alcohol again, swallowed hard, and turned around to find someone sitting under the streetlight at 1 o'clock. At first, she didn't pay much attention and continued walking, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the person standing up. Huh, that looks so familiar. Saying this, 1748 tightened the cap on her bottle and, like an arrow released, swooshed in front of Keto. Have you been crying? Keto just wanted to know, with his head down. He really couldn't tell that the woman opposite him had been crying. 1748 heard the sound of sniffing, but she was just joking. Is there something on your mind, sitting here alone in the middle of the night? 1748 unconsciously followed behind Keto. Her woman's intuition told her that something was definitely up. It's nothing. Keto took a step, and 1748 followed with 3. As long as it's nothing, that's good. 1748 patted his back. Look, I bought some crystal candy for you to try. If you like it, you owe me 3 cans tomorrow. Without caring whether Keto wanted it or not, 1748 forcibly stuffed the delicately packaged candy jar into his arms. I don't want it. Keto glared at her, throwing the candy jar on the ground and kicking it with his foot while looking at 1748. I don't eat candy. If you want to eat it, go ahead. Don't mind me. 1748 grabbed his collar. Well, whether you like it or not, I don't care, but did this candy offend you? Do you think just because you are the brother of a lord, being a prince is something impressive? Do you think this candy is made casually, just for you to throw and kick around? You go, where are you going? 1748 shouted in anger. She grabbed Keto, glaring at him fiercely without taking her eyes off him. Keto replied, yes, I have nothing to be ashamed of, and I never said I was great. Could you please not pull me? I really don't want to hit a woman. Chapter 028. The situation is out of control. Who can be blamed? Keto impatiently waved his hand and turned around to glare at 1748. You stop right there. Just looking at you makes me angry. 1748 tightened her grip on Keto's arm, not letting go. If you have something to say, just say it. Taking out your frustration on someone else's hard work doesn't make you a hero. I only held back because I saw you were in a bad mood. Remember, if you disrespect my candy again, I won't be polite." Her powerful voice echoed, and Keto stared blankly at the jar in his arms, watching her gradually walk away, his anger inexplicably dissipating. Once 1748 was far enough away that he could no longer see her, Keto suddenly realized it was already past 2 in the morning. In his mind, bad thoughts started to surface, and scared, he hugged the candy jar tightly and ran towards his brother's villa. The villa was pitch black at this hour, but Lucio was still awake. Hearing some noise downstairs, he instinctively pulled the blanket over himself while lying in bed. As time passed, he pretended to be asleep, even though he could clearly feel Keto slowly climbing onto the bed. Peeking with one eye open, he saw his brother curled up like a little cat next to the pillow. Although he wanted to ignore him, his body couldn't help but unconsciously cover him with a blanket while he continued to pretend to be fast asleep. The next day, Keto comfortably stretched in bed, opened his sleepy eyes, and the first thing he saw was the crystal chandelier shaped like dead tree branches hanging from the ceiling. Turning to glance at the sunlight streaming in through the window, he realized that all the bad feelings from the night before had vanished without a trace. At this time, Lucio was already sitting comfortably in his spacious office, leisurely sipping the black coffee he had brewed himself. The computer on his desk displayed his schedule for the day, along with the meetings he had with various planetary tycoons. However, after finishing his coffee, he scratched out all those appointments. In the adjacent office, Harlan was ready, equipped with a portable computer, a working companion detection robot, and his daily essentials, a pot of goji berries and cassia seed tea, setting out right on time. Meanwhile, Claire had just arrived at the company to clock in. After enduring various trials with Keto over the past 5 days, to be honest, she didn't want to say anything and was too afraid to speak up. At this point, she just hoped to fall ill so she could go home and catch up on sleep. In fact, before she even sat down, her specialized drawing table's phone rang. "Master, do you have any instructions for me now?" Lucio simply replied with 2 words. "Come here." Claire felt a bit nervous as she hurried to the door next door, pulling out a small mirror from her pocket to touch up her makeup and check if her dark circles were covered and if her ENS 101 lipstick was on her teeth. The moment she pushed open the door, she felt Lucio's overwhelmingly powerful aura, which still shook her to her core. "Master, please give your orders." Lucio had already typed out all the questions he wanted to ask, turned his computer in a different direction, and nodded for her to follow the instructions on the screen immediately. "Okay, Master, I've taken a photo. I'm going now." Lucio then turned around. Sometimes, Claire actually enjoyed this kind of errand running work. Taking the opportunity, she went to find 1748 and naturally got to know the all-knowing Ba-Da-Tong. However, due to the private nature of the matter, Claire didn't dare involve Ba-Da-Tong and just took 1748 with her. On their way to Walling Street, Claire asked 1748 why she was going on a blind date. 1748 didn't want to answer that question and rambled on, instead asking her why a rich girl like her was looking for a partner through blind dates. Claire smiled bitterly. 17th Master, you don't know that daughters of educated and good-looking families like mine are supposed to marry into wealthy families and enjoy life. But my luck with the opposite sex is terrible, and besides, I've been overshadowed by you, the Master and the Princess." As she said this, she stared into 1748's eyes, which sparkled like a comet. "Don't say that. I can accept Harlan and Ista flirting with each other, and I think it's quite nice. But," she rolled her eyes disdainfully, "don't put me and Lucio together. I'm telling you. Remember that little girl who was captured on another planet? She told me Lucio actually killed that person." Claire shrugged, shaking her head and laughing. 17th Master, that S where you don't understand. Our master might talk a lot about violence, but think about it. If he were truly as bad as people say, would there still be people trying to curry favor with him? Would countless workers want to work for him? Hearing this, 1748 found some reason in her words. Killing without bloodshed and without any bodies, she had never seen anyone look at him with fear in their eyes. While they were talking, the two arrived at the entrance of Ista's villa. The strong fragrance of red and white roses in the garden made 1748 sneeze multiple times. Just as she was about to ask about the names of those flowers, she saw Ista, dressed unusually. "Oh, it's you guys. coming quickly. Ista, wearing a knee-length skirt. Imanated a unique youthful. Claire was there on a mission and didn't dare to act too much like a guest, so as soon as she sat down, she got straight to the point. Princess, I'm here on the Master's orders to visit you. On the way, Claire hadn't told 1748, and upon seeing the change in expression on both Ista and the female housekeeper, she laughed awkwardly to ease the tension. Well, I want to participate in this. You all continue talking. 1748 had no interest in being a thorn in the housekeeper's side and thought it was time for her to go to school. Wait, don't leave yet. Your involvement is also part of the task. Claire hurriedly grabbed 1748's hand, preventing her from leaving while explaining. You all sit down. Claire smiled bitterly, glancing around, and continued. The master hopes to resolve the misunderstandings between you. Misunderstanding? The housekeeper elongated her tone, snorting disdainfully while sizing up and looking down on 1748. Yes, that's right. The master and 17th master, no, and 1748 have no strained relationship. The master hopes that both the princess and your housekeeper understand, and also, the moment she mentioned the housekeeper, her expression changed dramatically. She crossed her arms and pointed at 1748's nose, shouting, I really don't want to compare our princess with you, but just look at yourself. What do you have that can compare to our princess? Looks? Figure? Upbringing? Background? Let us not even go there. Our princess's personality is perfectly matched with the master. Once they get married, their lives will definitely be blissful. You this vixen, ever since you stuck to the master, I don't know what happened, but everyone talks bad about our princess, and you've taken all the spotlight. 1748 seemed to hear nothing, looking indifferent and relaxed. But when she turned her head, she noticed Ista's expression had drastically changed. Housekeeper, please leave the living room immediately. But princess, leave. 1748 thought Ista had no temper, but she was mistaken. Later, 1748 witnessed Ista's mood shift quickly, making her seem like two different people, leaving her confused about which one was the real her. I'm sorry for making you laugh. The housekeeper is only looking out for me. But she doesn't even know that I'm the one who proposed to annul the engagement. I hope you can be understanding and not tell master, okay? Claire never intended to report it. Don't worry, your highness, I may talk a lot, but I know what to say and what not to say, so rest assured. The two turned around, and 1748 still looked dazed. Ista, you called off the engagement with Lucio? Yes. I can't involve the lord. Marriage is not a trivial matter. Ista said firmly. There are some things I've only come to understand now. And I'm sorry to make you laugh. No, 1748 said with a half smile, clapping and praising her, you did the right thing. If it weren't for your butler always following you, I would have advised you to leave Lucio early. Finding any man would be 100 times better than him. If this comment hadn't drifted into the ears of the suddenly arriving king, who is Ista's father, perhaps there wouldn't have been a series of troubles afterward. Ultimately, 1748 felt quite unlucky. However, as the saying goes, it's better to advise reconciliation than separation. The neighbors Jiguala and KB are also in-laws, so it's generally expected that visits should be made known to everyone to maintain decorum. But King happened to make a blunder, almost letting all the citizens of both planets know that his daughter had called off her engagement with the well-known Lucio. If that had happened, it wouldn't be surprising if he were drowned in spittle. Fortunately, Lucio himself stepped in to suppress the scene of 1748 and King arguing, keeping the mouths of those who knew the news shut and preventing it from spreading. However, once the door was closed, the accounts still had to be settled clearly. This time, it was not just a simple few people. There were Harlan and Claire, Cactus and Melon, as well as the parties involved 1748, Ista, her butler, and her dear father. Of course, Lucio's brothers were also indispensable. At first, the atmosphere was gloomy and serious. Although the two kids had seen all kinds of scenes, they were still a bit scared. Lucio, let me ask you, if you're going to talk, why bring her here? King pointed at 1748. Please don't be angry. My brother has his reasons, said 1748. Naturally, troublemakers cannot be let off easily. Isn't that the principle? King nodded, looking seriously at Lucio. After all, you are the older brother. It is more appropriate for you to speak. 1748 unceremoniously threw out, he stutters. As the future father-in-law, you don't even know this. Are you taking your daughter too lightly? King couldn't maintain his dignity, shot a glare at 1748, and said angrily, Lucio, I am a person of status. Is it appropriate for you to let a wild girl who doesn't know her place speak to me like this? Chapter 029. Study hard and improve every day, Lucio, unhurried. Turn to signal Quito to temporarily take 1748 downstairs. Turning back, he sneered a few times. Whether it's suitable or not is hard to say. Anyone who hears your words would probably think. King intentionally changed the subject, pretending to be calm as he looked at Lucio. Why didn't you mention you stuttered back then? I'm regretting now that I agreed to let you take my daughter. This way it's good. It saves the princess from further grievances. Lucio asked Halen to bring the plan for the KBU renovation and handed it to King. This plan is a gift for you. Now, you can leave with Ista. King realized Lucio was serious and panicked on the spot. But he didn't want to lose face in front of his assistant. He forced a smile, walked in front of Lucio, and patted his shoulder. Look at you. You really took my words seriously. A small issue like stuttering, why would I care? If you ask Arista, she doesn't mind either. It's better to keep this plan with you for safekeeping. I didn't rest well on the way here, and I'm getting old. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lucio knew he was deliberately stalling and didn't expose him. He stood up and said, then you should rest well. Also, the princess needs to rest more. Claire and Halen followed Lucio out of the villa and crossed the Rainbow Bridge. Halfway, Lucio told the two not to follow him anymore. Just then, Quito led 1748 and two kids running over from the other side of the grass. Brother, how is it? Quito was worried that his brother's reputation would be affected by this matter. It's fine. 1748, caught in the middle, looked left and right, but didn't say anything. You need to go make up lessons now. 1748 thought she heard wrong. It was almost dark, and the cactus said there were no classes at night. Lucio sneered. You must go. Don't haggle. Lucio secretly hooked her waist and changed his tone to a lower one. Your friend is at my house. All right, you. 1748's face expressed the changing seasons. I'll go now, and when I come back, I'll settle the score with you. Lucio smiled with satisfaction and reached out to pull Quito closer. Good brother, I trust you to supervise her. She must complete all the lessons before she can go home. This is clearly revenge. Can you be any more despicable and shameless? Lucio was serious. It seems you are quite eager to learn. Fine, I'll satisfy you. Come back after a week of classes. It's not too late. I increasingly dislike you. Let me tell you, once I finish my studies, you'll see. Quito walked ahead, while 1748 muttered behind, confused about how she ended up being led by the nose when she was the one who tied herself to Lucio. Was the script written wrong? 1748 deeply doubted it. Quito turned back and sneered. Who told you to hide a man at home? 1748 then remembered the octopus card inside of the sky. What is wrong with me recently? I keep forgetting things, and my reactions have become dull. Melon, with a serious face, said, Big sister needs to eat 75 lollipops every day, 3 bottles of 250 milliliters red and white wine, and stay up at night. Loves to wander around and feels sluggish during the day. Quito wanted to laugh, but managed to hold it in. Eating too much sugar makes people stupid. An excessive alcohol intake gradually dulls the mind or makes one uncontrollable. It won't be long before you're done for. Your body is capital for revolution. Pay attention. 1748 was unconvinced and patted her chest. My body is perfectly fine. No problem. Quito suddenly turned and pressed down on her left shoulder. Hey, when you end up in the hospital, you'll know how painful it is to get hit in the face, you know? All right, enough of that. Little brother, do whatever you like, just don't waste time here. If it weren't for the upcoming task, Quito wouldn't want to waste her time. The school library, or rather the library building, has 10 floors in total, with 30 administrators per floor. According to their usual work schedule, there are only 15 people after 6 in the evening. To enter or exit any floor, a full body check is required, and a reading card must be presented. Quito's identity is special, and since 1748 hasn't applied for a reading card, she relied on him to use the back door. On the 4th floor, there was only the two of them, with empty seats and countless bookshelves filled with books of varying thickness, making 1748 feel dizzy. The cactus and melon have your exercises. If you don't understand, ask them. I'll step out for a bit. Before 1748 could ask him where he was going, she looked up and found he had already left. Big sister, This one is for Olympiad math. This one is biology. And this one is a scientific paper. Melon placed a stack of notebooks on the desk in front of 1748. And this one, the cactus pulled out a box of mint-flavored gum. With this, your brain will work better. Being still a child, 1748 couldn't say much. However, to be honest, apart from recognizing a few characters, she didn't understand anything else. She didn't want to pretend to understand, and humbly sought advice from the two kids. When Keto connected the surveillance camera in the reading room, he pushed the door open and stood at the entrance, only to find 1748 looking very serious, writing vigorously. Although it lasted less than a few seconds, she turned her head to look at Melon, pointing at the workbook to ask about the problem. In that moment, he felt that 1748 was indeed a very serious woman at her core. The atmosphere made him unconsciously slow down his pace, moving to the nearest desk by the door. Watching 1748 while keeping his hands in the drawer, ready to send messages to his brother at any time. Meanwhile, only two people were in the villa, Lucio and the octopus card he sent home. After roughly understanding 1748's current learning situation, Lucio felt a bit relieved. Next, he needed to get a detailed understanding of the octopus card. Although he had already had someone investigate everyone in his family, it wouldn't hurt to hear it from him personally. The octopus card had naturally heard of Lucio, with his throat feeling stuck, unable to go up or down. For a long time, he sat on the expensive leather sofa, not daring to move, his eyes uncontrollably rolling around like a wheel, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Cough, cough, cough. Lucio held a stack of documents and approached the octopus card, slamming the documents onto the ornate wooden table. Look for yourself. The octopus card stared at the sealed documents, confused, and then got up to take it and tear off the tape. After glancing at the beginning and end, he guessed the general content inside. Speak. The octopus card didn't have time to sharpen his tongue and hurriedly stood up to explain. Master, I didn't cross the border and sneak in. I have a witness. Her name is 1748. She brought me here. I admit I initially asked her to take me along, but I absolutely had no bad intentions. I hope you don't get angry, Master. Lucio's brows slightly furrowed, his gaze deep and inscrutable, staring at him for a long time without speaking. The octopus card felt as if 100 rabbits had run into his heart, panicking to the point of almost suffocating. What gives you the right to say you are an expert? Octopus was stunned for a moment, and it took a long time for him to react. Oh, Master, it's like this. I once won first prize in a competition in the universal world and received a universal pass. So I've been to many places and gradually learned a lot. At that time, Master, you hadn't developed Jiguala yet. I had no money, and I wanted to see this place. You know what happened next? Lucio, 1748 asked you what? Master, she wants to know where the coal mines are, which planets have the most coal mines, and if there are any strange things mined from those planets. Do you know? Octopus honestly said, the coal mines are classified information, and I only know a little bit. The market situation is definitely not as clear as you, Master. To come here, I just made up a random name to deceive her. According to investigations, Octopus started running at the age of 1 and could speak fluently. At 3, he learned several languages, participated in the Universal World Quiz Competition at 10, and won first prize, subsequently traveling to hundreds of planets. He can be considered a genuine genius. But what Lucio felt sympathy for was that he was born on a backward planet, in a complex family, lacking love in childhood, and growing up without knowing whether he was morally lacking. In Lucio's eyes, talent has nothing to do with birth. Only if you have it can he help you enjoy the splendor of the world. Master, please don't kill me. I'll leave here right now. Please show me mercy, don't. Octopus trembled in fear, not realizing that he had actually encountered a talent scout and a benefactor. From now on, you. Lucio stood up. His already cold face became even more serious, looking indeed chilling. The promotion of Jiguala will be handed over to you. This sentence echoed in Octopus' mind countless times. He couldn't believe it, unconsciously widening his eyes, with his naturally flamboyant pink fluffy short hair, looking ridiculous and strange. What? Lucio slightly squinted, his brows suddenly furrowing, displeased. Willing, Master. If you keep me here and don't tell my old man, I will agree to anything you ask, Master. That is not necessary. Lucio pointed to the glass of kiwi juice he had prepared earlier on the wooden table. Drink some water. Yes, yes, master, thank you. Tomorrow you will report to the HR department. Accommodation issues. Solve it yourself. One thing, here with me, be honest, don't mess around with complicated relationships. Octopus didn't understand this sentence, but no matter what request Lucio made, he would gladly accept without objection. Also, I will personally contact your father, and the rest will have nothing to do with you. Chapter 030. The more disobedient you are, the more I like you. Octopus was overwhelmed with gratitude, wishing he could hold Lucio's hand and give him a few kisses. Yes, Lord, I will definitely work hard here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Lucio felt he was being quite noisy and quickly took out a note with Helen's address written on it and tossed it to him. You can leave now. Yes, yes, I'm leaving right now, Octopus responded. Lucio believed that from then on, the place would develop even better. Feeling pleased, he thought of 1748, who was working hard in the library. Lucio didn't want to think about why he felt an urgent desire to participate whenever 1748 was mentioned. That restless heart was even harder to control than before. He drove to the school, gently pushed open the peachwood door of the 1023 reading room, and was greeted by a very warm scene. The cactus and cantaloupe were cuddled up and sleeping on the assembled desk, while Keto was lying on the table, his head facing the window, completely still. He guessed he was probably asleep too. Only 1748, under the light, was holding a pen in a somewhat awkward grip, but his serious demeanor, while solving problems, made Lucio unable to take his eyes off him for several minutes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Lucio met those bright, shining eyes and feigned calmness by coughing a few times. The two children were sound asleep, and only the lightly sleeping Keto was stirred awake. He lifted his head, opened his eyes, and when he saw his brother's face, he couldn't help but stand up and rub his eyes. Brother, what are you doing here? After speaking, he couldn't hold back and yawned several times, pointing at 1748. I've done all the problems that needed to be done, and I've checked them too. There were even more mistakes than I imagined. This was completely within Lucio's expectations. Well, that's not too many. 1748 was quite unconvinced, crossing his arms over his chest. Later, I understood everything. Keto grinned, about to reply, but Lucio raised his hand to signal for silence and walked over to 1748. Keto, my car is downstairs. You take the two kids back first. Brother, aren't you going back now? I still need to look up some information. It'll probably take a few hours. If it's inconvenient for you, just take the kids back to where you live. Lucio had already handed over the car keys. Keto glanced at the kids, reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll take them to where I am, so you can rest assured. Lucio smiled and patted his shoulder. Thank you, Keto. Just those 5 words were enough to make Keto feel as if he had eaten a piece of chocolate, bringing him joy for the entire evening. As soon as Keto left with the children, Lucio locked the reading room door behind him and turned to sit across from 1748. Why are you locking the door? Lucio deliberately didn't answer, flipping through the book Archaeological Findings. Hey, can't you change to another table? Number 1748 smacked his lips, cupping his chin with his hand, glaring at Lucio across the table. With you blocking my view, how can I read? Lucio smiled slightly. If your mind isn't on the book, just say so. Don't make excuses. Not at all. I just don't like you appearing in front of me. Isn't that direct enough? 1748 swung his arm, ready to throw a punch. That has nothing to do with me. 1748 snatched Lucio's book and threw it out the window with a whoosh. Before you do anything, you better think clearly about what consequences your actions will bring. After saying that, Lucio's face darkened. 1748 made a face of disdain and even rolled his eyes at him. Haha, are you scared off? At that moment, 1748 really had no intention of reading. He bit his nose in hesitation for a few seconds before running to the window to peek out. Are you looking for the book? Lucio, it's just a book. Is it that serious? 1748, you. In the brief 2 seconds that followed, 1748 was startled by Lucio's fierce, resentful glare. Later, 1748 learned that here, not just books, even paper items were as valuable as silver. All the books in the library couldn't simply be balanced out with money. Even if a book was missing a small corner, it was an unforgivable regret, let alone losing an entire book. 1748 realized he had done something unethical. Although embarrassed, Didn't T hold back on the apologies? I hope there won't be a next time. Hearing this, 1748 breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have done something like this. Lucio pointed at the book. This time, if it's okay, I'll let you go. After saying that, he glanced at the stack of over a dozen books on the table, most of which were medical-related. Don't rush to leave, or you'll trip. 1748 didn't understand a word. I know what your brain is thinking. Lucio casually picked up the top book. This isn't what you should be reading right now. Saying this, he found a picture book for children and handed it to her. Look at this more. Yes, I don't recognize them now, but that doesn't mean I can't get in touch with them. 1748 hugged all the medical books. You can rest assured, I won't damage these books. As for these, if you're interested, Lord, you can take them back and have a look. Where are you going? 1748 turned around and rolled her eyes at him. I'm going home to study. It's not suitable for me to stay here with you. You. Lucio caught up and blocked the staircase with his long legs. These books cannot leave the library. I've already promised you. I really want to damage them. Lucio looked a bit helpless. You. Return them right now. You. Lucio grinned and looked down at the keys in his hand. Still useful. How do you have a key to my house? 1748's eyes nearly popped out. Octopus will be my employee starting tomorrow and has nothing to do with you. As for you going out on your own and embarrassing yourself, I'll let it slide this time, but not again. 1748 almost laughed out loud. First, I'm out traveling openly. Second, he is my person, not someone you could just take away. Third, Lucio, do you know how disgusting you are? Right now, I'm happy for Ista. She can finally get rid of you, the pervert. Lucio countered, it seems you still don't know that Ista's father, for the sake of face, will let his daughter stay in that villa. I can still torture her at will. What? Do you really want me to abuse you? Before he finished speaking, Lucio quickly reached out and hooked his waist, leaning closer. You've been living here for a while. It's time to learn to be obedient. Got it? 1748 looked at him with disdain, instinctively stepping on his foot, followed by giving him a few slaps with both hands. Don't blame me for being rough. I warned you before not to touch me. Lucio licked the corner of his mouth, revealing an ambiguous smile, not giving her a chance to escape or react, and pushed her against the wall. You seem to have forgotten. Have I ever been afraid? 1748 could tell that this man was not only perverted, but also shamelessly perverted. You're scared, he said with a smile. 1748 leaned against the cold wall. You, don't talk nonsense. I'm not afraid of you. Really? What is there to be afraid of? 1748 said this, but in her heart, she was actually a little nervous. Your face is red. Lucio teased her. 1748 wanted to lift her hand to touch her face, but both of her hands were pinned down by the man opposite her. And this ambiguous position made her feel extremely uncomfortable. You. The words were stuck in her throat. Lucio bit his lower lip, giving her a mischievous smile. Resting his chin on her left shoulder, and in a very ambiguous tone, he told her, the more disobedient you are, the more I like it. After saying that, he playfully blew warm air into her ear. 1748's instinctive reaction was to widen her eyes. Her limbs stiffened, and her mind, already muddled, turned to mush. The outline of the man's face gradually blurred, and it felt like a tide was rushing into her ears, drowning out all sounds. Despite this, her palms were very clear, and the crisp sounds echoed even louder in the hallway, so loud that it even attracted the attention of the on-duty administrator. Master. The administrator stuttered for a long time, but still could not say a complete sentence. Staring blankly at the tall woman with a flushed face as she pushed the high and mighty master aside and ran past him. Master this. Lucio raised his hand to signal her to be quiet, turning his head to look at the exit with a smile in his eyes. 10:23. You can close the door to the reading room. 1748 ran quickly down the dark path, her canvas shoes stepping on uneven stones, feeling nothing at all. The cool breeze hitting her face was refreshing but couldn't dissipate the heat on her face, not to mention the fire burning fiercely in her heart, almost reaching her throat. In her mind, the sensation of his lips lingered inexplicably. This thought kept popping up in her head, making her wish she could bite off her own mouth. After passing through the damp and cold passage, 1748 stood breathlessly at her doorstep, instinctively pressing down on her racing heart. Huff, huff, She kept exhaling and inhaling, tried to adjust her breathing. He was a madman. Yes, a madman. She talked to herself for quite a while. Claire, who had been waiting for her here half an hour ago, didn't have a chance to interrupt her and finally spoke up after reaching her limit. Sister 17, are you okay? The sudden voice startled 1748. Oh my God, Claire, how did you get here? Chapter 031. Some matters about classmate Li Kui. Claire picked up the 2 bottles of white wine on the floor. Who sent the wine? I had no idea. The host isn't home. 1748 patted her chest to calm herself and quickly took out her keys to open the door. Sister, you too. You didn't even prepare your phone. It's hard to get in touch with you, Claire said as she placed the wine on the dining table. Glancing around the room with a smile, your home is really clean. 1748 casually pointed around and found a place to sit. I'll go wash my face. Claire was not polite at all, treating the place like her own home, going to the wine cabinet to find a corkscrew, then diving into the kitchen for snacks, only to open the fridge and find almost nothing edible, feeling a bit disappointed. Sister, do you have any nuts? 1748 could only hear the sound of water in the bathroom. Sister, this. Claire unconsciously pushed open a cabinet and found quite a few treasures that money couldn't buy, like dried salamander, dragon snake whiskers, dried butterfly petals, and precious red-purple items. Where did you get these? 1748 asked while wiping her face with a towel. Claire's eyes were full of smiles as she carefully put everything back in place. Then grabbed 1784's wrist. Sister, it seems like you and the Lord are doing quite well, even having these treasures. Go away, don't mention that. 1748 got goosebumps. All right, Claire had something on her mind and couldn't muster the energy to gossip about others. I'm asking, what are you doing in my house at this hour? 1748 asked about the main issue. It's nothing much, just wanted to find someone to drink with. Sister, you have to accompany me, Claire said, already having opened the wine bottle. Come on, let us toast to our encounter and friendship, and to our great Lord regaining his single status. 1748 had already extended her hand halfway when she heard Lucio's words and immediately withdrew it, saying, remove the last part. Don't drink too much. You have to work tomorrow. Claire pouted, pulling her hand into her embrace, refusing to let go. Sister, my ex wants to get back together with me. Should I agree? 1748 didn't want to get involved in that matter. Sister, you're the only one who patiently listens to me, and I'm very willing to share my thoughts with you. Let me tell you, as the conversation trailed off, Claire, feeling tipsy, stumbled around the small living room, insisting on running around. 1748 couldn't pull her back, so she let her be. Just say it. Claire lay on the back of the sofa, crying, what is wrong with me? We've been together for 3 years, but on our anniversary, he dumped me. Fine. If we're breaking up, I don't care. But sister, he knelt at my door begging me to get back together, holding my hand and saying, Curl, after breaking up with you, I feel like I'm living in hell. You're still the one I love the most. I was so confused at the time. I didn't know what to say. Sister, how should I respond? Oh, right, Claire did a flip, and 1748 caught her hand, laying her down on the sofa. He dumped me and got with Ruoi, and I heard they broke up a few days ago. I heard he was the one who got dumped. Burp. You call me sister. I'm only advising you, 1748 said halfway, getting up to the kitchen and pouring a full bucket of water over Clara's head, letting it flow down. Such a man should be hit once every time you see him. 1748 carried Claire to the bathroom, changed her into her pajamas, and took her to bed, while she herself huddled on the sofa, sipping the leftover wine. Feeling heartbroken for this girl who usually seemed carefree and only knew how to gossip and low-key flaunt her wealth, but had actually suffered so much behind the scenes. No matter what happened that day, the sun would rise again the next day. 1748 liked sunny days. They made her feel an indescribable sense of peace from the bottom of her heart. Last night, she didn't dare to drink too much, and slightly tipsy, she fell into a dream. When she opened her eyes, she found that the color of the window frame indicated that today was sunny, and she couldn't help but smile. Looking down, she found herself covered with a small blanket with cacti on it, and on the wooden table was a note. Sister 17, I'm sorry for disturbing you last night. I've gone to work. I'll definitely come to apologize later. 1748 barely understood, grabbing her messy hair as she walked into the bedroom. Almost everything in sight was smashed to bits, and she suddenly realized the meaning of the word apologize. TSK, this guy is really a devil. Oh, right, she's still at school today. 1748 hurried to the bathroom to wash up, looking at her tired face in the mirror, worried she might scare the kids at school. So she transformed back into her lowly form. On her first official day of school, 1748 was late. What surprised her was that not only was she not reprimanded, but she also received a kind smile and leniency from the homeroom teacher. Looking around the classroom at the other 45 kids compared to the 2 kids at home, one side was nobility, while the other side was commoners. To 1,748's left was a boy dressed very maturely, pretending to be a gentleman, who immediately started giving her a history lesson on the school or sharing knowledge to boast about. To her right was a girl with a deadpan expression, her mouth barely moving, giving an impressive expression, while the desks in front and behind them were silent. One might think they were sculptures. Remembering her experiences as an adult, 1748 couldn't delve deeper. Oh, you must not talk to those 2 kids. Be careful, you might get sick. Following the gentleman boy's finger. Standing by the railing were Cactus and Melon. What is wrong with them? The issue was both big and small. The gentleman boy said seriously, the woman living with them, "Oh, you didn't come before, so it's normal you don't know." She asked like a ghost crawling out a mountain ditch. The director even said that getting too close to her could be contagious. At that moment, a pretty, poised girl walked over, holding her skirt. "Goose, what are you talking about? Is this your new classmate?" "Indeed, AI Luome," she called. Gus realized that he didn't even know his deskmate's name. 1748 politely smiled at the girl who was glaring at her. "Hello, you can call me Li Kuai." "Oh, classmate Li Kuai," I Luome extended their end, smiling in sincerity. "Gus, that is a lovely name. It fits you very well." During most of the time at school, 1748, no, classmate Li Kuai was always followed by Gus. Many mischievous kids pointed at her and shouted, Look, Gus found another big-breasted lowly sister. You guys look." Most girls shot her jealous glances, deliberately brushing past 1748 and trying to create accidents to bump into her, but unfortunately, none succeeded. Although Cactus looked cute and was doing well academically at school, apart from Melon, no boys wanted to play with her, because they had no shortage of pretty, smart girls with good family background around them. And boys who played with Melon preferred not to include Cactus. They would rather sit in class reading. There was an unspoken rule at school. If you were the cutest and prettiest, you would be favored. If you had a background and your parents contributed to the school, you would also be favored. Kids like Cactus and Melon, who got in through the back door, would never become the teacher's favorites. Whenever there was a large event that required students to clean up, their figures would appear. Lucio was always keeping an eye on the situation at school, and when this bad atmosphere became serious, he immediately sent someone to rectify it, especially for the teachers' classes. The outstanding head of the teaching department has been dismissed, and the newly appointed one, who also serves as the vice principal, is a cultured, good-tempered, middle-aged woman named Yuan Siffin. She advised the principal not to mandate that students live in dormitories, not to implement class hierarchies, and not to judge people by appearance, aiming to curb all bad behaviors. As a result, Cactus and Hami Melon escaped a disaster, and 1748 no longer had to constantly outsmart and compete with the girls around her, being stared at by lecherous boys. Since 1748 transformed into a lowly form, she had no intention of returning to her original older sister mindset. Whether it was to help another entity avoid Lucio or to focus on her studies, she rarely pondered these matters. She didn't want to attend classes with a group of children who were too young to talk about fame and fortune and liked to show off. During the big break, she went to find the vice principal, putting on a pitiful act and listing over 100 reasons for wanting to change classes. The vice principal, rarely seeing a child willing to attend classes with half-beast children, was not worried at all and looked at her with gentle eyes, saying many words of praise. In the end, she personally escorted Li Kai to her new class. After the class division was completely finished, Li Kai got along very well with the half-beast classmates. And in no time, she became famous. Those envious of her beauty and intelligence no longer gossiped among themselves, but instead asked different male classmates, eager to know about her family background. Unfortunately, No one knew anything about Ai or her family. She naturally became a mystery. But there was one thing all the students in the school couldn't understand. Why did Ai go home with Cactus and Hami Melon after school? Did she have an unknown relationship with that truant woman? Was she her sister? Was it? Not only the students, but even the teachers who couldn't keep their mouths shut had various opinions. Each class had a different schedule. Coincidentally, Ai's schedule aligned with Cactus and Hami Melon's, attending classes for 1 day, resting for 2 days, attending classes for 2 days, and resting for 3 days, thus completing a week. They still had to endure 1 day and look forward to a 3-day break. Chapter 032. The Rich-Hating Man, the Infatuated Woman. And the 3 little ones on this day, Lucio took his brother to set off for the Cloud Planet a day early for a business collaboration. At exactly 7 in the morning, they had already left Jiguala. Everything at the coal mine was proceeding in an orderly fashion, as Lucio had personally set a 10-day work schedule for the machine workers in advance. As for the remaining trivial matters, he had briefed Harlan about them. Claire was responsible for showing the newcomer, Badong, around to understand the company situation. At the moment, the 2 of them walked into a convenience store to buy water. Here, drink water. Claire extended her hand, signaling him to pass her the water bottle. Badong inadvertently brushed against her hand and casually took the bottle. Claire watched him warily. Are you sick? Just take the water. Why are you touching my hand? Badong didn't lift his head, casually replying, occupational hazard. What did you do before? Claire asked curiously. Badong tightened the bottle cap and threw her a flirtatious glance rogue. Hey you. Claire felt flirted with, caught up to him, and pressed him against the door. You. Before she could finish, coincidentally, her ex stood in front of them, hugging another beautiful girl tightly, dumbfounded. Curl, let me introduce you. This is my current girlfriend, Pudding. Claire gritted her teeth and forced a smile, pulling Badong closer. This is my boyfriend, Little 8, the promotional committee member personally appointed by the Lord. Some people can't compare it all. Badong knowingly asked, Is this your ex? Claire smiled and shook her head at the little fairy. My ex has been dead for several years now. As for this one, he does bear some resemblance to him. Let's go. If I look at him too long, I'll start to wonder if he crawled out from a grave. After walking more than 10 meters, Badong shrugged off her hand. Next time you pretend, it will cost you. Claire glared at him. Are you brainless? Also, I didn't realize before, but you're all branded up. You must be a rich second generation, right? Claire patted him on the shoulder, nodding. Your taste isn't bad. My family has plenty of money. Sorry to bother you, Badong said, handing her the half-drunk water along with the change, then turned to leave. Claire had never seen a man change his face faster than the weather. She went back to the office and caught Harlan, asking him if this kind of man was rich-hating or if he had a mental problem. One moment he was joking with her, the next he turned his back on her. Harlan was busy with work and didn't want to bother with her. Hey, you all, ignoring me. Claire could be quite annoying when she wanted to be. Sister 17 seemed to have vanished. Just as she finally caught the Lord on a business trip to relax a bit, Harlan was even more focused on working hard. And don't think I don't know, that Badong lives at your place. Now you have to sneak around to find a place to date the princess. Harlan felt like his head was going to explode. Don't talk nonsense, Claire. Then tell me, what were you doing with the princess the night before last? Harlan held his breath, refusing to answer. Look, you clearly did something, but you act like you don't know anything. We're all adults. Is there anything you can't say? We just happened to meet, Claire. If you keep this up, I might have to break up with you. Outside, Ista had just reached out her hand to press the doorbell, but quickly withdrew it. She hurriedly turned and walked into the elevator, leaving the office building. Her mind a mess. Break up? So they were together. On the way back to the villa, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Rachel heard the sound of the door opening and rushed out of the kitchen, glancing up to see her princess's hair blown messy by the wind, with a distracted and melancholic look in her eyes. For a moment, she couldn't continue preparing snacks, and, taking advantage of her mother not being back yet, she ran upstairs. Princess, I see your eyes are red. What happened? Ista quickly sat in front of the vanity, only then noticing her eyes were as red as a peach. Some sand got in my eyes. It will be fine soon. Princess, may I come in? Ista turned to look at the door, nervously licking her dry lips. You can come in. Princess, weren't you supposed to deliver lunch to 1748? Why are you back so soon? Ista didn't want to admit she had gone to the office and heard the words she least wanted to hear. Princess, you seemed troubled before, and it seems to have gotten worse these days. Just tell me. Rachel can help you analyze it. After all, you don't really understand men's matters. Ista asked her to check if the door was locked, then pulled Rachel's hand, whispering, "You guessed it right. I've fallen for Harlan. But I just found out he's actually with Claire. What should I do?" At this moment, Lee Kawai was bringing a cactus and a melon to Ista, but was stopped at the villa door by the housekeeper. It turned out Lee Kawai wanted to visit Ista to thank her for sheltering her before. She casually mentioned it, and the two kids readily agreed. So after school, the three of them came with their little backpacks. Who would have thought that this would happen? The housekeeper, for some reason, was furious and refused to open the door, blocking them from entering. The moment she saw them, she was reminded of 1748's face. Thinking of her face reminded her of Ista, the poor girl who had been jilted. With that thought, an inexplicable anger rose from the soles of her feet. No matter what the three kids said, she just wouldn't open the door. Ista and Rachel were sharing heartfelt feelings, talking about when and where she had fallen for Harlan, a specific moment, a small detail that tugged at her heartstrings. As they spoke passionately, they were completely oblivious to the commotion downstairs, until Ista felt thirsty, and the moment she closed her mouth, the room suddenly fell silent. Like a pin drop could be heard. "Princess, are there guests downstairs?" Rachel, with her keen ears, walked to the window to peek out. "Princess, look, aren't those the two kids beside 1748? Oh, and there's one more." Upon hearing this, Ista hurriedly ran to see. "Oh, it's that little girl from before." Saying this, she lifted her long skirt and hurried downstairs, gently grabbing the housekeeper's wrist, asking her when the kids had come and why they left so suddenly. Without waiting for an answer, she rushed out of the villa to bring the three kids back, personally making them milk and preparing cranberry or raspberry-flavored cookies and different flavored candies. Lee Kawai smiled at Ista, occasionally glancing up at her, then quickly lowered her head to take a cookie from the white porcelain plate on her lap, nibbling it bit by bit. "Princess, I hope we didn't disturb you." The truly gentlemanly cantaloupe bowed to Ista. "Good child, just sit down and eat your cookies. Don't be so formal. There's no need for princesses or anything. If you want, you can call me sister." The cactus, with a charming sweet talk, kept saying sister, sister, making Ista blush and not know where to look. Lee Kawai looked like a little adult, observing the cactus, who was about the same age as her, with a sideways glance. Thinking, why didn't I hear you call 17481 like that before, you flatterer? By the way, kid, what is your name? Lee Kawai. No extra words, she said. "Princess, I've already thanked you, so I won't disturb you further, lest annoying crows come to caw-caw-caw." While speaking, Lee Kawai stood up and walked towards the door alone. The cactus glanced at the unfinished candies and snacks on the plate, quietly turned to look at the cantaloupe, and seeing him stand up, instantly felt disappointed and stood up as well. They said in unison, "Princess, we're leaving too." Hearing the footsteps, Lee Kawai turned back with an impatient cold glare at the two. "Kawai, do you know the big sister too?" Lee Kawai remembered she hadn't explained to them yet, and reluctantly said, "She's my real sister." "I see. Where did the big sister go?" "Not going home or to school. My sister is out for something. She'll be back tomorrow." The cactus turned worry into joy, clapping their hands. "When is tomorrow? Will she come back tonight?" Lee Kawai stomped her foot, stopped, turned around, and pointed at the cactus's face. "Didn't I say before? Can you please focus and listen to me?" "Kawai, you're so fierce." "Really? If it weren't for your lack of intelligence, I would really like you." After saying that, she looked at the cantaloupe. "You're really impressive. Kawai really likes you." The cactus pouted, cheeks puffed up, staring intently at the cantaloupe with wide eyes. You're still watching. I didn't see anything. Let us go. We can't keep up with Kawai." The cactus withdrew their hand and grumbled. "You call her Kawai, but you've never called me that." The cantaloupe's smile stiffened. Cien. Do you mean you want me to call you cactus classmate?" Chapter 033. Hard in Han, while in Chow. Decisive action, yes. This is it. Hami Melon let go of her grip and laughed a few times, feeling that the cactus was throwing a tantrum, not caring about her chasing after classmate Lee Ki. The three of them entered the underground cabin in sequence, and Cactus's gaze never left Lee Ki's face, whatever she did. Cactus mimicked her, even wanted to bathe together. The three of them faced each other, and there was always a hint of awkwardness. "You girls should go to bed. Homie Melon said, leaning on the wooden table, still doing homework. Cactus pouted, looking very unhappy as she moved to his side, lifted her backpack, and placed it on the table. Quack, I want to do homework with you too. What about you, classmate Ki? Homie Melon naturally looked at her. I don't need to. You guys continue. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Cactus, crawled into the children's protective area, too lazy to climb the stairs, and directly lay down on Homie Melon's bed, covering his quilt to sleep. Just as she was about to drift into a wonderful dream, Li Ki was startled awake by a loud noise coming from under her pillow. What the hell is this? Li Ki exclaimed angrily, casually pressing a button on her phone, and immediately a male voice came from it. Are you home safe? Li Ki frowned slightly, thought for a moment, recognized the owner of the voice, and replied to her phone, I'm home. Lucio, hearing the voice, discerned it was another 1748. By the way, have you had dinner? Li Ki sneered a few times. The dignified palace master is just like ordinary people after all. Yes, we ate. Why do you want to know this? How does it feel at school? I was just about to say that. Li Ki tossed her golden hair. Thanks to you, everything is pretty good. What did you do to the other me that made her want me to attend class for her? That has nothing to do with you. As long as you're all fine, that's enough. Wait, where are you now? None of your business. Li Ki smiled without sincerity. I'm asking for her. During school days. I hardly see you. I kind of miss you. Lucio pondered this statement. How much is that kind of miss really worth? Upon further reflection, he found his concern somewhat strange. He tried to laugh, continuing in a nasal tone from his cold. Is that so? The rich, magnetic, and slightly smoky baritone floated into Li Ki's ears, making her feel electrified, her whole body stiffening for a few seconds. Inside, she thought, this wave of benefits is simply too enjoyable. Sai, who told me I was a natural voice control enthusiast, deserved it. Suddenly, Li Ki felt a pure little fondness for Lucio. Just as she was about to switch to a gentler tone and speak aloud, sharp female voice floated from the other end of the line. What the hell? Is this the flirty fox released from that cage? In an instant, Li Ki's fondness for Lucio vanished completely. Before her nice voice could even finish, Lucio hung up the phone in anger, leaving Li Ki so furious that she almost combusted on the spot. Some planet.When garden. VIP suite of Hedda Hotel. Lucio's eagle-like eyes were fixated on the flamboyant male waiter outside the door, clearly eager to flirt. And the fire in his heart had reached his head. If it weren't for Keto appearing with takeout boxes of various authentic street snacks at that moment, that fake girl might have taken the opportunity to escape, and tonight he probably would have lost his job. Keto entered the room and closed the door, hesitating to speak for a while. Soon, the room was filled with the aroma of fried food, which made it hard for Lucio to resist temptation. He temporarily put away his fierce expression and smiled while skewering meat with his brother. Brother, do these fruit trees adapt to grow in our Jiguala area? What if they don't? It's okay, Lucio said, taking a bite of meat and a sip of wine. We'll buy some first, and if it really doesn't work out, we can switch to other varieties. Anyway, Jiguala can't be barren. Keto understood the reasoning, but he was worried that his brother's personal efforts would yield no results in the end, not wanting him to be disappointed or upset. Brother, actually, you can leave this kind of thing to me. I promise I can handle it smoothly. Lucio put down his canned beer, a smile on his lips as he looked at his younger brother. All right, I'll leave the next things to you. Also, buying building materials, office supplies needed for the building, and interview preparations, all of it is up to you. Keto didn't know how to respond to this. Good brother, Lucio suddenly smiled brightly. I'm very happy that you're willing to help me share these tasks you've never done before. Thank you. Keto, brother, watching his brother clean up bamboo skewers and bring a towel from the bathroom to wipe the oil stains and beer spills off the table. Keto blinked for a long time, saying nothing. It was tacitly accepted that he would do some things, but whether he would do them well, he truly couldn't guarantee. The two brothers slept on a big bed. Keto was actually looking forward to this opportunity. It always reminded him of their childhood, the days of wandering without a home. As a small child, he was used to curling up in his brother's warm embrace. Now, observing his brother's sleeping face up close, he was worried about whether he would mess things up tomorrow. Can't sleep? Keto jumped in surprise. Brother, you're not asleep? Yeah. Keto turned over, facing away from Lucio. Gripping the corners of the blanket tightly, I was just thinking, it's been a long time since I slept with you. The last time, as he spoke halfway, he clicked his tongue. Last time I was wrong, I was childish, brother. That is not quite true. You've actually grown up, Lucio said clearly. Brother is very happy. Really? Yeah. Okay, I got it. Good night. Good night. The two gradually fell asleep, and the next morning, Keto opened his eyes to find himself hugging a whole blanket. After searching all the rooms, he didn't see Lucio's figure. He called him and even had the hotel manager check the surveillance. But there was still no trace of his brother. Could it be, brother, is this how you treat me? Keto was on the verge of tears, and in fact, the time to meet with the estate owner was almost upon them, so he had to hurry and get himself ready to meet. At this time, Lucio was driving his airship back to Jiguala. He sat in a CAF enjoying a simple breakfast, his long, wheat-colored fingers gliding across the tactile screen. Searching for news and events in various fields related to Jiguala, he found that 1748 occupied many sections, especially the recent incident involving the popular supermodel Rui, which was still being discussed. It was also at this moment that he realized he had overlooked something. Rui's company was recently arranging to select an image person for the school. He already had someone in mind for this candidate. Without further thought, he messaged Badatong, instructing him to quickly bring 1748 for an audition, and he would personally choose the photos afterward. 1748 was dragged from the coal mine factory to the school for location shooting. She only recognized Badatong among everyone, but he didn't explain clearly, just looking at her with a face that said she would be done once she finished shooting. She resolutely refused to cooperate, ignoring everyone, including Badatong, pushing away the makeup artists and stylists surrounding her, and made a beeline for a small path to escape. Rui just found out that her filming activities were replaced by 1748 and quickly grabbed her assistant to rush to the school. The filming site was in disarray, and the staff present tidied up for about an hour before it could barely be presentable. The school's promotional video was urgently needed, and the director, in a daze, waited for Rui to continue filming. As for the previous small part of 1748, he planned to edit it together later. All of this was within Lucio's expectations. So when he saw the final result, he was neither surprised nor angry. This was quite unusual in the eyes of that director and others. It could be done by tomorrow. The director thought he misheard and cautiously asked, "Do you mean we can start promoting tomorrow, Your Excellency?" Lucio nodded slightly and called over Octopus to take over the next matters. Rui had been nervously waiting outside, and when she saw her assistant give her an okay gesture, her chest puffed up instantly, feeling as if she was surrounded by a shining light, immensely proud. As soon as she saw Lucio come out, she immediately approached him. "Your Excellency, I'm very glad you like this filming. However, if there is anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know. I will definitely make corrections." Lucio remained expressionless as he walked out of the school gate, while Rui followed him with a love-struck smile. "Your Excellency, today is the anniversary of our company, the same day we developed this planet. Can you attend?" Rui's assistant, sweating behind her, tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to say too much, let alone say something wrong. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Rui is ignorant and doesn't he know you have many things to do. What time?" Rui's eyes lit up, and she turned back to her assistant, smiling proudly and excitedly. "Oh, Your Excellency, at 10 o'clock tonight. It's a bit late. Will you attend? I heard that everyone present is a big fan of our Jiguala, and many developers will be there." Rui felt that today was the most glorious day of her life. For the banquet, she spared no effort to take out all the luxury items from her safe at her mansion, including jewelry, limited edition bags, shoes, and even nails made of gold powder or pure agate stone, as well as decorative fake cinnabar moles at the corners of her eyes. Ista also received an invitation. Chapter 034. You woman, even scolding me in your dreams, the female housekeeper, being an experienced person, could tell from just the beginning of the content that someone wanted to create a great opportunity to see her princess embarrass herself in public and be the topic of discussion. However, Ista herself thought that the invitation was simply a gesture of gratitude from the entertainment company for the dress she had rushed to make last time, and did not agree with the housekeeper's view. After a bit of dressing up, she called 1748 and took Rachel along to the banquet. The banquet was grand. attended by important figures, and Ista was accustomed to it, finding nothing particularly moving. 1748 was different. Her torch-like eyes observed everyone present at all times. However, she was well aware that this group of people, who placed great importance on their appearances and spoke insincerely, had nothing to do with coal mining. She completely dismissed the idea of continuing to inquire and decided to drown her daytime anger in drinks. Thus, after successfully entering, she abandoned Ista and the others, standing alone at the end of the long table, tasting wine while pondering which snacks to take back for Cactus and Melon. She didn't intend to trouble anyone, but that didn't mean others wouldn't cause her trouble. Initially, 1748 didn't notice Roy entering with Lucio, but when she accidentally caught sight of them standing together, she rubbed her chin and thought, what to say? It gives off a vibe of scheming female antagonist. She certainly didn't want to be disturbed while she was trying to enjoy her drink in peace, so she averted her gaze and prepared to leave. Little did she know, Roy, who hadn't noticed anyone else, happened to spot 1748 and called out her name uncontrollably. Oh, isn't this the coal mine forewoman? I didn't expect the company to be so rich as to invite someone like you. Look at your outfit. It's clear you've never attended a grand banquet before. Come on, let me take you to change your clothes. After saying that, she laughed gleefully. The others turned to look, their curious eyes landing on 1748's face. 1748 raised an eyebrow, sneered a few times, and lifted her glass of white gooseneck wine, saying, isn't it so? Without us, you're having a great time. But really, if we weren't here, are you planning to drink the north wind or eat shit? Of course. If you think you're so capable that you don't need us workers, that's another matter. Wait, that's not right. 1748 downed all her drink in one go, propped her left elbow with her right hand, and said, talking about such profound issues with you is pointless. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. You all continue having fun. As soon as she finished speaking, she downed 3 large glasses of high-alcohol cocktails in front of everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Roy didn't get a word in, and as 1748 left, she stood there dumbfounded, unsure whether to leave or stay. In the end, she realized that the people around her hadn't even noticed her face. They were all discussing who invited 1748. Then, their gazes would unintentionally fall on Lucio, who hadn't left yet. Ista covered her face with a handkerchief and left with Rachel. It's all my fault. My mother might have been half right. No, it's entirely my fault. I shouldn't have asked 1748 to accompany me. I caused her to be publicly humiliated. Rachel hurriedly followed the princess, comforting her. Your friend is really brave, willing to say anything. Just like Claire said, she is a real tough girl. Oh, why are you still talking about this? Hurry. Let us find 1748. She might really be upset right now. Ista had never been to 1748's house and knew the address, but it was hard to find the way at night. At a crossroads, Lucio drove by and noticed someone by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, he found it was Ista. 8 pass, you get out and take them back. Is that convenient, Your Highness? Lucio turned his head and glared at him. Get out. Yes, Your Highness. I'll get out now. Once 8 pass closed the car door, Lucio's car drove away. Lucio didn't expect that a few minutes without seeing 1748 would lead to a girl, slightly tipsy, wandering all the way to Northmar Road, 17th corner. Come here. Hearing the voice, 1748 didn't want to turn around, half closing her eyes, and continued walking straight. Where do you think you're going? Lucio blocked her path and asked, pointing down the road. You, get out of the way, don't block my way home. You won't make it home if you keep walking. Do you know that? 1748 aimed for his foot and stomped down hard. Mind your own business. Are you done making a scene? No. 1748 pushed him away with both hands, not knowing what he was up to. You're just like a weasel, fine. Get lost. I don't want to hear you talk. 1748 walked past him, thinking, do you think watching me make a fool of myself will extend your life? Sending a bunch of people to mess with me. Don't think I'll agree to stay here, but don't forget, if you don't keep your word, it's automatically dissolved. This time, it's my fault. 1748 touched her dizzy forehead, wondering what that bottle of pomegranate red wine was, why the after effects were so strong. You're drunk. I'll take you home. No, don't touch me. I find you disgusting. 1748 coughed a few times, pressing her throat. Don't sway around in front of me. It makes me dizzy. You, Go continue flirting with that Roy fox. Ick. Lucio grabbed her wrist, his hand brushing against her hot face. What a state you're in. Still calling me old lady. Quite mischievous. It was already midnight. Many places in Jiguala were still brightly lit, bustling with a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the distant Quito, due to the 1-hour time difference, he was still negotiating with the estate owner and had not rested. After about 2 hours, he finally succeeded in negotiating a low price, and, after seeing off the owner, he no longer had the energy to call his brother and went straight back to his hotel to wash up and sleep. Generally, after the hour passed, those who were out enjoying themselves in Jiguala would return home to rest, and it wouldn't be later than 3 a.m. Children rarely went out at such hours. However, unexpected situations couldn't be ruled out. Cactus and Melon had filled their stomachs, and only then did 1748 go out. She forgot to tell the kids when she would be back, resulting in them waiting until now while doing homework and playing on their phones. Cactus was timid and initially reluctant to go out, but later Melon threatened her that if she didn't go out, she would be left alone at home. Faced with the choice, she unhesitatingly chose the former. The streetlights near the underground hut had 3 that were broken, flickering and dim, with white-gray and black-gray moths bumping into the lights. Listening to the sounds, the 2 children held hands, their heads twisting around, with no clear destination in mind. Guagua, should we go home? Cactus blinked at her companion, her little hand occasionally pinching her own cheek. Don't say that. Melon pointed to a nearby, small dark room. We came out, so of course we should find something before going back. Besides, there are no ghosts in this world. Don't believe what those bad kids say. Cactus hadn't thought in that direction, but after Melon's repeated emphasis, she started to hesitate and was afraid to continue walking forward. The cantaloupe scratched its clever little head, worried that the big sister might have drunk too much and randomly lied down to sleep. While saying that he had forcibly dragged a cactus along with him, he completely ignored her fear. Although there was a princess, our big sister didn't like staying over at others' places. She would definitely force herself to go home. We need to find her quickly. If someone discovers her, who knows what they would write to fabricate stories about her. The cactus didn't have the heart to listen to these words, as her mind was filled with thoughts about where to hide from the starving ghosts and where the white spirits and red women were floating. Oh dear, quack! The cactus saw a white spot, to be precise, a white cloth enlarging. Where, quack, let us go back, I'm scared. Before the cantaloupe could look over, a cry had already floated into his ears, but when he turned back to look, it suddenly went dark in front of him. Meanwhile, 1748 was sound asleep. One person occupied the entire bed, sprawled out, rolling around, all without a care. Dead thing. Lucio turned over at the sound and stared at her silhouette, waiting for a while, but there was no response. He found it quite funny, subconsciously rubbed his chin, and turned back to continue working. 3 minutes later, why did I offend you? Making you dislike me no matter where I look? I'm just a foreman, and you keep throwing random nonsense at me to make me uncomfortable. Digging in my corner, your brother is bullying me too. Are you really siblings? You lecher. Haven't seen a beautiful woman in 100 years. Is that why you're staring so hard? Cactus. 1748 mumbled a string of nonsense, stretching and yawning in her dream. Lucio almost laughed out loud, closed his laptop, and walked to the bedside with a smile, mischievously pinching her left cheek. Go away. 1748 unconsciously slapped at Lucio's right arm. Quite annoying. Immediately, Lucio smiled brightly, thinking, even in her dreams, she doesn't let me off the hook, that woman. Lucio himself was startled, his expression changing in an instant. As a result, there was no further response. Do you really like calling my name this much? Lucio hooked her chin with his hand, bent down close to her face, and looked at her eyelashes, only to find both of her eyes were actually wet. At this moment, Lucio couldn't smile anymore, casually brushing away the tears accumulating in the corners of her eyes, starting to feel sorry for her. After all, a girl living in a world she knows nothing about, with someone like him, who on the surface is a big bad wolf, bullying and suppressing her. Chapter 035, it's simple. Amadeu Lucio pondered to himself that he sometimes acted quite excessively. But after all, he had never encountered someone as straightforward as 1748, a big guy who was truly fearless except for worms, who loved alcohol and lollipops, and had no trace of femininity. You all wait for me. Just wait a bit longer, I will definitely find you. Lucio looked at her with eyes like moonlight sneaking in through the window, light as water, pure, devoid of any of his usual sternness and ferocity. She lay on the bed, curling up, and accidentally held his hand while gripping the corner of the blanket. Their hands, large and small, unintentionally clasped together. Lucio's heart raced, his face flushed, and he unconsciously licked his dry lips, instantly feeling a desire for love. Go to sleep, he said softly. Lucio couldn't continue working and had no intention of overtime. He carefully sat on the carpet, glanced at the bright moon hanging in the night sky, and turned to smile at 1748, who had stopped talking in her sleep. He lay on the edge of the bed in what he deemed an ungraceful position, falling asleep with a heart full of excitement. The latter half of the night passed slowly. At least it seemed that way to Lucio, who was clearly dog-tired. He could occasionally hear soft snoring, reminiscent of a cozy little cat purring, but he found it increasingly difficult to sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw 1748 tightly gripping his hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed many cuts on the back of her hand. Some had scabbed over, while others appeared to have been picked at, with bright red blood dried up. A thought suddenly popped into Lucio's mind. Kiss her. Is this really very perverted? It shouldn't be, right? No, it definitely is. He asked and answered himself, and in the end, he was wide awake, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He stared at 1748's face, captivated, feeling that this woman, so different from him, was effortlessly stealing his heart at every moment. Cunning. Achoo! 1748 opened her eyes groggily, immediately feeling dizzy as everything around her spun rapidly. Ugh! Lucio got up and gently patted her back. What's wrong? Dizzy. Lucio called out lightly, light on. The floor lamp by the bedside lit up. He glanced at 1748's complexion and hurried to the bathroom to fetch a basin of warm water and a clean towel. Here, wipe your face. After saying that, Lucio stared at her intently, remembering something, and went out, returning with a box in his hand. Here, take one. He forced a capsule into 1748's mouth, covering her lips with his hand, instructing her to swallow it directly. You don't really want to kill me, do you? Lucio said nothing, glaring at her with his eyes. What is that? 1748, still dazed, remained on guard against Lucio. Drink some water and lie down. 1748, slightly tipsy, said, Where am I? I might have kids waiting for me. Hiccup, it seems you haven't thrown up properly, Lucio said as he wrapped one arm around her waist. Blanket and all. Once you're done, you can sleep again. She sniffled, feeling the capsule stuck in her throat, making her very uncomfortable. No. She clutched her throat. I can't. Speak. At this moment, Lucio had already entered the bathroom, relieved that she was still manageable. He looked down at her, placed her on the countertop, and embraced her from behind. Open your mouth, 1748 struggled to swallow again, but it was of no use. Her flushed cheeks, paired with her dazed eyes, ignited some wicked thoughts in Lucio, who stood behind her. Open your mouth. What do you want? 1748's arms wrapped around his neck, tilting her head towards the bathroom door, squinting as she asked, Are you going to open it or not? 1748 said nothing, her hands exploring his face, pinching his nose and tugging at his lips. Then there's no helping it. With that, Lucio grabbed her hands, using one hand to hold her shoulder to prevent her from moving, and took the opportunity to kiss her lips. Did you swallow it? 1748 instinctively covered her mouth, staring blankly at him as if just waking up, not saying a word. If you're not talking, I'll take it as you swallowed it. Lucio lifted her into the bathtub, removed her clothes, filled it with water, and even chose his favorite body wash, squeezing it into his hands and applying it to her back. You wash yourself. Lucio rinsed off the bubbles on his hands, walked to the bathroom door, and said, Call me when you're done. 1748 slid into the water, and perhaps because coal and water don't mix well, she accidentally swallowed some bubble water, immediately popping her head above the surface, looking as if reborn, full of energy. Her wet hair clung to her fair shoulders as she stared blankly at the bathroom, realizing this was not her home, but Lucio's villa. Lucio rushed to the door. What's wrong? How'd I end up here? Where are my clothes? Lucio thought she might have almost drowned, and upon hearing this, he deliberately sneered. Clean yourself up. Clean myself? Where are my clothes? 1748 stood up, seeing her naked reflection in the glass and feeling embarrassed, then squatted down, continuing, bring me my clothes, and I might consider letting you go. What if I don't? You can't not. Still dizzy? That change of topic is a bit fast, isn't it? 1748 seemed to have lost her memory, touching her head. Stop talking nonsense. I want my clothes, did you hear me? Open the door. Are you sure what I bring is wearable? Don't bring any random stuff. 1748 warned. Whether you want it or not. 1748 coughed a few times. Just leave it outside. I'll come get it later. I've already seen everything. Not interested at all. Don't think too much. You. 1748 stared at the shadow, leaving the door, swallowing her anger. After all, he would have to take responsibility for every word he said sooner or later. After showering, 1748 got dressed and immediately threw up, all red liquid with a sour smell of alcohol, making her tear up. When she dried her hair and walked out, she saw the bedroom lights still on. Not knowing whether to go in or not, she turned her head to glance down the hallway, preparing to go downstairs to find a place to sleep when Lucio stood at the door. Come here. What for? I said, Lucio looking impatient. Can you stop asking me so many why questions? It's very stupid, you know? 1748 didn't care, glancing at him. I'm tired. I don't want to argue with you. Lucio knew that whatever he said was pointless, so he directly moved in on her. Hey, don't pull me. You're making me feel nauseous again. 1748 angrily shook off his hand, her stomach full of anger. I'm not feeling well. Don't provoke me. Eat this. You'll feel better. I don't want to. Eat it and drink less alcohol in the future, and don't eat so many sweets. Lucio gestured for her to stop interrupting. You really don't want to find yourself in trouble later, do you? Why are you being so nice to me? Lucio smirked because I'm into you. 1748 thought he was just joking and laughed a few times, rolling her eyes. I'm really tired. Wait, Lucio pointed to the bedroom. The bed is in there. Where are you going? It's too dangerous to sleep there. I'm afraid you won't see the sun tomorrow. Lucio pulled her hand. There are a lot of earthworms downstairs. I advise you not to go. 1748 gasped. Can you be any more despicable? If everyone were like you, they really shouldn't have been born into this world. It makes me so mad. Ha ha, Lucio laughed, holding his stomach. How scared are you really? That's none of your business. 1748 sulked and rushed into the bedroom. Taking the initiative to jump on the bed first, you must keep a distance of more than 3 meters from me. If you go a little over, you're dead. Are you afraid I might kiss you? Even if you had 100 times more courage, you wouldn't dare, she said. 1748 spoke boldly, but inside she had already given in. Are you encouraging me? 1748 pretended not to understand. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's turn off the lights and sleep. With the lights off, Lucio refused to sleep. Ah, you rogue. 1748 closed her eyes and started punching randomly, making Lucio laugh so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Look at this. 1748 opened her eyes half believing, only to find that what was on her was actually a huge tabby cat. Or Lucio climbed onto the bed, inching closer to her. Do you want me to do something? Perverted. Go be a ghost. 1748 took a breath and pulled back her long legs, looking at the cat rubbing against her with a complex expression. 1748 didn't know Lucio had this hobby of cuddling cats, which wasn't bad because the cat was indeed cute. But it seemed to be distant from her. Its sharp claws almost swiped at her face. Forget it, I'm going home. 1748 cautiously lifted the blanket, moving extremely slowly. Your master is behind you. Stop staring at me. Lucio watched coldly. You invaded its territory. Who else should I look at? 1748 glared at him, then turned to look beside the pillow, where there was a cute cat paw-shaped blanket, momentarily speechless. Damn it. Even the cat has a better life than I do. She naturally felt a bit unbalanced. No sending. 1748 reached the door. The ghost doesn't want you to send me off. Saying this, she hurried down the hallway, forgetting that she was still wearing Lucio's loose plaid pajamas. Chapter 036. Chocolate and pudding can't be compared. There was still an hour and a half until dawn. 1748 walked alone on the street, the cold wind blowing her bangs aside. She could feel the autumn chill growing stronger, realizing that her outfit was no longer suitable for going out. At that moment, Ista and her maid Rachel were waiting eagerly at the exit of the walkway. From a distance, 1748 saw their shadows and initially thought she was imagining things. As she got closer and took a better look, she confirmed it was indeed Ista and Rachel. "What are you doing here?" Ista rushed up to her, grabbing her hand and softly asking, "Did you just get home?" 1748 thought about the fact that she had just come from Lucio's place and didn't know how to explain. She forced a chuckle and nodded in acknowledgement. "Why are you wearing pajamas? Did someone bully you?" "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you to the banquet. I didn't expect things would." 1748's ears perked up at the noise, and her hands, unsure where to go, hesitated for a few seconds before resting on Ista's anxious shoulders. "Nothing happened. How could anything happen to me? It's just a bit cold outside. Let's go inside and talk." Rachel, who had never seen the underground house before, was timid and closely followed Ista wherever she went. Ista felt a bit scared before entering the house. But once she saw the lights, she relaxed, her expression becoming much more natural. "Have some water. I feel bad for making you run all this way," 1748 said, feeling guilty. "I'm just glad you're okay," Ista replied, her eyes shining with happiness as she turned to observe the decor of the house. "Your home is beautiful. It makes me want to stay here for a night." "Haha, I'm glad you like it. Feel free to come over anytime." Ista had already guessed that 1748 would be so welcoming, which made her even happier, her smile almost overflowing. "By the way, were the kids home alone before you got back?" At Ista's question, 1748 rolled her eyes in frustration, smacked her forehead, and gestured for them to sit on the couch while she quickly got up to check the children's room. However, there were no signs of the children in the small room. In an instant, it felt as if 1748 had hit her head against the door, stars flashing in her vision. Her expression was unpredictable, making it hard for Ista and Rachel to guess what was going through her mind, causing their hearts to rise into their throats. Especially when Rachel added, "I heard there's a murderer who escaped from Ula Ula Star, and many children have gone missing recently." This statement struck 1748's heart like a bolt, and she slapped herself a few times out of frustration. Meanwhile, Ista and Rachel were frozen in fear. The sky began to lighten, the northern sky pierced by a ray of golden light. The sun slowly rose, casting warm rays down. It was about the time when most people woke up, enjoying the morning by opening their windows, taking deep breaths, looking up at the sky, and smiling at the world outside. This day was truly just beginning. Meanwhile, 1748 was drenched in sweat, having run back and forth on every street no less than 5 times. Although she could pull up all the surveillance footage to check if the kids had gone out and where they might have gone, she couldn't wait even a second and preferred to search every place herself. But there was still no good news. Ista had already called the police, and officers from ISCOP arrived to understand the situation and split into groups to search and investigate. Lucio, upon hearing the news, rushed to the street near the underground house, asked Ista where 1748 was, then drove to find her and dragged her into the car. "Kid, when did they go missing?" 1748 wanted to know the answer more than anyone else, regretting not coming home sooner, and angrily raked her hair as if it were a hen's nest. "Calm down." Lucio switched to self-driving mode and tossed a pack of tissues into her lap. "Where's the kid's phone?" 1748 gripped the tissues tightly with her left hand. "I didn't cry. The phone is with those guys in uniforms." "Okay." Lucio parked the car on the side of the street, telling 1748 to wait in the car while he retrieved the shared phone of the 2 children from the police. All the car doors were locked, and 1748 could only watch helplessly as Lucio stood with the group, his mouth moving but not knowing what he was saying. "Hey, why did you lock the windows?" Lucio unlocked the car and got in, while 1748 quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, ready to push the door open, but a hand pressed down on her shoulder from behind. "I know where the kids are." 1748 turned around suddenly, her eyes wide. "Really?" "Close the car door." Although 1748 didn't fully believe it, her body obediently complied, shutting the car door and buckling her seatbelt. It turned out Lucio had found a message on the kid's phone. "Big sister, Jiguala and I are at Grandma's house on West 18th Street, near the 5 Cave entrance. I hope you can see this soon." The children's phones could only send messages to his main device, and only under special circumstances could they receive messages from other phones. 1748 had never liked this device and hadn't prepared for it from the start, so the kids could only communicate this way. Indeed, the murderer escaping from prison was true, but the rumors about children going missing without reason or being taken by monsters were baseless. The old lady who encountered a cactus and a melon at midnight was simply someone whose sheets blew away, forcing her to go outside. Because of her childlike innocence, she didn't think much of it and spread various terrifying rumors. It had started as a joke, and she hadn't expected it to spiral out of control. Children used to play nearby, but later the surroundings turned eerily quiet, which made her feel uneasy. She had only taken in the two lost kids out of kindness, offering them all the snacks and toys she had at home. From the two kids, 1748 learned what had happened and didn't blame the old lady, but rather berated her own carelessness. After thanking the old lady, she brought the kids home. Seeing the children safe, Ista felt relieved and, still shaken from a surprise and the cold, had to let Rachel support her back home. Lucio cleaned up the mess, watching the police leave. He took a deep breath and went into the walkway to settle accounts. "Master, we were wrong. We won't go out at night anymore." "Yes, Master, please punish us. We're willing to accept any punishment." Lucio wore a long face, glancing sideways at 1748. "What do you think?" 1748 patted her chest. "It's my fault. The kids are innocent. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Lucio felt quite gratified inside, but didn't say he would punish them. What were they thinking? "Master, you're so nice. Cactus likes you the most." As for the art of acting spoiled, Cactus had perfected it. Melon adjusted his glasses, looking serious as he asked Lucio, "Did that old lady say she lives in a senior citizen area?" Lucio nodded. "I heard they have no family, living alone in a house. Is that right, Master? Why do you care about this?" Lucio countered. He felt quite pleased that Melon was concerned about national matters. "Master, you're the most broad-minded, open-minded, and generous man I have ever seen. If we prepare a super big house for them and let them all live together, wouldn't that make them less lonely?" Lucio tapped his little head, feeling happy inside, but his face showed no sign of joy. "The nursing home is almost completed, and you worry about this. It would be better to teach your sister here," he said while turning to stare at 1748. "She still doesn't understand a lot of things. Don't lead the child astray." 1748 rolled her eyes. "Aren't you busy every day? How come you still have time to chat here?" Implicitly urging Lucio to hurry up. He wasn't a fool. He understood whether she was saying it straightforwardly or sarcastically. "You come with me." 1748 thought he was talking to the children and was about to speak, but when she noticed the way he looked at her was the same as when he was at his home, she couldn't help but set up her defenses. "What are you doing?" Lucio sneered, raising his hand to cover half of his face, and then forced a smile. The children had never seen the master at such close distance, gentle yet somewhat mischievous. "You look at me, I look at you." And the cactus casually grabbed 1748's hand and inadvertently handed it to Lucio. He didn't refuse, firmly holding her hand and telling the children that he temporarily needed to borrow 1748, then dragged her away. The cactus lay obediently on the sofa, using its toes to point at the empty space, saying, "Jiguala, come lie down too." "No, I need to do my homework." The cactus jumped up, saying, "Don't. Since Lee Kawai isn't here, why have you reduced the number of sentences you talk to me?" Homie Melon took off his glasses and didn't look at her, walking into the bedroom and bringing all his homework notebooks to the wooden table in the living room. "Don't compare yourself with Lee Kawai." Hearing this, the cactus pouted, crossing its little arms and sitting beside him, very unconvinced. "Why did Jiguala say that about me? Don't you like me anymore? Well then tell me, can chocolate and pudding be compared?" The cactus understood about 3 parts of this question. The rest, she looked up with wide eyes, staring at him. Can they be compared? Of course not. Chocolate and pudding are not the same kind of thing. You can figure that out with a little thought, right? The cactus turned her brain, widening her eyes, her cheeks puffing up. "Jiguala means that I and the Kawai are not the same kind of people, but which one do you like?" "Silly cactus. Of course it's you." Chapter 037. Just killing with words? In the previous moment, the cactus was so aggrieved it was almost in tears, but now it was laughing, hugging the cantaloupe and calling a good baby. Meanwhile, Lucio led 1748 to the experimental field. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of red land, with many machines turning the soil and workers watering and weeding. 1748 pointed and asked, "Are they preparing to plant something?" Lucio nodded. "What are you planting?" "You will know when the time comes." As soon as he finished speaking, Quito came over with a group of workers, carrying saplings just pulled from the ground. "Brother, you're here so early." Quito wiped the sweat from his face and glanced at 1748, who was walking towards the saplings. "What kind of seedlings did you buy?" Lucio asked. "Grapefruit, durian, and dragon fruit." After Quito finished speaking, he directed the workers to put down the saplings and started unloading tools from the truck. Then turned to continue. "These are all fruit trees that can grow into big trees." "Brother, what do you think?" Lucio observed the situation after the soil was turned, stroking his chin. "It's hard to say. After all, the climate and soil quality issues are not completely resolvable. If they are affected in their growth, we can only replace them with others." The owner of the garden also said he would come to check regularly, and if it really couldn't be resolved, they could develop new varieties. Lucio made a gesture for him to be quiet, his eyes focused on 1748, who was hugging a handful of saplings, following behind the soil-turning machine. "Brother, is she crazy?" Quito shouted at 1748. "You come back, the other machines are starting to turn around. They don't have eyes." "Do you know?" "It's fine." Lucio told him not to shout, letting her suffer a bit. Quito instinctively glanced at Lucio a few more times. "Brother, I heard something happened here." "It's nothing," Lucio replied lightly. "How about you? Is everything going smoothly?" Quito proudly took out his phone. "Brother, take a look. I've closed all the deals." "Not bad." "Brother, to be honest, if you hadn't left, I really didn't know that the work you usually do was so tedious." Quito spoke to himself, not noticing that 1748 was standing behind him, using a large pair of pruning shears to trim the roots of the seedlings. Many people are preparing to come to our Jiguala area to travel, saying they want to see what the monster looks like with their own eyes. Lucio quickly glanced at 1748 and asked, "What monster?" "The one you dug up before. Don't you remember?" "Many people say it's 1748. Lucio ignored his brother, pretending to be busy, squatting down to check the roots of the seedlings without speaking. Seeing this, Quito inexplicably felt that his brother was angry, so he didn't ask further. Turning his head, he met 1748's eyes, and he put down the shears, pointing to the ground in the distance. "Do you know the danger is coming back? The soil is almost all turned over. If you have time, lend a hand." 1748 turned her eyes sideways, carefully observing the surroundings, and casually looked up at the seemingly falling sky, appearing to be focused on Quito's puzzled face. In fact, her eyes were scrutinizing the red earth behind him. "This large piece of land, the few of us are simply not enough," Lucio gently said while getting up. "No, let you do it alone." He pointed to the truck approaching. "We've already hired hundreds of workers, and those people are just part of it." 1748 turned and raised her right arm, covering her eyes with her palm. "Aren't those all coal miners? Are you planning to let them change careers?" In fact, she didn't think it was impossible. After all, not all sick workers had fully recovered, and there were those machine workers in the coal mine. There were plenty of people. Seeing that she didn't continue, Lucio guessed she didn't actually oppose it, which suited him just fine. In terms of the actual situation, 1748 saw those men and women dressed in coarse linen clothes, wearing plastic rain boots, carrying shovels of various shapes on their shoulders, with faces beaming with unmistakable happiness. She indeed had nothing to say. Right now, all she could do was lend a hand. Her movements were clumsy, but she learned quickly and did quite well, no worse than Lucio, who was participating in the labor himself. With her and the two brothers, they finished planting all the pomegranate seedlings. Along the way, a giant truck drove in from the other end of the stone road, with a back filled with various flavors of chilled drinks, as well as boxed meals ordered from the hotel, along with different varieties of desserts. All the workers were moved to tears. Being able to get a stable job and a steady income was already a huge blessing. It was rare to encounter a big boss like Lucio, and everyone felt they had hit the jackpot. If they had faith, it would simply be to bless Lucio. Seeing his people on his planet working happily and enjoying their meals, Lucio felt joyful too, as happy as if he had built a new villa or repaired a road. He used his lunch break to get on the truck and negotiate business with other planet owners on his computer. Usually, at this time, no matter where he was, he would dress appropriately, showcasing his best mental state. Naturally, UNT care about having lunch or resting. Keto was already used to this, quietly helping his brother put a lunchbox and a bottle of orange juice in a bag he brought, while sitting next to him, his bottom resting on a piece of wood. Eating, his little eyes had a shift to 1748 because of her carefree laughter. 1748 always managed to mingle with the workers. Everyone was harmonious, saying whatever came to mind, without taboos or official probing. She really liked this feeling of speaking freely and enjoyed sitting among simple, content, optimistic, ordinary people. Eating with them, she felt her appetite had improved greatly. As for Lucio, she had long forgotten about him and didn't even think about where he was now. So when someone asked her about her relationship with Lucio, at first, her mind didn't register. But later she recovered and laughed while waving her hand, explaining that she and they were all the same kind of workers. As soon as these words came out, others shook their heads, and 1748 caught the flickering light of curiosity in their eyes. Realizing that gossip was a common trait among humans, she refused to answer specifically, but until their curiosity was satisfied, they would keep digging until the secret surfaced. Someone, holding a lunchbox, looked around like a thief, patted 1748's knee, and asked, "We're all family here. You're a girl without parents? If you could find a good family to marry into, it would be 100 times better than working, you know?" The person next to him added, "Exactly. Our Lord has everything. If he really likes you, you could just test him a bit." Hearing this, 1748 felt uncomfortable all over. "No, uncle, I'm not thinking in that direction at all. You guys are overthinking it." The implication was, why is his status in your heart so high? Is something wrong? The Lord. A slightly younger woman spoke up, but before she could finish her sentence, 1748 interrupted with a smile. "I know everyone is thinking about my future, but I have to tell you, I don't like those kinds of men who are always fighting and looking down on others. Besides, your Lord is a bit handsome, but he is completely not my type. Look at you, kid, what do you like? How about I introduce you to someone?" 1748 casually thought for a moment and then said, "I like really manly guys, the kind with beards who can fight with me." The person who heard this almost spat out the rice or braised pork that was still in their mouth. 1748, "You must have some misunderstanding about our Lord." The uncle who had spoken earlier said again, slightly smug as he stroked his mustache, "Our Lord may talk tough, but actually, those people are all sent to the Wuhuang land." Wuhuang land? The uncle noticed 1748's puzzled expression and hurried to explain, "We haven't been there either, but one thing is for sure, no one wants to go there. A while ago, someone was sent back and said that place has been successfully transformed. Now it not only has fruit trees, but also streams and rivers. All of this is thanks to our Lord." "Hey, wait a minute," 1748 interrupted. "He threw people there, and they didn't do anything wrong, did they?" She thought of the man who had taken her away. "That's what you don't know. Those people all made mistakes, and it's only right for the Lord to catch them. Otherwise, if he really liked killing, would we still dare to work for him?" 1748 vaguely remembered someone had said this to her before. At this moment, Keto turned around and saw that his brother had opened the car door. While he hadn't leaned out yet, Keto quickly returned to his original position, turned his chopsticks upside down, and pretended to eat. "Ahem," Keto raised his hand. "What are they doing?" Keto shook his head. "Hey, brother, you should eat first." By the time Keto stood up, it was already too late. Lucio silently walked up behind 1748, seeing his workers secretly signaling, still talking about 1748 in a negative way, but she didn't notice at all. 1748 never thought Lucio would be a good person and later didn't see any good in him. On second thought, she felt that if what they said was true, he wasn't really that bad. But her pride in his actions toward her made her feel like she couldn't say anything good about him, even if he was indeed quite good. Chapter 038. "You are just an invincible fool." Lucio wouldn't let those who slander him continue to gloat. In front of everyone, his face was stiff, and a fierce determination surged up from his feet as he held her hand and pulled her directly into the truck. Before she could say anything, his palms slapped down on the back of her seat. "Do you still want to keep talking?" 1748's eyes darted around, and when she lifted her eyelids, she met his cold, flickering gaze. She didn't dare to maintain eye contact, but she was unwilling to back down in front of him. In her hesitation, she unknowingly made the man opposite her feel delighted. "Are you scared?" His tone clearly suggested he wanted to be hit. He slightly lowered his gaze, looking at her with a serious yet playful expression. She gritted her teeth and suddenly raised her knee, placing both feet on the cushion. Looking at this posture, he said with amusement, "Are you that worried I'll kiss you?" You. Unable to form a coherent sentence, 1748 glared at him and extended 2 fingers, warning, "Be careful, or I'll dig out your eyeballs, plug your pig nostrils, tear apart your sausage lips, and pull out all your—" "So dirty?" 1748 was confused. "You think I'm scared?" TSK. His tone sent chills down 1748's spine. "Oh my, get away from me." 1748 was genuinely a bit scared because she felt that he was acting completely abnormal at this moment. "Ha, I found a way to deal with you." Satisfying. Lucio's hearty laughter floated out of the truck window, reaching everyone's ears. They exchanged knowing glances, and after a few chuckles, all got up to continue working in the fields. Only Keto stood still, staring at the left window of the truck for a long time. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a strong wind picked up, and dark clouds covered the sapphire blue sky. Anyone with common sense would know that a heavy rain was coming, but 1748's conclusion was different. She followed Lucio and told him that she had felt something was off before but hadn't figured it out at the time. Now she understood that this land, no, every inch of this planet, was not suitable for planting. He asked her why. She replied, "It's my instinct as coal." With this point, Lucio wouldn't easily dismiss his plan. But the rain had already begun to fall, with strong winds, thunder, and lightning. The scarecrows around them were being blown to the ground, and the cover of the overturned tractor parked by the road was almost blown away, not to mention the humans. Lucio didn't have time to pay attention to 1748. He called out his brother's name, helped gather tools, and then set up a makeshift open-roof shelter near the truck as quickly as possible. "Brother, luckily you anticipated this," Keto said, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to dry off the rainwater. "What about 1748? Keto found a towel and looked around. "Hasn't she been with you?" Upon hearing this, Lucio's expression changed. He immediately dropped the hoe in his hand and stood at the entrance of the tent. "Has anyone seen 1748? Keto asked everyone. Almost all of them shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen her, but some mentioned that they had seen her with the Lord earlier. "Oh, brother, I saw her." "Is that her?" Keto actually worried about her and couldn't help but move a chair to a spot with a window, noticing a figure in the field, bending down and then standing up again. Lucio was sure that figure was still 1748. "Keto, you take some people back first. The rest will continue to wait for the truck." "Brother, where are you going?" Keto jumped down from the chair, while Lucio rushed out without taking any rain gear. He ran against the wind and rain to 1748's side, angrily grabbing a seedling from her hand and throwing it to the ground, shouting, "Don't you know to find shelter from the rain?" Suddenly yelled at, 1748 was a bit dazed. She turned her head to look at the rain-soaked seedling. "Are you crazy?" Lucio grabbed her wrist, pulling her towards him. "Come back. I'm not going." 1748 wanted to pull her hand back, but after several unsuccessful attempts, she was forced to follow his pace. "Let go of me." 1748 squeezed his slippery arm. "The ground is frozen, and these seedlings need to be pulled up, or they'll either be washed away by the rain or freeze to death." Lucio was taken aback. He never expected that she was braving lightning and heavy rain just for these seedlings. "Do you think you can handle it alone?" Lucio almost yelled again. "Not enough." 1748's momentum suddenly weakened, but she pried his hand open, crouched down, picked up the seedlings, and held them up to his face. "Look, these seedlings are still very lively. Who knows how they'll be after the rain? I'll help you." 1748 thought she had misheard and stared blankly into his eyes. "Stop dawdling. Move quickly." At that moment, Keto appeared in front of them, drenched in rain. The three of them began to bend down, pulling up the seedlings. Oddly, even though the vehicle that was supposed to pick them up had arrived, no one left. Instead, they joined in. "Hey, Lord," luckily 1748 noticed. "Otherwise, it would have been a pity for these seedlings." "Exactly, Lord, you're all soaked. Hurry back and take a hot shower to rest." Lucio wiped the sweat and rain off his face. "You all go back and rest. Keto, you should also go back and rest." Keto looked at 1748. "Brother, can I go to your place to take a shower?" Lucio turned to 1748. 1748. I'm going back. Wait. Lucio pulled her hand. Before going back, come with me first. Why? No reason. Quito didn't interrupt and followed her brother into the villa. I won't go in. You won't have good intentions if you look for me. Achoo. Lucio went upstairs to grab a few boxes of vitamins and cold medicine. Tossing them over. Take these back to eat. If you have questions, ask Hami. Huh. 1748 looked down at the densely packed square characters on the box. I'd rather not. You keep them for yourself. Lucio, what are you afraid of? 1748 playfully rolled her eyes, staring at the box for a few seconds, then raised her head and stuck her tongue out at Lucio. I'm afraid you'll poison me. Lucio laughed, suddenly and proudly, while 1748 didn't understand why he was laughing. She snorted a few times and turned to leave. Quito stood by the humidifier closest to the door, watching, but she couldn't figure out what was going on the whole time. However, inside, it didn't feel good at all. When 1748 returned home, the two kids were in the kitchen, struggling with what to do for dinner. One stood on a small wooden stool, chopping clean carrots, while the other practically crawled into the cabinet, searching for the rolling pin, but couldn't find it. She knew her cooking skills were lacking. If she went in, she would either mess things up or just be a hindrance. So she pretended she hadn't come home, sneakily turned around, and went to the bathroom, taking off her wet clothes and lying in the bathtub filled with hot water. She sighed comfortably, wanting to rest her head on a dry towel for a while. However, worried about repeating the same mistake, she reluctantly stood up, grabbed a towel to dry herself off, blew her hair dry, humming a tuneless little song. As soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, she caught a faint whiff of food. The two kids saw her in loose-fitting men's pajamas, exchanged glances, and hurried to the kitchen, whispering to each other, speculating if that outfit belonged to the master. She tasted the rainbow rice the kids had cooked, which contained carrots, onions, purple cabbage, baby bok choy, cucumbers, orange peels, and milk-flavored gummy candies. The vibrant colors were appetizing, and under the golden light, it looked as if it had been packed from a restaurant. However, the taste was hard to describe. 1748 wasn't picky. Even if the food was something a dog wouldn't eat, she would never waste it. In this way, she felt happier than a fairy. Having a bottle of red wine after dinner was a habit she had developed long ago, and that day, she didn't think much of it. The kids went to the kitchen, and she grabbed the bottle opener. Just as she was about to take a sip, the cactus stared at her seriously, rubbing its belly and saying in a soft voice, "Big sister promised to drink less wine in the future." Big sister's words don't count, especially when it comes to taking these vitamins and cold medicine. It's best not to mix them with alcohol. This was the first time 1748 was being glared at with soft, crossed eyes by an angry cactus. She wanted to argue back, but couldn't get the words out. Fine. She chose to surrender. Subsequently, she obediently took the cold medicine, substituted tea for wine, and after yawning for the 5th time, sighed and went back to bed. The next day, not only 1748, but also Lucio, and everyone on Jiguala Street never expected that one day it would go straight from a warm autumn to a cold winter. The ground beneath their feet was frozen solid, to the extent that even a heavy hammer couldn't break it. The streets and buildings, including half-finished constructions, were all covered with a thick layer of snow. Icicles hung from every eave, and if you walked outside, you'd worry that your breath might freeze in the air. The first thing that came to 1748's mind was the coal mine. She was worried about leaving the kids home alone, so she quickly helped them put on their winter-down jackets, wrapped them in scarves, gloves, and masks, and then took their hands to the mine. She breathed out warm air, watching it float away, brushed the snowflakes off her head, and sneezed. "You two wait for me here, okay?" The two kids stood obediently at the entrance of the coal mine, both looking quite happy. "Wow, it's snowing so heavily. Does this mean we won't have to go to school tomorrow?" The cactus was thinking about vacation. The melon rubbed his right hand against the back of his left hand a few times, then switched to the other side. His palms gradually warmed up. He looked up and puffed out his breath, saying, "If the principal thinks like that, then maybe. I hope the principal uncle thinks the same as I do." Chapter 039. A great responsibility falls upon Jiguala. The two children chatted about everything and anything for a long time, completely unaware of any boredom. Moreover, they really listened to 1748, not tempted to leave even a step in the face of the heavy snow. 1748 ran out from the coal mine factory and grabbed the children's hands. Let's go, we're going home. What are you going in for, big sister? Jiguala asked, curious if the machine workers were all inside. I just came to see if the coal mine was closed, and, as I thought, those workers are still working hard. Jiguala gave 1748 a thumbs up, thinking they were great. Yes, we're out of rice at home, so we need to make a trip to the supermarket first. 1748 said, checking her pocket to see if she had her wallet. Big sister, I want milk-flavored ice cream and lollipops. Cactus blinked eagerly at her beloved big sister. Drool almost reaching his chin. I'll buy you as much as I can with the money I have. As a result, they took a shortcut to the supermarket entrance, where a group of moving heads emerged one after another from inside. 1748 widened her eyes, noticing that they all had environmentally friendly bags of various sizes stuffed to the brim in their arms, around their necks, and on their backs. Before she could take a closer look, in the blink of an eye, the group dashed off in all directions. The once bustling supermarket entrance was now empty, with a crushed egg lying on the ground, its egg white slowly sliding down the slope. Quick, let's go in and take a look. 1748 suddenly had an ominous premonition piercing her soul. However, the sight before her was indeed chilling and disheartening. Everything in her view consisted of supermarket staff, shelves, damaged shopping carts, and a pile of shopping baskets. It was as if they had been robbed. A staff member, holding back tears, said, "The store manager took a look at the three of you with empty hands, and being kind-hearted, came over to hand a bag of instant noodles, saying this is the last bag. If you don't want to go hungry, hurry to other supermarkets to grab some winter food," without waiting for the words to finish. 1748 mustered all her strength, hoisting the two children like arrows shot from a bow, and whooshed away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Unfortunately, it was too late. Every place that sold goods was similar to the previous supermarket. Big sister, are we going to go hungry? When 1748 heard the word hungry, her stomach began to protest. It's okay, there must be a way. Don't worry, she reassured them. The children were actually not anxious, but seeing 1748 wearing only a thin coat made them worry about her being cold. Big sister, we should go home, or you might get sick. Cactus tugged at the hem of her clothes, tiptoeing to feel her forehead. Big sister, you're so cold. In fact, 1748 didn't feel cold at all. Instead, she found the flame burning in her chest too fierce, causing her to sweat continuously. Returning empty-handed was not the outcome she wanted, but that was how it turned out. She lay on the sofa, biting her lip and staring at the children's faces, pondering for a long time. Hearing a knock on the door, she lifted her chin slightly, just about to get up to open the door when Cactus had already scampered ahead to open it. The visitor turned out to be Lucio, which didn't surprise 1748. She raised her expressionless face and shot him a glare. You three go back and play, Lucio said as he sat at the end of the sofa. Why did you come empty-handed? 1748 pretended to be very displeased, pouting. Are you acting spoiled? Lucio chuckled, unable to contain himself, but 1748 jumped up, crossed her legs, and sat a meter away from him, saying, No, I'm just saying it casually. You should know what happened. I'm fine, just worried the kids will starve. Don't worry about food and water. I came to ask you if you went through my things that day at my villa. Upon hearing this, 1748 felt that he was suspecting her of stealing his things. An anger surged within her. Just say directly what treasure you lost. Something very important to me. 1748 put her hands on her hips. First, I'll tell you. I didn't touch your things. Secondly, you can't force me to steal from you. So stop your baseless suspicions. Lucio looked at her inflated, angry face, and couldn't help but laugh. If there's nothing else, you can leave. 1748 rolled her eyes and extended her leg, ready to kick him at any moment. Can't you be a little gentler with me? Even just a bit? Lucio looked at her with a smile. Not even a tiny bit. Not even a smidgen. After saying that, 1748 snorted a few times. Lucio had more important matters to attend to, so he didn't have time to continue bickering with her. The unpredictable weather in Jiguala gave Lucio a headache. Although he had anticipated this situation, he miscalculated the timing. Now, this major problem would likely torment him for a while. Every household had prepared some food and water, and families like 1748's, facing similar situations, were receiving deliveries from Lucio's people. Keto helped Lucio compile statistics, and if the heavy snow continued, disrupting everything. The stored food and water would last about a month. If it exceeded that time, they would have to leave. The weather could be affected, but to change it would be 100 times more difficult than living beyond the universe. Lucio had worked hard to transform this planet into something presentable, and from the beginning, he vowed to make it the richest and happiest planet to live on. A mere snowfall would not become a stumbling block for him. His hard work made 1748 click her tongue, and naturally, her initial impression of him changed further. Occasionally, if she could help in any way, she wouldn't hold back. The residents had a relatively good mindset, even though they spent 2/3 of their day cooped up in their dark homes. Fumbling about in the dark and stumbling a few times was considered normal. After all, Jiguala had lost power, internet, and water, and they lived here. Complaining was useless. It was better to face it cheerfully. These were things 1748 often said to others, repeating them hundreds of times without annoyance. Ista, her butler, and attendants had been taken back by King KB yesterday morning, leaving behind some food for the residents. Claire received a call from her fierce father, who ordered her to come home immediately, or he would send a group of half-beast bodyguards to drag her back, even if they had to tie her up. Saying she wasn't afraid would be too fake. Before going home, she had consulted Lucio's opinion. Lucio would never restrict anyone. Whether to stay or leave was entirely up to the individual. Later, Claire went to find 1748. 1748 spoke frankly, telling her that someone who only thought of themselves was someone she truly looked down upon. A coward, a turtle hiding in its shell. After hearing these words, Claire, who initially didn't want to leave, instantly decided not only to stay, but also to threaten her father to send some resources over. Harlan and Badatong. The former never thought about leaving, while the latter, especially during the pitch-black nights, lay in bed tossing and turning, wondering whether staying here was the right choice or a huge mistake. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he eventually fell asleep. The next morning, he stood by the window, stretching under the blue and white checkered blanket, almost blinded by the bright light from the snowy mountains. At this time, Harlan had already left for work. Badatong had a simple breakfast and lazily stepped out. He spotted the spirited 1748 wandering the streets and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, pulled her into an alley. "Good morning." Badatong weakly raised his hand in a symbolic greeting. "Have you not eaten for days?" Badatong shook his head, tightened his thick coat around him, and looked toward the alley entrance. "If this continues, this planet will be finished." "Don't talk nonsense." Badatong rubbed his own messy red hair, looking disdainful. "You're just being stubborn. I understand much more than you do. I've encountered this kind of thing before, exactly the same." And then, 1748 wanted to hear what nonsense would come out of his mouth. "In 25 days, those planets will be dead. If the irritable Lord heard that, you probably wouldn't even have the chance to stand here." This struck a chord. Badatong felt deflated, pretending to be nonchalant as he whistled with his hands in his pockets. "Come on, you look really annoying like that. Where are you going? None of your business. Make sure you don't let anyone else know what I just told you. I was just joking." 1748 clicked her tongue, too lazy to pay him any mind, and continued walking down the street. Before she knew it, she had arrived at the coal mine, where the workers were still tirelessly working. 1748 casually found a stone to sit on. Worker A, as the saying goes, don't sit on wood in summer or on stone in winter. 1748 pondered this saying and found it quite reasonable. She observed the situation underground and suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Let me ask you a question," 1748 said with a smile. "Is there a lot of water down there?" Worker C pointed to a dark hole nearby. "There's a lot of water over there. The other places are quite dry. Compared to you, this place is very different. It has high-rise buildings, with at least 30 floors, and some going up to hundreds of floors, looking as if they have already pierced through the clouds or into the night. On one hand, this place has been frequently excavating for gold, and many areas are at least several hundred meters deep. When the rainy season comes, heavy rain floods the pits, and the soil cannot contain it, gradually creating a drainage system. Occasionally, the water will overflow onto the streets. Every time one goes out, they have to wear knee-high rain boots, or else they will definitely get splashed with muddy water. Moreover, digging a pit is easy, but filling it is hard, and making it look the same as before is even more difficult. Chapter 040 Cough. Can we discuss something? On the other hand, most of the people living here have an unwavering faith in the sky, believing that the closer one is to the heavens, the luckier they will become and the happier their lives will be. As a result, houses can only continue to be built upwards, with floors rising step by step. Jiguala has suffered from a snow disaster, and the winter rain here has persisted for 3 weeks, with flooding also being a significant concern. The Ista family lives on the 35th floor of an 88-story building, which is entirely theirs. Her father worries when he sees raindrops. When he worries, he sighs. And once he starts sighing, he can't stop, which tortures the ears of those around him, especially Rachel, who accidentally let slip the truth about the princess and Lucio's marriage to her mother, becoming a thorn in the king's side. Whenever he sees her, he seizes the opportunity to scold her from head to toe. The housekeeper is usually present and remains silent upon hearing this, if she speaks. It is also to support the king, endlessly criticizing her daughter. Rachel feels stifled, and Ista, thinking about how long Jiguala can hold on and feeling like a traitor for returning to her hometown, can't help but feel aggrieved and upset in her heart. The longer she stays, the more guilty and worried she becomes, visiting her father to plead for mercy more often. But King is not a wooden block. He remains indifferent no matter what he hears. In fact, he has his own concerns. After all, although the engagement between his daughter and Lucio has been dissolved, not many people know about it, and they still appear to be relatives on the surface. If he keeps Ista by his side, it would invite gossip, causing trouble for himself. However, he is also worried about his daughter's safety. After much thought, he sent 3 strong young men with boxes of food and water to accompany Ista, the housekeeper, and Rachel back to Jiguala. As for himself, he temporarily did not want to see Lucio and lied to his daughter that he was unwell, staying in his bedroom and not showing his face. Secretly, he was trying to gather information from the strong young men. Fortune came unexpectedly, just as Ista and the others set foot on Jiguala's land. The heavy rain in Kabia stopped, and soon after, the warm, red sun gradually rose, drying the damp, cold wind. The golden sunlight spread across the land, which King saw with his own eyes and felt sweetly in his heart, sighing. Finally, this hurdle has been crossed. He didn't know that the weather in Jiguala had cleared up long ago, and at this moment, the residents of the entire planet were happily shoveling snow and clearing the roads with shovels, in order to restore the streets to their former liveliness as soon as possible. Lucio sent people to bring coal mine workers to every street, whether robots, ordinary humans, or half-beasts. They were all cheerful, filled with laughter and joy. Ista saw this and felt happy, finding the person in charge, Keto, with her housekeeper in attendance, and told him all about the food and water. Keto thought she wouldn't come back after going home, so after expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly sent people to temporarily move the supplies back to the coal mine. As so far, only there was spacious, dry, and safe space there. Ista observed for a while and saw Claire and Harlan in the crowd shoveling snow. But she did not see 1748 or Lucio. Noticing her confusion, Keto guessed that she might want to know about her brother's whereabouts and casually told her. It turned out that after the weather cleared, Lucio began investigating who had secretly infiltrated Jiguala, stolen his design drafts while he was away, and later took advantage of the chaos to disturb the order and create panic. Soon, it became clear that the culprit was Prabhata, a neighboring star who had always disliked him and wanted to defeat him to satisfy his vanity and competitiveness. Their enmity had begun in childhood. Back then, Lucio had tricked Prabhata's owner, Arrow, into giving his brother cupcakes, orange juice, and a bear-shaped scarf his mother had given him for his birthday to prevent his brother from going hungry. Even after Lucio took his brother away from his hometown, Prabhata remained unaware of being deceived, until one day, when he got into trouble and thought of pawning a stone Lucio had given him to buy artificial clouds as compensation for his companions. He realized that the so-called priceless stone was just an ordinary rock. Moreover, after he grew up, he made a fortune by chance, bought Jiguala, and went to see his product, only to feel deceived again. He immediately resold it at a low price. Who would have thought that the buyer was Lucio? Ironically, the worthless ball he mentioned became a treasure that everyone wanted to see. Arrow was furious, wishing he could bomb Jiguala to smithereens. He wasn't the brightest, but he had his wealthy family backing him, along with a sister who, though ugly, was extremely intelligent. Taking advantage of the snow disaster in Jiguala, they proposed all sorts of destructive activities to Arrow. Now, Lucio knew. Would he let them go? Absolutely not. 1748 went to find him to discuss the coal mine, but unexpectedly got involved in this matter and learned about Arrow, which broadened her horizons and allowed her to catch a glimpse of Lucio's gallant figure. This way, she could witness whether he was indeed the good Lord who cared for the people as described by the workers. In the end, she was quite satisfied. Indeed, he preferred to handle everything personally, openly challenging others without telling anyone else, building his courage and raising his momentum alone, and managed to scare Arrow and over 100 men in black to run home crying while holding their pants. 1748 returned to Jiguala with Lucio, and by this time, the snow on the streets had been cleared, and all problems such as blocked sewers or water pipes or lack of electricity were perfectly resolved. Residents finally returned to their normal lives. Next, 1748 needed to find Lucio alone to discuss the coal mine in detail. At this moment, the two were standing on the stone threshold at the mine entrance, looking up at the crescent moon and a few twinkling stars. The surroundings were so quiet that one could clearly hear their own heartbeat. Lucio counted the time. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, and 1748 remained silent. Her tranquil appearance made it difficult for him to accept for a moment. Cough. Breaking the silence, he stretched his legs, bending them a few times, and turned his head to nonchalantly glance at her. What's the matter? He thought. Hey, I actually agreed to come out with you. 1748 suddenly stood up, vigorously dusting off the dirt stuck to her backside, choking Lucio next to her, causing his face to turn purple. Hey, Lucio was quite displeased. Stay away from me. 1748 shrugged and laughed a few times. Don't be so fierce. Let us talk normally. 1748 stuck out her tongue and made a face at him, propping her eyes open with her fingers. It's fine, I'm leaving. After Lucio said this, he really started to walk away. Hey, wait, why are you so impatient? 1748 said, while tugging at his hoodie-s hood. I didn't expect you to wear this kind of clothing. Lucio turned around and unexpectedly said, Isn't it cute? How could 1748 respond to that? Clearly, we are about to discuss something serious. So it might not be a good idea to hit him or pour cold water on him right now, right? She thought carefully and forced out a fake smile that looked very unconvincing, mimicking the way the cactus usually acted cute. How adorable. Oh, how can you be so cute? Enough. Lucio rolled his eyes dramatically and grabbed her hair. Be normal. 1748 liked to glare, especially when glaring at Lucio, and it felt like she could never get enough of it. She shook off his hand. You jerk, you clearly started this, okay? Now you're the one acting disgusted. You deserve it. That sounds like something you'd say. Lucio dodged to the side before she could pinch him. Honestly, I'm just leaving. Of course I have something to say. I think building houses up here is pointless. I advise you to move everything underground. 1748 grabbed his hat to stop him from leaving. I'm serious about this. If you think what I'm saying is ridiculous, you should first go check out the coal mine. Saying this made Lucio a bit intrigued. I've already surveyed it. Many places can be connected. If it's built, climate issues will be solved. Trust me, I grew up underground. I'm quite experienced in this area. Lucio walked to the mine entrance and raised a flashlight. You go in front of me. He was worried that if everything turned out to be just 1748's prank, then being in front would clearly be the one making a fool of themselves. What's wrong with a big guy being scared? After saying that, 1748 couldn't help but scratch her itchy nose in front of Lucio. Cough, cough, cough. Lucio clicked his tongue in disdain. Mind your image. Puffed. Lucio stared at her swaying ponytail, thinking about the possibility of building a paradise underground as 1748 suggested, weighing the pros and cons and wondering which side would outweigh the other. 1748 didn't hear any response, and, after walking a few steps, she turned back to look at Lucio. Seeing him deep in thought, she unconsciously lightened her footsteps. After a while, Lucio looked up, took a deep breath, and saw 1748 heading towards the dark hole on the left. He quickly blocked her way. Don't tell me you're just going to walk in there like that. 1748 blinked and smiled. Should I go in upside down? Do you know if there are any dangers inside? Chapter 041. You are a thief. And I am poisoned by you, I know, right? 1784 tilted her head at the cave entrance and pointed. Hey, I've been in there alone before. No problem at all. Besides, it's just a black hole. Why are you so scared? Lucio paused and said, I'll tell you this from now on. You're not allowed to go in casually whenever you see a black hole, if you want to stay alive. 1748 frowned, scrutinizing his expression as he spoke, and didn't feel like he was trying to scare her on purpose. Why? I'll tell you later. After saying that, Lucio had a rough idea of the situation deep in a coal mine and said sternly, Stop looking. We need to get out of here now. Now, it was 1748 following Lucio from behind. Hey, aren't you afraid to go find them alone? When Lucio heard this, he knew what she meant and shook his head coldly. No, there's no one else here. Just tell me the truth. I saw all your expressions back then. You can't hide it from me. 1748 counted on her fingers one by one, looking up at his back as she continued. I can tell you're actually scared. It's not something to be ashamed of. No need to hide it. Lucio remained silent. I was scared too when you sent me to those strange monsters. I felt like I was going to die. I was so scared, she said, recalling those moments. Even though that guy looked pretty cowardly, he felt really sinister. Hey, he's that kind of person, right? You finally spoke. 1748 ran over to walk beside him. Well, probably doesn't he know, right? Lucio stopped and gave her a warning look. Don't say that. Oof. Am I that kind of person? 1748 elbowed his arm. Good thing you're okay. Otherwise, Jiguala would definitely be heartbroken. What about you? Me? Lucio looked into her eyes seriously. 1748 tilted her head, unconsciously resting her chin on her right hand. Aren't you fine? What if Lucio said slowly, if I got caught and locked up, what would you do? That won't happen. You're not that stupid. 1748 put her hands on her thighs. I said, what if? 1748 accidentally brushed his hand and said, then I'd just burn that place down. Really? What is there to lie about? Hey, 1748 stood up, hands on her hips. Do you see me as a thief? Seriously, we've known each other for more than a day or two. That's too much. Lucio looked at her angry little face, trying hard to suppress a laugh. You are. What? You are a thief. Say that again, if you dare. Lucio stared at 1748's pouting red lips from anger, and for a moment, he had a wicked thought. However, his rationality prevailed, and despite enjoying her furious little look, he held back and didn't tease her anymore. 1748 saw him fall silent, secretly chuckling, and didn't want to get mad anymore. She turned her head and walked away confidently toward the street. When they reached the fork in the road, Lucio was about to stop and ask her which identity she would use for school tomorrow, but to his surprise, she just patted her butt and ran off without looking back. If it were earlier, Lucio might have been upset, thinking about how to get back at her. But at this moment, he stood there laughing foolishly for a while. He scolded himself for being infatuated, chasing after his own woman around who knows how many circles. Fully developed in character, intelligence, physical fitness, and beauty. Yet he was only interested in 1748. He sighed, laughing, mocking himself for looking like someone poisoned by love and feeling elated. After all, it was rare for his heartstrings to be tugged. The snow had just stopped, and the school was relatively remote, with pleasant scenery. The snowy landscape was even more eye-catching, almost as if it had been taken out of frame, although predominantly white. The colorful rooftops of the teaching buildings and the faint mint green surrounding them complemented each other beautifully, making it hard to take one's eyes off. The principal and teachers also considered the safety of the students and the different psychological endurance levels, deciding to give everyone a week off until the weather stabilized before classes officially started. The news reached Cactus's ears, and she happily hugged 1748's sore neck, howling like a wolf cub nonstop. Unlike Honeydew, who calmly adjusted his glasses and went back to his room to review his studies. 1748 urged him not to be buried in books all the time and to go out and play sometimes. However, the child politely refused this proposal. This made Cactus cover her mouth and giggle, pointing at Honeydew's back, saying he might become the second Uncle Harlan when he grows up. 1748 agreed wholeheartedly. Now the coal mine had stopped working because Lucio had ordered Harlan and Octopus to investigate the specific situation underground. As the foreman, 1748 had not received any notification, and it was only later that Claire came to find her, which is when she learned. It turned out that Lucio had been ignoring her before and hadn't seen him at all, but he had actually listened to her suggestion. She felt a bit angry, but also had an indescribable sense of joy, thinking that Lucio, the big fool, was willing to listen to others. Claire saw her staring at the wall for a while with bright eyes, motionless, and assumed she was frozen from the snow. So she went to the kitchen to boil her some hot water. When 1748 came back to her senses, there was no one in front of her. "Claire, did you say octopus went too?" Claire poked her head out from the kitchen door, holding a clean cup. Sister 17. Which octopus does the Lord have his eye on? I don't think he is good for anything. 1748 laughed, walked over, squinted her eyes, and looked her up and down, jokingly saying, "Oh my, don't tell me you like him." Claire pouted and raised her elbow, trying to nudge 1748. But unfortunately, she failed. "Not at all, sister. You don't know, when we first met, I took him to familiarize himself with the company, and he actually teased me." "Oh." 1748 smirked, fiddling with Cactus's cube. "No way. Does he dare to tease you with that cowardly and flirty look?" Claire could tell. "Sister, I'm not joking. He hates the rich, call me a rice bug, a parasite, a bloodsucker. Ever since then, he doesn't even look at me on the street. It drives me crazy." Seeing her furious expression, 1748 stopped smiling and looked at her seriously. "It's not my fault my family is wealthy. Why should he dislike me? He just lacks ability." "No." 1748 raised her hand and tapped her on the head. "You can't say that. He is a capable person. Otherwise, why would Lucio hire him for publicity?" Mentioning Lucio, Claire immediately shrank back. 1748 found it hard to imagine what she was so afraid of. However, she had heard some stories about Octopus. Although he had immigrated from another planet, he never spoke about his family, siblings, or personal matters, and those who were curious couldn't find out even if they tried. However, that didn't hinder his interactions with other colleagues. In Claire's words, he had a silver tongue, a typical person who could talk to anyone, making friends everywhere and living happily. He also said that he had been living at Harlan's place before, and they never asked him for rent, nor did they make him clean the house. After he found a place of his own, he moved out without a word and didn't say a thing when he saw his former roommate again, not even a thank you. In the end, he also remarked that men are visual, disgusting animals. No matter where they are, as soon as they spot someone with a decent figure and a good-looking face, they just freeze in place. 1748 felt that she was talking about herself. Additionally, she realized that she had become a venting pool. However, to be honest, she didn't like this type of man either. She only expressed a few words, and Claire was overjoyed. Feeling comfortable, Claire nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice, dancing with joy, which made the cactus, lying on the sofa, laugh heartily. At that moment, 1748 remembered to ask Claire if she had any other serious matters to discuss. "Oh my God, I almost forgot." Claire cursed under her breath about the situation, turning her head to look for her bag. The cactus pointed to the windowsill and informed her, "I went home yesterday and brought some local specialties for you and the kids. By the way, this kangaroo meat and black bear meat are top-notch, guaranteed to make you unable to stop eating." As she spoke, she pulled out several black plastic bags marked with names from a cloth bag and laid them out on the dining table, a total of 10 bags, meaning 10 types of dried meat. She also asked the cactus which one he wanted to eat first. 1748 wasn't very interested in the meat. She was just curious about what was in Claire's bulging bag. 17's sister loves drinking, so I definitely wouldn't forget that. With a flourish, Claire brought out a bottle of white wine adorned with golden edges. "How about it? My sister is quite authentic, right?" 1748 beamed with joy, holding the wine bottle tightly. "Claire, you're so nice, but I don't have any money right now, nor do I have anything good to give you, so I'll owe you for now." Claire put her hands on her hips, exhaling, and shook her arm. "Sister, what are you talking about? I'm giving this to you willingly, not to gain anything in return. You have to accept it, otherwise we'll cut ties." Before she finished speaking, the cactus went to answer the door, and the visitors were red-eyed Esta and Keto. 1748 saw this and gestured for the cactus to take her toys back to the room, while Keto, seeing Claire there, silently glared at her and gestured for her to leave. Soon, only the three of them were left in the room, sitting on the sofa, forming a right triangle. 1748 looked at Keto, signaling him to speak. After about 10 minutes of silence, he finally opened his mouth. Chapter 042. Taking Shelter, Casual Talk. Seeing through the princess will stay with you for a while, and when the gossip outside dies down, her butler will naturally come and take her back. Thank you for your trouble. After saying this, Keto stood up and left. In the end, 1748 still didn't know what had happened. Seeing Ista covering her face and burying her head, not saying a word for a long time, she didn't have the heart to ask, just said that if she wanted to rest, she could go to her bedroom directly. There were no extra blankets or pajamas, nor toiletries at home, and it wasn't convenient to ask Ista's servant. So 1748 decided to go out and buy some. As her feet hit the street, she hadn't walked a few steps before hearing someone mention Ista. Usually, she didn't see anyone, but when trouble arose, she ran faster than anyone else, as if her feet were on wheels. It's said that couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Now, coming home to gather some things to bring here, treating them like beggars. The words that followed were harsh, but 1748 didn't care. Anyone who spoke ill of Ista, she would confront them fiercely until they were lost. Deep down, she felt a bit of relief. After buying everything she needed, 1748 came out of the supermarket and soon ran into Harlan. Seeing his gentle face flushed red, she couldn't tell if it was from exhaustion or heat. She casually asked, "Did you come from a coal mine?" Harlan looked up at her, then took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the sweat while his hand trembled. 1748 couldn't bear it any longer and grabbed his wrist. "Are you sick?" "I'm fine. Do you know where the princess is?" Harlan asked. 1748 raised her voice. "Are you in a hurry to find Ista?" Harlan's sweat ran into his eyes, making it difficult for him to open them. So he squinted and said, "It's not an urgent matter, but if you see the princess, please tell her I'm sorry." Before he finished speaking, Harlan forgot to go into the supermarket to buy water and ran off. In the blink of an eye, 1748 could no longer see him. Usually, he walked like a snail, but today he ran faster than a rabbit. Apologize? Why does he need to apologize? With this question in mind, 1748 hurried home. After opening the door and dropping her keys, she subconsciously glanced at the living room while changing her shoes. Seeing no one on the sofa, she walked straight to her bedroom. "Are you asleep?" Ista quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes upon hearing the voice. After a few seconds, she slowly sat up, deliberately making a sleepy face to look at 1748. "Are you tired? If you are, I won't disturb your sleep." Ista didn't want to be alone in silence, shook her head, and patted the edge of the bed, saying, "I'm not tired. Come sit and talk with me, okay?" 1748 was just thinking that, so she hurriedly moved to sit at the edge of the bed. "I just ran into Harlan," she said. Ista's body suddenly trembled, worried about being discovered. She pinched the corner of the blanket and slowly pulled it up, saying, Continue. "He asked me to tell you something." 1748 paused. Noticing her distraction and slowed her speech, he said he's sorry. Ista waited for a moment, realizing there was no follow-up, quickly asked, "Is there nothing else?" 1748 shook her head. "Oh, I see. Thank you." 1748. "Did you two have a fight?" After asking, 1748 suddenly remembered the thing she had heard and guessed about 80 of it, but still didn't understand how it related to Harlan. "No, we didn't fight. It's just that the residents here saw me walking with him, and some rumors spread. I didn't pay much attention to it," Ista said, her eyes reddening again. "It's also my fault. I shouldn't have walked with him, and I definitely shouldn't have gone home when the disaster happened." They have a point in what they say. Hearing this, 1748 rolled up her sleeves, stood up, and exhaled against the white wall. "Why would you think that? Even Lucio didn't say anything about you. They were just talking among themselves. You can just pretend you didn't hear. Is it better to not go home at all?" She continued, "Besides, I've heard Claire mention that Kabia is not very wealthy either, and there are many poor families. You brought back so much food. If they want it, fine. If not, so be it. Don't take it to heart. And they said you're a homebody or mute or whatever. You really don't need to worry about that. Everyone has their own way of living, right?" Ista felt that what she said made a lot of sense, which comforted her quite a bit. "All right, stop crying. It's not worth shedding tears for such people. Do you understand?" Saying this, 1748 helped Ista up and walked to the window, casually pulling open the white curtains. "Although you can't see the sky from here, look at the gradient of the soil layers. Isn't it fascinating?" "Yes. It was Ista's first time observing the color of the soil layers. 1748. Are you happy living here? Because I heard you don't seem to have parents? 1748 widened her eyes, tapping her chin with her finger. How should I put it? I have a task at hand. But anyway, being happy is the most important thing. By the way, how did you meet Keto? I made some snacks to share with you and Claire. But someone threw rotten eggs at me halfway, and His Highness happened to pass by. If he hadn't helped me out, I wouldn't have known what to do, Ista explained. Oh, so that's how it is, 1748 nodded. Also, Ista expressed her gratitude to 1748 for her guidance and comfort, not wanting to hide anything from her, and continued. I had a fight with the butler. Because of Harlan. 1748 was quite surprised. Did he bully you? No, he treats me very well. He's very considerate and gentle. As soon as Harlan was mentioned, 1748 noticed that Ista's words began to flow freely, her face flushed with shyness. And it seemed like there was a long, long story behind it. Harlan and I are good friends. I don't want him to stop talking to me just because someone insulted him. 1748 understood. So it was that she was worried he would ignore her. But isn't your reaction a bit too much? Ista instinctively covered her face. No, it's nothing. Besides you and Claire, I don't have any other friends. My father told me that having one more friend is like having one more road when you're out. And I think Harlan is really nice. We get along very well, so. 1748 slapped her thigh and laughed. Are you falling for Harlan? At that moment, footsteps outside the door hurriedly ran away. 1748 turned her head to glance at Ista, gesturing for her to stay put, and said she would go out to take a look. As soon as she stepped out of the bedroom, a pair of chubby little hands grabbed her arm. The little one seemed to know the situation, lowered their voice, and pointed at the door, telling her big sister that the visitor was Harlan. But he seemed to have run away. 1748 thought for a moment and felt that he must have something to say to Ista, otherwise he wouldn't have gone through the trouble to find this place. So she let the little one go in to hold the princess while she went to bring Harlan back. She did bring him back, and from him, 1748 learned that Lucio and the others had already gone home by this time. Not wanting to be the unnecessary person, she led Harlan to the door of the bedroom, using the excuse that she had something to do, and went out with a few bags of local specialties that Claire had given her. She planned to find Lucio to thank him for the vitamins and cold medicine he had given her earlier. At this moment, Harlan was still standing at the door, his hands instinctively resting against the seams of his pants, maintaining a military posture for about 10 minutes, remaining completely still. Inside the room, not to mention the child, even Ista's patience was wearing thin. She thought to herself, even if there was something going on with 1748, it shouldn't take this long. Just as she pushed the door open, she looked up and happened to meet Harlan's shy gaze. The cactus released Ista's hand, consciously moved past the two of them, and quickly slipped into its own bedroom, locking the door behind it. The two looked at each other, their mouths opening and closing like little fish. But they didn't say a word. The two little ones peeked through the keyhole, and the cactus felt anxious for them, unconsciously tapping its foot, saying, "The princess must like Uncle Harlan." Honeydew leaned on the desk, yawning without any poetry, and with a heavy sense of fatigue, told her, "What do you know as a child? Adult matters have nothing to do with us kids. Come on and do your homework. Didn't you just see it? Just because it happened then, doesn't mean it matters now. Come on, I'll teach you math." Honeydew patted the empty spot beside him, signaling her to sit down properly and not to look at those inappropriate scenes. At this point, Harlan had already entered the bedroom, and Ista moved behind the window, while he stood by a wooden stool a few arms' lengths away, pondering how to start the conversation. "I'm really sorry, princess. Please don't take those words to heart. In a few days, it will all blow over." It sounded like a simple statement, but in Harlan's heart, it had gone back and forth countless times, unsure of which words came first and which came later. He hesitated, and even when he finally said it, he wasn't quite satisfied. Ista had never held any resentment towards him. "Don't call me that. We are peers. Just call me by my name." Harlan nodded, but when it came to actually saying her name, he couldn't bring himself to do it. "What others say outside, I actually don't care. Why care about is." The words abruptly stopped, and Ista secretly lifted her head to observe his expression, but what she saw most clearly was his forehead beneath his bangs. "Care about what?" Harlan blurted out. "Do you see me the same way?" Harlan's first reaction was to shake his head. I have never thought of you that way. They don't understand you. That's why they say that. Chapter 043, Heart to Heart, Deep Conversation, Am I Sick? Ista had been waiting for this question, feeling quite happy inside, and all previous worries about Harlan dissipated. Has the princess really decided to stay here for a while? Harlan unconsciously voiced this thought. Ista tilted her head, appearing shy. Well, there are some other reasons, so I'm temporarily staying here for a while. That's good. Very good, Harlan said, at a loss for words. At the villa entrance, 1748 pressed the doorbell several times without a response. In a moment of frustration, she waved her arms and shouted Lucio's name. At that moment, Lucio, who had been lying on the sofa with his eyes half closed, lifted his heavy head and sat up, propping one hand on the armrest while the other rubbed his temples lightly. He appeared calm, until 1748 yelled, Lucio, you big idiot. His brows slightly furrowed as he slowly stood up, his long legs taking a few steps to the door. He grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it, and the door opened. He examined 1748 standing before him, dressed in a lemon-yellow tracksuit with a green scarf. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare, chuckling at her. What are you laughing at? Lucio couldn't be bothered to explain. He then wrapped his arm around her waist, covering her mouth with his hand. So, you figured it out today and come to me? 1748 thought he was just rambling and elbowed him away, extending her hand to show him a bag of jerky. This is for you. Lucio caught a whiff of a fishy smell and recognized it as a gift from Claire. He had received it before. The jerky tasted authentic, but the smell was overwhelming and uncomfortable for him. Take it away. 1748 thought he would gladly accept it, knowing the meat here was not just expensive, but these are things that even those with money might not usually get to eat. Don't you really want it? Lucio moved to the kitchen, squeezed himself a glass of orange juice, and poured a glass of champagne with lime slices for 1748, personally handing it to her. No need, take it back. I don't drink this. 1748 set the glass aside on the dining table and continued, if you don't want it, then forget it. Good, knowing you shouldn't drink too much. Lucio's gaze fell on the glass. 1748 was already heading towards the foyer, not intending to do anything. You stay here, I'm leaving. She reached out to push the door open. Wait. Lucio leaned against the corner of the dining table, propping one arm casually. Don't you want to know how far my underground paradise plan has progressed? 1748 suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling. Lucio's lips curled into a faint smile, his fingers moving back and forth on the glass. You better not tease me. If you want to know, just follow me. With that, Lucio turned and went straight upstairs. 1748 hesitated for a few seconds, quickly placed the jerky behind the shoe cabinet, and chased after him. Take off your shoes. 1748 thought it made sense, and squatted down to remove her sneakers. Seeing her obediently comply, Lucio couldn't help but want to tease her. He continued, Take off your outerwear too. 1748 frowned slightly, but still complied. Lucio stifled a laugh. Also, take off your pants. What? 1748 rolled her eyes and grabbed Lucio's right hand, slamming it against the wall. What else do you want me to take off? Lucio replied. I'll look at whatever you take off. This kind of joke isn't funny at all. 1748 released her grip, raised her knee towards his vital area, and warned, You better not test my limits. After saying that, she tossed her hair and pushed Lucio aside, kicking open the door to his study. Lucio watched her for a moment, then leaned against the doorframe, pointing at the various drafts and the SHHH model on the desk. 1748 understood the template, but was puzzled by the preliminary sketches on the paper. Lucio quickly walked over to explain each one to her. No, this is wrong. If you limit the underground house to one place, then it will just be high on one side and low on the other. What if there's an earthquake? 1748 threw out her question, pointing at a specific draft and continuing to express her confusion. Also, there's no need to research materials for the underground house. You could just refer to my room. I know you're worried about the quality of the house and fear accidents, but I can tell you plainly that living underground is much safer than on the surface. Lucio agreed with this statement. As for the building materials, he couldn't afford to be careless or use subpar materials just to save money. Regarding the idea of testing a specific area first, he was also thinking from the resident's perspective. Is there anything else you're dissatisfied with? he asked, stroking his chin. None. After saying that, she remembered the baobab tree Hami had mentioned to him before. If we live underground, the air won't be great, but if we plant baobab trees down there, their trunks can store water, and the branches can connect above and below to circulate air. What do you think? Lucio felt like he was listening to a fairy tale, intrigued, his eyes sparkling, gesturing for her to continue. 1748 was rare to have such a relaxed conversation with Lucio. Continuing her train of thought, water can be concentrated in the baobab tree trunks, or we can dig an underground channel to lead all the water to a deep pit. As for the follow-up processing, that's your business. And the issues of light and temperature, leave that to me. The fire crystal in my body can completely rival the sun, but I don't know if you all can adapt to it. Lucio interjected, if that's not feasible, we can make a solar panel. 1748 clapped her hands in approval. Yes. Yes. If we do it, we should make many so that the underground is filled with sunlight. Lucio laughed at her childishness, teasing her that she wasn't a little girl dreaming of planting the sun. 1748 retorted, refusing to back down, saying that discouraging others' dreams would lead to bad outcomes. The two exchanged words, neither yielding to the other, and the study was filled not only with laughter, but also with occasional shouts. There were even sharp sounds of hands clapping on the table. For the underground paradise, the two were having such a joyful discussion that they forgot about the passage of time. Outside, the night deepened. 1748 leaned on the windowsill, looking up at the crescent moon, suddenly remembering something and turning to Lucio. There's one more thing you mustn't forget. Lucio was taking notes and turned his head to ask, what is it? 1748 pointed at the moon and stars. If we could see them down there too, that would be perfect. Upon hearing this, Lucio closed his laptop with one hand, stood up, and walked over to 1748. While she was staring at the stars in a daze, he secretly gazed at her profile. What do you think? 1748 turned around, meeting his eyes. What does it mean? Lucio awkwardly looked up at the moon. Nothing, just the literal meaning. Hey! A cold wind from the window blew against 1748's cheek, making it feel chilly. She sniffed and said, hey, I'm talking to you. The two were only half an arm's length apart. Lucio clicked his tongue, pretending to be disdainful as he glanced over and said, why are you suddenly bringing up your great plan? What if I leak your secrets? Wouldn't that ruin you? Lucio raised an eyebrow and turned his head, replying, if you dare, I'll break your legs so you can never leave here. TSK. I was just hypothesizing. Look at you, if I weren't so mentally strong. I'd have been scared to death by your words. 1748 teased him, also poking fun at herself. Lucio was caught between a laugh and a frown. Pressing down on one of her shoulders, you still know how to be scared? 1748 stared at his hand and pushed him away. Of course, I'm not a god. By the way, I saw your eyes were red when you came in. Were you crying or what? None of your business. 1748 raised her eyebrows and made a face at him. TSK. Boys crying isn't a big deal. Is there a rule that says men can't cry? 1748 patted his head. It's fine. It's not embarrassing to be seen. What's embarrassing is refusing to admit it, you know? I don't know, Lucio sulked, intentionally keeping a 3-meter distance from 1748, thinking how unlucky he was. Hey, can you talk about your parents? Lucio's tone changed as he turned to look at her. What's wrong? 1748 rubbed her eyes, looking like a little girl missing her mom and dad. I just want to know what it feels like to have parents. Are you sure? Lucio worried that if he spoke, it might make her cry. Uh-huh. If you cry, don't blame me. Lucio said, deliberately sulking. Uh-huh. He began to recount his childhood stories, speaking very slowly, his tone much softer than usual, making 1748 hardly believe he could be so gentle. Regardless of whether the stories were happy or sad, 1748 could only stare in shock afterward. She couldn't comprehend what Lucio might feel, especially when she noticed tears glistening in his eyes and his voice carrying a slight hoarseness, leaving her unsure of how to comfort him. Lucio had always cared about her emotions. If it weren't for her, he might have already been in tears. This made 1748 completely believe that Lucio wasn't a killer or a heartless tough guy, but rather a man who could bear heavy responsibilities, appearing tough on the outside but very gentle on the inside. What is wrong with me? What does it matter what kind of person he is? Why should I care about these trivial details? Am I sick? Chapter 044. The onion-headed man on fire. The underground paradise plan had long been put on Lucio's agenda, and he personally took on a large part of the work. Quito was busy with diplomacy, not in seeking sponsorship, but in inquiring about the materials for building houses and persuading the residents who had adapted to life on Jiguala to agree to temporarily relocate to several other planets belonging to his brother. Fortunately, they were not like the residents of other planets, who were unreasonable, liked to play tricks, or would throw tantrums. As long as they had a place to live and everything they needed, they were quite satisfied and cooperated actively with all of Lucio's orders, moving together with Quito. In the end, the only ones left on Jiguala were Lucio, his subordinates, his brother, and 1748 along with Ista and the others. In the past, if all the residents had willingly left, 1748 would have thought it was due to coercion, and she might have caused the scene to vent her anger and diminish his authority. But times had changed, so when she heard someone openly speaking ill of Lucio, she was furious, feeling like a tornado. If she didn't let it out, she might explode. The situation was like this. 1748 originally intended to ask Lucio whether the seedlings of the baobab trees had been delivered. If they had arrived, she could take the two children to deliver them to the preservation facility to prevent their roots from wilting, which would slow their growth. However, as she left the underground hut and had not yet reached the street, she saw a group of unknown individuals suddenly appearing, all wearing fishermen's hats, standing under the street lamp, each holding a lit cigarette. They took a puff, and the wisps of blue smoke from their nostrils were blown away by their puckered lips, creating a romantic scene. Looking at their faces, 1748 tilted her head, her mouth slightly crooked, and in her line of sight was an onion-headed man with mung bean eyes and a nose like a chili pepper, paired with lips that seemed to have been smeared with super spicy sauce. She struggled to suppress her laughter, but her brain failed to process the message, and her laughter burst forth uncontrollably. As she laughed, she grabbed the nearby lamppost to steady herself. The man leading the street smoking was Orokian, the owner of Planet, and Lucio's arch-rival. 1748 had seen him before. His stunning looks were unforgettable. He didn't recognize 1748 and didn't connect her with the rumored treasure of Jiguala. With his male chauvinism, he merely regarded her as a mere common woman, thinking that he didn't need to pay her any mind. Without a second thought, he dismissed her, believing a simple wave of his hand would be enough to send the annoying woman away. But little did he know, not only did she not leave, but she also glared at him fiercely, especially with those powerful eyes. After a few seconds, Orokian felt as if he were staring into Lucio's eyes. He quickly suppressed his hand, using a shrill voice to stop his subordinates, squinting his eyes in a rather lewd manner. "You. Who are you?" If it weren't for the fact that he had spoken fluently before, 1748 would have suspected he was a stutterer. "Who I am is not important, but you? What are you doing here? If I hear any more of that nonsense you were saying before, I'll break your dog's legs." Orokian was about to ask what she meant, but was left speechless. His small green bean eyes had narrowed into tiny dots, filled with rage. To others, he appeared to have just two moving dots, nothing more. Well, what a sharp-tongued woman. Orokian had never been contradicted by anyone except Lucio, and that resentment had never gone away. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be even more arrogant and rude. He stifled his anger and ordered his men to immediately capture 1748 and take her away, vowing to make her experience all the suffering in the world. 1748 was a clever cookie. She sensed that Orokian was about to make a big move. If it came to a head-on confrontation, she wasn't too confident about winning. But she had recently learned a phrase: to catch a thief, first catch the king. A mere coward like Orokian didn't intimidate her at all. She was big and didn't need to learn to project an aura. The key was that some in the group were timid, and timidity was contagious. When she shouted, they recoiled, and with a few swift kicks, they retreated several steps back. Capturing Orokian was as good as done for 1748. "All of you step back." 1748 always carried a fruit knife with her. Others used it for peeling and cutting, but for her, it was a necessary tool. "If you don't want to see Lucio, just tell me honestly what you're here for." Orokian was timid, but he would never admit defeat or reveal his purpose. "Not saying, huh? Then I'll do as you wish." 1748 raised her hand holding the knife, pressing the sharp edge against Orokian's now pale face. TSK, this little face, so tender and elastic. You a grown man. Take care of your skin like a woman. Interesting. Orokian sensed that her words were off, but didn't dare to respond recklessly. Slightly tilting his eyes towards 1748 and giving a forced smile. Don't laugh. Your smile makes me nauseous. Shut up. 1748 shot him a cold glare, switching the knife to press against his neck. Tell me, do you want to save your face or your life? Orokian's subordinates all bowed their heads, staring at their shoes, afraid that the knife might soon be pointed at their heads. Life, of course, life, beautiful lady. Who told you to call me beautiful? Call me sister. Yes, sister. Beautiful sister, I want my life. 1748 replied, but what if I want your life? Orokian was uncertain, not knowing if she was joking or serious. If she were serious, he might lose his life just like that. Good sister, I'll tell you. To avoid meeting the Grim Reaper, I heard this place is going to be renovated, so I came to take a look, thinking about how to tell Lucio. No, I mean the Lord, whatever the case. Please hire machine workers. He is quite sharp in other matters, but this one is a bit muddled. 1748 didn't he fully understand, thinking, aren't there any human workers elsewhere? Exactly. Not only are human laborers expensive, but after 3 to 5 days, they either fall sick or this or that. My good sister, no boss would hire them. There aren't even half-beasts. It's all robots, cheap and cost-effective. 1748 did not show any signs of fear or reveal her ignorance in this area. She stared coldly at him and continued to ask, is that all? She didn't believe that a man full of bad intentions would come here just to smoke. Speak. If you don't, I'll cut off your ears, then slice your nose and rip your mouth off. Hurry up. Orokian kept glancing at 1748 and noticed her seemingly dazed expression. He then tried to knock the fruit knife out of her hand with the back of his fist, hoping to grab it and stab her while she was caught off guard. Unfortunately, he had accounted for everything, but did not anticipate that 1748 would breathe fire. Fire that could not be extinguished even with water, no matter how long it took. Watching him scream wildly in place, his two hands flailing around in a comical manner, 1748 couldn't help but laugh, which also attracted Haroun, who happened to be passing by. Haroun didn't know how the fire got to Orokian, and after finally putting it out, Claire, Badatong, and even Lucio himself arrived at the scene. After scanning the area for 3 or 4 seconds, he had roughly guessed what happened, and without looking at 1748, he instructed his people to quickly send Orokian's subordinates back, while their master had to stay here for the time being. Kido didn't want to send anyone away, so he handed the task over to Badatong and asked Haroun about the incident. Unfortunately, he didn't learn many details that he didn't already know, so he decided to find his brother, intending to hear what Orokian would say when he woke up. Xiao Duo, you're here. Lucio looked unwell with bloodshot eyes. The once cold but clear gaze was now slightly murky, making Kido feel uncomfortable as a younger brother. Brother, not everything requires your participation to show responsibility. Kido had bruises on his jaw and both corners of his mouth. If he grew a beard, he would look more like a man. I know. No, brother. You don't understand. I just don't like you taking every job so seriously. Your health is the most important. His tone had lost some childishness and petulance. Why did you come here instead of sending someone? Kido glanced at Orokian, who was lying unconscious on the bed, suppressing his anger. I was worried about you, so I came. I know this person. He's the reason you were kicked out of ISCOP. Otherwise, you would be the director. Lucio scoffed, running a hand over his face and turning away. That's all in the past. Brother, it's not in the past. They're too much. Kido was filled with rage. Xiao Duo. Kido reigned in his anger. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. Brother, you look very tired. You should go rest. When he wakes up, I'll have someone call you. Lucio hesitated for a few seconds, then was pulled up from his seat by his brother. I'll have 1748 call you when the time comes. Okay. Although Kido didn't know the details of the incident, he couldn't help but imagine that perhaps it was because of her that the detestable Orokian had nearly been burned to death. Or perhaps it was because of her that the group looked so frightened. Chapter 045. Remember this account in your little notebook unconsciously. Kido felt that this disheveled and carefree woman, 1784, was actually very reliable. Just as he couldn't help but daydream, 1748 walked in from outside, stopped behind him, and poked his back with her finger. "What is up?" Keto asked. 1748 pursed her lips and chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing, just came to have a look." "Where's your brother?" "Oh." Keto sighed expressionlessly. "I forced him to go back and catch up on sleep. But you, with all this free time, go help take care of my brother." 1748's eyes darted around a few times. She clearly wanted to find Lucio, but after Keto said it so seriously, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Hey!" 1748 exclaimed, startled. "What S with a hey, hey, hey? I have a name, little brother." Keto shot back. "I have a name too, Smelly 1748. All right, I won't bicker with you anymore. I'm going to see your brother." "Wait." Keto got up and walked to the door. "My brother likes oranges. Buy some fresh ones to take over. Also, do you have the key?" 1748 blinked, wanting to laugh, but holding it back, rolling her eyes at Keto. "If I had it, wouldn't you be furious?" Keto darkened his face, took the key from his pocket, and tossed it. A golden key arced gracefully and landed in 1748's palm. "When you go in, change your shoes first, walk quietly, squeeze the oranges into juice. Make sure the cups are disinfected and clean beforehand, then place them by my brother's nightstand, and check." 1748 listened intently, not missing a single word he said. Keto was astonished. "You actually don't find me verbose?" 1748 looked up in a daze, then lowered her head to glance at the key in her hand. Her expression tense as she turned around, throwing out a line before leaving. "Okay, I got it." Following Keto's instructions, 1748 did everything step by step without missing any detail. Although she accidentally broke 3 cups, got her clothes and slippers wet, and cut her finger on some glass shards, she didn't complain or show any dissatisfaction. She squatted by the bed, placing her hands on the edge, staring intently at Lucio's sleeping face. She observed carefully. His skin had darkened considerably compared to before, his features more defined, and his stubble was deeper in color. He looked just like the kind of man she might like. "Lucio, when did you become this handsome? How come I didn't know it all?" she asked in a very soft voice. Her hand unconsciously reached out to touch his face, gently brushing against his stubble and those long, curled eyelashes. "You're cuter when you're not talking." "Really?" 1748 nearly fainted from shock. "Why, you're awake?" Lucio smiled, slowly sitting up without a shirt, exuding an undeniable charm. "Why, you should put on some clothes first. The orange juice is right next to you. If you're thirsty, drink it up so I can go wash the cup." 1748 didn't even know why she was stuttering. "You feed me." Lucio smirked, still bare-chested, stepping closer to 1748. "My hands have no strength." 1748 blinked, momentarily speechless, instinctively licking her dry lips and bringing the cup to his lips. "You must have misunderstood. I meant, you use your mouth to feed me." 1748 bit her lip, holding back for a while before throwing out a single word. "Get lost." The light in the bedroom gradually dimmed, like stars scattered in the night sky. The two stood beside a floor lamp, one with a hint of a smile observing the other, while the other turned away, gathering strength to follow through on her word, indeed throwing a punch at him. This punch was quite powerful. Lucio's face momentarily showed astonishment, but it was only for a second. In the blink of an eye, he was laughing heartily again, shamelessly extending his swan neck toward 1748 and playfully saying, "Are you trying to murder your husband?" Whether he was a real husband or a fake one, 1748 didn't care. She only knew that the man in front of her looked much more spirited than she had imagined, and there was no need to be concerned. "Here, I'm leaving." At first, Lucio didn't react at all, but as 1748 took a few steps toward the bedroom door, he suddenly felt a bit regretful. His eyes rolled. He placed the orange juice on the table and instinctively glanced at the floor, pretending to trip and falling dramatically, covering his head and howling. 1748 turned around to see him half lying on the ground, biting his lower lip and hesitating for a few seconds, but ultimately ran over to help Lucio up. "Where did you fall?" Lucio thought, "I've made it so obvious, can't you see?" "My head," he said, looking like a well-fed kitten, making it hard for 1748 to scold him. Unconsciously, her tone softened as she asked, "Where does your head hurt?" As Lucio looked down, a smug and excited smile appeared on his face. His hand touched 1748's hand and moved to the back of his head, near his left ear here. 1748 sighed helplessly. You sit down, I'll take a look. With that, she searched through all the drawers in the bedroom, holding a pair of nail scissors as she walked over to Lucio. Wait, what are you doing? Giving you a haircut. How else can I see the bump on your head? Lucio thought she must have seen through his trick and was deliberately messing with him. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't worry, I've cut hair for cantaloupes before. My technique is quite good, just trust me. As she spoke, 1748 held his chin with one hand and turned his head to the other side, then draped a towel over him. Don't, I'm fine. Lucio didn't want his hair ruined by 1748's hands. I feel much better now. No need for a haircut. You can go. Come on. You just cried out so loudly. It must hurt a lot. 1748 pressed him down onto the chair. Don't worry, just give me a little time. But you're using nail scissors. 1748 glanced at them and laughed. Haha, it doesn't matter. Any scissors are fine as long as they're in my hands. I could even use them to kill. I'm scared. Can you let me go? This was the first time 1748 saw Lucio back down. But she wasn't happy at all. Are you doubting my skills? Lucio was torn between laughter and worry, his mind racing with thoughts of how to escape. No. Actually, I'm fine. I just pretended to fall. Uh-huh. Yes, that's right. You heard me correctly. As 1748 mimed scissors above Lucio's forehead, his lower lip was bitten tightly, turning a pale blue. The astonished look in his eyes had transformed into one of helplessness, clearly telling the man in front of him, at this moment, you're doomed. Wait, Lucio calmly got up, placing a hand on 1748's head. I should go check on Arrow now. Remember this account in your little notebook. I'll repay it later. Before 1748 could fully process what had happened, Lucio's figure had already vanished. She clenched her fists in frustration, regretting not acting sooner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let that guy off easy. At that moment, Arrow was leaning against the headboard, observing everything in the room with terrified little eyes, fearing that some hidden mechanism would suddenly shoot out arrows or other more terrifying things. His brain nerves were in a state of extreme tension, and his face looked even uglier, even distorted. Keto was unwilling to stay by Arrow Chien's side and lay down to rest on a bench in the corridor outside. After a while, he heard some movement inside the room. He quickly jumped up and walked to the door, and just as he opened it, he saw Arrow, Chien barefoot, looking ready to jump out the window. Hey, this is not a place for you to seek death. Although Keto was not familiar with him, he felt no less disdain than an older brother would have. You are. At that moment, Arrow Chien had the memory of a fish. He not only had no impression of Keto, but mistakenly thought he was Lucio's assistant. Relying on his backing, he spoke arrogantly, pointing and gesturing at him, with an expression that could only be described as contemptible. This made Keto feel quite pleased. Normally, he wouldn't curse or resort to violence, but without saying a word, he stepped forward and gave Arrow Chien several loud, crisp slaps, along with a few kicks, each striking a vital spot, culminating in a scream that was quite satisfying. When Lucio arrived, the fight was already over, meaning Keto had nearly vented all his pent-up anger. It was such a relief, more enjoyable than anything else. Lucio had never imagined that his brother would have such a side to him. In front of him, he said nothing more, following the doctor and nurses to take Arrow Chien to the hospital for examination and to settle him down. Later, he rushed to Keto's place in the middle of the night. As soon as the brothers met, it was a black-faced confrontation with a white-faced one. Bro, you didn't just come from the hospital, did you? Keto asked weakly. Indeed, Lucio replied. Keto's heart dropped, and he felt a pang of anxiety. Baza, since you're here, why don't you stay the night with me? Xiao Duo, Lucio's tone was calm, his face expressionless, making it impossible for Keto to read him. As he finished speaking, he patted the empty space beside him. Keto hesitated to get closer, and while he was debating, he glanced at the door. Bro, you must be thirsty. Let me get you a glass of water. Xiao Duo. That single call put Keto in his place, and he had to stop, turning around obediently to sit next to Lucio. Tomorrow, if Arrow Chien wakes up, you will apologize. Apologize? Keto felt he had misheard. Lucio noticed and hardened his tone, pressing down on his brother's shoulder with one hand to prevent him from escaping. You must go. Chapter 046. Sibling grudges. No, brother, I didn't do anything wrong. It was him who was aggressive and bragged. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I acted. Very good. Lucio moved in front of him, and due to the backlight, 2/3 of his face was hidden in darkness. Starting a fight is already wrong. You must apologize. Kido could tell that his brother was forcing him to apologize. The thought of Aro Qian's disgusting face made him want to tear it apart, and he absolutely wouldn't yield. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't need to apologize. Brother, you're being unreasonable. This is too much. After saying that, Kido turned and rushed out, slamming the door behind him. At 3:30 a.m., an hour earlier, 1748 had just fallen asleep. Ista was in the bedroom, while she had to sleep on the sofa, which was quite uncomfortable for her, as she was slightly taller than the average girl. However, when Ista asked her about her sleep quality, she always wore a bright smile and gave a thumbs up, indicating that she slept well. Generally, she was easily awakened in the early hours of the morning. Because of the relocation of the groundhog family, there would occasionally be noises around the house, which she could understand and was willing to endure the pain of not being able to sleep. Ding, ding, dong. The clock hanging on the shoe cabinet chimed. 1748 jolted awake from the sofa, opened her eyes, and looked around, feeling that the house was somewhat eerie and scary. This time she was very clear-headed, thinking that lying down wouldn't help her sleep. So she simply closed her eyes, crossed her legs, and tried to calm her mind to think about serious matters. At that time, Lucio had left her and Kido, and she could tell that Kido was acting strangely. When she asked him, he said nothing, acting as if she had provoked him. He either didn't speak or rambled on without making much sense, and, in the end, she couldn't even understand what he was saying, only noticing his displeasure and warning her not to follow him. However, compared to Lucio personally taking Aro Qian to the hospital, it was a minor issue. Could these two brothers exchange tempers? 1748 asked herself. Probably not, although brothers share a bond. That would be too strange, right? It made me confused. 1748 patted her warm forehead, got up, and went to the kitchen to open the fridge, only to find that the fresh plant-based milk was all gone, and there was only half a loaf of whole grain ham bread left. The fruit and vegetable box was cleaner than her face. Looks like I have to go shopping again. Every time this happened, she felt pain at the thought of the money she was about to spend. Outside, it was still dark, and 1748 hugged her arms tightly. Every time she looked up at the cobalt blue sky, she licked her lips and counted. It had probably been a week since she had eaten a lollipop. She hadn't had any alcohol either. Thinking about it really made her scalp tingle. At this hour, a few supermarkets had particularly cheap goods, especially dairy products and fruits and vegetables, which suited 1748's needs perfectly. As she shopped more often, the staff at the store became familiar with her. Sometimes, if she got up late, the employee she was friendly with would give her hidden goat's milk or plant-based milk along with some vegetables and fruits. This saved her a lot of money. To thank them, she would buy some small gifts and sneak them to them. However, tonight she didn't know what was going on. The usual supermarkets hadn't opened yet. Although many people had moved away from the area, supermarkets and other essential stores still operated as usual. However, paying had become a self-service matter since there were no employees in the store. No way. How could it be so coincidental? She looked at the small wooden sign hanging on the door. It turned out that several supermarkets had been robbed by animals, and their interiors needed repairs from machine workers. Probably not opening until 3 days later. She helplessly returned home empty-handed, and on the way, she saw a figure swaying in front of her. When she approached to take a look, it turned out to be Kido, reeking of alcohol, overwhelming her senses. Hey, stop swaying, get on my back. Kido, with blurry eyes, had some strength in his limbs. He fell to the ground and unintentionally kicked 1748 a few times, cursing. If it weren't for the fact that he was drunk, she wouldn't bother with him. Hey, wake up. After much effort, 1748 managed to drag him back to her home and was now using a spoon to feed him honey water. I don't care about you. 1748 rolled her eyes, muttering, who said I cared? Brother. Tisich, so it's Lucio. Kido didn't hear anything else, but his brother's name floated into his ears. You. Kido suddenly sat up, mistaking 1748 for Lucio, and leaned on her chest, crying out, I didn't do anything wrong. Why don't you speak up for me, brother? Clearly, it's him who is too self-righteous. Hick, I can't stand him. I want to hit him to death. Brother, what did I do wrong? Brother, tell me. Kido lifted his head, swaying back and forth, regardless of the situation, still fueled by alcohol. grabbed the collar of the person in front of him. You tell me, brother, I want you to speak. You always talk about me. Why don't you see my strengths? Do you still treat me like a child, brother? 1748 probably understood the situation, but right now, he was taking advantage of her, not fighting back. Did that make him look weak? Kid. 1748 slapped him on the face repeatedly. Get up. Whatever you have to say, go tell your brother. Don't make a scene here. I'm so stupid for bringing you back. 1748 regretted it and didn't even want to feed him honey water anymore. At this moment, the commotion woke the others up. The two kids each hugged a pillow with their favorite animal design, standing at the door, rubbing their eyes and blinking at Keto. Big sister, what's wrong with His Highness? 1748 replied, it's nothing. You all go back to sleep, don't mind him. Ista, you too. I was about to take him back. Ista didn't want to pry, helping 1748 get Keto's shoes and jacket. Do you need me to help you take him back? That's not necessary. If he wakes up and knows you all saw him drunk, he might really go crazy. All right, I'll help you open the door. Ista trotted to the door and watched the two leave, stumbling. You brat, don't touch anything. As 1748 loosened her grip, Keto fell into the passage. She didn't have much strength left and wasn't sure how far she could carry him. At that moment, Lucio walked in from outside, holding a flashlight tightly. The three met, and 1748 pointed to the ground, asking, can you manage alone? Lucio shone the flashlight on Keto's face. Yeah, thanks. What's wrong with him? Nothing. This kid is looking for trouble. He can't hold his liquor, yet he drinks so much. You really need to teach him a lesson when you get back. But the conversation abruptly stopped as 1748 walked up to him. But you can't blame everything on him alone. In my opinion, that arrow Chin should be beaten too. If it were me, I would hit him. Lucio already knew that without her saying it. But he also knew that arrow Chin was particularly vengeful. He might feel good now, but what about later? 1748 thought carefully. Oh. The tone lingered, realizing that he was worried arrow Chin would cause trouble for Keto later, which was why he had him apologize. Did you think he was the villain? Enough said. I'm taking him back. Anyway, thanks. 1748 patted her chest and said, it's fine. Luckily I found you. Otherwise, if you fell into some ditch, you might have to fish for a needle in the sea tomorrow. After watching the two brothers walk out of the corridor, 1748 turned back home. Little did she know that the two kids and Ista were actually waiting for her in the living room. Before she could say anything, the cactus rushed up to her, its short arms hugging its own arms, swaying back and forth. Big sister, is the prince going to be okay? 1748 remained silent, slightly raised her head to glance at Ista, who was staring at her. She felt that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. After a few chuckles, she seriously made a few evasive remarks. As soon as it was dawn, 1748 sent the two kids back to their bedroom to get dressed, while Ista was busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast that everyone would like. As for 1748, she went into the storage room, listening to the radio while diligently studying medical knowledge. She had never liked the cutting-edge electronic products, but there was a fatal drawback to that. She often found out about things happening outside last. Previously, when she went to Harlan's house to inquire about the situation regarding the Blackstone, she casually noticed the old-fashioned radio now sitting beside her. Although it looked old, after being repaired and readjusted by Harlan, it was as good as new. She liked it a lot, so she asked him for it and would turn it on to listen to the news whenever she had the chance. There was a radio station that broadcast news and anecdotes from various planets every morning between 8 and 9. This was also one of the reasons why she never slept in. At this moment, it was 8:05, and she looked at the densely packed square characters, her eyes feeling quite strained. Her ears were clear, but her brain felt a bit tired, so she simply lay on the small wooden table, focusing on listening to the news. Ding dong. The clock struck 9. The sound of Ista urging for breakfast drifted into 1748's ears as she was lost in thought. She scratched her head, looking quite pained for about 3 minutes, until Hami Melon knocked on the door, prompting her to react. At the dining table, Ista noticed that 1748 had not touched her chopsticks, and her eyes were either staring at the plate of pickled tomatoes in front of her, or perhaps she had no appetite at all, which made her distracted. Big sister, it's time to eat. The cactus waved its chopsticks in front of her eyes, but its soft little voice did not attract her attention. 1748? Are you feeling sick? After saying this, Ista looked at her and felt she seemed unwell. "Come on, let me check your forehead." Before her hand could reach out, 1748 came to her senses and picked up her chopsticks to knock a few times on her empty white porcelain bowl. Chapter 047. One Life for Another. Both sent to prison, I ask you all, are there pirates here? Pirates? Ista had heard about pirates from his father when he was young, and he nodded eagerly, while also retracting his hand, looking seriously at 1748. Nearby Jiguala, there is a planet mostly covered by oceans, with hardly any land. My father once said that the seafood there is endless, and the coconut juice is as tall as a person. 100 years ago, there was a group of pirates living there, but no one has really seen them, so it's all just considered rumors now. 1748 admitted his ignorance. He had never seen the sea or coconuts, so he didn't have a clear concept. Ista, I just heard the news that a few hundred pirates have invaded Jiguala. Ista's little face instantly turned pale, and the bamboo chopsticks he was tightly gripping slipped from his fingers and fell onto the table. The two children widened their eyes, looking at 1748, then at the princess, curious if pirates were even more formidable than the fire-breathing, freezing monsters that devour planets in movies. Now all the shops have been taken over by pirates, and we don't have food for the time being. Don't worry, I'll think of a way when I go out later, 1748 said, feeling a knot in his heart unravel, because when she left the supermarket last night, she seemed to hear a snoring sound in a daze. At that moment, she wasn't scared. Instead, she was curious if it was a groundhog or a thief inside. She tried to climb in through the window, but it was locked from the inside, so she had no choice but to leave. Now she felt troubled for Lucio. One problem hadn't ended, and another had already come. At the villa, Quito woke up, took a shower, changed into his brother's clothes, walked out of the bathroom, rubbing a clean white towel in his hands, occasionally pressing it hard against his head to wake himself up more. "That's enough," Lucio said, holding a cup of orange juice, a nearly invisible crumb of bread stuck at the corner of his mouth. "Come with me to the hospital." Quito turned his back, pouting, knowing that no matter how much he said, his brother wouldn't change his mind. "Hey, you have something at the corner of your mouth." After saying that, he walked back into the bathroom to hang up the towel. "Hurry up." "I know." On the way to the hospital, Quito didn't speak, keeping his head down. Lucio also didn't say anything, glancing at his watch every few minutes, then accelerating again. When they entered the hospital, doctors and nurses brought in from other planets hurried over. SHHH's ward was the first room in front. Lucio slightly turned his head, giving his brother a glance, then turned and strode forward. "You go in." Quito hesitated. "Brother, do I really have to apologize?" "Of course." "Brother, I didn't do anything wrong, brother. Quito stammered without finishing, and when he looked up, he met those eyes that seemed to have been frozen for 1,000 years. "Speak. Hitting someone is indeed wrong, but I want to admit it. At least I want to apologize unless he is dead." Lucio was taken aback, grabbing his brother's arm with one hand and pulling him to the back of the window. "Don't be childish. Apologizing doesn't mean your crown will fall." "But, brother." "No, but listen to me. Now, go apologize and then I'll handle the rest." Quito's heart trembled, feeling that something was off about the rhythm of what was to come. "Brother, what are you going to do?" "Go." At that moment, a group of men dressed in black barged in, aggressively asking the nurse at the front desk for SHHH's exact location, and finally leaving a harsh threat. "I don't care what methods you use, you must bring Lucio and his brother to me by 10 o'clock, or none of you will leave this building alive." The little nurse was so scared her legs trembled. Whether to leave or stay, she naturally chose the former. Lucio and Quito reached the door of the ward, just about to push the door when the group of men in black surrounded them. Lucio sneered a few times, thinking, "Who is this?" Turns out it's that cowardly old man and that extremely ugly little sister. SHHH's father is named Luo, and his sister is Shi. Just from their names, they sound harmless, but Lucio knows how malicious they really are and how tough their wrists are. However, seeing his father so eager to visit his son, Lucio didn't want to settle accounts with him for the time being. Instead, he wiped away some old tears and rushed to his son's bedside, who was still in a coma, his legs weak from anger. Upon seeing the examination results, he almost couldn't catch his breath and nearly passed out. This This is impossible. Luo turned to glare at Lucio with a high and mighty attitude and shouted at the little nurse standing at the door. You, go call the doctor. Before long, the doctor arrived and Luo tore the examination report into pieces and threw them at his face. You, do the examination again, and if it's still this result, I'll end your life right now. What was supposed to be a serious atmosphere made Keto laugh at this father-esque expression, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud at the most inappropriate moment. Well, you, this ignorant little brat, if I don't catch you today, I'll crawl out of here. Saying that, Luo chased Keto around the ward for a while she crossed her arms, examining Lucio's face, showing no intention of helping her father. When the doctor tremblingly brought the examination report and handed it to Luo, his eyes behind the glasses widened and didn't return to normal. My son, a cry echoed. Luo, controlled by anger and sadness, swept everything that was properly arranged in the ward to the ground, especially glass products, which shattered into pieces. Lucio thought he had given him enough time to go crazy, and shouted, "Stop it!" Luo, filled with rage and having no place to vent, sneered a few times, looking at Lucio's face. Pointing at Keto, "Who is this kid to you?" Lucio stood still like a mountain, not even blinking. "It's none of your business. My son doesn't even have a partner. Now it's fine. Having children in the future is a problem. How do you plan to explain this to my son?" Lucio glanced at Chien on the bed, noticing he had blinked a few times and had woken up, his fingers reaching towards Luo, smiling. "This is easy to say. Money, land, you can choose whatever you want. How much you want, I'll give you." I spit. Luo spat at him. But unfortunately, the other party reacted quickly, dodging, and the spit landed on his son's mouth corner as if it had eyes. "Ah!" Chien exclaimed. "What is this?" Luo, unable to answer, licked his lips and shouted, "Don't think that just because you have some money or land, you can fly to the sky. Let me make it clear, my son was ruined by that kid, so he can just end it himself. Only then will I let you go." Lucio snorted, raised his head, and pointed at Keto. "Are you sure it's going to end like this?" Luo paused, raised his chin, and nodded. "That's right. All right. There's no better day than today. Let us do it today." Keto couldn't believe what his brother had just said. "Okay, you're being smart. Let us start now." Lucio raised his hand, tilting his head towards the nurse, and asked for a scalpel. The nurse blushed, gritting her teeth as she handed the knife to Lucio. Arolo looked at Keto with a smug expression, his eyes clearly telling him that if he dared to bully his son, he might as well not want to live. But after a moment, he realized that Lucio had ultimately walked over to Arolo's side, allowing the doctor to stuff a cloth in his mouth, bind his hands and feet, and take off his pants. Hey, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" "Don't panic," Lucio gestured with the scalpel, "if you want that kid's life. The premise is that your son is dead, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Let my son go." "What?" Lucio expressionlessly threw the scalpel onto Arolo's pillow, just a few centimeters away from cutting his face. "You still have time to regret it." "What do you mean by this?" A cold light flashed in Lucio's eyes, his gaze deep and measured. "It's similar to exchanging one life for another. You've lived long enough. Don't you understand this? You refuse my money and land, insisting on playing tricks with me. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? If I can't sanction you, can those in the police not do it?" Arolo ordered his men to take his son Arolo back to Probata and then sent someone to Zykop to report Lucio for intentional injury. Keto didn't expect things to escalate to this point. He felt embarrassed to appear in front of his brother, sneaking around to ask Harun about everything. A few days later, Zykop sent someone to take Lucio away, saying they needed to investigate, with no specific time frame given. This made the pirates rampant in Jiguala. Just when 1748 thought of a way to deal with them, someone secretly sabotaged her by reporting to Zykop, and she was also taken away, ending up in the same prison as Lucio. "What are you doing here?" 1748 punched the wall. "Do you think I wanted this?" Fortunately, Keto didn't come. "Hey, can't you show some concern for me?" Lucio sat in the corner, momentarily stunned by her words, slightly raising his head to stare at her face. "What did you just say?" Chapter 048. A slut and a demon? 1748. It's nothing. I'm so angry. They locked us up without knowing anything. Is that reasonable? TSK. Lucio stuck out his tongue at her. I didn't say anything. What do you have to complain about? You piece of coal? Is that even human talk? I'm a person now, too. Even if I'm coal, I'm still dignified coal. Lucio. All right, you're right. 1748 huffed and sat on the ground. Hey, what did you do to make Arrow act like this towards you? Nothing. If you want to say it, then forget it. 1748 sighed and looked towards the door. Everyone says you're amazing. What's the use? We're still locked up here. That's a different matter. Lucio retorted. They're clearly the same. By the way, do you know about the pirates? I know. If you know, then why aren't you trying to find a way out of here? Do you want to see Jiguala turn into ruins? And your brother, Cactus, Honeydew, Isla, Haroon, and Claire, what will happen to them? I say, Lucio smiled at her. Arms crossed over his chest. You're like a mud Buddha crossing the river. You can't even protect yourself. Don't worry about others. At this moment, Arolo brought his son back to Prabhata, and his first order was to find the most authoritative doctor in the universe to come home and treat Arrow. The treatment fee, along with a bonus, was naturally quite considerable. However, despite this, there were very few doctors willing to make this money. In the end, Arolo was forced to issue a harsh command, sending people to forcibly bring over several well-known doctors. The examination results were no different from those in Jiguala, which greatly troubled Arolo and made him even more irritable and volatile. He drove away 8 out of 10 doctors, leaving 2, one wearing glasses and the other dressed strangely, looking less like a doctor and more like a gigolo, just coming from a nightclub. I'll ask again, what is the probability that I have a grandson? The glasses-wearing doctor adjusted his glasses seriously, his brows slightly furrowed, his small eyes squinted into a curve. Arolo didn't know what he was staring at with his eyes closed, and if it weren't for waiting for an answer, he would have sent someone to kick him out long ago. If you don't say anything, just get lost. No, please don't get angry. Take care of your health. The glasses doctor stepped lightly in front of him. Young master still has no feeling in that area. I'm afraid you want to be able to hold your grandson in the future. Just as Arolo was about to lose his temper, seeing him change his tone, he quickly pressed for answers. But what? This doctor and I have thought of a plan. If you agree, we can perform this surgery immediately. At that moment, the glasses doctor shifted his gaze to the flamboyant doctor. To be honest, the plan is a transplant. Arolo was filled with doubts. This can also be transplanted? Of course, there's nothing you can't think of and nothing we can't do. Of course, if you're worried about the risks later, we can only suggest that you buy a fertility robot to help you have a grandson. Arolo, who was crazy about wanting a grandson, knew that transplant surgery had certain risks, so he sent the 2 doctors back to wait for news, while he had to coax his son into agreeing. The surgery was quite successful, and a smile appeared on Arolo's face as he pressed on his heart, thankful that he still had the possibility of becoming a grandfather. Meanwhile, Arrow still needed to rest for some time, allowing Arolo to focus entirely on dealing with Lucio, wanting him to rot in prison and then destroy Jiguala. Little did he know, the pirates had occupied Jiguala for several days and were having a great time. They wouldn't leave easily. When his subordinates returned with news, he learned about the pirates. He wasn't foolish. Knowing the danger, but still heading towards it, he decided to wait until they had their fun before taking action. Next, he wanted to see Lucio's joke. Arolo dressed up carefully for this, wanting to appear wealthy and powerful, naturally lifting his chin and looking down as he entered Zycop. Although others found his demeanor distasteful, he was related to the director, so they had to smile and bow when necessary. As a result, Arolo became increasingly arrogant, walking as if stepping on clouds, full of pride. Oh, isn't that the famous Lord Lucio? Still in jail today? Arolo deliberately raised his voice, making sure the prisoners next door could hear him making a scene. Oh, you're that old man. How is your son doing now? 1748 asked casually while picking his nose, looking up to meet his gaze without any reaction. You wild girl, you should be more careful with your words. 1748 flicked away a booger, sauntering to the door, sizing up Arolo from head to toe. You wild old man, don't shout here. Be careful, your son might die in the hospital right now. You black-hearted little hoof. Arolo was about to reach out to pinch 1748, but thought better of it, saying, Oh, look at you, you're quite pretty. How old are you? 1748 turned her head angrily and sat down next to Lucio. Lucio, your son is sick. Am I going crazy now? You too? What's going on? 1748 asked, raising her neck. Arolo showed a proud smile, looking at Lucio. My son is almost better now. My family, the Arrow family, is big and prosperous, and now we just need a daughter-in-law. I've taken a liking to you for my son. Liking me? 1748 snorted a few times. Your son, and you should look in the mirror. All right, just like that. My son needs a wife like you. Arolo, who just a second ago looked like he wanted to strangle 1748, changed his expression faster than flipping a book. Lucio thought there must be a trick here. This girl is mine, the water boiler. Lucio calmly stated, glancing at 1748 to signal her to hold off on speaking for now. Arolo pretended to be indifferent, saying, It's fine, my family never cares about social status. Girl, what is your name? 1748 didn't answer, looking at Lucio. She has no name. If you must name her, she should take my surname. Lucio replied indifferently, then stood up to dust off his clothes, saying, How about Luciausi for a name? Right? Lucio interrupted her, turning to look at her with affectionate eyes. After all, you've already slept with me. You guys, our relationship is too deep. It's not appropriate to detail it here. But Lucio smiled sideways at 1748 for a moment, then turned to glare at Arolo angrily. If you want to hear it, I want to say it. Forget it. I was just joking before. I didn't expect you'd take it seriously. I could see through this kind of trash at a glance. Before he finished, Arolo shot him a disdainful glare. You two are a perfect match. A slut and a demon. Thank you for the compliment. You're leaving just like that? Safe travels. No need to see you off. 1748 shook her legs, waiting for Lucio to turn around. Lucio, so how is it? 1748 exploded. What do you mean, how is it? When did I sleep with you? Do I have a relationship with you? How can you say such nonsense without blushing? You little rascal. Lucio shot her a flirty glance. ISNT it learned from you? I can't believe it, 1748 tried hard to suppress her anger. When have I ever been as shameless as you? Look, you're getting angry again. Be careful not to grow old. Turn into your big pig head. Lucio, you'd better explain things to me right now, or I definitely won't let you off the hook. So concerned? 1748 pressed down on him, her hands gripping his neck. Of course, my innocence is very important, okay? Well then, your innocence is important. Or you... Lucio raised his legs, holding 1748 between his body. So you want to marry that Arrow? You're talking nonsense. Who wants to marry him? Exactly, he's so ugly. Yeah, and he has no guts, right? The key is he has no self-awareness at all. How can you tolerate him? Exactly, not a bit wrong. If I married him, I'd rather be single for life, right? Yes. Then why not marry me? Sure. After the words fell, 1748 looked into Lucio's big eyes, blinking a few times. What did you just say? Marry me. Then what did I say? Lucio smiled. You agreed. His hands naturally moved to her back, almost hugging her. But the next second, the other person elbowed back hard. No, I was led astray by you just now. I know. That's your true feelings. No need to be so shy. I understand. Lucio smiled mischievously. Understand. You understand nothing. Get away. 1748 slapped his face. Lucio laughed in grievance. How can I get up when you're sitting on me? You. Stay away from me. You're toxic. I'm telling you. I hate it. 1748 babbled on, while Lucio just smiled, not taking it to heart, feeling that the person in front of him was even cuter. Are you hungry? 1748 curled up in the corner, stammering for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. You can't really have feelings for me, can you? Upon hearing this, 1748 laughed loudly, patting her chest, swearing, Don't worry. I wouldn't have feelings for a pig, but if it comes to throwing punches, I could. Want to give it a try? Fine. Seeing him actually get up and walk towards her, 1748 quickly raised her hand and shouted, Don't come over. We agreed to keep a distance of 10 meters. You can't go back on your word. Quickly back off. Lucio shrugged and laughed bitterly, stretching out his arms to gesture. Look for yourself. This room is only 5 meters long. Chapter 049, Encountering the Weak Scholar Again, then it's 3 meters. You step back, did you hear me? Lucio laughed so hard he was in tears, helplessly compromising. All right, stop swinging your fists. I'm not coming over. You can see for yourself. 1748, half believing, opened her eyes and slightly relaxed. Don't talk to me. At that moment, the prison guard delivering food arrived, placing the lunchboxes on the windows of each cell. Then, the warden banged on the iron door, informing them that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was to go outside to work. 1748 squatted in place and didn't move. Lucio went to get food, deliberately placing 1748's portion only an arm's length away from her. Eat well. You'll need the energy to work later. 1748 was still angry, ignoring him and not looking at him, burying her head in the floor to draw circles. If you don't eat, I will, Lucio threatened her, deliberately holding her lunchbox. Today's meal is pretty good. There's meat. 1748 secretly raised her head, wanting to take a look at the meat, but unexpectedly saw his smiling eyes. I'll count to 3. If you don't come, I really will eat it. 1, 2. Who said I wouldn't eat? Lucio smiled as he handed her the lunchbox, making it more like a conversation. Why do you care? 1748 said dismissively. 1748 was eating heartily, although her eating posture was quite ungraceful in Lucio's eyes. It was incredibly cute, making him want to pinch her cheeks or surprise her by tickling her or continue to tease her. Are you used to eating this? 1748 casually threw out the question, then continued to shovel rice into her mouth. What do you mean? A young master like you has eaten everything. Can you really get used to these wilted cabbage leaves? Lucio subtly moved to her right side, placing a large piece of braised meat into her bowl. What for? Nothing. 1748 stared at the meat for a long time and returned it to Lucio. You don't have enough yourself. I have enough, you eat. You've lost weight. After saying that, Lucio quickly closed his lunchbox, claiming he was full. Answer me. I'm not some young master. Lucio laid back on the ground, crossing his arms behind his head. I've suffered just as much as those poor people. 1748 picked up a grain of rice that had fallen on the floor and tossed it in her mouth. Closing the lid of her lunchbox, glancing back at Lucio, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Sorry, I misspoke. Lucio smiled. It's nothing. It's just your brain, not remembering things. No way. You look just like a young master. Do you like it? 1748 almost bit her own tongue. Why would I like you? I have money, power, looks, and a good figure. Don't say you don't know. You've clearly seen it. Disgusting. Your self-esteem is through the roof. 1748 clicked her tongue. Isn't it good? 1748 was actually stumped. Can't come up with a reply, huh? Lucio sat up, moving closer to 1748. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. Why hide it? 1748 met his gaze. I'm telling you seriously. I don't like you at all. Got it. Why not? Aren't you annoying? Do you not know how many women are waiting for me to look at them? Sorry. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Lucio relentlessly pursued from the moment we met. Have you ever had any improper thoughts about me? 1748 rolled her eyes, rhythmically clapping her hands. Maybe I did. Lucio immediately grinned, his little tiger teeth catching 1748's attention. Hey, you have dog teeth? That's tiger teeth. Oh, it's about the same. 1748 laughed, playfully patting his shoulder. That time, specifically, what did you want to do to me? 1748 wrinkled her nose, turned to push him away. Distance, keep your distance. Come on, tell me. Lucio felt a little something scratching at his heart. If I want to say. Lucio aimed for her armpit. If you don't say, I'll tickle you. 1748 jumped up. You're so annoying. I just don't want to say. Are you trying to act cute with me? 1748 awkwardly laughed, putting her hands on her hips. I don't want to talk to you. Come on, that time, what did you want to do? I just want to know. Hey, are you a man or a little woman? What do you think? 1748 deeply doubted her ears and eyes. The two gazed at each other affectionately, 1748 joking around, while Lucio eagerly responded. They exchanged words, enjoying the banter until a guard moved to the window of their cell. The guard's mouth moved quickly, and finally, he opened the door, pointing to another person in uniform outside, instructing him to take the two to the field to work early. Lucio walked ahead. 1748 was originally walking to his right, but was pushed behind him after just a few steps. The so-called field was actually a small wheat field. From a distance, to Lucio, it looked like an endless golden ocean, with layers of golden waves rising and falling in the wind, fragrant with fruit. A feast for the eyes. However, to 1748, it looked no different from roadside weeds. After a few glances, she was satisfied. After all, grass wasn't tea common. She didn't know this whole field was wheat, and she wouldn't know that it could be made into food. She thought it could be used as firewood, pointing out that if a fire were set, it would be a spectacular scene. The guard overheard this and turned around, giving 1748 a look as if to say, "What kind of joke are you making?" Then he snorted like an angry pig from his nose, saying, "Hey, you shut your mouth. Stop chattering. Haven't you finished talking inside yet? You really don't let anyone rest easy. Go, take the sickle and go cut the wheat in the field." Saying this, he moved to a pile of clean sacks, bending down to pull out 2 rusty sickles, which he dropped in front of the 2 with a clatter. "You're not sleeping. You have to suffer the consequences. Go work honestly." 1748 felt his tone was like a father lecturing his son, feeling annoyed inside. She held the sickle in her hand, ready to scare him, but Lucio tripped her, nearly causing her to fall flat. As the guard turned and staggered away, Lucio pointed at the sickle on the ground. "If you hurt him, you're looking for death." 1748 shrugged, turning away with a huff. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. Help me pick up the sickle. Don't you have hands?" Lucio was also helpless. He had laughed too hard earlier and accidentally strained his back, making it inconvenient. 1748 had already jumped into the wheat field, with grasshoppers and mantises jumping onto her. A few even hopping on her face, but she wasn't scared at all. "Hey, are there bugs in here?" "Yeah, that's normal." Lucio temporarily didn't plan to go down, staying on the spacious stone path to enjoy the sun. Meanwhile, he opened his mouth to teach 1748 how to cut wheat. For about half an hour, 1748 wandered around in the waist-high wheat field, her exposed arms and calves itching unbearably, forcing her to stop every few minutes to scratch. When she got tired, she came over. Lucio was already lying on the ground, leisurely closing his eyes, one hand covering half of his face, while the other hand could feel the black ants crawling on him. 1748 wasn't really tired, just couldn't stand the itching. Holding a bundle of golden wheat in one hand and a sickle in the other, she climbed up the stone path. The bugs inside were too fierce, even sucking blood. Lucio sat up suddenly. Just as he was about to check 1748's legs, he noticed a group of people walking towards him from a distance. Judging by their clothes, they weren't soldiers or guards. He called out 1748's name, and they both looked over. "Hey, Lucio, isn't that the son of the old man who kidnapped me before?" This was exactly what Lucio wanted to say. It couldn't be wrong. What a small world. How could that refined, bookish scholar end up being captured? "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Lucio said as he lowered his head to roll down 1748's pant legs, then lifted her off the ground. By this time, the group had already stopped in front of them, each holding a shiny sickle, and without exchanging any pleasantries, they walked past them, taking a few steps forward and backward. Like robots, they bent down simultaneously, cut the wheat, then stood up and bent down again at the same time. 1748 was left staring in amazement. The diligent group worked efficiently, and in the blink of an eye, they had cut down 3 acres of wheat. Although their faces were drenched in sweat and their shirts and pants were half-soaked, no one complained or said they were tired. This made 1748 and Lucio feel embarrassed to just stand still and reluctantly join the labor force. Because they didn't stand idly by when the group stood up, they would also glance at them out of the corner of their eyes. Everyone worked hard together, which was quite enjoyable. They all had a tacit understanding to take a break for about 10 minutes. They found a large, cool, shaded area under a tree and sat in a circle. The others pulled out their own water from several pockets, but only Lucio and 1748 brought a single water bottle. "If you don't mind, I have a bottle of water here," said the frail scholar. Lucio had a strong presence. His gaze from the beginning had been difficult for others to meet. Sitting on a protruding tree root, legs crossed, leaning against the camphor tree trunk, keeping a distance of an arm's length from 1748. Seeing her take the water, he instinctively rolled his eyes upward and turned his head, not looking at 1748 again. Chapter 050. Finally out of jail. "Hey, what are you doing?" 1748 turned around and saw Lucio leaning against the tree trunk, motionless. She moved closer to him and said, "Here, you must be thirsty." Lucio glared at her a few times and pushed the transparent water cup away. "I'm not thirsty." "Come on, you're human too, aren't you? Everyone is thirsty. Why aren't you?" 1748 said softly, "Just take a sip, it won't kill you. What are you doing?" Before Lucio could respond, he noticed that 1748 had already moved behind the scholar. The two of them were very close, almost touching faces. Although they were not far from him, he couldn't hear their conversation. Watching them smile at each other, he gritted his teeth, stubbornly swallowed, and stood up handsomely to walk between them. "Thank for the water. His name is SHHH." Lucio chuckled sarcastically and dismissively replied, "You're welcome." Saying this, he deliberately threw the tightly capped water cup at SHHH's head. "What are you doing?" 1748 exclaimed, running over to check on SHHH's head. "Are you okay?" SHHH shook his head repeatedly, leaning back involuntarily. "I'm fine. Really, it doesn't hurt at all." "What are you staring at me for?" "He said it doesn't hurt." Lucio said irritably, "If you're fine, then don't just stand here. Let's go back." He took her hand and dragged her back to the tree trunk. SHHH thought that everyone in prison would be those old types, executioners, or corrupt thieves, and he never expected the famous Lucio to be there. He didn't have much goodwill towards Lucio, and at that moment, he naturally wanted to keep his distance. However, he couldn't control his other thoughts, like those of 1748. She would often find him asking if his father had come back or inquiring about various issues regarding the coal mine, which irritated Lucio. In just half a day, he felt like he had consumed a barrel of jealousy. As night fell, the guard at the end of the stone path waved a bright orange flag, signaling that they could go back and rest. While strolling leisurely, the two learned from SHHH some incredible news. At 10:08:55 this morning, Zykop had detained nearly 50 ordinary citizens, and 4/5 of them were quite cheerful. What's more, some even said that if they could, they would prefer to stay in prison for life. A significant part of the reason was simply that they were unemployed. Speaking of SHHH's arrest, he hadn't done anything wrong. If speaking up for the unemployed was a crime, then clearly there was a big bug in the world. When he mentioned the Arrow family, Lucio immediately understood the root of the issue. Back in prison, 1748 couldn't understand why humans would harm their own kind when they were all human. Lucio explained, "Although the universe is vast, the total human population isn't as huge as one might think. If you insist, humans are accustomed to using things they create or produce to gain a psychological advantage, achieving a higher status among their peers. For example, Lucio pointed to himself and said, "On any of my planets, I am the Lord, and as long as I don't fire you, you will always be my water boy." By analogy, whether it's robots or half-beasts that rely on humans to survive, as long as they can't achieve complete independence and surpass humans, they will always be inferior. This sense of hierarchy exists among all species. You can't judge it's good or bad. I know what you want to say. Humans are already so great. Why do they make life difficult for their own kind, even denying them jobs? This struck a chord with 1748, and her eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. That's right. Your human problems are really strange. You should know that now, on various planets, there's a real name system, and the population is mobile. If they work, first, the job stability is insufficient. Second, the efficiency is also unstable. Third, unexpected situations arise far more than anticipated, regardless of gender. Fourth, in almost all industries, they won't spend a single extra cent on original wages, while robots or half-beasts have wages that are relatively half less and do not face the above issues. This matter isn't something you should worry about, understand? 1748 propped her chin, staring intently into his eyes. What about you? Would you hire those unemployed people? I won't tell you. Just say it, will you? Would you give up your freedom just to make a living and stay here? Lucio, shill. What shill? I want to know. Lucio, tell me, are you one of those black-hearted bosses? Lucio stood up and kicked her, then walked to the windowsill to grab his lunchbox. You talk too much. No way. 1748 crossed her arms over her stomach and intentionally kicked the lunchbox, spilling the food and rice everywhere. Hey, what are you doing? Just eat if you want, don't waste food. The guard opened the door, took the lunchbox, and pointed at the spilled food on the ground. If you don't eat, you'll starve. With that, he locked the door and left. After working for a while, 1748 was already hungry, unable to vent the frustration building in her chest. She smacked her lips, wanting to understand what had just happened, why she was acting crazy. Here, 1748 turned around to see Lucio holding a few fruit candies. Her mouth watered, but she still pretended not to want to eat and turn away to ignore him. If you don't eat, I'll throw them to the neighbors. Really not eating? Fine. Hey, neighbor, want some candy? Hey, I want to eat. I want to eat. 1748 quickly pounced on his hand, snatching all the candies, tearing open the wrappers and stuffing them into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like an angry pufferfish. We should think about when we can get out. 1748 mumbled incoherently, not speaking properly. Don't just focus on eating. While speaking, he looked at her back with a doting gaze for a long time. No matter how he looked, he felt comfortable, and the smile on his face never faded. When he was discovered, that silly grin was instantly retracted, and he pretended to look fierce, glaring at her without saying a word. I'm hungry. 1748 gave in to her hunger. You deserve it. Lucio smiled politely. At least you still had candy. But not much. 1748 complained. You make it sound like I ate tons. As soon as she finished speaking, her little eyes fell on Lucio's pocket. She slowly crawled to his side, quickly reached into his pocket, fumbled for a while, and pulled out a notebook. Not surprised at all. Lucio wanted to laugh, but didn't. Pointing to the other pocket, you forgot the other one. 1748's eyes lit up, and she followed his lead to check the other pocket, still finding no candy, but instead felt something soft. Did you pull out so quickly? 1748 rubbed that hand on his arm. You'd better tell me. It isn't dried earthworms, is it? Ha ha, you guessed it right. Wow, Lucio, you're too much, you. At that moment, a guard walked in with a soldier. Hey, you two lovebirds. Stop fighting and get out quickly. What for? Soldier. What do you mean, what for? You can get out of jail now. What are you still doing here? The two smiled at each other, and 1748 released her grip on Lucio's collar, allowing him to lift her up. You didn't lie to us, did you? TSK, TSK, TSK. What are you talking about? Hurry up. Come out. You can leave to make space. Come on out. The soldier glanced at the guard. You get them out? Drag them out. No, we can walk ourselves, 1748 said with a smile, and the next moment, she pinched Lucio's face, asking him to put her down. They urged her. Stop messing around. I'm not Lucio. Put me down. I have legs. Lucio let her down halfway, and the two followed the soldier, winding their way from the monitoring area to the front hall. The walls were lined with adjustable temperature light blue glass, and at the top was a piece of akasaka that could become invisible, absorbing sunlight. At that moment, it was invisible and the indoor temperature was just right. The entrances and exits were two fan-shaped, revolving doors. Whether staff or security guards, everyone cast strange glances at the two. The soldier, bringing out prisoners for the first time, felt bewildered, his finger pointing stiffly at the front desk like a carrot. You need to sign here, then you can leave. Lucio didn't wait for 1748 to speak, grabbing her hand and walking a few steps to the front desk. As soon as the staff's gaze landed on Lucio's face, they became infatuated. 1748 rested her elbows on the counter, chuckling a few times without saying anything. Lucio shot her a sideways glance and quickly wrote both their names with a neutral pen handed to him by the infatuated girl. Now you can go back with your family. 1748 was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning to glance around, and noticed Keter and Ista leaning against the blue glass. One was wearing a hat and mask, along with a peach-colored scarf that didn't match the outfit, while the other had messy hair and wore a floral dress that looked like a mop. Most people wouldn't miss that. Look over there. Lucio ignored her, naturally lifting his collar, whistling a low note, signaling 1748 to hurry up and follow him out. The next moment, he noticed her staring at the uniformed staff walking in, and her expression shifted from that of a little kitten to a big tiger. In an instant, she grabbed his arm and pulled him out with big strides. Chapter 051. No one wants me. I reluctantly accept you. Why are you pulling me? Otherwise, are you going to watch me fight? 1748 rolled her eyes, picked her nose and asked, how do you know? I just know. 1748 turned around, spread her arms, letting the warm sunlight fall on her, lazily yawning, and called out in frustration, wow, it's so much more comfortable outside. Lucio frowned like a wave, clicked his tongue against his molars, and glanced at her with disdain before turning to walk towards his already recognized younger brother. Brother, I've suffered. Lucio smiled slightly, patted his shoulder. Come on, let's go back. The four of them returned to Jiguala, and by this time, the previously arrogant and lively pirates had packed their things and were heading home. When Kido talked about this, Lucio and 1748 had the same expression. It turned out that the reason the pirates traveled a long way to Jiguala to eat and drink for free and even committed petty theft was all because of Chien. The story dates back about 10 to 15 days. At that time, Chien was on a vacation, had poor geography skills, and lacked the talent for learning languages, so he ended up on the pirates' island. Upon seeing the seafood feast, he was quite generous, throwing down a wad of cash without hesitation and feasting on seafood for a week. Later, due to gastrointestinal discomfort, he sent someone to call his subordinates to pick him up in a spaceship. Meanwhile, the pirates lived like primitive people. That day was the first time they saw large red and green bills. Worried that they had received counterfeit money, the leader went to a neighboring island to verify the authenticity with other compatriots. He was gone for a week, and by the time they returned, Chien had already taken a spaceship full of emperor crabs and star oysters back to Probata. Jiguala and Probata are neighbors, separated by just a few light years. And the pirates, while searching, accidentally ended up in Jiguala instead. Before everything was clarified, although Kido seemed like a quiet, handsome man, when he got angry, even he would shiver in fear. If it weren't for the desperate efforts of Ba De Tong and Harlan to stop him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, in the end, he figured out that they were actually the big fools. This incident reminded Kido of a saying, "It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right moment." He took Harlan with the bill to find Probata, threatening Luo that if he didn't withdraw the lawsuit, he would report his better son as well. Since he had all the evidence, theft is not a minor crime here. No matter who it is, once committed, it is not an estimate, but a certainty that they would serve a long sentence, and every day they would be whipped. That kind of life is practically worse than death. Luo, heartbroken for his son, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and raised his hand to gesture for Kido to leave. Thus, Lucio and 1748 were released without charges. Hearing this, 1748 felt relieved. The anger that had been stuck in her chest gradually dissipated, and she couldn't help but slam her hands on the table, exclaiming, "Thanks to that group of wild people. I think it's him who reported those poor people. Only he would do such an unscrupulous thing." Kido and Ista exchanged glances, both not understanding what 1748 meant. "Oh, you might not know yet," 1748 stood up on the table. "The prison suddenly has many more inmates. They're a group of unemployed people who got arrested while looking for jobs." Lucio coughed a few times. "You go back now. Everyone else should go back too." After saying that, he got up and walked to the back of the CAF door, hearing 1748's loud voice call out, "Hey, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Don't you care? I heard someone still wants to be a doctor. Wasting time like this, doesn't your conscience hurt?" "You." Lucio, seeing Ista and Kido coming over, naturally shifted his gaze to his brother's face. "Kido, let's go to the office." After saying that, the brother led his younger brother away. 1748 made faces at their backs, muttering angrily. Ista found it amusing, but didn't want to laugh out loud. 1748, "You must be tired. Go back and rest." "No need. I'm wide awake. I'm going to check out the coal mine." Ista followed her. "Then I'll accompany you." 1748 smiled. "All right, let's go." Ista said, 1748, "I find you and the Lord have a great tacit understanding. With just a glance or a small action, he can notice it. At critical moments, he can guess it. It's really impressive." 1748 scratched her ear, chuckling. "I didn't understand a word of what you just said." "No way. You really don't feel a thing?" Hearing this, 1748 felt like she was scolding herself. "Should I feel something?" Ista looked confused. "All right, let's just say I didn't say anything. In fact, I've noticed more than once or twice that the Lord's gaze always follows you. His expression looks like someone who's in love. If you're curious, how about we watch a drama together when we get home?" 1748 hesitated, a cold smile spreading across her face. What's the experience of a pure girl watching an idle drama with a not-so-pure girl? Hami Melon, crossing her legs like a doctor, adjusted her glasses with a serious expression and asked the cactus beside her, who was eating chips, if she wanted to go back to the room to do homework. In the world of foodies, once there's food, it's all about eating. After being ignored, Hami Melon's eyes behind her lenses were still fixated on 1748 and Ista. "Big sister, princess, You've been watching for the whole afternoon. You need to take care of your eyes. Ista had completely immersed herself in the drama and surely wouldn't come out anytime soon. 1748 was different. The plot came and went freely for her, but in the end, she didn't understand anything, only feeling that the woman following that man was either a lovesick fool or brain dead. I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. 1748 climbed up from the floor. Little sister, I'm going to see what's good to eat. You keep watching. The lighting effect. Ista's shadow projected on the wall, compared to her original form, was 10 times larger, standing there motionless. 1748 couldn't ask anymore, dropped the blanket, and turned to the kitchen. After eating her fill, she obediently entered her study area, the storage room, and began studying hard. Ista binge-watched the drama until dawn. 1748 woke up with dark circles under her eyes by noon. As soon as she got up, her vision went black, and her first few steps felt like she was drunk. After finally making it out of the storage room, she bumped into the cactus holding a sealed letter. Hey, my. In an instant, 1748 felt as if her soul had been knocked out. Half of her, but was numb, and she couldn't move for a while. Big sister, are you okay? 1748 gritted her teeth in pain, swallowing her saliva, which was icy cold. I'm fine. Quickly help me up. The cactus helped 1748 to sit down on the sofa in the living room. Big sister, I found this at the door. It's for you. 1748's eyes widened in surprise. Not knowing how to open the envelope, she was gesturing when Ista walked out of the kitchen, saw her trying to tear the envelope, and hurriedly called out, Wait, let me help you. Ista handed the open letter to 1748. Fortunately, I saw it. 1748 smiled for a few seconds, opened the letter, and started reading from the beginning, unconsciously muttering, Miss 1748, in 5 months and 3 days, you will reach the age for marriage. We're sending you this letter to remind you to work hard to find a boyfriend in the coming days. Good luck. I don't even know my own age. How would they know? She had only spoken half of her thoughts when 1748 slapped her forehead hard and instinctively leaned back. It's nothing. You guys stay at home. I'm going out for a walk. Ista nodded and grabbed the cactus who was about to follow her. Your big sister is going to find a good man. What does that mean? The cactus asked with an innocent look. Homie melon. You idiot. It means looking for a husband. The cactus exclaimed in realization, covering its mouth and giggling. Big sister is going to find the Lord. The envelope in 1748's hand had already been crumpled into a lump, stained with her sweat. She marched forward, a moving ball of fury. Upon seeing Keto, her first words nearly resulted in a punch. She didn't understand how important age was and how much it could affect her quality of life in the future. But she didn't think he would be ignorant of it either, if he had just reminded her back then. Then today, this damn letter wound be in her hands. Keto was also confused. To be honest, he hadn't thought about this aspect at all. He was busy guessing where she came from, what her relationship with her brother was, what her purpose was, and how long she would stay in Jiguala. Suddenly being asked like this, he almost got hit and felt very innocent. You must change my age. Keto licked his dry lips and smiled bitterly. Zykop is not run by my family. I can't just change it whenever I want. This is too hard for me. 1748 extended a hand. What about me? How is it possible for me to find a boyfriend in 5 months? Well, that's not bad, with your fierce demeanor. Keto looked at her pitiful yet murderous expression and couldn't continue to criticize her. His conscience felt a little uneasy for a moment. So he changed his tone and said, All right, I'll try my best to help you change it. If it really doesn't work, I can reluctantly accept you. 1748 raised 2 fingers, pointing at his eyes. Little brother, don't test your sister's patience. I'm not joking. Keto suddenly straightened his face. We've known each other for a while, and we understand each other somewhat. What is wrong with being together? Do you already have someone you like? It wouldn't be my brother, would it? Why are you silent? Ghost, I like a ghost. Do you want to see? Keto couldn't get a response and instantly felt defeated, muttering, You don't like me, but you must like my brother, right? Chapter 052, Blueprint of the Underground Paradise Little Brother. Did you take what I said earlier and use it to swat flies? 1748 was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood on his face. Forget it, don't forget. 1748 didn't know if he was angry or if he suddenly remembered what Ista had said to him, but his face turned red. He huffed and continued running. patting his chest, thankful that he was quick to dodge. If that kid Kodo saw him, he might misunderstand and think he had a crush on him. Just at that moment, Lucio came to talk to his brother about the progress of the underground paradise and ran into 1748 on the way. When the two met, they exchanged glances, neither saying a word, both thinking the other was strange, not realizing that they were the odd ones. Ahem, today's sun is really round, huh? After a moment of silence, Lucio saw that she hadn't changed her tone and looked foolish, snickering, and pointed at the sky, saying, "It's cloudy today." Huh? Oh. 1748 scratched the back of his head and smiled bitterly, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Right, that's correct. Today's sky is just blue. Gray. I said blue is blue. You colorblind idiot. 1748 didn't know what was wrong with him. He started to stutter while speaking. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine, really. Today there's no sun. The sky is blue. I'm in a good mood, and I just came out for a walk. Is that bothering you? Seriously, I'm leaving. Lucio stared at her back, his feet unconsciously following her. He grabbed her shoulder, asking, "Are you really okay? Get your hands off me. I told you I'm fine. You're so annoying. Of course, I'm just a mortal. Unlike you, a piece of coal." What do you mean by that? Nothing, just complimenting you. Since we're already out here, why not go in and sit for a bit? Lucio smiled and told 1748 that this moment was perfect for enjoying some candy, snacks, and tea, or tasting a bit of wine to ease their minds after a long day. Before 1748 could respond, she was pulled into Kodo's house by Lucio's hand gripping her wrist. The three met, and it was quite awkward. The older brother took charge, pointing to an armchair and signaling for 1748 to sit down. Drinks, tea, pastries, and jars of candy were all prepared. Kodo stood at the entrance with one hand on his hip, clicking his tongue, unsure of what play these two were putting on. The awkwardness was secondary. The worst part was the silence, which only made the atmosphere colder. 1748 licked her lips, glanced at Kodo, and then pointed at the candy jar. This is what I gave you last time, right? Kodo pretended not to hear, accidentally locking eyes with Lucio, chuckling awkwardly, and unconsciously putting his hands into his pockets, walking in a rather awkward manner. Bro, did you both come together to find me for something? Kodo asked while sitting on the round stool next to 1748, giving her a meaningful glance. The two exchanged glances, but they were from different worlds. Their eye contact was like trying to electrify a cow, only capable of shocking each other. Lucio thought to himself, I'm neither deaf nor blind. You two are hiding something from me. With a forced smile, he elegantly picked up a blue porcelain cup with jasmine flowers printed on it, gently brought it to his lips, blew on it a few times, and quickly glanced at Kodo, saying, "There's indeed something." Kodo, feeling tense, crossed his legs, resting his hands on the armrests of 1748's armchair, and asked sideways, "Why is she here too?" 1748 had a piece of durian-flavored soft candy in her mouth, turned her head, and glared at him. "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to come? Your brother brought me here. Do you think I wanted to?" Lucio gestured for them to hold their conversation for a moment. He took out a USB drive from his pocket and placed it gently on the table. Everything essential regarding the underground paradise is on this. It's crucial. I can't rely on anyone else but you two. He paused, leisurely sipping his tea. I hope we can complete it by the end of next month. Kodo quickly calculated the time and stood up with a look of disbelief, clutching the USB drive. Bro, this isn't very realistic. There aren't many days left this month. And even if we project it to take 6 months, it can't be finished. Bro, don't worry. Lucio raised his hand to calm him, telling him to sit down and speak. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Kodo didn't accept this remark, feeling that his brother's expectations were inherently high. No matter what they did, the expectations and the final results had to match. But he originally disagreed with building the underground paradise, and now he felt even more hopeless. He turned his uncertain gaze towards 1748, thinking she would react similarly, only to find the opposite. She not only raised both hands and feet, but also lavishly praised her brother's determination and decisiveness. If you ask me, bro, your imagination is too rich, and your demands are too high. Everything needs to be grounded in reality, right? Kodo expressed that he couldn't really do that. What you're saying makes sense, but being hesitant and worried about this not working and that not being completed means that now you can do it with abandon. Even if it's not perfect, It's better than being overly cautious. 1748 was enchanted by her own words and never expected to say something so profound one day. She looked proudly at Lucio. Lucio and 1748 rarely agreed. 3 days ago, the underground paradise had already taken shape, 568 feet below the surface, occupying 2/3 of the area of Jiguala. The underground passages and corridors had gone from complex to simple, and there was only one waterway running through all areas. The greening had been completed, with the improved baobab trees recommended by 1748 planted, along with the type of cabbage that Lucio had found after reviewing numerous ancient texts. A resilient ornamental flower that could bloom in any color the universe has to offer, and when eaten in moderation, it helps with digestion and beauty. Of course, eating too much would lead to death. It is said that before dying, one would fantasize about their most hated person and then strangle themselves. Currently, all the foundations for the houses have been laid, and the building materials were ready. They were just waiting for the batch of robots Lucio had ordered to arrive, at which point they could officially start construction. In the meantime, Lucio and 1748 discussed creating a glass panel even more powerful than Zycop to allow sunlight to penetrate underground, timely collecting dew and snow melt to irrigate the plants, minimizing the difference between underground and surface life. One question had been stuck in 1748's mind, especially after she followed Lucio down the slide to the underground and saw the towering baobab trees, their young trunks as thick as the waist of a supermarket cashier. The thought popped in her head. If water could be stored, people could naturally live there, and if people lived there, raising some cats, dogs, pigs, sheep, and cows wouldn't be a problem. Additionally, she had observed carefully that every tree grew straight, with branches of all kinds of shapes. But they shared one common point. They all grew outward in all directions, with the tips of the branches resembling snake heads, eager to reach upwards. She felt that if those trunks were allowed to grow wildly, they might burst out, and at that time, if people lived in the trees, exhaust fumes and cooking smoke could all be concentrated and expelled, solving the air quality problem of the underground paradise. She shared this idea with Lucio, who carefully considered each of her words, imagining them in a way that he could implement, believing it was worth a try. Great, am I very smart? 1748 wiped her nose and shrugged at him with a proud smile. Not bad. Your little head is indeed quite clever. 1748, of course. By the way, did the workers you hired to dig find any coal? She added this sentence on a whim, her small eyes fixed on him. No, patience is key. You're not me. I don't have time to argue with you right now. We're getting ready to go up. I don't want to ride the teacup ride. Let us switch to something else. 1748 crossed her arms and walked behind him. That is fine. Lucio reached out his hand, his eyes staring at her intently. What are you doing? Give me. Huh? Aren't you afraid of heights? Which is why you didn't dare to ride the teacup. The swing basket is similar. It just doesn't shake as much. I'll find someone to fix it afterward. 1748 didn't understand what he meant and stood frozen in place until his hand touched her arm. Then she reacted, Don't touch me. Be more respectful. If this were said by another girl, Lucio wouldn't be surprised, and he couldn't say it himself. But the person in front of him was 1748, which was indeed strange. What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Unbeknownst to her, 1748 had started to pay attention to her image. There's a grain of rice under your mouth. 1748 believed him, feeling embarrassed to ask if it was on the left or right side. Quickly glanced, turned around, and randomly touched her face with both hands. She didn't find the rice, but ended up smearing dirt all over her face. When she turned back around, pointing at her own slightly shy face, she asked, Is it still there? It's gone. Lucio tried hard to control his laughter, pretending he didn't see anything, walking ahead of her. The two entered the swing basket, and Lucio pressed the button on the side. With a few clicks, it stopped with a clack, and the door opened, allowing them to walk out one after the other. Are you sure there's nothing on my face? I feel uncomfortable after you mention it. 1748 scratched her left cheek, as if something was tickling her. Chapter 053. Snowflakes and milk candy are a perfect match. Don't use your hands to wipe your face. Lucio walked up to her, grabbing her hand while pulling out a handkerchief he had prepared from his pocket. I just realized your face is covered in mud. Use your own hands to clean it up. 1748 looked at him skeptically. Unconsciously, the handkerchief moved closer to her nose, and she sniffed it. There was no bad smell. Instead, a faint fragrance wafted up, and she began to wipe her face. Are you worried I poisoned the handkerchief? Lucio thought to himself that she had a lot of strange thoughts. Yeah, she didn't hide it. Do you think I'm smelling how fragrant your stuff is? Lucio smiled without replying, slowly extending the handkerchief towards her, raising an eyebrow. After a while, he still didn't speak, which naturally made 1748 frown. Without warning, she threw the handkerchief at his face and turned to run away. Is it really necessary to run just because you figured out my little thoughts? Lucio raised his arm, bringing his hands together near his mouth, afraid 1748 wouldn't hear him, not caring if others did. The silly smile on his face made him look like a grinning fool to 1748. Despite not being very tall, Lucio's proportions were good, and with his long legs, he quickly caught up to her. 1748 didn't expect he would notice her preparing to run again and frowned. What are you following me for? Nothing. Nothing? Then why are you following me? Are you sick? You figured it out? Lucio squinted at her, sizing her up. Yes, that's right. You're the one who's sick. Don't push me. I don't want to hit you right now. Feeling sorry for me? If I'm sick, you're my medicine. The smile on 1748's face was awkward, especially the corners of her mouth that seemed to droop down to her chin. Seeing her like this, Lucio felt quite pleased. Tilting his head slightly to the left, standing straight, squinting his eyes, and casually showing a hint of a cheeky smile. Not saying anything means you agree. A matter that could be resolved with a punch, 1748 naturally didn't want to waste her breath explaining. Over time, she had developed a certain skill. Defense could lead to unexpected attacks. Lucio deliberately revealed his flower fist, provoking her to mock him. The look in her eyes was undoubtedly that of a predator seeing its prey fall into its trap. Quite cunning. 1748 was completely oblivious to this. The two of them playfully tussled in the middle of the road for a while, and fluffy snowflakes began to fall from the boundless blue sky above. Delighted, 1748 reached out to catch them and, in the next moment, stuffed one into her mouth. Then she pulled out a milk candy wrapped in purple paper from her pocket, bit it in half, and tossed the other half into her mouth along with the snow. Lucio had never seen anyone eat like this before. He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy the snow before. Are you craving it? 1748 looked at the big man across from her, holding the remaining milk candy in her palm. If she really gave it to him, she wouldn't want to part with it. I want to eat. She smacked her lips, noticing him licking his lips while looking at her, resembling a small cactus for a moment. She couldn't bring herself to be harsh. So she closed her eyes and slapped the milk candy into his hand, instructing, you need to catch more snowflakes, then put the milk candy in the middle. And gulp it down. Gulp it down? Lucio couldn't help but laugh, placing his right hand on his stomach. Watching her hesitate for a few seconds before stuffing the snow and similarly colored milk candy into his mouth. The moment his tongue touched it, it was icy and refreshing. The snowball quickly melting around the candy, sweet and cool, as if a summer breeze was blowing, with soft, melodious, pure music playing in his ears. Leisurely walking down a tree-lined path. How is it? At first, 1748 wasn't curious whether he would like it. But when she turned her head and saw his infatuated expression, her heart was immediately stirred. Speak up, she urged. Lucio coughed a few times, pretending to be serious, slowly placing his hands behind his back as he walked, and replied, it feels like you suddenly became the center of the universe. What? Never mind, it's nothing. Lucio's expression changed instantly. Don't think I don't know you received a warning letter from the Bureau. While that man hasn't truly understood you yet. Hurry up and find someone, or else we'll have another unmarried woman in our group. This sudden blow made 1748 roll her eyes, but before she could respond, Lucio had already jumped into the car and left her behind. You think you can dodge me for a lifetime? 1748 stomped her feet in frustration. At this moment, 500 meters away, Harlan, feeling sorry for his robot working too hard, decided to head back for a rest hour before continuing to work underground. 1748 noticed he didn't greet her or even look in her direction, so she couldn't help but approach him. She walked on his right side, the ground covered in stones, making her feet hurt slightly. After walking a few hundred meters, She turned around and saw no one following her, casually nudging Harlan with her arm. "Where's Claire?" "I don't know." 1748 turned around, crossing her arms behind her head as she walked backward. "Aren't you work partners?" Harlan replied in a typical straight man style. "Partners aren't married." Upon hearing this, 1748's brows twisted into a knot, and she burst into a hearty laugh, raising her hand to signal him to stop. "With the way you talk, anyone who hears it would think you two are arguing." "Harlan, yeah." "Yeah?" 1748 suddenly felt a bit awkward. Well, this is your private matter, so I shouldn't pry. But I advise you to shout. Women do have many thoughts. Don't be fooled by how carefree she seems. In fact, she has a glass heart." Having said this, 1748 felt that if she continued, it would be akin to invading someone else's privacy, which she would never let happen to herself. However, seeing him suddenly silent, looking foolish and dazed, like a piece of wood weathered by wind and rain, half opened his mouth and then closed it again, she worried he might be sick. The silence lasted about 5 minutes when Harlan suddenly turned to meet 1748's gaze, sincerely asking her, "If the Lord likes you, but you don't like him, will you still joke around with him like before?" 1748's mind twisted a few times, deeply suspecting whether her eardrums were malfunctioning or if Harlan had been kicked by a donkey before. What kind of question was that? "No, brother." "What do you mean by that? If it's a metaphor, I advise you not to use me as an example." Harlan weakly shook his head, not exactly, but also somewhat. "Actually, I don't really understand." He was rambling. Stop. 1748 felt her head filled with question marks. "If you keep talking, my brain is going to fry." As they got closer to the underground room, Harlan looked up as if he had seen a ghost, not daring to greet 1748 and turning to leave. Seeing his flustered demeanor, 1748's eyes turned, suddenly thinking it might have something to do with Isla. She reasoned that if they didn't clarify things with Harlan's current mental state, something was bound to happen. Not being able to reason with him, she decided to be forceful, dragging him from outside into the corridor, pulling him into her home. The man and woman ignored each other's genders, tugging at each other in the entrance, and at first glance, the scene looked quite inappropriate. Ista was in her bedroom, sitting at a desk by the window sketching. Hearing some noise outside, she turned around to listen at the door for a while and recognized Harlan's voice. Without thinking, she got up and rushed out. Before she could reach the living room, she saw the two of them tugging at each other, looking quite intimate at first glance. "You guys!" Ista unintentionally let out a sound, and when the two turned to look at her, she blushed and was at a loss for words, her gaze starting to wander, unsure of where to look appropriately. 1748 said, "I brought Harlan here. You two talk. If there are any misunderstandings, resolve them. Don't make it awkward for yourselves." After saying that, she made space for the two and took the two kids out for a walk. The door was locked from the outside because 1748 felt that Ista was too easily shy, and if one of them was missing, it wouldn't be a good heart-to-heart conversation. I was actually brought here by 1748, Harlan said, realizing it was a pointless statement. He lowered his head and looked at his toes, his tongue already starting to trip over itself, and the rest of his words came out stammering, with pauses. Ista also had her head down, and she couldn't hear a word clearly. Her mind was filled with thoughts about why she had been so careless before, letting slip words that could have been kept hidden. And now they all came tumbling out. "You and Miss Claire seem to match pretty well, I think." After holding it in for a long time, Ista said the one thing she least wanted to say. Harlan's mind went blank. His palms became sweaty, pressed against the seams of his pants, intentionally or unintentionally leaving sweat on them. His nostrils flared as he raised his head. "Claire and I are friends." Ista felt as if she had just eaten a piece of candy. Before, it tasted bitter, but now it was sweet. I was thinking about how to explain myself, and then 1748 brought me here, so don't misunderstand. Harlan, despite still being nervous, suddenly straightened up. "There won't be any office romance between us. I should focus on my work." After hearing the last part, Ista was so happy that she covered her mouth, wanting to laugh but not wanting to show it too obviously. She just continued to play along, remaining still. "I've said everything I wanted to say. Sorry for the interruption." After saying that, Harlan bowed to Ista at a 90-degree angle. Seeing him turn to leave, Ista hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up to him. playfully grabbing the edge of his flying coat. Thank you for being willing to tell me this. Oh, Ista asked, do you have time now? Chapter 054. Leaked in advance when asked, Ista didn't dare to look up at him. I'm free, Harlan honestly replied, although he still didn't understand the purpose of the question. Well, sit down. 1748, one be back for a while. I'll go make you a cup of tea. Harlan just stood up to stop her, but unfortunately, she had already cheerfully turned and gone to the kitchen. After some time had passed, and seeing she still hadn't come out, Harlan stood up, sat down, stood up again, and ultimately couldn't help but go to the kitchen to find her. In the small kitchen, the water on the floor had already spilled over the tops of his shoes, and it was also very hot. Harlan's mind flashed with a single thought to immediately take Ista away, and he indeed did just that. The romantic scene of a hero saving a beauty was something Ista never imagined would happen to her. Her heart was filled with something sweet, and she couldn't tell east from west, sitting on the sofa, focused on staring at his face, her hands tangled together on her thighs, occasionally giggling foolishly, occasionally shyly smiling, and then, "Are you okay? I see your feet are already red from the heat. You sit here. I'll check if there are any ice cubes in the fridge." Saying this, he quickly walked into the kitchen, completely focused on finding ice cubes in the fridge, utterly unaware that his own feet were soaking in hot water. "Come, put your feet on my lap, and I'll help you with an ice compress." Ista's cheeks grew even redder, her sweaty hands intertwining more. Ouch, it hurts. "I'm sorry, I'll try to be gentler." Harlan switched hands and tightened his grip on the clean towel wrapped around the ice cubes, unconsciously bending down to gently run the icy towel over Ista's hot, red feet. "Is it better now?" "Yeah, much better, thank you." "I didn't do much." Harlan suddenly realized how close he was to her and instinctively stepped back, immediately creating some distance between them. "If you want tea, I'll boil some water." Ista replied, "No need, Harlan. I just wanted to make you tea. It's my fault for being so clumsy and messing up something so simple." "I'm sorry." "No, it's fine." Harlan began to stutter again. "I'll clean the kitchen. You rest." At Claire's house 10 minutes ago, 1748 had planned to take the two kids to the coal mine, but decided against it after learning that some places would be closed for a few days. All the usual places they could go had now become part of the amusement park, and they couldn't walk freely. Otherwise, they would quickly fall into the pit. If it weren't for meeting Claire, she would have almost considered going to find Lucio. "Why has your house been torn down?" 1748 asked, lying on the tatami with her legs propped up on a table full of snacks. "This house isn't part of the amusement park plan." "I guess I got lucky this time," Claire replied. Why do you talk like Harlan, as if you're struggling to breathe?" Claire didn't respond immediately. After a few seconds, she found an excuse, got up, and dragged a yoga mat from somewhere, laying it flat near the door. Without saying a word, she began her yoga practice. "Did you call me here just to watch you do this?" Claire let out a long sigh. "I'm doomed, sis." I. In the next moment, Claire pressed her right foot down from her shoulder, leaning her body sideways onto her leg. "My old man somehow found out that our Lord is planning to build an amusement park underground. The reporters are already lined up, just waiting for the completion to interview him." 1748 saw a bag of chips, tore it open with a crunch. "Isn't that great? It saves Lucio some money. The problem is now everyone on every planet knows about it. You didn't hear what a lot of people who can't see the Lord said. They all said some nasty things and are just waiting for him to make a fool of himself." Claire slowly straightened her body, hooking her left leg back, placing her toes on her shoulder, suddenly pulling hard with both hands, her facial muscles contorting in a savage manner. "If it weren't for the fact that Harlan and I were working overtime day and night, I wouldn't be taking leave and hiding at home now." 1748 suddenly realized, lying down and munching on chips, "It's fine. Lucio, isn't the petty type. Even if someone needs to be blamed, it won't be you. So you can rest easy." Huh? Claire looked at her suspiciously. "You've been saying good things about our Lord these past few days. You weren't like this before, were you?" 1748 lost her appetite and sat up abruptly, seriously patting her clothes, which weren't dusty. "The color of your curtains is nice. It looks great." Wait, sis. Your reaction is quite unusual. Isn't it? What is so strange about me?" Saying this, 1748 turned her head away without changing her expression. Claire scrutinized her profile, seeing through her without revealing it. 1748 kept an eye on the time, thinking it was already dark outside, and that the two should have finished talking about what needed to be discussed. She should take the kids home. However, Claire insisted she stay for dinner before leaving. Seeing the kids' happy faces, 1748 relented. The table was full of delicious dishes. The only one 1748 could name was a pearl meatball. The others were unfamiliar to her, but they tasted delightful, and she liked them, as did the two kids. Compared to the lavish meal at SHHH's house, it was like comparing a small witch to a great witch. Of course, 1748 wouldn't say such things out loud. They were all buried in her heart. After eating and drinking to their fill, Claire took 1748 to her rooftop to stargaze. Unfortunately, in 1748's eyes, the stars in the sky were not as tangible as finding a piece of coal underground, so she didn't have much interest. Claire could tell, thinking that she must be thinking about Lord Lucio, or perhaps they had a date that night. A smirk appeared on her lips as she instructed 3 strong bodyguards to take them back. Before leaving, she repeatedly urged 1748 to make sure to clarify that matter in front of Lucio. The bodyguards intended to escort them into the house before leaving, but 1748 felt it was too much trouble for them. She reached the hallway and urged them to hurry back. Then she took the hands of the 2 kids and walked home in the dark. Once inside, the room was pitch black. 1748 felt her way to the light switch. "Hey, Ista, you're home?" Upon hearing the voice, Ista opened her sleepy eyes and sat up from the sofa, her dazed eyes confirming whether the person in front of her was really 1748. "Don't tell me, after we left, you just lay here sleeping?" If that were the case, 1748 would have nothing to say to her. "No, 1748, we talked for a bit, and a lot of things happened, but then we found the door was locked." 1748 smiled and said, "Oh, while looking around, hey, I don't see Harlan either. He climbed out the window." After saying that, Ista became very alert. "Ah, it's already 8 o'clock. You guys must not have eaten yet. I'll go heat up the food Harlan made for you." 1748 stopped her, gesturing for the kids to go back to their rooms, then turned to stare at Ista. "We've all eaten, but you must be starving, right? I'm not good at cooking. You can heat it up yourself. I'm really tired right now. I'm going to take a shower and sleep." The speaker's speed was extremely fast, and before Ista could fully react, 1748 had already entered the bedroom. After a few minutes, she came out of the bathroom with a change of clothes. Ista stood still for a few seconds, thinking that she could tell her later, and then went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for herself. At exactly 9 o'clock, the little rooster inside the clock crowed 3 times. By this time, 1748 had finished her shower, dressed, and was lying in the emptied, cleaned bathtub, threatening herself that if she could recall what she had memorized before, she could go to sleep. Otherwise, she would continue to fight until noon the next day. The result was a bit unfortunate. Professional terms in her mind burst like bubbles at a single blow, unable to withstand scrutiny, leading to self-doubt. At this speed, forget memorizing a small book. She couldn't even remember a few pages. When would she become a doctor? Less than a minute later, she heard a scream coming from the storage room, along with the cactus and the melon. 1748 kept her word, using her mouth and brain, refusing to believe that she would be defeated by a mass of dense text. At dawn, in the underground room, only 1748 was still writing furiously, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. Not only did she not look tired, but she also had a face full of excitement. The gains of this night made her very happy. Her efforts seemed to have yielded some reward, and the voices from the radio were music to her ears. Indeed, hard work can make up for lack of talent. At that moment, she lay on the floor, listening to the radio broadcasting news from other planets, such as how a cosmetic surgery country had added another batch of women that across the universe, 1 in 10 men were still single, and a half-beast named Doka had set a record by giving birth to 58 babies in 1 minute. For several news items, she understood little but felt curious. After it ended, she got up, stretched, walked to the window to kick her legs, stretch her arms, and yawned as she went out. "Good morning." "Morning? No, isn't it already noon?" "Ista, you look so happy. What good thing happened?" she said while brushing her teeth. Her peripheral vision fixed on Ista, who was walking back and forth in the hallway without fatigue. "I guess it has something to do with Halen." Ista shot her a surprised glance, her cheeks flushed, and tilted her head slightly to look elsewhere. He said he would take me to see the underground paradise. Chapter 055. My brother is alive. Treasure 1748 was brushing her teeth, the mini toothpaste creating white foamy bubbles in her mouth. The red light from the toothbrush scanned her white teeth, checking their cleanliness, and as she stared at herself in the mirror, she frowned slightly. Why are you suddenly quiet? Ista asked as she walked to the bathroom door and looked at her. Nothing, I was just thinking about something, it's all good, 1748 replied, spitting out the foam and rinsing her mouth under the faucet. Let us go together this afternoon. I have something to discuss with Lucio, and it won't hold you up. It's no trouble at all. It's better to go together, Ista smiled, linking her arm with 1748's. It's a deal, okay? 1748 settled down on the sofa, emptying her mind, but her eyes were still busy. She noticed that Ista had not disappeared from her sight for the last 10 minutes, bustling about, changing outfits, and had already gone through nearly 15 sets. Sucking on a goat milk-flavored lollipop, 1748 saw that Ista had no intention of speaking, so she awkwardly sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and placed her hands on her knees, remaining completely still. After an unknown amount of time, she felt someone approaching beside her. When she opened her eyes, she met Ista's gaze. Are you looking for me for something? Ista nodded shyly, sitting down opposite 1748, hugging a cactus-shaped pillow. There's something I want to ask you. Go ahead, 1748 replied straightforwardly. My mother, the female housekeeper, and Rachel will be back from Kobe soon. The place we live in has been torn down, and I hope you can take them in. We will pay rent and won't be a bother. Is that okay? 1748 broke out in a cold sweat. Is that all? Yes, just this. I don't mean to pressure you. If you agree, then great. If not, then forget it. Ista lowered her head after speaking. 1748 shrugged and laughed foolishly. Why didn't you say so sooner? I thought you were uncomfortable with me. Ista was stunned for a moment. No, I've never found you unpleasant, 1748. You're a good person, straightforward, and hardworking. You're a great example for me. 1748's face turned red from the compliment. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the underground paradise, after Heron appeared, 1748 consciously stepped aside and took a path where workers were laying cobblestones, asking where Lucio was. She followed the direction they pointed, and after a few steps, she ran into Quito. Seeing his expression upon noticing her, she bared her teeth but said nothing, choosing to treat herself as a mere passerby. Hey, are you looking for my brother? 1748 didn't turn around, pretending to be deaf, and continued walking forward. My brother left on a business trip a few minutes ago. 1748 instinctively frowned, biting her lower lip as she approached Quito. Where did he go? I don't know, Quito replied, adding, even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. 1748 clicked her tongue and stuck out her tongue at him, making a face. Are you immature? Just because you don't tell me doesn't mean I want to find out. You know? 1748 proudly twisted her neck. I never said I knew. You. Quito realized he had been played. Fine, let's not talk about that. Here. 1748 glanced at him, raising her guard. What is this? It's the house design plan that my brother had Claire draw for you. It includes both the floor plan and the 3D view. You can take it back and check. If there's anything you don't like, just talk to Claire. As he spoke, he angrily shoved a stack of papers into 1748's arms. Take it, don't lose it. Hey, where are you going? 1748 noticed he was heading in a direction that wasn't back. None of your business. Don't wander around. There are workers tearing down the foundation all around. Be careful not to accidentally fall into a pit. I'm telling you, the pit is deep. Before she could finish her warning, Quito disappeared from her sight. When she ran over, she found him sitting at the bottom of a dirt pit, looking up with a complex expression. Ha ha ha. I told you, but you didn't listen. Now look what happened. 1748 laughed so hard she bent over, rhythmically clapping her hands, nearly laughing herself into stitches. Quito, down below, had tried several times and even took off his shoes and socks but couldn't climb out using his own strength. Hey, you dead woman. Once you're done laughing, pull me up. Can you hear me? Seeing his frustrated expression, 1748 put away her smile. Little brother, are you really asking for help? Is this how you should sound? What do you want me to do? Quito kicked his shoes in frustration. Forget it. I want to hold it against you. I have a rope here. Once I drop it down, you can climb up yourself. After saying that, 1748 tied the other end of the rope to a metal hook stuck in the ground, turned around, and shouted, "Did you grab a rope?" Keto was 5 centimeters taller than Lucio, and his limbs were relatively longer, so it was easy for him to grab the rope and climb up. Once he was on solid ground, his legs went soft, and he sat down. Put the rope away. As soon as she finished speaking, the rope he tossed landed perfectly on 1748's head. "Hey, you little rascal." 1748 was busy untangling the rope, and didn't have time to scold him. While Keto looked around and, not seeing a third person, purposefully stretched out his long legs, his right hand casually patting his thigh. "I want to ask you, after my brother took me away from your house, did he do anything?" 1748 paused her movements and shifted her gaze to his face. "You already know why ask." "I don't know. I thought you might know." "Don't pretend to be dumb to evade the question." Keto glared at her with a fierce look. "I don't have any other intentions. I just really want to know. Please." If it weren't for the last 3 people, 1748 would have firmly refused. But from the change in his eyes, it was clear that the younger brother was very worried about his older brother and felt guilty. "What are you looking at me for? I didn't do anything." "I don't believe you. That day in the corridor, I heard everything you said. Later, when I woke up, my brother was gone, and I've been wondering what he did that night. If you want to know so badly, why not just ask Lucio directly?" What's so embarrassing about brothers asking each other?" Keto looked up at her, curious about how she knew he felt embarrassed. "I'm not your brother's personal maid. If you ask me, who should I ask?" After saying that, 1748 let the rope fall to the ground, squatting down to rewrap it. "All I know is, your brother loves you very much. No matter how he appears to you on the outside, he has always cared about you inside. You." At this moment, 1748 looked at Keto with a scrutinizing gaze. "You like to throw tantrums like a little girl. I can see that you really want to help and are trying hard. Your brother knows that too. He just hasn't said it. Your brother isn't the type to easily express his feelings. Don't learn that from him, or you two will only drift further apart. Got it? Also, you speak politely and handsomely to others, but with me, you really do a complete 360-degree turn." "What does that mean?" Keto was stunned by the last sentence. After thinking it over, he realized it was indeed the case. "My attitude towards you is unintentional." 1748 sneered, snorted a few times, turned around, and pulled out the iron hook. TSK, just a childish little brat. Even a cantaloupe is more mature than you." Kodo lowered her face, got up and walked barefoot to her right side, grabbed the hook from her hand, and threw it on the ground. "How immature am I? You tell me." This 1748 stared at the serious Kodo. "No, what's wrong with you today?" "Don't ask, I just want to know. I can't explain it clearly right now. Then think it through before you speak. I'll wait." 1748 realized he was serious. "Wait, keep your distance from me." Kodo obediently took a few steps back. "Go ahead, speak. Don't push me." "All right, take your time to think. Speak slowly. Don't rush, we have time." 1748 was at a loss, instinctively rolling her eyes. "You're not that immature. It's just that when it comes to your brother, you become particularly childish." "And then?" "That is all I want to say." "Just this?" "Yeah." 1748 didn't know what to do with Kodo. "Hurry back and take a shower. Don't catch a cold. Come back with me." In the midst of speaking, Kodo had already walked in front of her, grabbing her hand. "Let go, what are you doing?" "Nothing. Just wanted to hold your hand. Is that not okay?" 1748 was confused. "Of course it's not okay. Are you sick? I'm not talking to you anymore." To be honest, Kodo didn't really know what he was doing either. Seeing 1748 glaring at him, he released her hand and grabbed her shoulder, throwing out a line. "You must have held hands with my brother, right?" 1748 turned around, bared her teeth, glared at him a few times, said something inexplicable, then pressed down on his shoulder, withdrawing her other hand, and, with a slap, hit his head. "No. Stop messing around. Hurry back and take a shower and rest." Saying this, she turned around and walked a few steps without looking back, thinking about where to find Ista and Harlan. Little did she know, the person behind her not only didn't leave, but also started shouting randomly. She instantly turned around to take a look, only to see Kodo sitting on the ground with a thud, holding his right foot up to his mouth, blowing on it. Those who knew would think he accidentally stepped on the hook and hurt his foot, but those who didn't probably thought a murder had occurred. Chapter 056. Who doesn't he have a little self-awareness? This made 1748 feel compelled to help him. However, the kid in front of her had his shoes and socks stuck in a pit. She couldn't just let him walk back covered in blood. With no other option, she tore off a piece of her clothing to wrap around his foot, turned her back, and patted her shoulder hard, signaling him to climb on. I want to do it. Jiguala was too shy. He had never experienced this kind of intimate contact between men and women before. When he had just squatted down, his legs nearly gave way, and he almost fell. 1748 looked displeased, stamped her foot 3 times, squatted back down into a horse stance, and said, "If you're not worried about ruining your foot, you could just stand there like an idiot." Her tone was already a bit impatient. Jiguala, feeling lost, got up, unconsciously bit his lip, and touched his chin with his right hand. "Hey, look at this. There's blood everywhere. Do you want to die if you don't deal with it?" Jiguala answered quickly this time. "Stop dawdling. If you're a man, just get on." Jiguala didn't want to appear weak in front of 1748. After hesitating, he reluctantly climbed onto 1748's back, which was sturdier than that of an average girl. In that moment, he felt like his head was filled with lead, unable to lift it. If he lowered it completely, he might bump into 1748's shoulder. Helpless, he kept his head tilted to the side and remained still. But he had to admit it felt warm inside, giving him the illusion of being carried by an older brother, which made him feel at ease and secure. 1748 said nothing, preserving her strength as she carried Jiguala out of the underground paradise. Her speed was very fast, and she was fortunate that there weren't many stones on the way. After navigating around the artificial dirt paths, they were not far from the clinic where they would temporarily settle. Though small, the clinic had serious and ethical doctors. They helped 1748 lift Jiguala and brought him to the ward. Throughout the process of treating his wounds, 1748 stayed by his side, occasionally asking the nurse for a blanket for Jiguala and bringing hot water to his side. Although it was a small matter, Jiguala watched it all in silence. He didn't say a word, but inside he felt very grateful to 1748 and was surprised that, despite not treating her well from the beginning, she was always reliable at critical moments. Fortunately, Jiguala's wounds were not deep. Otherwise, he would have needed at least 3 stitches. After bandaging him up, the doctor gave a few instructions. 1748 once again carried him, ready to take him home. The clinic was some distance from Jiguala's villa. He also remained silent as she diligently moved forward like a hard-working ox. At that moment, it started to snow again, with flakes drifting down with the wind, landing on the ground or on them, and in just a few seconds, they melted into drops of water. A floral scent floated in the air, and 1748, curious about the smell, asked Jiguala. Jiguala, staring at a patch of snow falling, replied calmly, "It's osmanthus." "Frozen turtle? A frozen turtle can emit a fragrance?" Jiguala chuckled, unintentionally glancing at the back of her head, and then noticed that she had long hair, though she always tied it up in a bun. "Osmanthus with small white petals." "Oh, I see," Jiguala said. "Walk slower. Don't rush like you're going to a market. I don't want to get hurt again." Okay. I'll walk slower." Jiguala was surprised to hear a confirmation from 1748. "By the way, 1748, what are you doing in Jiguala?" "Huh, don't play dumb." 1748 thought to herself. "This kid is sharp. He picked up on that. What can I do? I earn money to support myself. Don't you have parents or siblings?" Jiguala blurted out without thinking. 1748 was slightly taken aback and smiled. "Of course I do. They are in other places. One day, we will reunite." Jiguala found this statement strange and asked, "Did something happen to them? Why are you asking so much?" "I'm just concerned about you." 1748 laughed lightly. "No need for that. Really? Just say it honestly. If my brother asked you in such a soft voice, you would definitely be as happy as a fool." 1748 found it strange. Why do you emphasize Lucio every 3 sentences? She thought, what he wants to say is none of my business. Hill. While they were talking, they had already reached Jiguala's villa. 1748 didn't plan to go inside and set him down at the door. "I rarely want to invite you to my house. Are you really going to refuse me like this?" Jiguala said, leaning on the door with his hand. 1748 laughed a few times, pulled out a hair tie from her pocket, and redid her bun, replying, "You just focus on resting inside. I still need to find Ista." "Wait." Jiguala unconsciously grabbed her wrist. Then realizing it, quickly let go. Ista is pretty good, but her father has quite a strong opinion about you. Just be cautious. 1748 didn't T understand immediately, blinking at him. What does her father want to do with me? Probably nothing, but it's better to be careful. Okay, I got it. Your clothes are all wet. Don't take a bath. Change into some dry clothes and sleep for a while. You'll feel better. After saying this, he turned to leave, but unexpectedly ran into Lucio, and it wasn't T just him. Rua, he was also there, dressed in her usual alluring style. Kadwa was startled when he caught sight of them. Bro? Lucio stood there, and Rua, not knowing where she found the courage, intertwined her arm with his and leaned against his shoulder. You guys continue. I want to interfere. 1748 rolled her eyes and took a step back. But before she could even take a meter, a cold, hard voice rang out from behind. You stay. 1748 didn't T hear and continued walking, not knowing that Lucio would suddenly dart in front of her, looking at her with the same expression as when they first met. Let go. You're staying? Don't you understand? 1748 looked down at Lucio's leather shoes. Even with insoles, they didn't T make him much taller. Looking at him like this, he was really ugly when he spoke. In response to his words, 1748 suddenly yanked her right hand out of his grip, made a killing gesture towards his face, and then turned to leave. Rua was shocked, her face contorting. She had never seen anyone dare to turn and walk away in front of Lucio, especially not someone like 1748, who was nothing. She couldn't control her hoarse voice from eating too much hot pot recently and shouted. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew serious yet somewhat comical. Lucio turned his head, and before his gaze could reach her, Rua shrank back. Master, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to shout. After a few seconds of silence, she added, Master, what did you bring me here for? Lucio suppressed the anger that nearly surged to his head, his expression slightly improving. He turned a glance at Rua and then walked into Kadwa's villa. Bro, what are you doing? Lucio didn't reply. He was already sitting on the sofa. Normally, he would have changed his shoes, tidied up his clothes, and removed his coat before taking a look around before sitting down. But Kadwa watched as he skipped all these steps, and an uneasy feeling crept over him, making his back feel cold. He stood at the door, not daring to step inside, even though she really wanted to rush in. Kadwa reluctantly greeted her for the sake of her brother, handed her a pair of disposable cotton slippers, and invited her to sit on a separate sofa. The three of them had no eye contact, and at first, no one spoke, creating an awkward atmosphere. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Lucio exhaled in frustration and pointed at Roy, saying, Roy shivered slightly, looked up at Lucio, and asked, Lord, what do you want to say? Lucio covered half of his face and said, what you've heard and seen. Roy then realized, oh, I understand. She turned to Kadwa and said, it's like this. I attended a celebrity's birthday party before, and the people there were all big names in the entertainment industry. They said that a small internet celebrity appeared in the gossip section, and a famous director took notice of her, planning to arrange a meeting with her. Others laughed, with some saying it was just rumors. Later, I asked my friend about it, and she told me that the director only said that when he was drunk, and afterward, he also declared, a mere small internet celebrity can't make it big. Even if she has Lucio backing her, it doesn't matter. Kadwa interjected, whose birthday party did you attend? Roy added some bright red lipstick. Your Highness, this matter is quite private. Please don't make it difficult for me. Kadwa sneered a few times, leaning back against the sofa. You've told us what the people inside said. Are you afraid of name? Lucio coughed. Ahem, you continue. Roy nodded hurriedly, then looked back at Lucio. When the party was about to end, I was sitting with a few well-known friends. Kadwa impatiently interrupted her. Stop with the build-up. Who wants to hear that? Roy was so frightened that she couldn't say a word for a long time, and it took her a while to regain her composure. Lucio shot her a reproachful look and gestured for her to continue. We heard the gentlemen beside us discussing our underground paradise project. They were speaking quite authoritatively, and many people gathered around to listen. Some tycoon said. At this point, Roy began to stammer. Don't rush. Just say what you heard. Lucio's expression was calm. Yes. Roy nodded respectfully. They said, Lord, you must have some awareness. Who doesn't know that this planet has been developed into what it is now? Which is already quite good. Yet you still harbor delusions of building an underground city. You might end up dying inside without anyone knowing. It's a pity for those planets under your name. Having money can only satisfy the eyes, but can't buy them. Is there more? Chapter 057. The War Among Women. Lucio's expression remained calm as water. Quito, however, was already fired up. If it weren't for Roy being present, he would have overturned the coffee table in front of him. He exclaimed, "You're tricking her into marriage, taking advantage of the situation. They say that Ista must have been cursed in her past life to end up with a scumbag like you, like flowers being placed in cow dung. Lord, some even say you two never got a marriage certificate, that the engagement is just a scam." Moreover, Roy, speaking like squeezing toothpaste, said that the 1748 was just a wild girl. And how could you dare to keep someone like that on your planet? If it were them, they would have thrown her out long ago. After saying this, Roy lowered her head and fell silent. Lucio's face was expressionless as he walked to the window. Noticing the heavy snowfall outside, the ground, which had previously shown no white, was now covered. He coldly instructed Roy that she could leave now. He added that if she needed someone to escort her, he would send someone. Roy didn't dare to directly ask Lucio to take her back, after stammering for a while. In the end, Lucio only had Quito's nanny send her away. Once they were in the living room without outsiders, Quito could no longer control his temper. Cursing, he kicked the table and smashed a cup, leaving the wooden table surrounded by a mess. "You need to calm down." "Brother, how can I calm down? Those people are truly despicable. They talk sweetly to people and speak ill of ghosts. If I see them, I will definitely tear their mouths apart." Lucio's face darkened as he pressed his hand on Quito's shoulder. Speaking seriously, the underground paradise is not yet complete. If outsiders know about it, someone must have leaked it. "Brother, what do you mean by that look?" "I'm not doubting you. What do you think?" Quito was startled, taking a sip of tea. "Who do you suspect?" 1748. "Her? That's impossible, brother. It can't be her." From the moment Lucio entered, he felt that Quito was different today, and the longer it went on, the more he suspected. "I'm convinced it's her." "How do you explain that?" "She was still working in the underground paradise before. It seems she came with Ista. Later, when I was injured, she carried me to the clinic, and then—" Lucio couldn't help but smile. "Then she just happened to carry you back and reminded you at the door to rest, right?" Quito looked at his brother's expression and felt anxious. That's about it, so it can't be her." Lucio took a deep breath, feeling a chill to his core, thinking, 1748 has never carried me. At this time, the snow had stopped, and the ground was covered in thick white snow, with a trail of footprints that undoubtedly belonged to Roy. The shoe size was very small, disappearing at the intersection. Lucio's thoughts were not on these footprints. As he exited Quito's villa, one hand in his pocket, he couldn't help but touch a few candies he had placed inside. Like an older person who enjoys keeping a couple of dried walnuts in their palm. His hand moved continuously, and his mind was also spinning as he thought about what excuse to find to confront 1748, something that would seem both natural and reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at 1748's doorstep, his hand just about to push the door open when he suddenly heard several different voices inside, some low, some hoarse, intertwining together. For a moment, he couldn't tell who it was, but the only conclusion he could draw was that aside from the cantaloupe, the rest were all women. Lucio had never liked places with too many women, feeling that such situations were prone to problems. The most common thing between him and 1748 was problems. If he went in now, who knows what disaster might ensue. Therefore, he preferred to endure and find another time to talk to her. At this moment, 1748 felt overwhelmed. With Ista's female housekeeper and attendant on her left, and Roy with a voice modulator on her right, speaking so fast that no one else could interject. She genuinely wanted to know how these two groups coincidentally appeared. They hadn't shown up earlier or later, but only decided to pop out as soon as she got home. Seeing that 1748 had not said much, Ista felt both ashamed and helpless. She usually spoke very gently, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's. She wanted to mediate but felt inadequate and lacked courage. At a critical moment, it was still 1748 who took charge. Not wanting to think any longer, the female housekeeper, being of considerable age, and Roy, who was in the spotlight, easily pulled herself into the conversation. She spoke faster than anyone, berating both of them from head to toe, leaving them wide-eyed and speechless. In the end, she showed no courtesy, first using a wet mop from the bathroom to shove Roy out the door, then the next second turned to Ista and angrily said for the first time, "Please take them into the bedroom." Ista was scared, but she didn't blame her at all. Nodding, she quickly walked to her mother, secretly signaling her to take her hand, and they both turned to go into the bedroom. At first, Ista didn't allow the two to speak because she was worried that her mother's anger hadn't been vented and would continue. She simply glared at them to suppress the anger. Once the noise of moving furniture and tables outside had disappeared, and she could no longer hear the two kids talking, Ista locked the door and sat on a small wooden stool in front of her mother. "I'm not blaming you. I was just borrowing a place to stay at 1748S. She treats me like a sister, caring for me in every way. When I mentioned you and Rachel coming to stay for a while, she agreed without a second thought, but you." Ista frowned slightly, her straight nose twitching a bit and the corners of her mouth turned down in displeasure. Anyone could tell how she felt at that moment. I don't even know what made her so angry to the point of exploding like this. The housekeeper was confused, and now that she had sorted out what had happened in her mind, she realized she had been impulsive and rude. "Princess, I'm sorry for putting you in a bad position in front of 1748, but I was truly angered by that vixen." Ista was curious to know what had happened. "Then you tell me." The housekeeper's tongue was still numb as she turned her head towards her daughter, her eyes signaling her to explain everything. Rachel, who could read the room, didn't need to prepare a script and spoke up. "Princess, you don't know how arrogant and dismissive that model is." She swallowed hard and continued. "When Mom and I were on the way here, we ran into her, and I don't know how she recognized we were your servants. But she insulted both you and us in a roundabout way. Mom managed to hold her temper, but then she sneered, saying you seduced the Lord back then, wanting to become his wife, trying to control everything, even though it didn't succeed. She went on about how you later used a pity strategy. And because the Lord has a kind heart, he brought you here, and the words that followed were all jumbled about using children to trap the Lord, pretending to be a kept woman. At this point, Mom couldn't hold back any longer and ended up fighting with her from the dark corridor into the house. Ista asked in return, how did 1748 get involved? Rachel was about to answer when a hand slapped her thigh, causing her to swallow her words. The housekeeper explained herself, Princess, I was wrong. I should have taken my anger out on 1748. Mom, you really are getting old and confused. Yes, you're right. Ista finally understood that the model Roy she had heard about from Claire was indeed a tough character, but now her own people had already gotten into trouble. Mother, don't get upset. Let her say whatever she wants. I stand tall, unafraid of shadowy whispers. Rachel gave a thumbs up, saying, Yes, Princess, you should be this way. The housekeeper still felt deeply ashamed, especially when she thought about how rudely she had pointed at 1748's nose before, putting her and Ruai together and saying all sorts of unpleasant things. Princess, the king is worried about your safety being alone here, so he wants us to continue watching over you. Ista nodded, indicating she understood. Mother, your health is the most important. If you feel unwell, you can rest assured and go back. Leaving Rachel is enough. The housekeeper sighed repeatedly, thinking, if only she could put aside her pride and take good care of you. Both the king and I would be at ease. Mother, it's you who can't let go. I've already said 1748 treats me well, and Halen takes special care of me. You. She had only spoken half the words when Ista bit her tongue, remembering the saying, too many words lead to loss. The housekeeper's expression suddenly became complicated as she scrutinized their faces. Rachel quickly thought, Yes, I can guarantee that besides 1748, all the assistants around the Lord treat our princess very well. They remember us with all the good food, drinks, and entertainment. Instead of worrying about us, you should worry about yourself. Ista secretly gave Rachel a look, quickly smiling and taking her mother's hand. Rachel is right. If there was something wrong, it would have happened long ago, don't you think? The housekeeper pondered this and felt it was true. As long as you are healthy and happy, Princess, I will be content. Ista replied, Yes, I know, but shouldn't you apologize to 1748 now? 1748 didn't genuinely want to have a conflict with Ista's housekeeper, even though there had been many misunderstandings and verbal sparring between them. Now a sincere apology and a shared smile made winning or losing no longer important. The housekeeper later felt fortunate to have met Roy. If it weren't for her, all the pent-up frustration and anger would have probably been vented solely on 1748. Truly, what a blessing. In the latter half of the night, Chapter 058, Warmth and Mess. The housekeeper, Rachel, and Esther were sleeping in the master bedroom. The elderly housekeeper had a habit of getting up at night, and at this moment, she quietly felt her way out of the room in the dark. When she returned from the bathroom and stood at the door, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of light coming from the crack of the door at the end of the hallway on her right. Curious, she wondered if 1748 was still awake at such a late hour. Worrying had become a habit for her, or rather, an instinct. 1748 did not expect anyone to knock on the door. She thought she was hearing things. When she got up to open the door, she found it was the housekeeper dressed in a comfortable pajama set. "Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" After asking, the housekeeper noticed the room was filled with books, at least a fist thick, with titles so long that she couldn't remember any of them after just a few glances. However, on the foldable bamboo table, there was a thick black notebook with messy handwriting. It was clear that the writer had put in a lot of effort and was very serious. She had originally thought that 1748 would only do physical labor in the coal mine, that her mouth was like a train, uncontrollable, and that none of her actions were to her liking. But now, she couldn't help but look at her with new eyes. "I'll sleep later. Do you need something from me?" 1748 replied, a bit confused by the housekeeper's gaze. "Wait here. I'll make you something delicious." Before 1748 could react, the housekeeper had already turned and left. After a while, a tantalizing aroma wafted in. Vegetable salad, rose cake, and a cup of ginger tea. "You should eat a bit. And don't worry about gaining weight. These are all low fat and low sugar." After saying that, the housekeeper picked up a tray and walked to the door. "After you eat, go for a walk outside for a few minutes before sleeping. Studying doesn't have to be arranged for the middle of the night. Take care of your health." A warm current surged in 1748's heart, choking her throat, both sweet and sour. The sweet part was that the fierce old woman also had such a kind side. And the sour part was that she had always scolded her as an old, unworthy witch. The salad was refreshing and delicious, and the rose cake was full of filling. After eating 3 pieces, 1748 found it neither greasy nor heavy. It tasted just as sweet and soft as when she first tried it. The ginger tea was sweet and fragrant. She finished it all in one go, lying comfortably on the carpet, staring at the ceiling, feeling very lucky. Since she arrived, she had met various kinds of people, interesting, gentle, lively, generous, and those who were not what they seemed. So many things had happened that made her emotions feel like a roller coaster. However, in the end, it was all quite happy. Her thoughts drifted away, and she unknowingly fell into a deep sleep, breathing steadily, unconsciously hugging a cushion, curling up as she drifted off. She slept until 9:30 the next morning. With the housekeeper around, no one had to worry about meals. The housekeeper had indeed thought of everything. When she arrived, she not only brought the princess's favorite snacks and clothes, but also various vegetables, fruits, and meats. If her suitcase could fit, she could have brought a whole supermarket. As one ages, sleep becomes less, and she got up early to prepare breakfast. By around 9 o'clock, she thought it was the last moment to enjoy breakfast. Unfortunately, 1748 perfectly missed it. She finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, only to bump into the housekeeper. "Breakfast is in the kitchen, already warmed up. Just eat until you're 3/4 full." All 1748 could hear was a buzzing sound in her ears. "Still sleepy? All right, go wash your face again." 1748, just beginning to wake up, realized she was already in the bathroom. She turned her head to glance at the door, turned on the faucet, and splashed water on her face. "Big sister, are you done washing? I need to use the bathroom." Cactus covered its little behind, twisting behind the door with a very pained expression. Almost done, I'll be out soon." Before she finished speaking, the housekeeper looked at the boy sitting in front of her and asked, "Why does she call 1748 foot sister?" "She calls her sister." The housekeeper was puzzled. "Is she your sister? Not your mother?" Melon dropped the pencil in his hand, scratching his head. "Cactus and I lost our parents when we were very young. The Lord asked us to live with Big Sister to take care of each other." "I see. Why are you asking this?" "Oh, nothing much. Just be good and continue your homework. I'll go check if the bone soup is done. With that, the housekeeper stood up and went to the kitchen. The next moment, 1748 lay on the sofa. Big sister, did you have breakfast? 1748 jumped up. Not yet. By the way, where are Esta and her little follower? They went out. They said they wanted to check out the underground paradise. Again? 1748 murmured. Big sister, the Lord sent me a message last night, telling me to let you know that he wants to see you this morning. 1748 crossed her legs. You only just say this now. The phone just finished charging. I just saw it. You won't be mad at me, right? 1748 jumped onto the floor, patted his head. Not mad at all. I'm not going. You shoot tea, just focus on your homework. Go play for a while. Melon closed his homework book. Can I ask you something? 1748 turned back while walking. Sure. When will Lovelily join us to play? 1748 paused while opening the fridge. Cactus misses her, so I thought I'd ask. Oh. 1748 awkwardly licked her lips and took out a can of goat milk. She won't be coming for a while. Why not? No reason. She's busy studying somewhere else. When she has time, I'll bring her to play with you. All right then. 1748 tilted her head. Watching the little guy who picked up his homework book and returned to his room, lowered her head to take a sip of goat milk, and was just about to head to the kitchen for something to eat when she heard a knock at the door. You eat. I'll go answer the door. 1748 watched the housekeeper's agile steps, amazed. Lord, you're here? The housekeeper's expression froze. Lucio stood still. What are you doing here? Oh, it's like this. Lucio directly interrupted sharply. Call 1748 here. The housekeeper was startled, confused as she found 1748, and whispered, The Lord is at the door. He insists I call you over. Why didn't you just say I'm not home? 1748 pouted. The housekeeper replied, I already said it. I can't say you're not home now. Hurry up and go. Hey, don't push me. 1748 helplessly set down the tray. I'll go. 1748 snail-paced to the door, looking at the man standing opposite her with disdainful little eyes, his sword-like eyebrows still sharp, and his clear eyes held a hint of coldness. His nose was slightly red, and snow covered his shoulders and hair. She had no intention of speaking. Her right hand on the door was ready to close it at any moment. Lucio also did not expect her to be so calm upon seeing him. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he pushed open the bright red door, saying, Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? 1748 tilted her head, her chin lifted slightly, then turned her head slightly, wishing she could use her nostrils to tell him, Get lost. TSK, TSK. Lucio's eyes held a doting smile, staring at her without moving. At this moment, the housekeeper, not seeing any movement outside and hearing no conversation between the two, became a bit worried. She peeked out from the entrance and tentatively asked, Lord, how about coming in to sit for a bit? As soon as he finished speaking, Lucio deliberately pushed 1748 aside, changed into the cotton slippers he had worn before, and swaggered into the living room. The housekeeper turned back and exchanged glances with 1748, then headed into the kitchen. When she came out, she brought tea and water for Lucio, making small talk and asking about his well-being. 1748 felt angry just watching, forcefully pulled the housekeeper into the bedroom, and returned to the living room, pointing at Lucio. If you're here to enjoy yourself, get out immediately. Lucio looked unconcerned, shifted the coffee cup from one hand to the other, sighed, took a sip, and casually remarked, The coffee beans need to be changed. The taste isn't good, and the aroma isn't strong enough. 1748 rolled his eyes, reached for his own coffee cup, slammed it down on the wooden table in front of Lucio, and purposely dumped the pencil shavings that had been left on top of the cantaloupe into the cup. Are you still going to drink it? Lucio smiled without saying a word. This made 1748 even more annoyed. Hey, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. 1748 unconsciously looked up at the ceiling, stomped his foot, and pointed at the door. Are you leaving on your own, or do I have to kick you out? Choose. Lucio licked his lips and replied with a smile. Of course, being kicked out is more interesting. I say, is there something wrong with you? 1748 gestured to his own head, pointed at Lucio, his features twisted in a mix of amusement and confusion. It's not convenient for us to argue here. Saying this, Lucio stood up, casually slid his hands into his pants pockets, and leisurely walked to the door of the master bedroom. He knocked 3 times and said, "Since you're back, don't run around. The master of Prabhata has taken a liking to your princess. If you don't want a good cabbage to be pushed by a pig, be careful with everything." After saying this, he walked in the same way he walked out, without any hesitation. 1748 was still wondering if what he said was true when, in the blink of an eye, the door in front of him opened. The housekeeper, looking worried, grabbed his hand, trying to pull him to ask the Lord more questions. Then, 1748 didn't he even realize how he ended up at the door. With a bang, the door behind him closed, and he instinctively looked down at himself, wearing cartoon slippers and his soft, fluffy pajamas. It was warm at first, but after a gust of wind, he felt cold all over. "What am I doing?" he muttered to himself. After walking a few steps, he heard a string of laughter ahead and immediately knew who it was without thinking. "Let's go." 1748 followed his own pace and asked leisurely, "Where to?" "To my house." Chapter 059 Sensitive Soil. 1748 rushed forward, using her hands and feet to block his path. "Wait, just say what you have to say here. Why did that guy have to take a liking to Ista?" Lucio was torn between laughter and not laughing. She's beautiful, has a good personality, treats people gently, generously, and politely. Other men would like her too, right? Come on. 1748 not only said it verbally, but also stepped hard on his right foot with her left foot. "Aren't you just saying I'm not good-looking, have a bad personality, and am fierce and not at all like a woman? You said that yourself. I'm not taking the blame for it. You." 1748 was speechless, ran her tongue over her lips, turned her head, and exhaled. "Jealous? In front of you. I said other women are more beautiful than you? I didn't. You did, otherwise why react so strongly?" Lucio chuckled, reaching out to tease her chin. "Get your hand away from me. What do you do to me? It's not like it's a secret. I never said I wouldn't say it." He continued, "So, you are jealous. I keep saying no. All right then." Lucio pulled her hand, not wanting to get into that. "What did you say before about just running away? Is it wrong not to want to see someone I don't want to see?" "Hey, Lucio, are you 100,000 wise?" "Right now, I am." Lucio didn't he refute, pulling her hand and not letting her leave. "Don't you want to know why I'm with Roy? Is that strange? The guy is handsome and a jerk. The girl is flirty and beautiful. You two are a perfect match. Why should I care?" While speaking, she took advantage of his daze, quickly withdrew her hand, and turned to run. He chased after her, laughing one after another. "You're jealous, even jealous of Roy. Just how much do you like me? Huh?" 1748 felt insulted, turned around, raised her right foot, and grabbed a slipper to throw at him. "Who would like you? Stop being so self-righteous. If other women like you, that's their business. If I liked you, it would only be if." She thought for a moment and continued, "Unless the sky falls, a tsunami hits your house, and the earth splits. Is that true?" 1748 didn't he even know what she was saying. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Be careful not to catch a cold with bare feet. Stay away from me." 1748 reached out to grab the slipper, but Lucio, wanting to see her shy expression, deliberately extended the slipper, then pulled it back, observing her expression while subtly getting closer. "Got you." 1748 pushed him away with her elbows. "Stay away from me. If you don't want me to kiss you, control your mouth." 1748 thought, "Am I scared?" In fact, she would jump at him coming an inch closer. "Stick your foot out." Lucio squatted by her feet, holding the slipper. "Put it on the ground. I can wear it myself. I want you to stick it out. I want tea." Lucio smirked, tilting his head. "Think again. Do you really want to?" "You." Stop scratching me. I'll stretch, Lucio, you want tea, have a good end." 1748 was almost laughing out of breath. "You only listen when I use extreme measures, right? Put it on. Your heel is still on the ground. Don't you feel it? Why do you care? You're just stubborn." Lucio took 1748 to see her house. Ever since he decided to adopt 1748's suggestion of building 3/4 of the baobab tree into a house, the progress had nearly tripled compared to the plan, and the final result was remarkable, particularly to his liking. So much so that he couldn't help but take her to see it. 1748 didn't he notice his little thoughts. Her mind filled with how to help Ista refuse that cowardly Arrow's proposal. When they arrived at the underground paradise, Lucio turned back to find her obviously absent-minded, deliberately extending his foot, watching her trip and fall to the ground, not to mention laughing a few times. Oomph. 1748 snorted from her nose, ignoring Lucio and taking a few steps toward the direction he pointed, glancing back to see him walking ahead before resuming her steps. She couldn't imagine what her own house would look like. Specifically, she hadn't even thought that Lucio would specifically build one for her. After all, she was just a foreman, and if compared, she was even less than a transport card. Why was he still so good to her? 1748 couldn't figure it out. The streets were beautifully decorated, clearly showing that a lot of thought and time had been put into it. To confirm their authenticity, 1748 deliberately jumped over the railing, squatted down a touch, and when she lifted her head, she smiled foolishly at Lucio, who was standing still. "They're real flowers." "Fool," Lucio replied with a doting smile. But to 1748, the meaning of his smile was not at all felt. Instead, she detected a hint of disdain. She proudly raised her head, turned her back to him, and asked how much further. "Just 10 steps ahead." As soon as the clear and clean voice fell, 1748 opened her eyes to find a tree hole not far away. The door was carved from mahogany, without excessive patterns or decorations, simple yet elegant. The two halves formed a heart when put together. Playing with opening and closing the door like a 3-year-old, 1748 played for several minutes, while the person behind her kept his gaze on her profile, smiling occasionally. The interior of the tree hole was entirely made from natural materials, with simple and bright decorations. 1748 stood in the 3-meter-long entrance, looking at the shoe cabinet made of pure Nanmu leaning against the tree wall. As she turned around, she immediately saw the living room's crystal chandelier, shaped like branches, and the light illuminated the mushrooms, clouds, or lollipop-shaped wooden tables and chairs, as well as a large tree stump made into a dining table, already set with a whole set of cute cups and coasters, all of which she liked immensely. Having considered everything, it was all realized, and everything was vividly in front of her eyes. Seeing her expression, Lucio knew she liked it and estimated that when she got the draft paper and looked at it, she would only understand it partially, and even if there were parts she was not satisfied with, she wouldn't bother Claire to modify it. "This house is amazing. I think the 2 kids will definitely love it," 1748 said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with stars. This was exactly what Lucio wanted to hear. After the tour, Lucio personally handed her the key to the treehouse and reminded her that no matter what happens in the future, she must never casually give the key to anyone else, even a friend she trusts. She blinked at him like a child, seemingly understanding, and nodded in agreement. It turned out that the plan was for next month, at the end of November, for Jiguala's underground paradise to officially be ready for occupancy. Lucio looked at the current construction progress and could guarantee that it would be completed before the middle of the month. For this, he not only instructed the transport car to prepare for any announcements, but also needed to notify every household of the original residents to participate in the celebration together. In addition, many planets had already heard the corner news and came out of curiosity, and these people needed someone to handle them, which fell on Quito's shoulders. Lucio, along with 1748, Claire, and Harlan, had been almost constantly stationed at the underground paradise, either helping out together or modifying routes at any time to facilitate access in all directions. All the big and small matters were entering a routine, proceeding in an orderly manner. However, a very tricky problem began to emerge. The underground permafrost was significantly more severe than the surface. Due to the changeable and bizarre climate, the surface often turned into solid ice overnight, as if it had snowed, becoming extremely hard. Generally speaking, Lucio would avoid these sensitive soils. If such a situation occurred, there were specialized foremen who would use insulated tools to dissolve them into water stains that would quickly evaporate, taking varying amounts of time, up to a day for longer instances, or as short as 5 to 6 hours. Now, many of the streets that had been built were collapsing or cracking overnight, wasting not only resources and time, but also leaving all the workers a loss for solutions, gradually leading to demoralization under pressure, causing them great distress. Lucio was startled by this sudden disaster. He had anticipated the presence of sensitive soil layers, but hadn't expected them to suddenly appear on one of the most important main roads. If they were to rebuild, not to mention the speed, even if it was completed, no one could guarantee that it would remain intact thereafter. Left with no choice, he could only open another main road. He was editing maps in a makeshift room when 1748 called Claire to investigate the sensitive soil. The places they passed had an average temperature that was 3 degrees lower than other areas. This was detected by Claire through her refractive watch, which also indicated that the wind direction underground was consistently unstable. Help me call Harlan. Claire placed the watch back in her pocket. Does it have to be now? Yes. Right now. All right then. Be careful here alone, Sister 17. 1748 waved her hand. Got it, go. Once Claire walked away, 1748 squatted beside the collapsed street, trying to meld it with the flames emerging from her fingers, and the effect was quite good. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. Perhaps it was because it was winter, making it easy for snow and ice to form, that these muds were joining in the chaos as well. If the temperature were to rise, wouldn't that be good? She thought and acted, and while no one was around, she burned herself fiercely, using her body as a giant furnace to warm the entire frozen ground. In her ears, she could vaguely hear a faint crackling sound. Chapter 060. A division of her mind. About 5 minutes later, Lucio, wearing a long and thick black coat, felt a surge of heat rising from under his feet as he stared at the computer screen. At first, he thought it was from the heater, but after looking around, he realized there was nothing in the room besides the desk and the computer that could generate heat. Surprised, he stood up, closed the laptop for safety, and held it close as he walked out. Just then, he saw Claire waddling over like a little yellow duck. Lord, have you seen Harlan? Lucio shook his head with a stern expression. What about 1748? Oh, Lord, Sister 17 is on MM203 Street. She asked me to. Claire was out of breath, and before she could finish her sentence, Lucio shot her an angry glare, causing her to choke on her words and be unable to continue. Weren't you warned? You're not allowed to go near there. Yes, Lord. You know, yet you still disobey. Claire's chin trembled in fear, her upper lip turning blue from the cold, while her feet felt like they were on fire. Lord, is there underfloor heating installed here? No. Lucio answered curtly. You need to go and bring 1748 here immediately. Claire opened her mouth and nodded vigorously. Coincidentally, at that moment, 1748 appeared in front of them, humming a little tune out of tune. Seeing her smug expression, Lucio immediately knew what she had been up to. He turned to Claire and said, You can go back now, and so can Harlan. Huh? Lord, aren't we supposed to be working today? Harlan and I are actually ready to go. Seeing Lucio's expression, Claire felt defeated. Yes, Lord, we'll leave now. Lucio pulled 1748 into the temporary room and stomped his foot. Was this you? Smart. 1748 turned her head and pointed outside. Just wait. Once the temperature here rises, those strange soils will return to their original state. What do you think you are? An electric blanket? You. 1748 patted her chest. I'm a magical piece of coal. This small matter is nothing to me. You don't need to thank me. Who told you I needed to thank you? Lucio glared at her, stepping closer and blocking her way. You need to understand that there are plenty of flammable materials underground. Have you thought about the consequences if a fire breaks out? 1748 rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? I know that when you excavated the land, you already cleared out all the potentially flammable materials and sent them to the space junk station. Lucio smiled cunningly, seizing her chin while she was still basking in her own pride. You're clever and quick-witted. Did anyone see you? 1748 tilted her head and forcefully pushed his hand away. Of course not. Lucio nodded in satisfaction. Good. If there were no obvious results by 6 in the evening, they would have to think of another way. By the way, Roy came earlier. Why didn't anyone tell me? Lucio said with a sly grin, his eyes playfully fixed on her lips as he waited for her to respond. Huh. Lord, your little beauty left, so why don't you go find her? Her legs are attached to her body. Why are you asking me? How ridiculous. 1748 was irritated at the mention of Ruai. TSK, getting jealous again. Lucio thought to himself, feeling sweet as honey inside, his mouth grinning, daring to turn around and walk away in front of me. I didn't teach you a lesson last time, and you have no intention of repenting, do you? The banter was too enjoyable. He had completely forgotten last time, and now he didn't know what had changed his mind to think of it again. Why should I repent? Did mud get into your brain? 1748's lips moved rapidly unmatched by anyone. You borrowed a business trip as an excuse to flirt with girls outside, then came back and gave me a cold shoulder. Now you blame me for not reminding you? Do you even have any shame? How am I shameless? With that, Lucio deliberately presented his left cheek, which he considered more handsome, right in front of her. 1748 had been holding in her anger about this matter for several days, and now that she had the chance, she seized it. Get lost. Being shameless is being shameless. There is no need for so many reasons. If it weren't for her, Ista wouldn't have been wronged. In my opinion, it's because of her big mouth that Arrow has the thought of marrying her. Why are you bringing them into this? Talk about me, us. We have nothing to say. If you want to talk, go find your little beauty, Ruai. I don't have time to waste with you. Seeing her about to leave, Lucio quickly reached out to grab her. Last time I forgot to explain to you that my meeting with Ruai was purely coincidental. Haha, coincidental. What a romantic encounter. And then, the two of you watched the stars and the moon on a snowy night. Why didn't they fall down and crush you both? 1748 became increasingly sharp-tongued, while Lucio looked at her moving lips, feeling delighted and admiring her eloquence. I must explain, we met by chance. And then she told me that many people know about our underground paradise project, and that is why I brought her back. Lucio stared wide-eyed at her equally round eyes. Do you understand now? And then, you blame me for running away. Do you doubt me? A string in Lucio's mind snapped with a sound. Why would you think that? Then why did you call me? To say it plainly, I'm saying it, so what? 1748 placed her hands on her hips. I care about you. I don't want to do anything to you. But you, is it glorious? Lucio wanted to know what was going on in her head. I want to tell you. You've been angry quite a bit lately, but I like it. Lucio playfully took her hand, intent on not letting go. My relationship with Ruoi is not what you think. Do you know what I'm thinking? Of course, Lucio replied confidently. I even suspect I'm a part of your mind. Otherwise, how could I guess what you're thinking? All right then, what am I thinking now? 1748 stared at him intently. Lucio smirked. You really want me to say it? You want to say you don't care about this guy and that woman-esque relationship. What does it have to do with you? Even if Lucio's words were completely correct, should she really give him a thumbs up, pat his head, nod, smile, and lavish him with praise? Clearly, that was impossible. Unless he wanted her to die, that would be about right. She snorted coldly a few times and no longer paid attention to that neurotic man, walking into the temporary room to prepare for a nap. The door, of course, had to be locked from the inside for her to feel at ease. While Lucio was busy with her sleeping, he personally led the workers to inspect the newly repaired road, ready to remedy any issues that might arise. At exactly 6 in the evening, Lucio's phone alarm rang from his pocket. A group of workers behind him, trying hard to stay alert, mistook the sound for an alarm at first, and the one closest to Lucio jumped in fright, looking at the Lord as if he had seen a ghost. Lucio noticed that a large portion of the workers were just holding on, and it was uncertain when they might collapse if they continued. After some thought, he decided to send all the workers home to rest and instructed them to gather at Peacestuff Square before 8 o'clock the next morning. Upon hearing the news, the workers were all smiles, bowing and nodding to their Lord in gratitude before turning to leave together. The unfinished street was empty, and the cold wind blowing in from the open hole whistled, brushing against Lucio's slightly warm cheeks, giving him a refreshing feeling reminiscent of summer. He was meticulous, checking all along the street, and even up to 10 meters away to ensure there were no sensitive areas nearby before preparing to head back. At that moment, near Peacestuff Square, the lights in 3 temporary houses flickered, and laughter and chatter emanated from inside. However, Lucio's keen ears could distinctly identify the presence of 1748 among them. The reason for only building 3 temporary houses was that the number of workers was indeed quite large. If they all temporarily stayed underground, it would take up a significant area, complicating the finishing touches later, and the materials were precious, so any savings were welcome. Therefore, only accommodations for Lucio, Harlan, Octopus, Claire, and Keto were prepared. Just before Lucio stepped into the temporary house designated for 1748, aside from Harlan, no one noticed him. He narrowed his deep-set eyes and stealthily approached 1748, who was only an arm's length away, but he saw that she remained completely still, causing him to doubt. Could she be pretending? 1748 noticed Harlan staring at her intently, let out a few cold laughs, and glanced back. Their eyes met, but without a second thought, she turned away, acting as if she hadn't seen anything. "My lord, it's time, let's go take a look outside." Harlan was distracted for the first time by trivial matters like eating, drinking, and listening to jokes, which he previously found boring, causing him to forget his work and feel a bit nervous and ashamed. Claire was different. She inherently enjoyed eating, drinking, and having fun, treating work as her side job. But it was something she loved deeply. "My lord, please don't get angry. We'll get moving quickly," she said, instinctively grabbing Harlan's hand, ready to take him out. Chapter 061. Selling Daughters for Glory. Lucio. "I've seen enough." A flock of crows flew past their foreheads. "You all continue," Lucio said as he turned and took a few leisurely steps, adding, "Rest well. Tomorrow's workload will be heavier." Yes, your highness, we understand." And there are distinctions between men and women. This last remark was specifically directed at Halen. Although he knew Halen was the kind of traditional man to the core, it still felt a bit out of place. He was like a ghost, always appearing next to 1748. It should be him who appeared most frequently by her side. Before the words had left his mouth, Halen grabbed his coat and shot out like an arrow, leaving the room with a whoosh. Only 1748 and Claire remained, along with a bunk bed, a table littered with sunflower seed shells and nuts, and several bottles of drinks or beer cans lying down or standing up. The air was filled with a mix of coconut wine and jasmine fragrance, along with the rich scent of macadamia nuts. The two girls stood by the bed, still debating who would sleep on top and who would sleep below. In the end, 1748 couldn't be bothered with the details. She climbed up the ladder and dove into the soft pillow. Below, Claire covered herself with the blanket, giggling, and turned her body to say, "Sister 17, I heard that Aro Chien is going to marry Yista. Do you think it can happen?" 1748 slammed her active left leg down. "What do you think? But he has power, influence, and money, and there are people from his family in the police station. Originally, there was no engagement between his highness and Ista. If he is determined to marry the princess, it's likely to happen." 1748 sat up, resting her right leg on her left shoulder and her left leg on her right shoulder. "None of that matters. Marriage is about mutual consent. If he tries to force it, then I can only be rude to him." After saying this, she finished stretching her legs, lay down, turned to face the ladder, and continued, "Don't be fooled by how gentle and shy Ista seems, as if she fears everything and knows nothing. When a woman hardens up, she can scare herself too. You know?" Claire pondered this statement, feeling it was profound wisdom. Unable to hold back, she rolled out from under the blanket, her upper body hanging over the ladder, looking at 1748's face, and raised her voice, "Sister 17, you're right. Women should harden up and show those men that we're not easy to bully." "Exactly." 1748 gave her a thumbs up. "And you too? Didn't you just tell me that Batatong looks down on you and won't even look you in the eye? Why should we care about him or get angry? The money you earn is clean, and your family's wealth is due to your parents' abilities. It doesn't affect you. I'll say one more thing. Recently, I've realized that Batatong's seemingly honest face fooled me. I've also seen that he's quite fickle, so be careful. Don't repeat my mistakes." Claire patted her shoulder. "Sister, don't worry. A man like him, petty and lecherous, I look down on. I'm still far from marriage age. I'll take my time. If I really can't meet the right person, I guess I'll just have to accept a random husband." Speaking of this, 1748 immediately showed a worried expression. "Yeah, right. Sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow." 1748's head returned to the pillow, and all her previous sleepiness was completely disturbed by the thought of marriage. Is marriage law the same on all planets? Yeah, sister, it's the same everywhere. So, no matter how far you run, you can't escape the hurdle of marriage. Good night. It felt like 1748's heart had fallen down the stairs. Good night. She hardly slept that night, repeatedly thinking about what she would do if she were forced into marriage before finding her family. Surely, she wouldn't hang herself, right? That would be too unwise. But then again, what if she met the right person? Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. After thinking about it 1,000 times, as dawn approached, she slapped her forehead and chuckled. I could clearly become another version of myself. Why waste time thinking about such boring things? At 8 o'clock a.m., All the workers had arrived. Before this, Lucio in 1748 had already washed up and had breakfast, and they had been working for about 10 minutes. After a night, the underground average temperature had risen by 5 degrees Celsius, and the previously frozen sensitive soil had turned into a puddle of wet mud. Lucio ordered them to level everything off and, after naturally drying, mix it with other soil. Aside from a main road that was still under construction, the remaining streetlights and various drainage pipes leading to the surface from the tree holes had yet to be installed. The manor, Plaza Road, farm, and the shop setup had poor sanitary conditions. He assigned Halen to lead the robots for the drainage pipe work, while the cleaning was left to 1748 and Claire. As for himself, he planned to stay with the workers the whole time to supervise. Throughout the day, aside from meals and addressing physiological needs, everyone worked hard, trying to avoid any mistakes. High efficiency naturally led to quick progress. From the end of October to early November, a total of 7 days. All remaining work was perfectly completed. Lucio granted all workers a paid month off, and if anyone had any health issues, he would cover all medical expenses. Additionally, he specifically had Keto purchase expensive supplements from other planets and send them to the workers for free. Next, the underground paradise was temporarily sealed off for internal inspection to ensure everything was foolproof. Lucio planned to take 2 days to thoroughly check the paradise, and 3 days later, it would officially open to the public, allowing all residents far from home to return to their homeland and continue living. At this time, Badatong had almost contacted 2/3 of the residents. Knowing the opening date, he went through the remaining resident list and realized he needed to put in more effort. Not many knew this news, and Ru-E was one of them. She often appeared at noble banquets, had a few drinks, saw some sights, and when she was happy, especially after being excessively praised by someone with a guilty conscience, she had long forgotten the things that should not be said and those that should be said. Long before, some people had known about the plan for the underground paradise, and now learning that the paradise had not only been successfully built, but was also about to open, their hearts couldn't help but boil with excitement, eager to see Lucio's results. Among them were Ero Chien and his father, who had long put Lucio on the blacklist. After surgery, Ero Chien had been hospitalized in a secret room for nearly half a month, being checked daily by different nurses for his new treasure while waiting for results. Initially, the outlook was not optimistic, as there was a rejection between the two, leading to Ero Chien having problems urinating. However, later on, the situation improved, and thanks to his father's sincere prayers, he did not become a waste of space. One could say Ero Chien was fortunate, taking on the responsibility of continuing the Ero family lineage once again. During this time, Ero Luo began to think about Ista. On one hand, he went to Zykop to find his nephew and use connections to obtain copies of Ista's and Lucio's personal files, flipping through them countless times to confirm that. Just as he thought, these two were indeed not married. On the other hand, his mind was filled with thoughts. If his son married the woman who should belong to Lucio, it would not only bring him face, but also slap Lucio in the face, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. To this end, he brought several subordinates and took 1/5 of his fortune to Kabia to propose to King, boasting about how handsome, charming, and excellent his son was. His tone was extremely firm, as if his son was the best in the entire universe. What King needed most right now was money, and what was presented to him was indeed money. A fox and a greedy pig were negotiating together, and in the end, the only one who would get hurt would be the poor Ista. Until now, she had only heard that Ero intended to marry her, and was still in the dark about other matters. Meanwhile, Ero and his father were planning that on the day when Jiguala officially opened, they would hold an engagement ceremony there, not only making everyone believe that Lucio had deceived them all, but also announcing that Ista would henceforth be their daughter-in-law. If anyone dared to harm her, their family would definitely not let it go easily. There were still 18 hours until the opening day. Harlan followed behind Lucio, often appearing restless. Lucio noticed this, coughed a few times, and found that Harlan had no reaction at all. He couldn't help but push his arm and asked, "What is it that's distracting you at work?" Harlan replied, "Sorry, your gray sigh. I'm a bit tired. Can I take a half-hour break?" Harlan remained silent, picked up the robot standing by his feet, and turned to leave. Lucio watched as he almost bumped into a tree trunk, sighed, and called out, "Stop." Harlan suddenly looked up, only then realizing he had gone off track, not only trampling the grass in the flower bed, but also nearly colliding with a tree trunk. Speak up. What is bothering you? Lucio moved closer to him without showing any emotion. Your Grace, this. I can't really say. What is wrong with telling me? It's just. Harlan started to stutter. Your Grace, maybe it's better not to say. Harlan, apart from work matters I don't need to worry about. You're unlike any normal man in every other aspect. Do you know that? Harlan was surprised to hear the Lord speak so fluently and blinked in astonishment. Your Grace, I'm sorry for bothering you. What is there to apologize for? At that moment, Keto came running over, noticing that the two looked abnormal and didn't dare to speak. Xiao Duo, you're just in time. Go get a few bottles of wine. Bro, do you want a drink? Lucio pointed at Harlan with his chin. It's him. Keto responded with an O, and pulled out 3 cans of relatively low-alcohol beer from his pants pocket and the inner pocket of his coat. I was just thinking of celebrating, but unexpectedly, bro. We want to take a piece with us. Chapter 062, 1748 Q. A Lucio could sense that something was bothering Harlan. Since he couldn't voice it, he resorted to strong liquor. Unfortunately, even after drinking, Harlan stubbornly kept quiet, avoiding the topic, and even threatened the Lord with the open day event. In the end, the two brothers had no choice but to quench their thirst together, sharing a can, and left the rest for Harlan. Finally, Lucio told his brother to return to their new home while he personally saw Harlan back. He understood Harlan well. If he attended the open day in his current state, mistakes were inevitable. Taking advantage of Harlan's trip to the restroom, he slipped a calming pill into the cup of tea he had poured for him, and watched him drink it until he gradually began to feel drowsy. After carrying him to bed, he left. The inspection work at the Paradise had ended 3 hours earlier. Lucio felt invigorated, but he could smell his own sweat and was eager to return for a shower and to prepare the suit he would wear for tomorrow's event. On the way, he ran into Claire, who was as flustered as ever. Without asking, he knew she must have heard something. Sure enough, the invitations were supposed to be sent out that very night, but many prominent figures had already reserved VIP spots, suggesting that if the underground Paradise met their expectations, they might even spend a little money to buy the whole property. Claire hadn't heard this from random passersby, but had received a call from her father just a few minutes ago, asking if she wanted a ticket to the exhibition and inquiring about the type and price of the properties. Watching Lucio's retreating figure, Claire just wanted to silently shut her mouth, wishing she had never encountered the Lord. If he found out that it was her father who leaked the plan, and that it might be him again this time, she felt she would meet a terrible end. It was already dark, and it was time to sleep. However, Claire's mind was in disarray, and she couldn't control her hands and feet. Instead of returning home, she rushed to knock on the door of 1748. Unbeknownst to her, the cozy little home at 1748 was already filled with people. Ista, 2 children, the lady housekeeper, and Rachel, with Batadun sprawled on the soft sofa. Everyone was brainstorming how Ista could reasonably avoid appearing at such an important event tomorrow without raising suspicion. After discussing for a while, no ideal solution was found. Claire saw Batadun and got angry, pointing at him. 17's sister, why did you invite a useless person like him? What if he ruins that beautiful sofa? Hey, stop it. Ista is already worried sick, and you're here picking on Batadun. You might not know, but tomorrow Arrow and his dad, along with his sister, are coming to propose on-site. 1748 said, pointing at Batadun, indicating that these words came from his mouth. As for how credible his words were, everyone else had their own thoughts, and worry crept onto their faces. I think it might be better this way. Ista has to attend, whether she sticks her neck out or retracts it. It's still a knife either way. Besides, we don't know if those two are serious or if it's just a farce. Who cares? We should just go on stage, don't show weakness, or they might see through us and undermine our authority. Though the words were rough, the reasoning was sound. Ista and the others were still young, and while they felt a bit awkward about 1748's words, for the lady housekeeper, it might be the only way. After all, she knew her king's character well enough. There was no better place to be than by Lucio's side, because no matter what, with him as a big tree, he could shield them from any storm. The elders advised Ista to relax, their tone shifting from the previous pretentiousness to a more 1748-like style, grand and unrestrained. causing others to chuckle awkwardly. As the only male present, Batadun felt it necessary to speak up to make his presence felt. The elder is right, princess. You should know the actual situation on our planet. Regardless of whether you have an engagement with the Lord now, as long as he is around, you won't suffer. Otherwise, no one would stay with you like the Lord does. 1748 glanced at her watch and began to shoo people away. In fact, just Batadun. The others were allowed to stay at her place for the night. 1748, who usually didn't know what it meant to be nervous, for the first time set an alarm for 5 o'clock in the morning. Lying in bed, with a child beside her, she dared not move, lying still like a corpse. Her mind racing with thoughts about what Lucio's feelings for Ista were. If he disliked her, he wouldn't have let her stay in the big villa with someone specifically taking care of her, and he would cover for her if anything went wrong. If he liked her, it seemed he had never shown any affection. They hardly met, and their conversations were probably less than 3 sentences. The more she thought, the more it felt like her heart was misplaced, as if it had grown inside Lucio's body. Yet she was very curious about what he was thinking all day. Could it be that I like him? That is unlikely, right? Look at him with that "I'm the boss, you have to listen to me" attitude. I just want to beat him to death. How could I like him? Right, that is right. I hate him so much. How could I like him? Sleep, sleep. After mumbling to herself, she pulled the blanket up to her neck, closed her eyes, and started to sleep. After a while, she felt something fleshy touch her face. Quickly opening her eyes and grabbing that fleshy hand, she discovered it was a cactus. Are you still awake? 1748 turned to look at his open eyes. Sister, I heard everything you just said. 1748's forehead developed a row of black lines. Nothing. Sister was just talking in her sleep. Don't mind it, go to sleep. The cactus tucked its arms under the warm blanket and chuckled. Sister, if you're talking in your sleep about the Lord, how much do you like him? What? Sister, didn't you know? The men have been gossiping that you like the Lord, and he likes you too. Guawan, I think so too. Shut up. If a child lies, their nose will grow longer. Go to sleep, or I'll spank you. 1748 felt her cheeks suddenly heat up. Stop talking. I already warned you. The next morning, as the alarm rang, 1748 sprang out of bed like a fish leaping from the water and landed on the floor. The master bedroom had a star-shaped window with rainbow-colored glass, and she gasped, stretching and looking outside. She discovered that the world outside was not only novel, but also dazzling. With small hot air balloons decorated with cartoon images floating everywhere, colorful balloons, and olive green streamers hanging along the streets, a delightful sight. Hey, is this at your house? The tree house was 10 meters high, and the person calling from below was Keto. 1748 smiled at the little flag he was waving, then turned back to wake the 2 children. After closing the window, she called out to Ista and Claire. After all, they were people of status, and their outfits couldn't be sloppy. The makeup and accessory choices took time, but 1748 was not interested at all and had no patience for it. While the 2 were doing their makeup, she took the children to pick clothes, which meant letting them choose for themselves. She stood by the window, looking out at the workers sweeping the streets, wondering, hadn't Lucio given them a day off? After you change your clothes, you can play here for a while. I'll step out for a bit. With that, 1748 left the children's room and went out to find the 2 cleaning workers. She didn't expect that as soon as she entered, the 2 of them pulled their hats down to cover 2/3 of their faces. When she spoke to them, their answers were hesitant, which made her even more curious. Taking advantage of their moment of turning to leave, 1748 unexpectedly pulled off their hats, and she instantly recognized the 2 faces revealed. What did Arrow send you here for? Wouldn't T do anything? Didn't T do anything? How come you're here then? We'll let you in. While saying this, 1748 grabbed the hoods of their sweatshirts with one hand and walked towards the wild boar enclosure. Where are you taking us? Right. Even if we wanted to do something, we didn't accomplish anything at all. Please have mercy and let us go. We promise we won't dare come back. 1748 didn't believe their nonsense, and, according to her own decision, locked the 2 grown men inside the wild boar enclosure. These piglets hate being disturbed while they sleep, so if you insist on howling, I won't stop you. When the event is over, your master will come and pick you up. After saying that, 1748 turned and left. At exactly 8 o'clock, the protective nets set up in the Jiguala area were all removed, replaced by fresh flower baskets and several balloons tied in the shape of Jiguala. Guests who received invitations arrived one after another, and many big shots who had business dealings with Lucio brought heavy gifts. Quito met with them, and the gifts were temporarily handed over to Claire for safekeeping. With more people around, the scene easily became chaotic. Quito searched everywhere for Haroon's figure, planning to ask him to mobilize more security to guard the reception. But he couldn't find him even after straining his eyes. In the end, he had to go personally. At this moment, Lucio, dressed in a royal blue suit and shiny dark brown shoes, walked from the warm sunlight to the crowd, polite and courteous, with a natural chill in his eyes, watching all the guests enter the transfer basket leading to the underground paradise. She turned to look at Quito. Where S1748. Chapter 63. Father and son performed together. Jiguala. I saw her early this morning, but I haven't seen her now. And Halen, he is also gone. I know Halen is resting at home. The visiting time is about to start. Shouduo, can you help me find 1748? Jiguala nodded. Brother, don't worry. I was just thinking about looking for her. You go ahead and get busy. Underground paradise, standing on the ordinary ground. During the day, you can see the blue sky and white clouds, along with the crescent moon hidden among the clouds. At night, it's filled with countless stars. Here, regardless of day or night, as long as you look through that magical glass, whatever you wish to see appears as if your wish has been granted. Passerby, wow, there's wind here too. Can you feel it? And a hint of orchid fragrance? Passerby B, it's true, it smells so good. It's also so warm here, like the sun is hiding in it. Do you feel the same? Yes, indeed. The one speaking is Passerby C. 3 noble women stood at the windward side, utterly enchanted. On Colo Avenue, a group of children broke free from their parents' hands and ran to a stream that looked natural but was actually man-made. Look, there are koi and pufferfish in the water. Wow! Come quickly, there are ants moving houses under the stones, and this little red snail is so cute. Wow! Look what I found. What is it? The caterpillar has turned into a butterfly. Oh, I know this one. It's called the Goddess of Light. A very ancient and beautiful butterfly. We're so lucky. Elsewhere, several elderly people, leaning on their canes, stood under a tree hollow house painted red. I've only heard that people can live in trees. Today, I learned that it's true. Sigh, young people's ideas are so diverse. It's enlightening for us old folks who are buried in the ground. Isn't it? Let us go check out that house over there together. Sure, let us go. Every inch of land brings infinite surprises to those visiting. Standing next to anyone, you'll hear nothing but praise. Of course, there are a few who grumble, but in their hearts, they're simply envious. That person is Ero Chien and his father. They had only heard about how wonderful the underground paradise was, but after walking around and seeing it for themselves, they were shocked. Who would have thought that the underground paradise, which many people look down upon, could be crafted so perfectly, with hardly any flaws in sight? To avoid being recognized, the father and son changed their usual style of dress. Not only did others not recognize them, but even they couldn't tell who was in the mirror. So far, no one has recognized them, giving the father and son a chance to hide and whisper, Father, didn't you send someone to check on the situation? Where are they? Ero Luo stamped his foot. Wanted to ask him that very question. Wasn't it you who chose the people? Now they are gone, and you're asking me? Good father, I'm just anxious too. Almost everyone likes this place. Aren't we just watching a joke? Ero Chien felt very embarrassed. You're silly, and you still want to argue with me. What is our main purpose for coming here today? Ero Chien squinted and smiled. Yes, father, you remind me. Shall we go now? Change your clothes first. This stop talking nonsense, hurry and change. Ero Chien had gotten used to being served hand and foot. Suddenly being asked to change clothes was as easy as pie for others, but for him, it felt like being forced to make clothes. His good father paced back and forth on the lawn outside the public restroom for a long time, waiting for his son's appearance. He began to worry that his silly son might have fallen into a pit. Just as he was about to go in and check, coincidentally, Ero Chien came out all dressed up. However, when Ero Luo carefully observed, he almost spat blood on his son's face. A grown man in his 20s. Not wearing the wrong shirt, but his pants were on backward. Not only that, Ero Luo, discovered that his son was completely oblivious and confidently told himself that it was his old age that made him see things wrong. If he could have tested intelligence back when he was an infant, he definitely wouldn't have raised such a brainless fool. In fact, he was still a piece of flesh that fell from him. He could be heartless to others, but a son is still a son. The father and son arrived at Dove Peace Square, just in time to see Lucio stepping onto the stage from the west side to prepare for his speech. Luo inadvertently glanced at his son and then compared him to the person on stage. Indeed, people can be so infuriating. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest, unable to breathe, almost choking him. Meanwhile, his son stood next to him like a thief, looking around, completely unconcerned about his good father. Angered, he aimed for his son's foot and stomped down. "Father, what are you doing?" Qian felt wronged, standing there as an adult man in public without fear of embarrassment, pouting and twisting his body in a flamboyant manner. "You, quickly put away that piglet face and don't talk. Father is so fierce." Qian realized his father was genuinely angry and didn't dare to speak again, obediently standing still and turning his head to look at the stage. At this moment, Jiguala led Claire onto the stage, with both standing on either side behind Lucio, making it obvious to the audience who would speak next. To prevent his throat from drying, Jiguala drank a whole bottle of water beforehand. His opening remarks were already etched in his mind, and before he spoke, he noticed his brother signaling him, asking where 1748 was, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. He smiled. "Thank you all for taking the time to visit our Jiguala's underground paradise. For this, we have prepared a small gift for everyone." Before I got on stage, someone asked me if the Tree Hollow house is here for sale. I solemnly tell everyone, "I'm sorry, this is a paradise unique to Jiguala and is not for sale. However, they can be rented. The price hasn't been set yet. So if anyone is interested, it's best to book with us a month in advance." Perhaps some will say I'm just selling melons and boasting. You've all already visited every place, and since you're willing to spend this time, I've also heard many good reviews. I believe you, like me, want to experience what it's like to live in a tree hollow. Jiguala kept his smile until his gaze accidentally swept over Qian and his father, and his tone unconsciously rose a few degrees. "Our Lord has prepared 3 luxurious tree houses, which can accommodate a total of 123 people. To ensure that everyone doesn't feel that we at Jiguala are biased, we will draw lots to decide who can stay for free for a month. Next, I want to ask everyone whether we should go directly into the drawing session, or before Jiguala could finish, the audience shouted drawing in unison. Clearly their minds had already flown away. "All right, I'll now ask the staff to bring up the lucky draw box." Jiguala finished speaking and breathed a sigh of relief. The process on stage was complete, and the rest was just to let Claire mark the names. Lucio didn't say much. His expression hadn't changed since he got on stage, but his eyes had not stopped moving, constantly observing the audience below. During Jiguala's speech, he kept making small gestures to facilitate his observation. Despite this, he still hadn't discovered 1748. According to the discussion he had with Keto earlier, this time it was his turn to give a speech, and the general content had long been prepared, just waiting for 1748 to quietly stand on his left side and praise her in front of her. At this moment, he retreated to a dimly lit area, showing his teeth and coldly staring at a group of people rushing toward the lucky box. Taking advantage of this gap, the Arolo's father and son took out the loudspeaker and flute they had prepared earlier, and at the moment the noise began, the whole world fell silent. It wasn't that people were mesmerized, they were simply scared. "Good evening, everyone, good evening." Arolo, with a wrinkled face, scanned the audience as he took the stage, smiling broadly, and repeated, "Good evening. I think I don't need to introduce myself. Everyone should know me by now. By the way," he gestured to his son below the stage, and when he stood next to him, he hurriedly smiled and said, "This is my son. Today, our Arolo family is in a celebratory mood, preparing a surprise for my future daughter-in-law. No, I mean my future daughter-in-law." There were too many people below, and Arolo had seen quite a lot in his time, but thinking about it still made him nervous. "Who is your daughter-in-law? Actually, are you looking for a wife?" Laughter erupted from the audience. No, it's not me. It's my son. My son Arolo is going to marry Ista." After a sigh of surprise, everyone looked at each other, and then they turned their heads in unison to stare at the father and son dressed in splendid clothes on stage. I have already spoken with Ista's father, and he has agreed to let his daughter marry my son. Taking advantage of today, I just want to tell everyone, so that in the future, no one misunderstands and thinks she is Lucio's wife. Saying this, Arolo pulled out a bag of granulated pure gold from his coat pocket. And everyone shouldn't be too surprised. Come on, I'm happy today. Let's sprinkle some gold to celebrate. Throughout this scene, Lucio had been watching from the beginning, and seeing that the Arolo's father and son had no intention of wrapping things up, he naturally wouldn't let them off the hook. However, given that today was a special day, it wouldn't be appropriate to shout and threaten. Shout duo, go bring people here yourself. After saying this, Lucio raised his left hand, and anyone who knew him even a little would understand the meaning of this gesture, regardless of whether there was gold or silver on the ground. Most people stood up straight, and the eyes that had previously hidden joy now turned timid like silly deer, daring to cause trouble here. You all must not want to live, right? Lucio finished this not-so-coherent sentence with a smile. Chapter 064. Who is that woman? The moment Lucio's smile disappeared, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Just then, Ista, dressed in a floor-length mermaid gown, appeared, linking arms with 1748, who had changed into an evening dress that was undeniably feminine. About 50 meters away from the stage, the streetlights on both sides had been turned off early to highlight the stage effect, leaving the surroundings pitch black, where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Seeing Lucio alone on stage, 1748 noticed his cold and almost emotionless face, devoid of any expression aside from a powerful aura that radiated an intimidating chill. Ista was from the Jiguala tribe. Anyone who wanted to take her away by illegal means would first have to get through her. Lucio, unaware of 1748's presence, felt a burning sensation on his face as he spoke, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and helpless. The timing of Kodo's arrival was just right. Not only Arolo and his son, but also others had seen countless bodyguards arrive, realizing that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. They paid no attention to the draw lots, and in just a few minutes, most people had left. Kodo waved his fist and sneered, "If you don't leave now, my fist won't be polite." Lucio turned back to reprimand him. "Stop acting childish. Where's 1748? Where did she go? Hey, bro, where are you going?" Kodo followed his brother eagerly. Lucio moved quickly to 1748's house and saw two children building blocks in the playroom. When he asked if they had seen 1748, they only said it was a secret and that they couldn't tell him for now. Later, Kodo scared the kids, saying that the big sister needed to look beautiful for her appearance, so she wanted to change clothes. Lucio thought to himself, even if she was changing, it shouldn't take this long. "Bro, don't worry. She's a big person and won't get lost." Lucio impatiently grabbed his wrist, thinking that that old bastard Arolo had his eyes on her, and she was simple-minded. What if she got taken away? Kodo was startled by his brother's actions. Yes. But bro, 1748 is actually quite smart. Hey, where are you going again? With a bang, Lucio left, leaving Kodo behind in 1748's treehouse. Lucio ordered everyone to turn on all the streetlights, and besides that, he used every light source available. Not to mention 1748, he couldn't even see a shadow of anyone. At this moment, he stood alone, furious and embarrassed, under a treehouse at the end of the street, smashing his fist against the tree trunk, which was harder than stone. "Lucio?" Hearing that voice, all the hairs on Lucio's body stood on end, and goosebumps erupted. "What's wrong? Can't you recognize my voice? Aren't you going to turn around and look at me?" The woman's voice was sweet, with a hint of seduction. Lucio's neck stiffened. He hesitated for a long time before turning his head, locking eyes with those pomegranate-colored pupils. "You, haven't gotten over your stutter yet?" The woman in a white dress, with slits on both sides, revealing her fair legs that appeared and disappeared as she walked, moved gracefully, her skirt flowing like waves. "Isn't today an open day? Why is there no one here?" After speaking, the woman raised her smooth chin and looked around. "Everyone has left." The woman feigned ignorance. "Oh, I see. Never mind. I won't tease you anymore. I saw everything that happened before." Lucio felt very uncomfortable, not knowing where to look or where to place his hands. which were pressed tightly against his pants, appearing as if he were standing at attention with his head lowered. I'm very curious what kind of girl Ista is. To make you, Lucio, defend her in front of so many people. After saying this, the woman moved her delicate hand from her chin to her left cheek. Her smile complex and ever-changing. After so many years, are you really planning to keep your head down and talk to me like this? If you feel uncomfortable, I can leave. Wait. Lucio suddenly raised his head. At the same time, standing behind a row of benches at an angle, 1748 intertwined her hands, resting them on her heavy chest. She saw a man and a woman standing facing each other, the streetlights illuminating their faces, their outlines beautifully soft, showing no sense of incongruity. After watching them for a while, she even felt that they were indeed a perfect match. Lowering her head to stare at her crystal shoes, her feet began to move. I'm really stupid, standing here in this ridiculous outfit. A gust of cold wind hit her bare skin. She looked up, staring at the glass panel, seeing the stars, the moon, and seemingly witnessing the two people hugging and kissing each other. And then, she couldn't think any further. 1748. Are you sick? How could they kiss? Who says strangers can't? How do you know they don't know each other? You're clearly fond of Lucio. Otherwise, why would you be so unhappy? Exactly. A multitude of voices buzzed in 1748's head, nearly driving her to explode. Ista and Kodo were waiting for people at 1748's house. The clock struck 9, and both glanced at the door simultaneously. Your Highness, 1748 1TB in trouble, right? It's fine. Kodo was also uncertain. It's my fault. If I had stopped her, it would have been fine. Kodo poured cold water. She is not someone you can just stop. Your Highness, I think I heard the sound of the door opening. Ista suddenly stood up and ran to the entrance. Is that you, 1748? Yes. Seeing Kodo there as well, 1748 said, while changing her shoes, your brother isn't here. I know, where did you go? My brother went to look for you. 1748's movements suddenly halted. Huh? Your brother is looking for me? I didn't see him. All right, you rest well. I'm going to find my brother. 1748, barefoot, rushed out and grabbed Kodo's hand. Ah, I saw it. Huh? Did you see it or not? Don't rush. Listen to me first. 1748 pulled him back into the room. Ista, I'm really sorry, but you can't stay here to sleep tonight. When Claire comes back, I'll ask her to take you home. No, what are you planning to do? Kodo couldn't understand what she was saying. You shut up. Claire arrived just in time. 1748 cheerfully grabbed the snack from her hand and handed Ista's hand to her. Please take the princess home. If anything happens, we'll talk in detail tomorrow. Goodbye, good night. 1748 checked that there was indeed no one else in the house, and finally felt relieved. Are you crazy or stupid? Kodo rolled his eyes at her. 1748 glared at him angrily. You want TB let go tonight unless you tell me. Huh? What are you talking about? Kodo snatched the shrimp chips from her hand. Threats 1T work. Before his words fell, the moment 1748 was still thinking about how to get information out of him. Now, seeing Kodo's expression, which was quite similar to his brother's foolishness, the words she was about to say were swallowed back. She rolled her eyes hard, intentionally making a farting sound with her mouth, and grabbed Claire's snacks and pillow, throwing them into his arms. Actually, it's nothing. I was just messing with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Kodo chuckled a few times, chewing on the shrimp chips as he stood up and looked her up and down. I see you're just full and have nothing better to do. Stop talking nonsense. Go find your brother. I'm going to sleep now. 1748 was worried about being found out, stretched out her foot to shoo him away, and saw him walk to the entrance to change shoes, open the door, and close it. With a whoosh, she darted into her bedroom, carefully crouching on the windowsill to observe which direction Kodo was going. It's just a date with a woman. What's there to think about? 1748 was talking to herself, her thoughts wandering aimlessly, completely unaware that the two kids were each holding their stuffed toys. Standing at the bedroom door, exchanging glances. The kids stayed still as long as the enemy didn't move. If the enemy moved, they would quickly hide. They stared at their big sister, standing by the window in a daze for a long time. Cactus yawned 15 times, tired as a dog. She tugged at Homie Melon's little finger, eagerly signaling him to go back to sleep. Homie Melon nodded helplessly, took Cactus's hand, and they both returned to their room. At this moment, 1748 finally came to her senses, her mind unusually clear, because she suddenly remembered that the group sent by Arrow was still locked in the pig pen. She grabbed a thick white hoodie with a hood, glanced at the kids, and then felt at ease to go out. The pig pen had a strong odor, and it wouldn't be very close to the tree hole where they lived. Besides, the streetlights along the way were relatively far apart. If it were another girl, even if forced, she wouldn't dare to go out alone. Deep down, 1748 never admitted that she was 100 girl. No matter what the situation was, she dared to try. Hey, is anyone there? Oink, oink, grunt, grunt. 1748 only heard the piglets grunting. Hey, if you don't speak up, I'm leaving. 1748 covered her nose while speaking, her voice slightly changing. After a few seconds we achoo. In. Everyone stand up. Otherwise, how will I know where you are? 1748 stretched out her hand, already prepared to open the pig pen door at any moment. Here, we are here. The speaker was a man with a sharp head, a pointed chin, and even sharp corners at the eyes. The door is here, don't dawdle. If you're a man, hurry up and come out. This remark didn't provoke them. 1748 also didn't know why she waited at the door for several minutes, only to find those men standing there like wooden stakes. In the next moment, before 1748 could see what was happening, she suddenly felt the world spinning. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the ground, her hands instinctively pressing on the ground to get up, only to realize her palms were sticky and wet. She sniffed. A terrible stench. What is this? Chapter 065. Wait a moment. 1748 experienced her first intimate encounter with pig dung, and at that moment, her brain froze. She was extremely reluctant to look at her right hand, even just a glance. Taking a deep breath, she stared blankly at the empty pig pen, realizing that the little piglet's previous cuteness was just an act meant for a sudden attack and rebellion. Unfortunately, the piglet's desire for freedom was too strong. By the time she turned around to chase them, she only caught 3 men. I mean, how weak can you be? You can't even outrun piglets? She was about to burst with anger. The men had been frozen for a long time and starved for just as long. After finally escaping the pig's clutches, they didn't care who or what was coming after them. They just wanted to break free. 1748 was hit on the head by the pig dung thrown by the men, and also on her face. Damn it, you all better stand still. Only a fool would stand still. The tall men were playing with dung as if it were mud, looking proud and arrogant, throwing out harsh words. When we get back, we'll tell the boss. You won't be able to walk away from this, you filthy woman. In the end, 1748 was covered in dung, feeling an overwhelming urge to just die. She was puzzled. How could the difference in quality among men be so vast? She truly wished that someday she could make those few cowardly and ugly men taste all the excrement in the universe. Huff. 1748 angrily blew out of breath. What piglets, what pig pens? She didn't have the heart to care about those now, and she certainly didn't have the extra energy. The only thought in her mind was to go home and take a shower. To shorten the distance, 1748 racked her brains, thinking of shortcuts, taking small paths. And before she knew it, she had completely lost her sense of direction. Just when she was about to faint from the stench, a familiar voice reached her ears. She inadvertently overheard a conversation and realized it was 2 people, Ista and Claire. She clasped her hands together and muttered, "Looks like God is still good to me." But as she took a step forward, she had to stop. To be honest, I'm really glad Sister 17 asked me to bring you back. Otherwise, I would have spilled everything with my mouth back then, and she would have been furious. What? You look so serious. Is it that bad? Oh, it's not that bad. It's just that I'm on my way to find you. At this moment, Claire realized she needed to be cautious and turned to scan the surroundings. Meanwhile, 1748 quickly hid behind a cluster of winter holly, perfectly avoiding Claire's gaze. I saw the Lord with his stunning beauty, and it felt extraordinary. Claire was excited, describing the golden-haired, red-eyed beauty with curves that definitely exceeded 7 meters. The way she looked at our Lord was filled with love. Princess, you won't be angry if I say this, right? After all, you know. How could I be? I've already broken off the engagement with the Lord. That's good. Claire pouted and sighed. I believe it now. When I was a kid, I watched an old movie where someone got bitten by a spider and became Spider-Man. I was bitten by a dog before, and now I've really turned into a single dog. Hey. Is my other half lost? Why haven't they found me yet? Ista didn't he know how to comfort her, smiled lightly, and said, "Fate is not something to rush. Don't worry too much." "How can I not worry?" Claire's voice suddenly rose several degrees. "Don't think I don't know, princess. Didn't you like that silly boy Harlan after our lord? That octopus guy seems to like Roy. Sister 17 is spoiled by the lord. Even the cactus has a melon to accompany it. And I'm all alone, so pitiful. I feel so stifled. I envy you and Sister 17. Me? Yes." Claire pointed at Ista with her pinky finger. "Harlan may only know work, but he treats his colleagues exceptionally well. Forget about lovers. That silly boy doesn't he even know how to please you. Yet he went to the library to look up information. Such a treasure of a man is rare nowadays." Then she raised her index finger. "I've been colleagues with him for years and never noticed any ambiguity with that woman. Really. Plus, he has no parents and lacked love since childhood. So he doesn't know how to love, which is somewhat similar to our Lord." Claire realized she had said too much. I'm not saying this because I like him. He is like a brother to me. I just want a happy life in the future rather than an unhappy one." Ista held her hand and said softly, "I know. It's late. I'm worried about you going back alone. Let me send someone with you." "No, please don't. I still want to go to the nightclub for a while. You head back." Before Ista could get up, Claire had already waved her hand and walked away. At this time, 1748, covered in dung, found her way home. The road felt incredibly long, no matter how she looked around. She couldn't see the iconic lollipop sign at her doorstep or the candy-colored streetlights. How should I put it? Images of Lucio expressing his feelings for her flooded her mind, and she subconsciously confirmed the truth of those feelings. Who had more? Who had less? What difference would it make once confirmed? 1748 slowly stopped, instinctively raising her hand to press against her heart. "I like him. Yes, I really like him. I want to tell him that I don't actually dislike him. Yes, that's right." Understanding this feeling brought her relief. Her body felt as light as a feather, ready to float away with the wind. 1748's lips naturally curled into a smile. Originally, she planned to go home, take a shower, and change into nicer clothes to find Lucio. Who knew that fate would have her appear in her most embarrassing and disheveled state before him? Not only that, history liked to repeat itself. The person standing next to him before was Roy, and now it was the stunning beauty Claire had mentioned. Two pairs of eyes, the same gaze, even the angle of their heads tilted in striking similarity. 1748's feet began to feel numb as she dragged them a few steps on the ground. Laughing? Self-mockery? Helplessness? Or was it just genuinely funny? She didn't know, nor did she want to know. "Good evening." She took the initiative to break the awkward silence. "You." Lucio hesitated, glancing at his companion beside him, and without saying a word, he took off his suit jacket and seemingly casually tossed it on 1748's head. "Put this on, don't catch a cold." 1748 only lifted the collar with her fingertips. "No, I just ran a lap. I'm warm. Your clothes are already dirty. Once they're washed, I'll have the cactus send them to you. It's getting late, I'm going back." After saying that, 1748 didn't want to stay a second longer. Hugging the jacket and running off, Lucio watched her retreating figure, his body stiff for a moment. "What? Is she your girlfriend?" the woman asked. "Not yet." "Ha ha, who would have thought? The great Lucio actually has a girl he can't catch?" Lucio turned around, expressionless, and coldly replied, "Sorry, I can only take you this far." "You." The woman's face turned purple, knowing he would turn back to find that dirty girl, yet still grabbed his wrist. "I came alone." "It's fine. I'll send someone to take you. Please wait a moment." The woman cracked a bitter smile, staring at the man in front of her, who suddenly stopped stuttering and pulled out his phone from his pocket. She understood that he was no longer the Lucio of the past. "My assistant will be back soon. You wait here. I'm leaving." The woman hadn't even finished her sentence when the person opposite her had already turned and run far away. Lucio ran against the wind all the way to the tree hollow at 1748, looking up to find the lights still on inside. Without hesitation, he rushed in. The doorbell rang with the sound of a parrot's chatter. "Who is it?" "It's me." 1748 had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom dressed. "What do you want?" "Let me in first." "No way." Lucio tried to speak casually. "Isn't the door the only thing blocking me?" "Get lost. Why are you throwing a tantrum? What is it to you? Just open the door." "No." "Are you sure?" Get lost. Lucio had no choice but to use his spare key. Hey, why do you have a key to my house? 1748 dropped this line and reached out to grab the key. Lucio stood on tiptoe, grabbing one of her hands. It doesn't smell now. Where have you been? You're covered in filth. Huh? Why are you biting me? Lucio covered his right wrist in pain and looked at her. Are you even human? Lucio changed the subject. Let us not talk about that for now. Where have you been? I had Xiao Duo send someone to find you, but they couldn't. You're getting bolder, aren't you? 1748 stared at his lips, quickly opening and closing them. Lucio, why are you being so fierce? You think you're the only one who could be like this? Lucio clicked his tongue. You came to find me just to mock me. Go ahead and laugh. Once you've laughed enough, you can leave. Don't disturb the kids' rest. The one disturbing the kids is you. Yes, it's me. Fine. You leave, get out now. I'm not leaving. Lucio grabbed her wrist in return. You were fine before, why are you suddenly going crazy now? What do you want? What can I do? Am I supposed to go insane in front of your friends? You go crazy too, right? Stop talking, just go. I don't want to talk to you. 1748. This was the first time Lucio seriously called her name. You're being unreasonable. Yes, I am. You're petty. Don't say that. That word doesn't suit me. The 1748 in front of him was too well-behaved, so well-behaved that it sent a chill down Lucio's spine. His tone softened a bit. I didn't mean to mock you. I have no intention of doing so. Don't be too sensitive. 1748 shrugged and turned her head away. That's just perfect. Since you're fine, I'll leave. Wait. 1748 almost shouted the words out with force. Chapter 066. From now on, you are the little tyrant of this palace. Lucio stood frozen in place, looking at her with a bewildered expression. This time I obediently listened to you. Can't I just leave? 1748 saw Lucio rarely showing his true timid side, and after thinking about it, realized that she was indeed being unreasonable, and he hadn't committed any heinous crime. So her heart gradually softened. Oh my! After holding in for a long time, she finally threw out a sentence. I'll make you a cup of chrysanthemum tea, just wait. As her voice trailed off, Lucio could only see 1748's retreating figure. He turned back and sat down with mixed feelings, his hand unconsciously moving to the armrest, leaning back against the soft pillow. Hearing the sound of clattering from the kitchen, he sometimes stood up nervously, sometimes exhaled in frustration, and sat down with a huff, grabbing the pillow and tossing it to the other side of the sofa, until a sound similar to an explosion rang in his ears. He didn't think twice and quickly stood up, rushing to the kitchen. 1748 was in a flurry, throwing the exploded kettle into the trash can with her bare hands, staring at the black smoke rising and rubbing her confused eyes. Don't move. Lucio regretted not coming in a few minutes earlier to check. Don't move. Lucio had to warn her again, and while speaking, he didn't delay in finding wet wipes from the cabinet, tearing open the package, pulling one out, pressing down on her shoulder with one hand, and gently wiping her face that was smeared with black stuff with the other. Don't rush to open your eyes yet. Did you go to swat flies with your ears? Lucio said earnestly. Let me blow on it for you, whoosh whoosh. Ah, it hurts, my left eye really hurts. Hurts? Lucio quickly grabbed her hand, princess carrying her to the living room. You sit tight. Saying that, Lucio went to her bedroom to find a magnifying glass, returned to the living room, sat across from her, and carefully lifted her left eyelid. Just bear with it for a moment. Ah. She pressed her leg against her small calf, quick with her hands, blowing a few times towards her eye, managing to blow out the wood chip that had gotten in. How's that now? Lucio looked at her with a helpless yet worried expression. I've never seen anyone boil water without putting water in it, and then play with a wooden pinwheel next to it. Are you stupid, or what? 1748 said nothing. When she fell silent, he began to feel uneasy. Forget the tea. You should rest. I'm leaving. Lucio. 1748 called his name with her head down, her hands nervously twisting together. I like you. Lucio was momentarily stunned, questioning his ears. I'm not joking, and I'm not lying to you. I like you. I don't care what your relationship is with that woman. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I've told you now. You can leave. She finally managed to say this, and the big stone in her heart felt like it had been lifted. Lucio looked at her with a complicated expression, frozen in place. Aren't you leaving? Go. Lucio deliberately put on a stern face, casually lying back on the sofa, crossing his arms behind his head. Do you even know what it means to like someone? You say you like me. What do you like about me? When did you start liking me? How many women like me? Do you know? What would happen if I don't like you? The series of questions he threw out were very serious. Did you not hear me clearly just now? Do whatever you want. 1748 shrugged and turned, opening the door, clearly indicating for him to get out immediately. Answer me. I've already said it. Lucio turned sideways, facing away from her. I want to know the specifics. You're sick. Lucio raised the corner of his mouth, jumping off the sofa onto the floor. Taking advantage of 1748 being momentarily distracted, he ran over and pulled her to his side with his left hand, smoothly moving to sit beside the sofa. Answer me, and I'll let go. I don't know. Lucio wrapped his arms around her waist, leaned in, his lips nearly touching her earlobe, chuckling a few times. What do you think I meant by what I said before? Now that you finally realize you like me, I'll let you off this time. But there won't be a next time. Uh-huh. Still playing dumb? Are you teasing me? What do you think? Teasing you once, twice, and times. Do you think I'm really sick? Are you stupid? What? 1748 looked at him with a grin, not saying anything, feeling as sweet as if she had just poured a bucket of honey over herself. In this world, finally, there was someone who made her feel that the person she had been with day and night had an interest in her, but the other party just wouldn't say it. This person was either silly or truly foolish. If it weren't for this feeling being deeper than Lucio imagined, his bad temper wouldn't have been so easily appeased by the good-looking 1748. Clearly, Lucio's self-awareness was not complete. His proud and willful nature had yet to be unlocked, and he sweetly blamed the innocent 1748. He originally intended to stay here overnight. After all, they had finally figured out each other's feelings and were starting to date naturally. It would have been a pity not to be together on such a special night. However, 1748, being a steel-strong straight woman, felt that it was too strange for a man and woman to spend the night together. She picked up a broom and, after some coaxing and threatening, quickly chased him out the door. Separated by a door, one person leaned against the cold door frame, both hands tightly gripping the broom handle, palms damp. The other person also leaned against the door, looking up at the brightly lit ceiling, noticing the unique patterns on the wall, which gave off the same aura as 1748. He chuckled a few times, and the person inside heard the sound and knocked on the door with a broom. Hey, why aren't you leaving yet? Can't bear to. Lucio spoke with a gentle smile, his eyes sparkling like stars. Before another voice could float out from inside, he deliberately said in a teasing tone, Aren't you going to call out dear for your boyfriend to hear? 1748's mind went blank immediately. Sticking out her tongue, she thought, what is this nonsense? Who said that dating must involve calling each other? Lucio lifted his chin, smiling like a silly sweetie. What should I call you? 1748 rolled her eyes, pouting nonchalantly. I can't be bothered with you. Oh, Lucio knew she would say that. Fine, from now on, you are the little tyrant of this palace. This term was the first time 1748 had heard it. How to put it? At first glance, it sounded okay, but later she just felt it was strange. Cough, cough, cough. 1748 turned around gracefully, opened the door, and looked at her boyfriend's smug face, throwing out a sentence. What does that mean? Lucio showed a doting smile, wrapping his arm around her waist to guess. Since you're so heartless and won't let your boyfriend sleep, I can only go home. Saying this, he turned around and waved at her, and it wasn't long before the person in front of 1748 disappeared. So much happened that night. 1748 now had countless thoughts jostling her mind, tossing and turning, and just when she finally felt a bit sleepy, she turned over and lost it again. Currently, she was still staring at the ceiling, thinking about how she suddenly had a human she could call her boyfriend, feeling that everything was so magical, excitement outweighing surprise. Moreover, she felt a sense of belonging, which Lucio brought to her. The next morning, 1748 was still buried under the blanket, sound asleep. The two children were originally sleeping soundly, but were later startled awake by a commotion outside. Cactus ran barefoot to the window, pointing outside and telling Melon, there are a lot of little piglets on the street. Melon was somewhat skeptical, rubbing her eyes and tiptoeing over to look outside. Indeed, it seemed like all of them were little piglets from the wild garden. Soon after, The two children saw a group of security personnel, all wearing thick black gloves, some holding iron rings, and even a few carrying electric batons, rushing towards the piglets. "Ha ha, look at that uncle. He's got a little piglet biting his nose." Cactus laughed uncontrollably, her laughter drifting out the window. Several security guards simultaneously glared at the two children, then helplessly bent down to pounce on the piglets, using their weight to subdue them. "Cactus, look over there." Melon grabbed her hand and pointed to the other end of the street. "Oh, it's Roy. Why is she here?" "Who knows? Maybe she's looking for the master." "Should we tell the big sister?" Melon shrugged. "You decide. I'm going to wash up. Do you want to come?" Without waiting for Cactus to report, 1748 had already gotten up and was stretching by the window. Once awake, her first glance fell on Roy, who was wearing a mini floral skirt with a knee-length beige coat. Due to the wind, the two halves of her unbuttoned coat were almost blown behind her, making it very clear to see. 1748 stared intently in the direction she was headed, knowing without a doubt that this fairy was going to find Lucio. She really does flirt with someone different every day, except for Lucio. 1748 wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine, to let her know that in this world, in this universe, rainbows actually have more than 7 colors. The wind on the street carried a distinct smell of pig manure, and 1748 had a physiological reaction to it. Her stomach began to feel uncomfortable. She didn't understand why she was so weak, but without much thought, she forced herself to follow Roy to a baby store only 100 meters away from Lucio's tree-hole house. "Oh no, am I about to have diarrhea?" 1748's stomach pain began to twist her face, and when she turned around, the biting wind hitting her face was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. In that moment, she spotted the woman who was on a date with Lucio by the roadside. Chapter 067, You Don't Deserve It. A woman stepped out of a long black convertible, her gait completely unlike that of the flamboyant Roy. She moved gracefully, as if dancing. It was a goddess-level entrance. A sudden wave of pain surged through 1748's body, jolting her mind awake. When she turned her head again, her gaze had not yet focused, only to find the goddess standing right in front of her, a clear smile radiating satisfaction and delight. This left 1748 stunned. "How should I address you?" The woman's voice entered 1748's ears like a spell, causing her brain to short-circuit. "I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect to bump into you here." The woman had red lips and white teeth, speaking in an elegant manner. "Sorry, I don't know you." 1748 straightened her back. Despite the strong aura emanating from the woman, she didn't want to belittle herself. "Are you misunderstanding something?" 1748 forced a laugh despite the pain, placing her hands on her hips. "No, miss, I don't know you. So how could there be a misunderstanding? A group of little piglets just ran past on the street. If you're scared, you should get back to your luxurious car." With that, 1748 turned to head home. The woman watched her retreating figure, the wind blowing a few strands of hair across her forehead. Although it looked slightly messy, it made her appear even more alluring. When 1748 heard the footsteps approaching, she didn't want to seem rude, so she reluctantly stopped and turned back, giving her a few glances. "Are you implying you won't give up until you achieve your goal?" The woman smiled, raising her arm holding the handbag slightly higher, and then clapped her hands together. "I like straightforward people like you." 1748 quickly shook her hands, clarifying that her sexual orientation was not in question, and, as she turned her head, she shot her a glance. "This isn't a place for conversation. Let's find somewhere else." The woman smiled silently, turning to point at her car, suggesting they talk inside. "No, I'm not used to sitting in a stranger's car. I'll take you to a milk tea shop." Seeing that the woman didn't refute her and had no signs of displeasure on her face, 1748 instinctively removed her hands from her abdomen and turned to lead the stranger to a milk tea shop named Happy or Not. The shop was not crowded, and 1748 brought her to a window-side seat. Before the server arrived, she had already marked her drink choices on the menu and placed it on the table near the aisle. "Do you come here often?" 1748 shook her head. "No, it's a new shop." The woman pursed her lips and nodded. "I see. Do you like milk tea?" "Not really." 1748 frowned, staring at her hand. "What's your name? I can't keep calling you hey or you." The woman agreed. "You can call me Le Villar." "That's quite a mouthful to say." Le Villar chuckled, and just then, The server brought over a cup of lemon milk tea and a medium iced Americano. She noticed 1748's unrefined mannerisms in handling the drinks and conversing with the server, looking very much like a country girl. I'm very curious about you. 1748 took a sip of her warm milk tea and looked up. And then, I just want to know what your relationship with Lucio is. The woman was very direct. 1748 also got straight to the point. That's exactly what I want to know. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere felt like a pool of water slowly freezing. I am as white moonlight. 1748 looked astonished. Moonlight, compared to starlight, lamplight, and gaze, is a higher or lower status. Lou Villar was taken aback by this question, never expecting to have to explain her words one day. Oh, so you mean a dream lover. Now I understand. Before this, Lou Villar had thought 1748 was shrouded in mystery, but now, all that mystery had vanished. What about you? I am his current partner, 1748 said, lifting her milk tea cup and taking several large sips. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Huh? Do I look like that kind of person? Lou Villar stood up resolutely. I don't know you well, but I know very well that a woman like you is far from Lucio. You don't deserve him at all. 1748 watched the woman leave, maintaining a 45-degree angle for about 5 minutes. The server who had delivered their drinks noticed something was off and approached their table, asking, "Are you okay? You don't look so well. Maybe you should go rest." "Thank you." 1748 settled the bill and walked out of the milk tea shop. The wind whipped up the dust from the ground, blinding her eyes. It took her a long time to realize that Lou Villar's return was likely to find Lucio and rekindle their unfinished connection. Unbeknownst to her at that moment, Lou Villar was already quickly approaching Lucio, and they were sitting face to face. She took out a stack of magazines from her designer bag and opened her phone to display the latest reports. "Are you in such a hurry to let her show up?" Lucio remained silent. "I've met her. She is not right for you. As a woman myself, don't underestimate a woman's intuition." Lucio smirked as he flipped through the magazine. "She's my woman. What is it to the world? Is it a crime? I know what is suitable for me." "You're speaking without stuttering now, huh?" Lucio crossed his arms behind his head. "Thanks to her, I can speak fluently." Lou Villar said nothing, snatching the magazine from his hands, crumpling it into a ball, and tossing it into a nearby trash can. "So you really are dating?" Lucio nodded with a smile. "That's right." Lou Villar stood up, took a breath, and paced back and forth beside him, unable to control herself as she raised her hand to bite her nails. "You have no right to come here and accuse me." Lou Villar sat back down, leaning forward. "Lucio, please don't let anger lead you to be with someone unsuitable. It will greatly impact you, you know? You've managed to thrive. I don't want to see you ruined because of a woman." Lucio shot her a look that extinguished her sharpness. "I'll say it again, she is my woman. Whatever happens is for us to decide. I once admired you for being a woman who could control half the universe, but that is not romantic love. If I've done something to make you misunderstand, I apologize." Lou Villar was left in shock, instinctively taking a few steps back, scrutinizing the man who once told her he wouldn't marry anyone but her, and now he spoke such heartless words. "I think you should still remember that." Lucio stood up, handing her a glass of white wine. "Xiao Duo told me that was said when I was out of my mind. It doesn't count. Besides," Lucio, turn away. "Even if you're 8 years older than me, if you truly love someone, you wouldn't have stayed single until now. And since then, we haven't had any news from each other. What do you say?" "So, I was just being one-sided, being infatuated?" Elvira let out a sharp, cold laugh, spilling her drink on the carpet. "You treat me like this. Aren't you worried I'll ruin your reputation? Do as you like." Lucio turned around to look her in the eye. "Whether you hate me or resent me, vent your anger on me, but don't lay your hands on my woman, otherwise I'll return it double." "Ha ha ha. Good for you, Lucio. You've really grown wings and can fly on your own now. You don't take your previous words seriously anymore." From that day on, the students started classes as usual. Almost no student or teacher had any complaints about the new school. Although nothing in the world is perfect, the school of Jiguala could be considered flawless, thanks to the efforts of 1748, Lucio, and Quito. The cactus and melon didn't see their dear big sister in the morning, so they prepared breakfast themselves. After eating, they left a note and went to school. So when 1748 returned home, the house was devoid of any living creature apart from the furniture and some interesting items. She sat on the sofa, thinking about going to find Claire or Ista to chat. She had already changed her shoes at the entrance when she remembered. Today, Ista was accompanying the female housekeeper to the doctor, and Claire had to go with Harlan for an inspection. In the end, she still went out and headed to the preserve mine. The robots were still working diligently. After sitting on a stone bench for a while, her eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead, constantly drooping over her eyes. If it weren't for a robot accidentally shoveling a stone from the ground, unintentionally creating sparks, 1748 would have already fallen asleep. She got up, stretched, and realized that staying here was not only unhelpful but also obstructive. After saying goodbye, she turned to leave. On the way back, she pondered it would be better to go to school as a little girl, so she wouldn't waste her time. Just as she was about to make up her mind, Keto appeared halfway down the road. Seeing him storming toward her, she couldn't come up with a reason. So she simply stood still. Keto guessed she was on her way back from the coal mine, and his threatening little eyes, flared nostrils, and tightly pursed lips all expressed his anger. This road was not as wide as other streets, and the roadside greenery was the simplest, with empty roads and patches of grassland extending for 10 miles. Chapter 068. I only acknowledge you as my sister-in-law Kedwa originally planned to interrogate 1748 about how far things had developed between her and his brother right there. But upon reflection, he worried that he might inadvertently choke her with his strong but aimless hands. In a moment of desperation, he made up an excuse about needing to discuss something important and lured her to a more secluded Western restaurant. 1748 wasn't foolish. She had already guessed that Kedwa was only looking for her because of Lucio. She didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. So she opened the window and spoke frankly. Little brother, listen up. Your brother has become my man. When you talk to your sister in the future, it's best to be polite, or else I'll take care of both you and your brother. After saying this, 1748 let out a breath, feeling much more relaxed in her chest. However, when she lifted her head to look at Kedwa, she felt it was inappropriate to vent her anger on him. Okay. Kedwa had done his utmost to respond with the calmest demeanor he could muster, but inside his mind, it felt like riding a high-speed roller coaster. Then he said, you can see for yourself, your brother isn't here with me. If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving. Just as 1748's languid voice was trailing off, Kedwa reached out and accidentally pressed down on the back of her hand, saying, you sit tight. I haven't finished speaking yet. 1748 glanced down at his hand, and Kedwa quickly withdrew his hand, sitting back down. I want to know more than just this. Have you met the woman who is dating my brother? Kedwa looked at her face with a hint of nervousness. 1748 saw her reflection in his eyes, smiled helplessly, and raised her hands on the table. I've met her. She is tall, beautiful, and has a great presence. She looks down on me and even says I'm not worthy of your dear brother. So after all this, it turns out you're looking for her? She only spoke half of her thoughts, resting her chin on her hands and widening her eyes to scrutinize Kedwa's changing expressions, asking in return, from the way you speak, you must be quite familiar with her? No, Kedwa quickly refuted, making 1748 feel even more puzzled. Your brother really attracts the opposite sex, whether it's a young girl, a middle-aged woman, or even an elderly lady with gray hair. No matter what face he puts on, they all take a second look at him. Tell me, did your brother put some kind of spell on them? Oh, right. If Ruai finds out, she'll be so jealous. She added at the right moment. Kedwa's finger was pressed against his chin, and, sitting across from him, 1748 clearly sensed a whiff of romantic jealousy in the air. You're jealous. Yeah, I guess so. 1748 admitted generously, my flag has fallen. Go ahead and laugh. Kedwa, unusually serious, looked at her. I admit that from the very beginning, I really disliked you. I tried every means to get you out of here. Even thought about taking you down myself. But his tone softened considerably. The way you and my brother interact seems to me to be the most ideal state. If my brother is to marry a woman in this life, I hope that person will be you. 1748 was startled by his demeanor from the start. But as she continued to listen, goosebumps rose on her skin, still unable to believe that such words were coming from Kedwa. Hey! Kedwa saw her digging in her ears in public without care for the other customers and said, this is a restaurant, not your home. Can't you pay a bit more attention to your image? Kedwa gritted his teeth, wishing he could humbly ask her to stop. 1748's face turned red, and she covered her face with her right hand to apologize. Kidwa was surprised, thinking she would get angry and kick him. I'm just too surprised. Kidwa, do you really think this way? Kidwa rolled his eyes at her. I never lied to acquaintances. 1748. I actually knew about your relationship with my brother before I came to find you, and also, why don't you just say it? Kidwa coughed a few times, slightly lowered his head, and lowered his voice. I actually know where my brother is right now. Upon hearing this, 1748 instantly understood. As she looked up, she rolled her eyes at the ceiling. So you're here to tell me that your brother is with his ex? Yes, no, not really. Kidwa put away his knife and fork, instructed the waiter to take away the lamb chops and beef bone soup, then stood up, signaling 1748 to do the same. No, I need to be alone for a while. Kidwa chuckled. It seems this place doesn't suit your taste. Let us go to the next one. We'll eat first and talk later. 1748 twined her hands together, pondering his words and finding them reasonable. Yeah, now that you mention it, I realize I'm hungry. Let's go, let us change places. Kidwa took 1748 to a very down-to-earth snack shop. The new shop was open for good luck, and the owner wanted to earn some popularity, so whether old or new customers, anything on the menu was free as long as you ordered, regardless of how much you ordered. Additionally, a seasonal fruit salad would be given after the meal. The two didn't take advantage of it. They ordered as much as they could eat. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, 1748 noticed that many people inside and outside the shop were coal miners. She saw that they were dressed differently than usual, not as glamorous, and turned to Kidwa with a frown. Your brother's coal mine hasn't been operational for a long time. Do you know how those workers are doing now? Kidwa glanced around, knowing why she suddenly asked him this question, but he didn't give her a definite answer. You should talk to your brother about this. There could be a wealth gap, but it shouldn't be too excessive. A corner dog will jump over the wall. If you humans really push it, hurting people and setting fires are just childish play. As she spoke, worried about being overheard and feeling uncomfortable, she unconsciously lowered her voice and continued. I remember I mentioned to you before your brother and I were released from prison. A group of people willingly got escorted back inside. Kidwa raised his eyelids, noticing many people eating, turned to look at 1748's back. He tapped his hands on the table a few times and coughed a few times. At that moment, a waitress in a pink apron with prints came over with a tray. Excuse me, could you please make some space? Oh, sure. 1748 helped carry the dishes. Thank you. The waitress replied, no problem. This pot of tea has gone cold. I'll brew you a new one. Once the waitress walked away, Kidwa winked at 1748, quietly warning her not to speak again. 1748 was starved, too busy to talk, and after finishing a hearty meal, she let out a completely unpoetic burp. Her gaze unconsciously fell on a box of tissues beside her. Here, I don't need it. Kidwa shot her a glare. Wipe your mouth yourself. Let us go. 1748 pulled out the only bill she had from her pocket and pressed it under the rice bowl. When Kidwa saw this, he didn't speak in the shop. After they left the store and walked a few hundred meters, he laughed out loud. Is your brain different from normal people's? Kidwa questioned from the depths of his soul. You're a human too, always talking about humans like you're not one of us. Is this a place for that kind of talk? Also, they said it was free. Why are you still paying? You're usually so stingy. Is the sun rising from the west today? Or did you get stimulated? 1748's cheeks puffed up, looking just like an angry puffer fish. Hey, are you done talking? I'll do whatever I want, okay? What do you mean by chattering here? You still haven't told me who that woman is. Just the last half of that sentence was enough to leave Kidwa speechless. Are you going to say something? Your brother pursued me first, and if he dares to play both sides, I'll break both his legs. 1748 flashed a harmless smile and held up two fingers. Two, you know? Ha! Kidwa gave a. Their story is better told by my brother himself. 1748 stared at his back, clearly curious, but he wasn't following the usual script. Hey, Kidwa, you're his brother. I believe you. Kidwa was tugged by the red string on his hat, saying, let go first. Then will you say it? Kidwa surrendered. All right, I'll say it. But please let go of my clothes, okay? That's okay. 1748 smiled mischievously. Kidwa pointed to the park where Loli's brother was and told 1748 to find a quiet, pleasant place to talk. 1748 nodded excitedly and followed Kidwa, transforming from a big sister into a little sister. This 360-degree turn left Keto speechless, internally shouting, "Love, this is all your fault. Keto, that woman is called Lualaire, born extraordinary, beautiful, and social. My brother met her when he was in dire straits, and at that time, she was already the designated future daughter-in-law of a noble family. I heard she had only met that man a few times, and there were no feelings. She ran away on the day of the engagement. Isn't that a bit klitsch?" 1748 asked, showing her teeth. Keto shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you still want to hear?" 1748 obediently made a gesture to seal her lips. My brother recognized her, but didn't intend to save her. However, she took a liking to my brother and threatened us that if we didn't take her off that planet, she guaranteed we would never see the sun rise again. My brother didn't believe in that evil and turned to leave with me. As a result, she was right. The next day, we found our photos on the wanted list. Chapter 069. Didn't you see me angry? My brother. I can guess it's that woman. We fled everywhere, running across 33 planets. And in the end, we still encountered Lil Weiler. Speaking of which, my brother and she are considered to have met without a fight. She gave up being a rich young lady trapped in a cage, a woman brave enough to venture outside. She had connections and was skilled in the unique ways of communication among nobles. Even relying on herself, she quickly bought the first planet that belonged to her. After that, she found connections and figured out ways to remove my brother's and my names from the wanted list, even lending my brother money to buy land. Wait, 1748. Are you saying your brother is living off a woman? Keto gave her a playful knock. Listen to me. You should know this. All right, you continue. At that time, we were penniless. We couldn't even guarantee our daily survival, let alone buy land. My brother is a real man. He wouldn't accept anyone's kindness for nothing. Later, my brother used his intelligence to buy planets and save many poor people who were imprisoned, teaching them skills to survive. If my brother hadn't sent most of the money he earned to that woman back then, we would have had many more planets and land now. Send it over? She left? Keto nodded emotionlessly. Yes. Just when she was flourishing, competing to be married by all the men, she vanished into thin air. My brother. Is your brother also very sad? About this, you should ask my brother. No, better not ask. Keto's mind started to swell, somewhat regretting sharing these old stories with 1748. What you said is no different from not saying anything. I can't tell at all what their relationship is. 1748 sighed. Were they in a relationship before? I don't know. My brother used to call her sister Luella. Sister? Yes. She is 8 years older than my brother and already at a marriageable age. 1748 made a gesture indicating that Keto didn't need to continue talking about Lil Weiler. She wasn't interested. Now that she knew about her short-lived sibling romance with Lucio, and that the sister regretted something for some reason and came looking for an old flame, that was enough. She wanted to go to school now. As for other matters, they could wait for a while. Seeing her expression, Keto realized she was determined to go to school, so she didn't say much and kindly dropped her off at the school gate before turning the car around to leave. The principal and vice principal were still the same too, and the classes for each grade were readjusted. 1748 replaced Li Kui and attended classes with a group of lovely, wild half-beast classmates. Language, math, foreign language, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, biology, as well as crafts and free speech. Just a glance at the schedule made 1748 feel exhausted, and regret surged from her feet to the top of her head. In the first 3 classes, 1748 basically just lay on the desk and openly slept, and during breaks, she was slightly more awake and competed with her lizard deskmate to see who could catch more mosquitoes. The competition gradually heated up, and just then, the class bell rang. 1748 instinctively glanced at her deskmate, playfully kicked a chair, and took the opportunity to snatch away 3 female mosquitoes. How about that? I'm still better, right? The lizard classmate looked aggrieved. Its body turned the color of the floor, and it scrambled up. 1748 hadn't noticed yet, and was about to bend down to take a look. At this moment, a man dressed in a black suit, paired with cropped jeans and wearing a pair of limited edition ATT olive green sneakers, stood seriously behind the podium, his eyebrows curved, his mouth curved, and even his slightly orange short hair was also curly. Hello, students. am your biology and pharmacy teacher. You can call me KK or LL. As you can see, I am male and like females. No bad habits. Because your original teacher is about to have a baby before she comes to school, I will be teaching you. Just treat me as a friend. All right, let's start class. 1748 felt that her eyes could not bear to look directly at this shammate-styled male teacher, or else she would go blind. This was the last class, and also her clearest 45 minutes. Throughout, she couldn't say she fully understood what he was talking about, but it was concise, interesting, and occasionally interacted with the half-beast classmates below, making it easy to relax. Her ears naturally tuned in to listen to him speak, and her eyes followed his movements, unlike the previous few teachers who dressed stiffly with sharp gazes, as if they were rooted to the podium, lacking any eye contact and just babbling in a language she couldn't understand. This student, could you please stay behind, okay? 1748 thought he was talking to someone else, busy packing her bag to go home, until the same words were repeated in her ear, and she stopped her actions, looking up. No. Huh. That's not right. 1748 slung her bag over her shoulder and stood up. What's wrong? School's out. Even though you're a teacher, you don't have the right to detain me. Oh, haha. You misunderstood. What I meant is, if you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me now. Oh, not at the moment. All right then. Be careful on your way home. 1748 felt inexplicably puzzled. After leaving the school gate, 1748 walked towards her right, stopping under a mimosa tree. She glanced at her watch and guessed she could definitely see the two kids within a minute. Sure enough, as expected, the cactus and the melon hadn't even reached the door when they saw their dear big sister. Especially the cactus excitedly opened its arms and pounced into her embrace. Hey, classmate, 1748, wait for me. Hearing that voice, 1748 didn't turn around but was thinking, how did that teacher chase after her? You dropped your book in the classroom. 1748 took a sneaky glance, and sure enough, it was her book. Thank you, teacher. You look about the same age as me. Just call me by my name. That feels more friendly, doesn't it? Click. From then on, KL became one of the unique names 1748 called her teacher. KL was not a local. He had previously visited the amusement park, won a prize, and could stay in the treehouse for free, and he planned to settle here, spending a hefty sum and signing a 50-year contract. His house happened to face 1748's home, and if they both opened their windows, they could clearly see what the other was doing. Their routes home naturally were the same. She didn't have much affection for him, but she didn't dislike him either. Watching the two kids surround him, asking this and that. Although she didn't participate, she still heard a few words. See you tomorrow. The cactus grabbed 1748's hand and waved to the big boy she had just liked, calling out in a soft voice, LL brother, see you tomorrow. This sentence drifted into Lucio's ears. He held his breath and paused, retracting his gaze, straightening his back, raising his right hand to loosen the knot of his black striped tie, his mouth corners curling unevenly, frowning as he walked a few steps to his woman's side. Cough, cough. Your Highness, is your throat uncomfortable? Do you need to take throat lozenges? The cactus wasn't just showing concern with words. It hurriedly pulled out a pink little box from its small backpack. Your Highness, here, eat one of these, and your throat will feel better. The melon subtly moved closer to her little partner, secretly pinching her. Hey, why are you hitting me? Lucio's brows were already furrowed into a wave, and he didn't care about how the child would see him. The moment he gritted his teeth, he grabbed her hand and, without saying a word, shoved 1748 into his car. The car was currently moving at a speed that 1748 could tolerate. She remained silent and didn't turn to look at him, just waiting to see what that dog mouth would spit out. Because to say she wasn't angry or that she didn't care about those things would definitely be a lie. However, after a long while, she quickly glanced over, and that dog mouth was tightly shut, showing no intention of speaking. That face had no expression, like a motionless puppet. Coughing, 1748 took a deep breath and silently told herself that silence is golden, silence is silver. If she spoke before the person next to her did, she would be a pile of dog poop. Lucio had been paying attention to his woman's expressions and little movements, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a smile. Why was it so quiet today? 1748 closed her eyes and laughed a few times in her heart, unconsciously making a V sign. Who are you to control me? Yes. Yes. How could I dare to control you? How did you sleep last night? Not well. Oh. Before Lucio could continue, 1748 shifted to a more comfortable sitting position and turned her head towards the window to interrupt him. I want to go to the station. For what? 1748 told him about what she had seen and heard while dining at the small shop, emphasizing at the end, there are too many unemployed people right now, and if this continues, they will starve to death sooner or later. You wouldn't let me take charge back then, and now it has turned out this way. Can you bear to let them continue to suffer? Lucio didn't expect that their time alone would turn to such a serious topic. He initially wanted to change the subject, but looking at her expression, he couldn't speak about their matters. I told you not to interfere, so don't interfere. Can you not speak to me in such a heavy tone? It makes me want to slap you, you know? In her mind, the way he spoke to Lavera appeared, graceful and gentle as water. 1748 hugged her arms. The wind blowing through the car window lifted her bangs and brought her bits of tiny lace. Lucio didn't speak and turned the steering wheel. 1748, seeing this, didn't ask where they were going, sulkingly turned her head, pretending she didn't see anything and knew nothing. When they arrived at the entrance of Zykop, the car came to a stop and Lucio got out to personally open the door for her. Seeing her still looking very displeased, he smiled and said, "Aren't you the one who wanted to come here? We've arrived. Why are you still unhappy?" 1748 glanced back. Indeed, it was the place she had been before, snorted, shrugged off his outstretched hand, and jumped out of the car. Chapter 070. Unending turmoil. The two of them walked through the door and entered the large hall. Everywhere the eye could see was a sea of heads, all dark and crowded. The sound of arguments filled their ears, with vulgar curses thrown about. This was the reason Lucio was reluctant to bring 1748 here. There were too many people and too much noise, and even in the station, fights were inevitable. As early as mid-last month, he had instructed someone to come here to inquire about the number of unemployed people and to gather detailed information about them. Although he received this information, part of those who had committed intentional crimes were already locked away in prison, while the remaining job seekers were, as 1748 had said, impoverished and ragged. If it weren't for their relatively clean faces, one wouldn't even be able to recognize them. In fact, he had initially created a table based on what different people were good at, and he personally called some primitive planet leaders to offer jobs to the unemployed. He would cover their wages, and everything was agreed upon. But now it seemed that not only did the other party fail to honor their agreement, but they also drove away some of the people he had sent. Lucio came here for two reasons: to bail out all the innocent residents and to gather information. However, he didn't expect that with 1748's presence, it was like adding a ticking time bomb, and trouble followed in quick succession. It wasn't just a dispute with the receptionist. He also saw a Rollo, in front of everyone, kicked him. If things had ended there, it would have been fine, but just as they were about to leave, they encountered the chief entering. 1748 openly accused him of dereliction of duty for the unemployed, saying he didn't deserve to be in his current position, and they nearly got into a fight. If it weren't for Lucio standing in the way, the group following the chief would not have easily let 1748 go. The two returned to the car. One was trying hard to extinguish his anger, while the other stood with hands on hips, huffing with rage. Lucio dropped her off at home, intending to go in and sit for a while, but before he could get out of the car, she stopped him. Watching her walk away, he chose to give her time, as well as himself, to calm down, not just for their relationship, but also for the unfortunate people who were about to be homeless. The next day, the incident between 1748 and the chief made the front page, and every household was buzzing with discussions. What puzzled 1748 was that not only was she not blamed, but she also received more than one anonymous letter praising her actions, telling her how great she was. They also informed her that the portly chief had merely risen through connections with his capable father and was essentially a useless figure. Because of this, 1748 was even invited to meet with the Eight Pass, who warned her that the pig chief and Arolo had long-standing ties, and if the two teamed up, they could easily destroy anyone. Claire also quietly conveyed a message to her. The pig chief had a large group of black market arms behind him and advised her to be wise and definitely not provoke him, preferably to avoid even approaching Zykop. After hearing all this, she confirmed one thing: The pig chief was completely unpopular, hated, and despised. If he could be brought down, wouldn't that solve everything? At the moment, she was still caught in the storm. The school had suspended her classes and assigned her a month's worth of homework, stating that they would contact her when the storm passed. Days turned into weeks. In 1748, did not hear a word from the two kids about when she could return to class. Instead, she kept receiving letters, not threatening her, but praising her, which made her head ache. One day, when the two kids had a day off, they skipped their tutoring class to stay home with 1748. Big sister, why hasn't the master contacted you these days? Aren't you two dating? One of them asked. 1748 glanced at the cactus and said, who told you that? The tomboy sister said, everyone knows. She also told you that many people like you. Big sister, they say you're a heroine. The melon corrected her. It's heroine with quotes, meaning you're too reckless, sister. Reckless? Do you know what he said about me and Lucio? Huh? The two kids' eyes widened. That fatso called us maggots, saying we're maggots finally brave enough to see the light. Just thinking about that statement made 1748 instinctively clench her fists. If I hear that again, it won't just be simple curses. I'll make him feel how hard my fists are. Why does the report say you got into a fight with other sisters and even kicked a Rolo? The cactus asked. Pouting. Oh, those people. 1748 scoffed a few times, then lay back on the sofa, propping her feet up on the backrest. They're just typical troublemakers. They dislike me, so they have to insult me in a roundabout way. It's not enough to just insult me. They have to drag my ancestors into it too. What the hell do they think they are? As soon as she said this, 1748 felt a surge of anger, sat up, and fanned her flushed face with her hands. You guys should learn for what I just said. Big sister, you did the right thing. The teacher said that being overly tolerant is condoning their behavior. It's time to resist and show them some color. Exactly, your teacher is right. 1748 didn't realize that not only was she suffering, but she also dragged Lucio down with her, causing the businesses he had previously arranged with other planets and several energy deals to fall through. The retaliation wasn't just from Arolo and Chief Zhu. Aside from these two, those who were envious of Lucio and disliked seeing others do well cautiously began to show their heads, similar to toxic waste ready to be thrown into a black hole, dumped into the garbage dump, or filling the sewers with remnants of human or animal bodies, threatening the already homeless wanderers at the entry point. They secretly took hundreds of photos and prepared videos, copying them onto GGU flash drives and quickly sending them to various relevant departments and platforms. That day, all the ugly photos related to the garbage dump were exposed, and the reports about Lucio and 1748 were mixed, causing an unprecedented sensation. In 1748's words, thanks to those despicable people, they took the word dirty to the extreme. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know that in this vast universe, such words existed. She remembered them. Now, the school was eager to remove her name from the student list as quickly as possible, and it was unlikely they would let her continue her studies. Although 1748 felt wronged, she also understood that she had already been disgraced, and returning to school would affect the normal classes of other students. In desperation, she planned to clear her mind and then consider becoming a little girl again to continue her studies. While 1748 was at home, others were busy and overwhelmed. The 8 occasionally wandered around Harlan and Claire, intentionally or unintentionally asking where 1748 had gone and why she wasn't going out, wondering if she was scared or something. Claire immediately showed her palm, warning him that if he didn't shut up then, before she could finish her sentence, the 8 had already run off with a stack of printed documents. Recently, reporters had become regular visitors to the garbage dump, and dealing with such guests was not within Lucio's expertise, nor did he want his brother to deal with it personally, fearing that if anything went wrong, it would affect him. After careful consideration, he sent the 8 to handle it. The 8 was clever enough to know what shouldn't be said and what must be said. After sending off the reporters, he immediately relayed the latest news he had heard to the master in full detail. Lucio had long suspected who the mastermind was. Now they were in the open, while the enemy was in the dark. After hearing what the octopus had said, he had already guessed what their next move would be and hurriedly had someone bring 1748 to his office. Since the incident, the two had hardly met. This sudden face-to-face encounter made 1748 feel a bit uneasy. It was awkward to speak and awkward not to speak, leaving her sitting there in silence. Lucio's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, his fingertips gliding over the square keyboard and occasionally touching the screen. After about 3 minutes, 1748 could no longer hold back and slammed her hand on the table. "Did you bring me here just to watch you work?" Lucio did not move at the sound. His lips were moving rapidly, and 1748 could hardly hear what he was saying. "Fine, you keep busy, I'll head back." She had already reached the door when Lucio turned his head. "Don't rush to leave. Come sit down, I have something to tell you." 1748 was controlling her temper and said, "Go ahead. Close the door, come here." As Lucio spoke, he took out a mini recording black box from the drawer. "Starting tomorrow, SHHH will continue her studies, so you all better be prepared." Upon hearing that name, 1748 turned back. "What did you just say?" Lucio put away the black box, stood up, walked to her side, took her hand, and led her to the adjacent lounge. "Would you like something to drink? Just get to the point." Lucio turned to look at her, hesitated for a few seconds, put down his black eagle mug, and sat beside her. "I've been too busy these days and haven't considered you. I heard from Xiao Duo that you've recently become infatuated with school. Starting tomorrow, you can continue your studies." "In the name of Li Kuei?" Lucio did not refute. Just as 1748 was about to speak, someone pushed open Lucio's office door without permission, followed by the sound of high heels scraping against the floor. Hearing this, 1748 put on a cold face, pointing her chin at the oval door, silently telling him to go see. She counted to 31, and a man and a woman appeared before her eyes. Chapter 071 suddenly exposed. 1748 smiled with half-open lips. "Speaking of which, everyone has been busy these days, but she was told, you can't go out as usual." It turns out that with Lil Weiler, this capable assistant around, there was no need for anyone else. After laughing enough, she didn't plan to stay there any longer. Just as she was about to leave, that woman grabbed her and threw out a sentence. "Miss, it's best not to disturb Theo when he's busy. Thank you for your cooperation." 1748 turned around and smiled brightly. "This young lady, you should clarify the situation before lecturing me. My boyfriend misses me. So, is it a problem for me to come and sit here? I see you're so smart and capable. Perhaps you should find a man to marry first before discussing work. Sorry, whether or not to get married is my personal matter and has nothing to do with you. I'm being straightforward because I'm afraid you won't understand." Lou Weiler hid her knife behind her smile and quickly retaliated. 1748 responded with an "oh," as if she understood. "All right, you shouldn't always discuss boring matters. If you have time, help introduce me to someone. I'm really worried this beautiful big sister will become an old maid." Without waiting for a response, 1748 grabbed the car keys that Lucio had placed on the wooden table, flashed a toothy grin at the two, and left gracefully. Seeing that Lucio had no reaction to her, Lou Weiler not only didn't close the door, but also deliberately stayed there, her gaze telling her it was okay to leave. "I hope this time it will make you give up." After Lucio finished speaking, he slammed the door shut. Behind the door, Lou Weiler had never been treated like this before. She glanced at the information she had prepared to accuse a Lolo in her hand and threw it all into the trash can. She left the office building and searched for Lucio's car, only to find Kaduo and 1748 standing together. The two then got into the car one after the other, heading in the opposite direction of 1748's home. Hesitating, she stepped in her own car in her high heels, preparing to follow them. Inside the car, Kaduo, holding the steering wheel, asked with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, "So, that woman has been pestering your brother? Don't ask me back. Just say yes or no. My brother has nothing to do with her. Why would he stick to her? She's the one who comes to find my brother every few days and talks bad about me in front of him. I have no grievances against her. She must be out of her mind." Hearing your tone, you don't like her, do you? 1748 turned her head, eagerly staring at his profile. "Pretty much. I hate all men and women who are close to my brother, except for you." TCH. 1748 rolled her eyes. "Sister, can I ask you a favor?" "Go ahead." 1748 liked Duo's straightforwardness. Has your brother mentioned anything about the coal mine?" Kaduo shook his head vigorously. "No, nothing related?" "No." At this moment, the car stopped at an intersection. The red light turned green, and the car continued to move. I'm not interested in coal mines, so my brother doesn't tell me. Are you trying to find out something? Well, have you heard of a place called so that's similar to Leduc, Iceland? Isn't there a lot of coal resources there? 1748 frowned. Kaduo laughed so hard he nearly cramped. No way. Where did you hear that name? It's so obviously made up, and you actually said it so seriously. My brother is an expert in this area. If you have anything you don't understand or want to know, just ask him. After Kaduo finished speaking and laughed a few more times, he noticed her expression looked very bad and gradually stopped smiling. If I could ask him, I wouldn't be asking you. 1748 felt frustrated. Don't worry. Although my brother is busy, he will definitely keep your matters in mind. As for Lou Weiler, don't overthink it. She and my brother are impossible. Go on, who cares about that? Your brother is my man. If she wants to take him away, she has to get my consent. Little brother. Kaduo burst into laughter, thinking she was the only one who wouldn't back down. We're here. The two got out of the car, and Kaduo led 1748 to the entrance of the agreed-upon diner, where the others had been waiting for 5 minutes. After a brief exchange of glances, they entered the restaurant one after the other. Lou Weiler called Lucio and pretended to say she couldn't find Kaduo, trying to probe his thoughts. However, she did not get the answer she wanted and hung up the phone. She didn't want to enter such a small place and continued to wait in the car. After waiting for what felt like ages, she finally saw the two come out, followed by a group of raggedly dressed men, women, and children. She couldn't figure out what they were up to and, not wanting to waste her time, prepared to leave. Just as she turned the car around, she saw in the rearview mirror the whole process of 1748 transforming from a woman into a girl. Although it only took a few seconds in that moment, her limbs went numb, the car continued to change direction, and her blood seemed to flow backward. She deeply doubted her eyes while repeatedly recalling those consecutive images in her mind. This not only frightened her, but also stunned Kaduo, who kept his hands stiff as if turned to stone on the steering wheel, unable to move. Kaduo. 1748 herself didn't know what was going on. How did it suddenly transform? Shouldn't other people have seen it? As soon as she finished speaking, Kaduo immediately turned around, instinctively looking around. His gaze swept across the black car, realizing there was no one inside, and he let out a sigh of relief, immediately stepping on the gas. And the car seemed to fly off. Kaduo was now filled with thoughts about the woman sitting next to him. No, the girl. Was she human, half-beast, or some kind of monster? The more he thought about it, the more he sweated. Li Qi sighed, feeling that if she didn't provide an explanation, it would make sense. Ahem. She cleared her throat, pushing a strand of golden hair behind her. Your Highness, 1748 and I are the same person. I'm not a bad person, so don't worry. Kaduo maintained his original posture and remained silent. In fact, we've met before. The child your brother rescued last time was me. I am that child. Kaduo's mind exploded, realizing that his brother had always known. You can transform? Exactly. Kaduo felt embarrassed. For the sake of our friendship, I hope you won't tell anyone else. Kaduo inhaled, exhaled, and caught his breath. Do you think I'm stupid? Is it necessary to tell others about this? Realizing, could you be that big treasure dug out back then? Li Qi nodded, which was not cute at all. Wow, Kaduo exclaimed. So it's you. Kaduo felt a secret weighing heavily in his heart, and it didn't feel good. Just thinking about how his brother had known all along, but hadn't revealed a word to him, made him take a breath and glare at Li Qi with fierce eyes, only to find that apart from her well-developed figure, she was just a very beautiful, aloof little kid. Could you please move your gaze away? I've known my figure is good from the start, and I don't need you to observe me like that. Okay? Sorry. Kaduo felt very embarrassed. This is far enough. Are you sure? Your Highness, absolutely sure. Thank you. Saying this, Li Qi pushed open the car door, realizing she could touch the ground with one foot, but now needed to jump down, which felt very awkward. Kido drove his brother's car to the office building, parked it, and walked toward the entrance. He ran into Harlan, and after exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Then he saw Claire and learned from her that Lucio had left an hour ago, but no one knew what he was doing. Kido glanced at the keys in his hand and decided to return them to his brother's office, planning to wait for him there. As it turned dark, he still hadn't seen anyone or received any messages. He called Claire to the office phone and asked her face to face, "What time do you usually work overtime until these days?" Claire replied, "If it's early, we can leave by 10, but the latest is 3:50 in the morning." Keto asked, "Do you know Badong?" Claire hesitated. "Well, I guess I do. Has he finished work?" "He is not in my department. I don't know." "Your Highness." "Go call him." "Your Highness this." "There is nothing to hesitate about. Just go." "When did you become so disobedient?" Claire replied, Yes, I understand." Keto wasn't actually asking Badong about his brother's whereabouts. He was simply inquiring whether reporters had been camping out and blocking people as before, and if there were any hints of something resembling kidnapping. Badong confidently shook his head. He also learned from Badong that it was actually Leveler who handled the reporters and those shady figures behind the scenes. Keto didn't need to think too deeply. Apart from her, no one else would dare to do such risky and attention-grabbing things. However, he couldn't help but wonder if she was simply trying to make his brother fall in love with her. After leaving the office building with his doubts, he drove Lucio's car home. At that moment, Leveler arrived at his brother's house, knocked on the door, and stood anxiously at the entrance, waiting. "Don't ask anything or say anything right now. Please tell me immediately. What is the name of the girl you mentioned to me before?" With a piece of kiwi in his mouth that he had time to chew, pointed to his mouth and stammered, "You can speak now." Leveler then slammed the door shut, locked it, and grabbed his brother's arm, preventing him from moving away, his eyes filled with urgency as he looked at him, making KL feel uncomfortable. "Yes, that's the name. I should have suspected it back then." Chapter 072. "She's my daughter," she stood there talking to herself, and KL was completely confused from beginning to end. He wanted to leave, but couldn't, and if he didn't leave, he couldn't understand a single word that came out of his sister's mouth. Although Lou Weiler didn't obtain any information about 1748's background or family from the private detective, she was certain of one thing. She must have significant value for Lucio. Otherwise, as an uneducated, backgroundless village girl with no social connections, she wouldn't even qualify to stand next to her man, let alone serve him tea. For what she had seen before, the mystery of her identity had likely piqued Lucio's curiosity. She also noticed that her silly brother, who only focused on academic research and suddenly found himself in love, was probably quite taken with her. So, why not facilitate their relationship? It would give her and Lucio a chance to rekindle their friendship and gradually climb higher together. As she pondered this step by step, raising an eyebrow and smiling, she playfully hooked her delicate hand under her brother's chin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. With a bright smile, she said, "You're not a kid anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend." "The girl you mentioned before? I've seen her. She's bold, generous, and looks quite unique." As she spoke, the smile in her eyes became more apparent, and she playfully tapped his forehead with her finger. "If you like her, go after her. Otherwise, if someone else wins her over, that will be your regret. As for our elders, let me handle that." Kale was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. But then he recalled that he had already heard that 1748 and Lucio had started dating. Lil Weiler laughed, covering her mouth. "You believe such rumors? Don't you think about who Lucio is? If they were really a couple, have you seen them together lately? Don't just believe whatever you hear." For KL, the best outcome was that there was nothing going on. He regained his confidence from his sister and planned to confess to 1748 the next time he saw her. Around 3 in the morning, Keto took another hot shower, casually wrapped a towel around his body, put on a face mask, and walked out of the bathroom. He checked his phone, but still had no reply or call from his brother. After thinking about it, he decided to ask 1748 if she had any plans tomorrow, and he wanted to invite her to dinner. Just then, he realized she didn't even have a phone. The next day, as dawn broke because they were underground, no one knew it was snowing above. The temperature had dropped sharply by more than 10 degrees since the night before, but fortunately, the tree-hole house was quite warm, and almost no one got sick without turning on the heating. 1748 thought to herself that she could no longer stay home like a little girl and had to go to school with Cactus and Melon. At school, she was always harassed, especially by that pretentious gentleman Gus, followed by a Lomi eye. They were like snails, wearing a polite, elegant mask while either drooling over her beauty or gossiping about her family's background. Unlike 1748, she wouldn't actively tear her face to argue or quarrel with them unless absolutely necessary. She maintained her cute and clever demeanor, smiling past them. Because of this, she had made quite a few good friends, not only in her class, but also in the two adjacent classes. This was something that Cactus and Melon couldn't envy, especially Cactus, who could only feel jealousy. With just one class left, school would be over. KL couldn't wait to rush out of school straight to 1748's house, mustering the courage to confess in person. He had already thought through everything, what to say, how to pose, and how to control his expression. Now, he just needed 1748 to stand in front of him. Ding dong. The school bell rang. Cactus and Melon's cooking class teacher shamelessly dragged on the class, claiming that the pizzas in the oven weren't done yet. If everyone went home, the food would be wasted, and wasting food was extremely shameful. She traced back hundreds or thousands of years and gave a long-winded speech that no one was interested in. At that moment, classmate Li Kuei stood at the back door of their classroom, sympathizing with them for having such a chatty teacher. The cold wind blew, and there was a long tree-lined path from the lower grade teaching building to the school gate, where the wind whistled through the leaves, creating different sounds. The wind, uninvited, blew into the collars of the three children, making them shiver, and they couldn't help but chat about fun things that happened during class breaks or certain lessons. Li Kuei, that woman seems to be waving at you. Melon pointed towards the woman and instinctively adjusted his glasses to see her face more clearly. Hey, this person seems familiar. Li Kuei rolled her eyes, but didn't let anyone else see it. Let us keep walking. Ignore her. Do you know her or not? Just as Li Kuei turned her head to slightly warn Cactus not to speak nonsense, the woman pretended to block their way. Excuse me, do you know if a student named 1748 has left? Li Kuei, who had no height advantage, had to look up, and even then, her head nearly bumped into her neck. Calmly, she glanced coldly at Lil Weiler's face, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, lips that seemed to be enticing that dog man, and those eyes that were truly mesmerizing. Compared to Roy, she was equally captivating. I don't know. Lil Weiler turned her head to Cactus. That little sister is so cute, don't you think? Before speaking, Cactus didn't forget to lick her durian-flavored lollipop. Annie, why are you asking about the big sister? Seeing her look of defeat, Li Kuei couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, acting like a little adult. With her arms crossed over her chest, she said leisurely, "Let's go home." Wait, don't misunderstand. I know your big sister. I came to school to ask her something. Melon, with eyes behind his glasses, stared at her. The big sister isn't here. We'll talk later. We need to go home. Please don't block our way. Annie. This time, Lil Weiler's expression darkened. Even though she was already far from her 30s, she still wondered why she, who clearly looked like an older sister, was being called Annie. Little sister, little brother, then I want to disturb you. Before she could finish speaking, a pair of shiny, metallic-looking shoes appeared beside the three children, and the person was Lucio, dressed in a fitted long light gray coat. What are you doing here? Lil Weiler didn't expect him to come to school and forced a smile. Lucio, I came to find 1748 for something. Lucio glanced at Li Kuei and coldly looked up at her. 1748 isn't here. Also, whatever it is, don't look for her. After saying that, his gaze clearly told her to leave. Lucio, I see you have a good relationship with this child. Are you? Lucio picked up Li Kuei and answered quickly, "She is my daughter." Lil Weiler was stunned, at a loss, and looked at Li Kuei, struggling to calm her chaotic emotions. You, don't doubt it, she is my daughter. Well, Lil Weiler didn't disbelieve it, but she never thought she would hear something she deemed impossible from his mouth. Today was no exception. From the moment she saw him, his various actions had already left her in shock. Although she was still unconvinced, she had to think about what to do next. After school, the Lord picked her up, which made their classmates envious and jealous. Li Kuei sat in the back, squeezed between the cactus and the cantaloupe. The car windows were locked, there was no music, and no one spoke. It was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. After finishing her lollipop, the cactus broke the silence. Lord, is Li Kuei really your daughter? But she told us before that she is her big sister's younger sister. Lucio's face turned red, and his mind was in a jumble for a moment. Please don't be angry, Lord. The cactus is just curious. Yes, she is my daughter. She said that to avoid scaring you. The cactus turned around and sneaked a smile at Li Kuei. Without her front teeth, her smile went from cute to silly, but Li Kawai seemed indifferent, as if she hadn't seen it. Lucio not only picked the kids up, but also personally carried them into the house. Without the 1748 home, he felt something was missing. He glanced back at Li Kawai and the other two kids doing their homework by the wooden table, only to smile helplessly. What do you want to eat? By the time he asked, he had already put on an apron and walked over to the kids. Lord, the cactus laughed loudly, grabbing the Lord's apron. Can I say anything I want to eat? Lucio pinched her little nose and said, not exactly, unless I happen to know how to make it. I want sweet and crispy ribs, charcoal grilled worms, milk-flavored mochi, and pudding with chocolate chips. And at this moment, Li Kawai suddenly interjected, do you have a convenience store in your stomach? After saying that, she closed her completed homework and turned away with a nonchalant look, heading toward her bedroom. Wah, Lord. Li Kawai doesn't like me, wah. Lucio squatted down to help her wipe her tears. If she really didn't like you, she wouldn't be living here. Cantaloupe, don't you think? Yes, Lord. Actually, the cactus is just jealous of Kawai, feeling that she isn't pretty enough and her grades aren't good enough. Bah, no. Yo al bulme, Lord, wah wah. Lucio winked at the cantaloupe. All right, Guagua was just joking with you. If you keep being sad, I will make you delicious food. The cactus pouted in grievance, wiped her tears with her short sleeves, and nodded. Okay, Lord, I won't cry anymore. Chapter 073, she is my adorable little monster Guagua. You could do your homework with her. After saying that, Lucio walked straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the kids. The dishes were seasoned according to the children's tastes, including braised carp head, creatively plated sweet and crispy ribs, which also contained crispy meat and sliced fried sausage, a bowl of egg soup, ready-made pudding for dessert, and additionally, he specially squeezed some mango juice. Watching the children eat heartily, he was happier than anyone else. Knock, knock, knock. Lucio instinctively turned to look at the door and was about to get up when the little one, Hami Melon, had already run to open it. Little friend, is 1748 home? Hami Melon paused for a moment and turned back to raise the volume. Master, someone is looking for Big Sister. Lucio walked up behind the child and found that the visitor was a new teacher from the school, who was also one of the few lucky ones to draw a prize. He had a serious expression and said, she is not here. Master, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. Can I have the little friend deliver this letter to 1748? Hami Melon looked up at Lucio and reached out to take the pink letter. Sorry for bothering you. Then I'll leave. Facing KL, Lucio shot him a cold glare. With a bang, Lucio turned his back to the door and extended his long hand. Guagua, give me the letter. Hami Melon was confused. Master, isn't this for Big Sister? Lucio scratched the back of his head. I'll give it to her myself. You go eat. Li Kawai saw Lucio go to his bedroom, put down his chopsticks, and looked at the cactus. You guys finish eating and wash the dishes too. But the cactus puffed its cheeks and shook Hami Melon's arm. Guagua, you're the best to me. Can you wash mine too? At that moment, Li Kawai didn't knock and pushed the bedroom door open, only to find the noble master was actually sprawled over a small desk by the window like a child, staring at the letter with his eyes fixed. She stepped forward a few more steps and noticed he still didn't react. She couldn't help but think, this guy's cold demeanor is like magic. Coughing, she straightened her back, placed her hands on her chest, and saw him turn around in shock. Try not to laugh. If I heard correctly, this letter is for me. Although what she said was true, Lucio was unwilling to simply hand it over and deliberately change the subject. How was school today? Don't insult my intelligence. Hand over the love letter. If 1748 had said that, he wouldn't have minded, but he raised his eyes to glare at the little girl, not wanting to discourage her, yet not letting her off the hook either. The next moment, right in front of her, he folded the envelope and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his trench coat before standing up. Given Li Kawai's height, she barely reached his abdomen. The difference was indeed quite large. You guys are almost done eating. I'll go wash the dishes. Such a gentle and lovely Lucio made Li Kawai not want to let him go, so she ran after him. With a clang, her right foot stepped on the door frame, her hands on her hips, striking a pose similar to 1748. The fact that 1748 could transform was no longer a secret. As far as I know, she revealed her secret in front of your brother just yesterday. Of course, she couldn't be blamed. She hadn't been resting well lately, eating poorly, and feeling down. Also, hasn't the temperature in this underground paradise been quite low these past few days? Lucio didn't need her to say it. He had already noticed. However, at that time, he was too busy to find 1748, and their rare encounter had been interrupted. I'm not 1748, but I know her better than anyone. In terms of feelings, she's just a silly fool. In other matters, she's sharp, but there's one thing she got wrong. That is, she promised to stay here. To put it bluntly, she's just your pawn. Once she's no longer useful, perhaps you'll throw her away. I can guess most of the little tricks you're hiding. Sooner or later, others will know she's just a person transformed from a piece of coal. What will happen then? Only time will tell. What I'm concerned about now is that the reason she's not likable is all because of you. Her unhappiness is also because of you. Every word struck Lucio's heart. He had to admit that the series of troubles 1748 encountered, even if he wasn't the main cause, at least indirectly caused her greater harm. I'm glad you didn't refute me. And one more thing, I don't have high hopes for you too. These words have been rotting in Lee Kawai's stomach for a long time. And finally saying them to the person who needed to hear them made her think she would feel relieved. Little did she know, the beating heart embedded in her body felt so uncomfortable, as if another part of her didn't want to hear herself say these things. I won't turn back for now. There are no adults at home, and they might be scared. If possible, please stay. After dropping this sentence, Lee Kawai put down her legs and turned to head to the kitchen. Her innocent and naive face, along with those eyes deeper than any mature human's, struck Lucio's heart. The letter had already been warmed in his hands, but now he had no mood to think about the cheesy love words written on it. Occasionally, the sounds of children laughing and playing drifted into his ears. Lying on the soft bed, he grabbed a pillow and slowly inhaled the familiar scent. He knew he missed 1748 so much. 3 kids and 1 adult took turns washing up. The kids slept in the children's room, and Lucio naturally took over 1748's bed. Before sleeping, he sent a few messages to his brother, then went straight to sleep. The next day, he groggily turned over a few times, swiped his phone, glanced at the time, and for the first time felt the urge to sleep in. After a while, he got up and changed into his suit when he suddenly heard a clattering sound outside the door. He thought it was the kids making noise early in the morning. As he crossed the hallway and just stopped behind the door, he caught a glimpse of the living room, which was empty. When he carefully opened the door, the kids were actually still in their respective beds, accompanied by faint snoring. He began to doubt whether he was hearing things, but in the next second, the front door was knocked so hard it shook, and he instantly felt terrible. Who? As soon as he said this, the moment the door opened, Lucio never expected to see a group of reporters outside. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and swiftly blocked the door from the crowd behind it. At this moment, the kids were woken up and stood at the door peeking out. The cactus stared at Lucio's slightly pale face and unknowingly hid behind Hami Melon, holding his hand and quietly asking what was wrong with the master. Lee Kawai glanced at the door, guessing that the people outside must be of great importance. To avoid the room filling with screams, she urged Hami Melon to quickly take the cactus back to the room. You go back too. No matter what scary things are outside, they can't compare to my fire. Lucio glared. If you don't want 1748 to be sad, then go ahead and burn this place down. Lee Kawai replied, Look, the door is warped. Do you really want them to rush in and be satisfied? Lucio pointed at the doorway, his tone firm. Go back. I'm only giving you 3 seconds. Lee Kawai didn't teach shoes to argue back and said in an adult tone, Suit yourself, before turning and walking towards the children's room. This was one of the biggest differences between her and 1748. Lucio silently kept this in mind. The reporters came to the underground paradise with great effort, not for the first or second time. Clearly, their desire to uncover the so-called truth has not been completely extinguished. Therefore, Lucio will not let them leave easily this time. He simply opened the door wide. This left the countless reporters outside dumbfounded. You can ask whatever you want. There's only one chance. The reporters looked at each other, wide-eyed. 5 minutes passed. Reporter A, who is 1748 to you? Lucio smirked, diving straight into the subject. He liked this question. My girlfriend. Reporter A's expression instantly changed. Reporter D, there are rumors that your girlfriend is a monster, transforming into a little girl right in broad daylight. How do you explain that? That's right. She's a monster, my favorite little monster. Lucio's heart raced, and a perfect smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Everyone below, especially the female reporters, clearly felt their teeth aching. This is just too sweet. Is the man before them really the legendary cold-faced killer, Lucio, who kills anyone and anything in sight? Reporter C: May I quietly ask, are you really Lucio? That's correct. Reporter B: I heard that you have a stutter, right? But your speech, isn't that too smooth? Lucio smiled broadly. Who told me I have a little monster? No, let us call her a little beast. That sounds cuter. The reporters present were digesting this dog food. A male reporter standing at the back, who was extremely short and ugly enough to stand out, suddenly threw out this question. Lucio, you were originally engaged to Princess Kabia, then quickly annulled the marriage. Is there a nature of marriage fraud there? Now there are rumors that your ex-girlfriend is the former wife of King Voralak, a goddess-level figure who captivated all men years ago. Some of us witnessed you two together. Are you reigniting old flames? It seems there's about a 10-year age difference between you two. Not long ago, she helped you resolve the conflict between you, 1748, and the director, the Arrow family. Does your girlfriend know about this? Lucio claimed he wasn't angry, but that was definitely a lie. He admired the courage of that male reporter. Every face around him was marked with capitalized curiosity, and he laughed out loud. Chapter 074. The Inside Man. First of all, my engagement with Princess Kabia was mutually agreed upon. As for why Alolo later spread those baseless rumors, it might be because he was concerned that his son couldn't find a partner. Secondly, the goddess you mentioned has nothing to do with me. So how can there be any rekindling of old feelings? Are you out of your mind, or has your brain grown to your backside? Finally, if you see your father with other women, does that mean his job is provided by those women, and that you were born from one of them? Your whole family owes their existence to her? My girlfriend doesn't need to know about this nonsense. She only needs to know that the one I love is her, and only her. Now, and in the future, your questions aren't that clever either. You've already used up this opportunity. Next, I will send someone to take you to a place to enjoy yourselves. Saying this, he called Kido and instructed him to send a group of bodyguards to take all the reporters to a deserted island. He didn't stay at 1748 any longer, grabbed the car keys, and ran out. While driving, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror, where he could see from the expressions on passers-by that many were discussing 1748. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in the parking lot in front of the office building. He rushed into his office and told Harlan to delete all posts related to 1748 from the internet, whether they were text or images. Everything. Find the person who spread the news and bring him to me. Harlan and Claire had never seen him so angry before. Claire, having nothing to do, made Harlan a latte and brought it to him. Where do you think you can find her? Harlan didn't respond. You're busy. I'll go downstairs to order food. I'll get you something too. With that, Claire took her phone and went downstairs. On the way out, she ran into Ista and, seeing her expression, guessed she was worried about 1748. She quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her into the restroom. What are you doing here at this time? The outside is full of crazy talk. You need to be careful. Ista was out of breath, shaking Claire's arm, showing her the phone. Someone just posted a video with an interview of the Lord. Can you tell if it's real or not? Claire seriously watched it from beginning to end and scoffed a few times. Oh, it's fake. Who is our Lord? A high and mighty deity. Don't even think about interviews. Strangers don't even get the chance to talk to him. Don't overthink it. Just relax. But have you seen 1748? No, I haven't seen her since yesterday. She is probably being hidden away by the Lord, Claire said seriously. Well, that's true. They're dating now, and the Lord will definitely protect her. Claire patted her shoulder. Princess, don't blame me for being too straightforward. Our Lord is being criticized as a heartless scoundrel, a two-timer. The truth is, you're also at fault. You were the one who proposed to break off the engagement first, weren't you? You liked Harlan first, didn't you? Ista lowered her head in shame. That's why I want to do something for them. Seeing that she was serious, Claire immediately put away her smile. No, Princess. Your father is a person who forgets loyalty for profit. He previously kept it from you and agreed to marry Alolo's son. Who knows what else he might want you to do in the future? This isn't right. Both the Lord and 1748 treat me very well. I absolutely cannot let them take the blame just to protect my own safety. I can't do that. Ista had made up her mind to stay here, becoming a bystander. The once beautiful home now cast a shadow in her heart, and the good father she once knew was now someone she dared not approach. Claire, Thank you for worrying about me. You all continue with your work. I won't disturb you. Hey, wait. Claire caught up with Ista and called out to her. Don't leave yet. Harlan is upstairs, and I'm about to go out to buy food. I'll also bring you a portion. Go up and chat with him. Ista felt embarrassed and turned her head away. I can't interfere with his work. It's better to go back. No. Claire grabbed her hand. He has really become a bookworm now. Just think of it as rescuing him. It'll also help him relax. It's good for both of you, go on. Ista went to find Harlan, just as he was taking a break. They sat on opposite sides of the desk, exchanging a few glances. Even without speaking, their eyes and little gestures conveyed everything. Harlan hadn't thought of saying something like be my girlfriend yet, and naturally wouldn't say it out loud. To outsiders, they were already considered couple, belonging to a low-key, slow-burning kind of love. If it weren't for Ista's father, who was busy dealing with the marriage to Alolo's family, while also sending people to observe his daughter in an attempt to break her and Harlan apart. These two might have already stepped into the hall of marriage. After all, Harlan, though occasionally dull, didn't mean he was incapable of thinking when it came to action. He was not inferior to his lord. You and I exchanging glances can't fill our stomachs. Both of their stomachs growled almost simultaneously, and in that moment, they smiled at each other like an old married couple, surrounded by a sweet atmosphere. Claire, who was carefree and unrestrained, pushed the door open and walked in, glanced over, and casually said, "Damn, this is really not the right time. I just finished eating, and now I'm being fed dog food by you too. I don't want to live anymore." Joking aside, Claire had no malice. She was just feeling a bit nauseous. She was holding 2 servings of 3-flavor rice and a fruit platter that she had picked up from Lynn's restaurant, placing them on the table, reminding them to finish the food she had taken from other customers. After saying that, she quickly left the scene of dog food feeding. Claire's career had been on a rapid rise lately, and by now, she had received nearly 1,000 offers, with only 1 or 2 planets she was interested in. It wasn't that her standards were too high. She just felt that having worked alongside Lucio for so long, she genuinely liked the place. Every day, when she opened the little wooden window of the tree-hole house, she knew clearly that if she settled here for a lifetime, she would be willing. Behind all those offers, she could guess that her father must have talked a lot to convince her to give up everything she had and live in a place where he could see her anytime. If there were number 1748 here, she might have wavered, but in fact, she wanted to take charge of her own life. At 2:33 p.m., she had an appointment with a client temporarily staying in the solar system at a convenience store near the office building to discuss the rental price of the treehole house. Generally speaking, at this time, the convenience store would be empty unless there was a last-minute meeting. But now it was packed. A large crowd was gathered near the cash register, shouting and wailing. If she hadn't seen some people smiling to the side, she would have suspected someone had died. With work on her plate, she tried hard not to get distracted by the gossip, quietly opened her laptop, and prepared to ask the other party where they were. Before the computer powered on, Claire spotted the figure of Badatong on the black screen, looking shifty-eyed. After staring for a few seconds, she noticed Ruah following behind him. She controlled her curiosity and casually put on a pink knitted hat that was on the table. Badatong and Ruah had been seen together more than once or twice, so she didn't find it strange. But her intuition told her that there must be something fishy about coming here to flirt during work hours. It was now exactly 3 o'clock. The client was already an hour late, and seeing that Badatong had not left yet, she remained still, lowering her head and continuing to observe them while staring at the screen. At this moment, the client arrived, and after calling Claire, she learned that the person in the hat was indeed her. The only thing she was grateful for was that the client did not call out her name, and the 2 people did not seem to have discovered her. They hurriedly left. Claire took down the rental contract for the treehouse and returned to the office building. Before she could settle down, she heard Xiao A outside saying that the person in the morning video was indeed the Lord himself, and the one who leaked the information was Octopus Card. She went to find Harlan to confirm, and it was indeed the case. Unconsciously, she raised her right hand, pointing here and there while repeatedly saying, "I knew it. I calculated that I would be so busy these days that I wouldn't have time to dig into your nonsense. Yet you dare to publicly release the Lord's private photos. No one expected it to turn out this way, including Lucio himself. The one who reacted the most was Keter. He kept it from his brother and personally burned the squid for Keter at around 6 minutes and 3 to 4 seconds past 6 that evening, and sent people to throw all his belongings beyond the Jiguala border. The most pleased person was Lavril. When she heard about this from her subordinates, the smile on her face never faded. The anger she had been harboring in her heart had vanished. Regardless of who leaked the information, the outcome did not meet the planner's expectations at all. Whether 1748 is a person or a monster, in this era where even half-beasts deserve respect, a pure-blooded monster is indeed a treasure. In other words, this made 1748's reputation soar. The clever, decisive, straightforward, and lovable monster is still the dignified Lord Lucio's woman, which led various media platforms to promote a beautiful connection, benefiting both parties more than harming them. The previous events had all blown away, and everyone was now more focused on the emotional lives of the two. That day, heavy snow fell outside, while inside the underground paradise it was warm as spring, with grass growing and birds flying. Many nameless weeds sprouted in the flower beds along the street, attracting flocks of black crows that landed on the streetlights, coveting the red fruits on the grass. The crazy talk from days ago had already sunk below the surface, and everyone's lives returned to their original rhythm. Whether they were office workers, students, or freelancers, all were preparing for the carnival. Harlan and Claire would be on vacation starting today until after the festival. Chapter 075. Carnival. Lucio originally wanted to take 1748 out for some fun, but she was completely focused on her studies, trying to break past the 0 mark in her final exams. He spent his spare time lingering in the office, drawing. Poor Quito had long wanted to stroll along the sunny beach with his brother in 1748, to play with whales underwater, to visit the gorillas in the Borohue wild forest, and to see the giant pandas brought from Earth, followed by a lavish meal at the high-end Chinese restaurant Black Crow. Unfortunately, all of that had turned into a pipe dream. Feeling bored, he casually accepted Claire and Harlan's invitation to watch a movie next door about who killed Jiguala. An hour and a half later, the movie ended, and the young couple walked out of the cinema hand in hand, while Claire and Quito exchanged awkward glances. You guys continue to hang out. I'm heading back. Quito heard that there was a wish pond nearby, where wishes were said to come true, and wanted to give it a try. He rented a vintage convertible car and drove personally to the temple below the Heart-to-Heart Temple, climbing 587 steps before finally seeing the temple. The temple had 3 doors, but there were long lines behind each one. He didn't need to guess. He knew that the elderly were there to pray for children to marry and have kids, while the young people were all pairs heading to the wish pond. Spotting Alolo and his son in the crowd was like seeing something dirty. He immediately turned around and left without wanting to linger for even a second. Coincidentally, the father and son saw him too and threw him a disdainful look. Just as he thought, the area around the wish pond was crowded. He stood on tiptoe to take a quick glance at the pond, which had 7 colors, resembling a rainbow. Just as he was mesmerized, a female voice floated from behind. "Isn't that Quito?" He turned around and found it was Leveler. He wasn't surprised or curious. He just gave her a casual glance, as if he had already greeted her, and turned back to look at his rainbow. "You look even more handsome than your brother after all these years." Quito scoffed. "From the looks of you, you must really like this pond. If you have time in the future, come here. It definitely won't be as crowded as today." Hearing this, Quito wasn't surprised. He had long heard about the goddess's return. "No, it should be the wealthy goddess. But do I know you? Don't act like we're close here." After saying that, Quito turned and walked away. He regretted coming to this place. Back at Jiguala, he took a shower, lounged on the sofa, and casually scrolled through his phone to see if he had received any messages recently. While flipping through, he remembered that he had forgotten to inform his brother about the change of birthday that 1748 had instructed him to do with Iskop. Just as he was about to tell his brother, worried that he would scold him, he immediately got up, changed his clothes, and personally went to ask someone. Quito was acquainted with Leiji at the bureau and asked her about the procedures for changing his birthday. Besides his signature, he had to deal with other minor tasks, which kept him busy until 8 in the evening. To show his gratitude, he invited Leiji to dinner. The location was chosen by Leiji. Girls generally like pretty places, and Quito said nothing as he handed her the menu, then called the waiter over. "Would you like to try our restaurants?" The moment Quito looked up, He saw the waiter's face and was instantly speechless. "Why are you here?" Kido's tone was quite rude. "Your Highness, it's like this, I don't have a penny on me. Once I earn enough for the fare, I'll go back. Does that have anything to do with you leaving here?" "It does." I said no, so no. You need to disappear from my sight immediately. If I see you again, you won't be leaving Jiguala. Yes, I'm leaving right now." Leiji looked at the waiter's appearance a few more times and then turned back to Kido, shaking her head. "I didn't expect you to still protect your brother so much. How old are you now, still acting like a child? You wouldn't understand." Yes, the thoughts of a young master are beyond us ordinary people." Kido had little appetite left, raised his eyes to stare at his friend's face. "Order whatever you want, but pack it to go." "Hey, how can that be?" Kido waved to the waiter who was serving food to the neighboring table. "Sorry, let's have one of everything on the menu, to go, and hurry up." Kido patiently waited for all the takeout boxes, and Leiji, seeing his expression, knew she had to go home to enjoy the food, so she followed him obediently. Outside, the street lights twinkled, and the sidewalks were crowded with people, the sound of voices like a tide, which made Leiji want to stroll around on this rare night without overtime. But when she turned back, she found Kido already sitting in the car, turning the direction around. It had nearly been a year since they had seen each other properly, and opportunities to shop like this were rare. She started to move along with the moving car, quickening her pace, her eyes filled with love following that face, which was more mature than before. Fragments of beautiful life aspirations floated in her mind. Her mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly at the corners. She clenched her fist against her heart, telling herself that no matter how important Kido's matters were today, she couldn't casually give up this opportunity. Kido had parked the car, opened the window, and leaned out, chin up, signaling her to hurry and get in. Leiji smiled and nodded, excitedly jumping into the car. She knew Kido had a slight obsession with cleanliness and particularly hated anyone eating in his car. Still holding a piece of mint-flavored chewing gum, she dared not chew it and swallowed it whole. As soon as the car entered the driveway, Leiji expressed how much she wished to go out for a walk with him. Seeing he didn't respond, Leiji straightened her face, pointed at an intersection ahead, and shouted for him to stop. Once the car stopped, she yanked out the car key and hopped out onto the street. Kido didn't expect her to do that. The streets were lined with small stalls selling cotton candy, little sugar figurines, freshly sold calligraphy or couplets, and even mini pet shops with cats, dogs, parrots, and snakes. Most of the onlookers were children and the elderly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Kido wouldn't have known that there were still people performing acrobatics and magic tricks. The most lively place was the square, filled with ice sculptures prepared for the carnival, shaped in all sorts of bizarre forms, and hundreds of fruit and vegetable crafts. An antelope released from the wild had golden bells on its horns, and its four hooves were tied with bow-adorned anklets, taking photos with the caretaker and the crowd. There was also a castle made of a ton of tomatoes, which was the main attraction and the color all the kids loved to see. As Kido and Leiji walked halfway around the square, they spotted Lucio and the tall woman beside him. Leiji recognized the woman as 1748 at a glance, smiled, and playfully nudged Kido with her elbow. "Your brother and 1748 look like a perfect couple." Kido responded with a slight, observing the two from an outsider's perspective. "They're fine, but the more I look, the more pleasing it is." "Exactly, I think so too." Suddenly, Leiji jumped in front of Kido. "I want to ask a buzzkill question. What's the relationship between your brother and Leveler?" "What relationship? What are you talking about?" "They're at most familiar strangers." "Did you hear something outside?" Kido worried she wouldn't confess and grabbed her wrist, leading her to a nearby bench. "Actually, it's not from outside. Even the people in our bureau are spreading rumors that your brother is a gigolo." "Those people." Kido's eyes rolled back so much that only the whites could be seen, which frightened Leiji, who was sitting across from him. "Next time, give me the list, and I'll personally settle the score with them." "Don't." Leiji quickly realized he shouldn't have pried. "Actually, your brother came to us for business before and has already heard about it. He didn't hold it against anyone. As for me, I've heard too much, and it's uncomfortable for me. I'm worried that your brother really has something going on with that woman." Kidwa felt that there was more to the words, but the surroundings were noisy, and it felt like a fly was buzzing in his ears, constantly producing a droning sound. He was straightforward, grabbing Leiji and taking her to his home, going to great lengths to extract the undisclosed gossip from her, or perhaps a secret disguised as gossip. That night, he found it hard to sleep, tossing and turning, hesitating about whether to tell his brother, but then thought it better to let him rest first. After the carnival, it wouldn't be too late to talk. On the morning of the carnival at 6 o'clock, the sled dogs pulled the carriage starting from Jiguala Street. Wherever it passed, the people dressed in puppet costumes would throw candies wrapped in rainbow paper or gift the spectators a carved pumpkin. Such a delightful event of candies falling from the sky naturally couldn't be missed by a 1748 and the cactus. The music was the liveliest. The balloons floating in the air were the most beautiful. The temperature was just right, and people surged forward like a tide, only to retreat soon after. At noon, when the church bells rang 3 times, it marked the official start of the tomato battle. By this time, every household would change into home clothes, wear a basin on their heads, tie a winning red ribbon on their foreheads, roll up their sleeves, and either wear slippers or go barefoot. To show their spirit, families often stood at their doorways, shouting provocations at their neighbors. When the howls resembling wolf howls or ghostly cries erupted, tomatoes from their baskets would be hurled at others' faces. Before long, the underground paradise almost turned into a sea of red tomatoes, the unique sweet and sour smell floating in the air, filling the nostrils with a refreshing tang. It was 1748's first time tasting raw tomatoes, and she quite liked the flavor. While others were throwing tomatoes, she gobbled up every tomato that fell into her hands. When she finally thought about throwing some back, she slipped and fell to the ground, being harshly teased by the onlookers. Chapter 76, No Disturbance Humph. You all wait for me. With the addition of 1748, everyone in the venue became completely excited. Their energy for hitting each other was even stronger than that of a newborn. Everyone was exhausted from playing and could no longer lift their hands or move their feet, which is why they decided to call it a day. They began to pack their things, getting ready to go back for dinner. The school was holding a live fairy tale play, starting at 7 o'clock in the evening, and attendance was not mandatory for every student. 1748 had gone a bit overboard during the day, feeling weak in her limbs, with a sore neck, and whenever she saw something red, she would instinctively jump up, then mock herself for being poisoned by tomatoes. Cactus and Melon went to school hand in hand to watch the play, leaving her home alone. Earlier, she had enjoyed a meal at a Chinese restaurant with Lucio, and now she felt both restless and lethargic, unknowingly falling asleep on the sofa. She didn't even hear the doorbell. When she opened her eyes, she saw the 2 kids playing games on the sofa beside her right hand. She thought it was already dawn and got up, swaying as she prepared to wash up. A glance at the time revealed that it was just past midnight. You too. Hurry up and brush your teeth and go to bed. Cactus tilted her head, showing her wristwatch. Look, big sister. Isn't it pretty? It's beautiful, really beautiful. Big sister. This was given to me by the sister who came to find you before. Huh. 1748 could easily imagine how sweet Laviller must have looked when she gifted it. And seeing the kids so happy, she didn't want to dampen their spirits and merely replied, "Remember to return the gift, okay?" Then she took the 2 kids' hands and led them to the bathroom to brush their teeth. Melon, unlike Cactus, always liked to trouble 1748. Sitting on the toilet lid, he brushed his teeth while mumbling, "I think I saw that sister with the Lord when I just came back." 8 was hiding in an alley, not sure what he was doing. 1748 didn't respond, but then asked Melon, "Does 8 look okay?" "Not really. He looks like a beggar." "Big sister, why did the Lord drive him away?" "All right, stop asking so many questions. Hurry up and brush your teeth and go to bed. It's really late now." 1748 realized that she hadn't taken those crazy words seriously before. She was too focused on not failing her exams and didn't know 8 would be permanently kicked out of the Jiguala. The next day, she left early to find Claire, wanting to ask if 8 had come to see her. Coincidentally, she found the 2 of them talking. She inadvertently learned that 8 claimed he was wronged, saying the person who leaked those videos and photos wasn't him. But he couldn't clearly explain what he had. She and Claire observed his expression, which didn't seem like he was lying. So they reluctantly decided to believe him for now. Claire sent her bodyguard to take him a shower, change clothes, and eat. Meanwhile, 1748 was stopped by Claire. "I'm not saying this to you, sis, but you really have a big heart coming to find that little brat early in the morning. By the way, do you know what happened last night?" 1748 looked confused. Just then, Ista ran over, holding her skirt and panting. 1748. You have to go back and check. Cactus has been taken away by the police. 1748. Didn't T have time to hear the rest of what she said and turned to run. Claire grabbed Ista. Princess, what happened? Ista gasped. I made some pudding for the kids and was knocking on the door, and a group of police came outside. Before I could ask anything, they took Cactus away. I sent Melon home, and I searched everywhere else until I found you. All right, Princess, don't worry, we'll go see. At that moment, 1748 found a notice on the coffee table at home, which basically stated that the child's guardian must go to SHHH in person. It didn't specify why. As soon as 1748 arrived at the police station, the others, Keto, Ista, Claire, and Harlan, had also gathered. Keto didn't know what was going on and had brought Legia, only knowing that the child had stolen something, was caught, and was brought here for questioning. Upon hearing this, 1748 kicked the glass door. Cactus would hand over money to the police if he saw it on the street. There's no way he would steal. Who discovered this? Tell me. Keto stopped her. Legia, she S like this. She can't control her emotions. You just go about your business and don't worry about us. 1748 managed to swallow her anger. A quarter of an hour later, Lucio came out from the inner floor. 1748 rushed over first, grabbing his collar in front of everyone. Where's the child? Why are you the only one out here? Lucio suppressed his anger, pried her hand open, and grabbed her wrist, dragging her over to Keto and the others. Why is everyone here? Keto said, Brother, someone must have framed Cactus. Lucio coldly replied, That's natural. You all shouldn't be standing here. It's too conspicuous. Keto understood his words and exchanged glances with Claire and Ista, then they all left together. Lucio took 1748 to a park near SHHH. Now you can speak, right? 1748's patience had reached its limit. From now on, just answer me honestly to whatever I ask. 1748 shot him a glance, exhaling in frustration. Did Cactus bring back a watch last night? 1748 nodded. The child said it was a gift from LaViller. Could it be that she reported the child for stealing? Lucio replied, Not exactly. It was her assistant. What does that mean? First, she gives a gift, then reports the child for stealing? Is this some kind of game? Cactus is only 5 years old. Why should he be wronged? Lucio grasped her shoulders. Calm down. That woman LaViller is too scheming. But I never thought she would report a child. Not her. 1748 raised her head, her face flushed. What do you mean by that? Isn't her assistant her person? No, your tone is strange today. I don't have time to waste words with you here. Where are you going? Lucio held her hand tightly. She told me about it last night. That is why I could get here as soon as possible. The child can come out in 3 hours. Oh, I see. 1748 forcefully shook off his hand. Okay, that's good. I'll pick the child up then. I haven't finished speaking. 1748 took a deep breath. Whatever you want to say can wait. No, I want to say it now. We just happened to meet. Nothing happened like you think. 1748 sneered a few times. I really didn't think anything. Who you want to see is your business. I don't care, and I don't want to care. Why does your tone change when she appears? I've said it before. We have nothing going on. 1748, I know. You don't know. I warn you. Don't touch me. 1748 glared at him in disgust, then retreated 3 meters away. I haven't changed. If anything has changed, it's you. Too much has happened during this time. You're tired. I'm tired. Let's rest separately and not disturb each other. After saying this, 1748 left Lucio without looking back. 1748, you fool. How have I changed? I've only grown to love you more. Can't you see that? 1748 knew that Lucio's words were not a joke. But she still did not turn to look at him, her slightly heavy steps moving quickly. As for the person behind her, there was no further movement. Whether they were sad or had already left, she felt it wasn't very important compared to the child. 3 hours later, the cactus was brought home by 1748, and the cantaloupe took her back to the room. The 2 children were not as rowdy as before. She also did not dare to ask what had happened to the child in the prison, silently standing at the door and waving to the cantaloupe, leading him to the kitchen to get some food for the cactus to take to the room. After that, the child did not speak a word for 3 days. Once the holiday was over, 1748 went to school to ask for leave for the cactus, and she also took 3 days off herself. Just as she was preparing to go back, she ran into KL, who asked her about the answer. She stared at him in confusion, asking what answer. This led KL to guess that the master Lucio had not given any love letter to the woman in front of him, and he was relieved. He did not want to interfere in their relationship. He shook his head and smiled, explaining that he had remembered it wrong, and then inquired about the child's situation. If it weren't for meeting him, 1748 wouldn't have wanted to mention Levilar. As soon as KL heard his sister's name, he unhesitatingly told her Leveler's address. 1748 found it strange that an outsider like her would have a house in Jiguala. She thought about it all the way until she found Leveler's current residence, a standalone treehouse similar to hers. She knocked on the door, and upon seeing Levilar herself, dressed in orange casual wear with long wavy hair, red lips, and a smile at the corner of her mouth, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Levilar treated it as if she hadn't seen her. The layout, decoration, and arrangement inside the house made 1748 feel as if she had suddenly returned to her own home. Upon closer inspection, even the bird's nest she had made with camphor branches on the door was surprisingly well replicated. For a few moments, she couldn't help but wonder if she had ever invited her to her home and then gifted her this small present. In fact, that was not the case. This 1748 could endure, but regarding the child's psychological trauma, she had to ask her clearly. Otherwise, this matter would not end. She spoke softly and kindly to her, but the other party acted indifferent, spouting nonsense about Lucio actually having reconciled with her long ago. But due to the scandal between her and Lucio, he didn't want others to think he was a scumbag, so he endured humiliation and willingly kept a mistress. And other nonsense. Chapter 077. Oh, do you not love me? 1748 knew that compared to her, she was indeed a 3-no product. No money, no background, and no stunningly beautiful face that could captivate countless young men and uncles. However, allowing others to lead her by the nose was something she had made an exception for Lucio. Following this woman, who was all show but had little substance, was at most just a target for her ridicule, to let her know that she wasn't a soft persimmon to be squeezed and kicked at will. She gave her a slap. This slap was for the child, and the one that followed was for Lucio, who was blind to recognize such a character. She also warned Leveler, if she dared to have any thoughts about the children again, not only would this house, which copied her style, disappear, but so would she. Before leaving, she used a flame from her palm to burn a large bouquet of carefully arranged red roses in front of Leveler. With a few whooshes, the flames reached their peak and then fell heavily. The petals turned to ashes, falling onto the wooden table, while Leveler's face looked like the remaining dried roses, red with a hint of black and black with a hint of red. It seemed I underestimated you. She stood up from the armchair, her eyes filled with resentment, staring straight at the door, gritting her teeth, squeezing out those words through her teeth. 1748 heard from Haroon that there was a small clinic at the end of Cola Street, where a psychologist was said to be very capable. She had no other choice now, taking the silent, no longer crying for candy or wanting Hugs Cactus to hitch a ride with Keto to find the doctor. The results were disappointing. The 135-year-old old lady held the child's hand and only told 1748 that healing the wounds in the heart was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days, and that it needed to be done slowly. First, they needed to find things that could attract the child's attention so that she could relax alone. 1748 arranged for her to take a break from school and then inquired everywhere if there were places that all children would love or toys and the like. Keto, Claire, and Ista all contributed money and effort, hoping the cactus could become a little more cheerful. During the day, 1748 took care of the child, observing her emotional changes, and at midnight began to study hard, acupuncture, fire therapy, all for the coal miners. As for Lucio, she had no time to care. The pitiful yet not pitiful Lucio left the office building, either going to a private bar or going home, and the number of times he met with Keto decreased. Every day when it got dark, he actually clocked out on time, and Keto was squatting at the entrance waiting to catch him. The two brothers linked arms, swaying their way to a nearby barbecue shop. Without saying a word, they picked up the Ergo 2 that the boss's wife sent over, lifted the bottle, and down in one go. Keto had never seen his brother so obsessed with alcohol, and he got up and snatched the bottle from his hands, signaling to the approaching boss's wife, only taking a plate of grilled octopus from her hands and slamming it down on the table. "Bro, we're outside, come on. You need to be a bit careful." Lucio seemed not to hear, slightly lowering his head, staring at the octopus sprinkled with cumin powder and chili powder in the plate. With a sizzle, he poked a chopstick into the octopus's eye. I said she was a fool, an idiot. She actually didn't listen to me finish. Not long into the conversation, Lucio's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stood up, threw a wad of cash on the table, and pulled Keto towards the garage. Bro, where are you taking me again? Home. Keto felt relieved upon hearing this. But he didn't expect that after returning home, his brother transformed into another person, standing in front of the wine cabinet, drinking alcohol like water, babbling on and on. Bro, you're acting too weird. Weird. Lucio's voice became a bit hoarse from the alcohol. What's so weird about it? Isn't it just that 1748 doesn't take me seriously? Bro, what are you even talking about? Keto waved his hand helplessly, staring at Lucio, then prepared to reach out to catch him. How could she not know what's good for her? I've made my point so clear, and she, just like I'm farting, didn't even look back and left. These days, she hasn't bothered with me. The child is sick, and I feel worse than anyone. Bro, just talk to her directly. Her mind is just stubborn, you know that. Besides, that woman Laviller is clearly causing her trouble, making the child suffer. She is more furious than you. Keto felt he had said something fair, but he didn't expect Lucio to react so strongly, smashing a bottle in front of him, sending glass shards everywhere. Bro, are you crazy? Keto didn't want to shout at him like this. Come on, I'll take you to take a shower. Drink more, and you'll become an alcoholic. Saying this, he sighed and forcefully pulled his brother's hand, tucking it under his arm as they walked towards the bathroom. While Lucio was taking a bath, Keto was outside cleaning up the mess. Just as he finished tidying up, he received an urgent call from Claire. The fire was almost burning his eyebrows. He found Lucio's phone in the bedroom and called Cactus, asking him to tell 1748 to come quickly to the water villa. After hearing this, 1748 was confused. If it weren't for being dragged out by Melon, she wouldn't have agreed. Big sister, no one is coming to open the door. 1748 put down Cactus and slammed her body against the door. Quack, cover Cactus's ears. Lucio, are you home? Lucio vaguely heard 1748's voice, poked his head out of the water, wiped his face dry, and thought, how'd I end up here? Just as he was talking to himself, he was sure that 1748 was calling him from downstairs. He stood up and casually pulled on a bathrobe, hurriedly running downstairs to open the door. Hey, you look pretty good, Quack. Let us go back. Lucio was also confused, hurriedly grabbing her hand and not letting go. Come in and sit for a while, and I want to see the child. Melon tugged at 1748's clothes, looking up at her with blinking eyes. It's cold outside, really cold. You guys hurry in. Saying this, he picked up Melon and pulled 1748 into the house. Quack. There are toys upstairs. Take Cactus to see if you like any. Lucio smiled gently at the child, patted his head, and watched the two kids go upstairs together. At this moment, 1748 sat on the sofa by herself, giving Lucio a warning look that said, "Don't come near me." Recently, there had been too many things, and she hadn't found time to check on Cactus. 1748 crossed her arms over her abdomen, throwing a few cold glances. Lucio sat opposite her. How come you and the kids came so suddenly? Isn't it because your good brother said you were going to drink yourself to death and had no time to take care of you? He asked me to come see if you were dead. 1748 said in one breath. Is that so? Did Keto say what he was going to do? 1748 glared at him. Do you think I'm the kind of busybody woman? No. No way. Just talking to you makes my stomach hurt. Just as 1748 stood up, Lucio pressed her back down. What are you doing? I have something I want to ask you. Lucio's drunkenness had not completely dissipated. He seemed to be in a fog, neither fully awake nor completely muddled. Do you not love me? Otherwise, how come I can't feel that you care about me at all? What kind of man am I in your eyes? This wave of questions came too suddenly, and 1748's mind went blank. Lucio knelt on one knee in front of her, firmly holding her hand with one hand and pressing against his heart with the other. It's just you and me, Keto. It's rare for us to feel genuine concern for each other. My face grew colder and more ruthless, instilling fear in those who saw me, but my heart was warm. If you don't believe me, touch it. 1748's hand was forced against Lucio's chest, his heartbeat already out of rhythm. When I promised to help you, I was actually using you. Like other men, I have ambition. I want the entire universe to belong to me, to arrange things as I please. After meeting you, my ambition has changed to this. I no longer want to see groups of people unemployed becoming pitiful beings. I don't want innocent people to be bullied. I want those bastards who look down on others to taste the bitterness of being poor. It doesn't matter how much it costs. 1748. Please don't hate me. 1748 watched as tears flowed down Lucio's face, and she instinctively knelt in front of him, her clenched fist striking his chest. Are there still things I don't know? Go on, tell me. It seems I may have liked Le Volare, but it was just liking, even less than that. Only you make me sure that I've fallen in love with you. I only want you. Is she better than me? She. Is she more charming than me? She. If we both fell into the water, who would you save first? Her. Lucio, you. Lucio laughed, catching her hand in time. Fool. Are you really that stupid, or just lacking understanding? Everything about you is of utmost importance to me. As soon as he said this, he pulled her into his embrace. Now it's your turn to speak. 1784 raised her arms to hold him, resting her chin on his right shoulder. Of course I care about you, you big fool. You're right. After Le Volare appeared, I became flustered and didn't know what was wrong with me, always feeling like I was doing something wrong. She has better qualities than I do, and I don't want others to compare us. In the end, just like Ista said, I became insecure. I'm afraid I'm not good enough for you. Others say there's something wrong with your eyes, and I worry about so many things. After hearing this, Lucio smiled. A very happy smile. So that's why you get angry with me, throwing tantrums. It's fine. That's all in the past. It's not over. 1748 pushed him away. I've warned that woman, and I will definitely become a doctor, checking the health of all coal miners and helping them with their illnesses. I want to be a woman worthy of you. Lucio didn't care about whether she was worthy or not. As long as 1748 was happy, that was enough for him. Chapter 078. Look, dear, am I serious? I know. I have always known. 1748. Then let's not have a Cold War anymore. Isn't that just nonsense? Let's never have a Cold War again. Lucio leaned in, addicted to the closeness, holding her tightly, pushing for more. Someone's age for marriage is about due. When will you consider marrying me? First, take your hand away. 1748 turned her head and was suddenly kissed deeply. Lucio, let go. Are you a dog? All you know is to bite, he asked. No, I belong to you. Really? Lucio, Princess curried. 1748, step by step walking up the stairs towards the bedroom. Hey, the kids are over there. You're going the wrong way. Who said I was going to find the kids? Then what are you going to do? We're all adults now. We need to do some adult things, don't you think? 1748 began to struggle, while Lucio smirked and said, save your strength. Lucio thought, this night belonging to him and 1748 had finally come. He held her hands, taking off her clothes one by one. She was scared but didn't want to push him away, feeling lost as he picked her up gently and laid her on the bed, kissing her lips softly. Their breaths intertwined, indistinguishable from one another, a pair of hazy eyes, a pair filled with laughter, gazing at each other. The surrounding windows, floor lamps, and telescope faded away in 1748's peripheral vision. It seemed the ceiling and floor had switched places, making her dizzy. Her hand, gripping Lucio's neck, unconsciously left a red mark. Just as things were about to officially begin, a pair of feet appeared outside the door. Quito looked flustered, quickly glancing at the cactus, worried his tone might scare her. He knocked on the door while trying to soften his words. The two inside were startled by the sound, especially 1748, who opened her eyes, jumped up in a panic, grabbed the blanket to cover herself, and kicked Lucio off the bed. If it weren't for hearing something in his brother's tone, Lucio would have rushed out to punch him for ruining his big moment. I'm going out with Quito. You wait for me in bed. Saying this, he adjusted his tie, bent down, and kissed her forehead. 1748 knew Quito was still outside and didn't dare to speak, covering half her face with the blanket, only her eyes glaring at Lucio. It was just past midnight, and there were only a few scattered people on the street. The two brothers hadn't gone far, just to a nearby small bar where they booked a private room. Drinks, fruit platters, and several plates of nuts were placed on a marble coffee table as they sat facing each other. Lucio nodded at his brother, signaling him to get to the point. Keto then explained that the previous clients had returned all the treehouse rentals, detailing the various baseless reasons and demanding triple compensation. Bro, I, along with Harlan and Claire, confirmed that there were indeed problems with every house they rented, but they were not as we initially rented them out. Then, the rental contract was tampered with. According to it, we must compensate. Keto added a few more words. Lucio remembered that the contract drafting was handed over to the octopus. The situation, I already understand. Compensate as needed. Do you know the whereabouts of the octopus? Keto looked frustrated. Bro, judging by your expression, you must know. Keto messaged Claire to personally bring the octopus to the YCCK bar near the water villa. 10 minutes later, the octopus timidly appeared before Lucio, while Claire was pulled into another room by Keto. Say whatever you know. The words were so straightforward. The octopus was currently very poor, but his intelligence and emotional intelligence were still intact, so he understood what Lucio meant. Master, he knelt down with a thud. The leaked photos and videos were not done by me. I only know that Ruai had looked at my phone. When I confronted her, she actually brought up Lula to threaten me. Also, Claire asked me about the rental contract, but I really didn't tamper with it. I still clearly remember the day I sent the contract to the public office. I was stopped by a group of punks. They robbed my money and smashed my phone. And then I delivered the contract to Harlan with injuries and took 3 days off to rest. After that, I received a few anonymous messages and letters saying they wanted to cooperate with me, helping me dig news with a salary. A salary 10 times what I have now. The octopus cautiously looked up at Lucio. Master, I admit I wanted to make big money in the shortest time possible. And I replied to him, but ultimately those messages disappeared. After Keto kicked the octopus away, Lucio actually felt regretful, even blaming his brother. Now it seemed he had underestimated the octopus's ambition and desire. He believed the octopus wouldn't dare lie in front of him, but for now, he didn't want to continue employing him. Tomorrow, you go to the office to settle your previous salary. Master this. Starting tomorrow, you no longer belong here. The octopus looked pale. Master, please give me another chance. I will definitely work diligently. Overnight, all clients returned their rooms, naturally tarnishing the reputation of Jiguala. Originally, many people were eager to rent a house there, but they all abandoned that thought, saying the grapes are sour when they can't have them. Lucio compensated according to the contract without missing a cent, treating all client staff, just as before, very cultured. Keto was so angry he almost spat blood, but later learned that his brother had actually held back and secretly sent someone to track all the clients. Only then did he swallow the anger that had been weighing on his chest. It turns out someone was behind the scenes. After 1748 finished speaking, she instinctively covered her mouth. So what are you going to do now? Sue them back. Lucio shook his head leisurely. I don't want to waste my precious time fighting with a bunch of cowards who don't even dare to show their heads. The more 1748 thought about it, the more unconvinced she felt, and the more unconvinced, the more upset she became. But the money you lost is enough for the workers you send to other planets to mine to live a lifetime. You're not heartbroken. I am. Lucio touched the back of her hand. Then tell me where it hurts, and I'll rub it for you. 1748 pushed his hand away with her knee. Stop it. I'm being serious here. I'm serious now, dear. You just. 1748 quickly bit her tongue. Who is your dear? Stop calling that. Stop it. No more of that. All right. Whatever you say is right. Even if wrong, it's still right, and especially right is even more right. Lucio smiled back at her. What do you say, wifey? You big-headed ghost. 1748 jumped up and hit his head with a pillow. Be serious. All right. Lucio sat up and naturally wrapped his arms around her waist. This Jiguala is a small planet. Renting houses is quite a stretch for me. Now it's just right. There were many people before, and it will be about the same in the future. No one will disturb our little lives. Isn't that great? Do you really think so? Otherwise, I now have you. Isn't that having the whole universe? What more could I hope for? Lucio couldn't be serious for more than 3 seconds. By the way, last time ended too hastily. Shall we continue this time? 1748 quickly dodged, slipping on her slippers to go upstairs to find the 2 kids to prepare to go home. 3 days later, 1748 had 3 strong bodyguards by her side. They were naturally arranged by Lucio. 1748 disliked being followed and hated the feeling of being controlled. Other matters could be negotiated, but this one was non-negotiable. That was Lucio's attitude. Today happened to be Cactus's day to see the doctor, and with a total of 5 people in 1748's group, she didn't want to casually look up while walking. The old doctor chatted with the child for an hour and came out from a room filled with stuffed animals and other toys, the child's face glowing with excitement, which made 1748's heart blossom with joy. Big sister. Cactus's words were not as plentiful as before. What do you want to eat? Cactus raised her clenched fist. 1748 understood the meaning. All right, sister will take you to eat cotton candy, and then we'll go to the supermarket to buy your favorite dried earthworms, okay? The child's mouth curved into a smile as she held 1748's hand and swayed back and forth. The 3 bodyguards remained expressionless, their eyes conveying a silent warning to stay away, and anyone who made eye contact with them would turn and leave immediately. However, there was one exception among the passers-by. She walked straight toward 1748 and the child in high heels adorned with pink diamonds, smiling brightly. Sister. Cactus let out a high-pitched call, hiding behind 1748 and trembling. The 3 bodyguards blocked the woman, and one of them, in a tenor voice, said, "Miss Leveler, please maintain distance from Our Lady." Leveler thought she misheard and looked up with a smile. "Did you mistake me for someone else? At most, I am just a foreman. Although I returned from a long way, I still know a thing or two about these matters." The same bodyguard replied, "Sorry, that's not within our scope to answer. As I said, please maintain distance, or we will have to force you to leave." Okay. Leveler tried her best to smile elegantly. "I am friends with the lady behind you, and I have something important to discuss with her." The bodyguard turned to ask 1748 for her opinion. "You 3, please take care of the child first. I'll talk to her." Upon hearing this, Leveler smiled. "Very well, luckily you're not too rude otherwise." 1748 waved at Cactus, and after they walked away, she turned around, first sneering a few times before sizing up Leveler's outfit. Chapter 79. Threatened you can definitely lure countless men home tonight. 1748 laughed. Eula Weiler saw someone passing by, gritted her teeth and held back. "I just praised you. How did you collapse so quickly? I really can't help but compliment you." "Oh." 1748 frowned, raised an eyebrow at her disdainfully. "So you don't admit you have charm? Then why lie and say my husband wants to keep you as some sort of pet?" No. Everyone knows my husband's looks. I suspect someone has taken a liking to you and is feeling insecure, deliberately getting plastic surgery to look like my husband to entice you. You haven't fallen for it, have you? 1748. Oh my God. 1748 deliberately raised her voice a few notches. "You must call the police otherwise. Won't you have wasted over 30 years of being a virgin?" At this moment, someone was already looking at Lou Weiler with a strange expression. "Shut your mouth. Hey, you can't just swallow this bitterness on your own. You have to bring that man who sullied you to justice. Have you said enough?" Lou Weiler was furious. Her freshly tattooed eyebrows were twisted into a shape. "If you dare to say another word, I'll make sure you don't live to see tomorrow." Also, she leaned closer to 1748 and whispered, "You tell Lucio this planet will soon be mine. If he wants it, he should come find me himself. You wicked old woman. Smelly witch. Triangle face. You make me so mad." As soon as the cactus got home, she broke free from 1748's hand and ran to Lucio's side, her eyes darting between the two. "Did you have fun today?" The cactus sat on Lucio's lap, happy. "Sister is not happy." "Wife, what's wrong?" 1748 bit her lower lip and looked away. "It's nothing. Guagua should be out of school by now. I'm going to pick him up." Halen and Ista went to pick him up. "Huh." 1748 retracted her foot, blinking her eyes and closing her hand again. "Why are they going to pick up the kid?" "On the way." As he spoke, he put down the cactus, opened the cake box, and let the child take whatever piece she wanted. He looked back at 1748. "You go back to the room with me." "Don't. I want to spend more time with the child." The doctor said as long as there's no more stimulation and we keep this up, the child will slowly return to her original self. Lucio had personally called that doctor for consultation, but in front of 1748, he acted as if it was the first time he had heard it. "Let her eat. If we keep staring at her, it will put pressure on her," he said, getting up and hooking his arm around his woman's hand. "Let's go." "Hey, why are you locking the door?" "Lucio, look at you. Your face is full of worries. What's wrong? Are you upset for someone?" 1748 poked her finger at his face. You, what's wrong? 1748 spoke rapidly, and, at the end, pulled his hand and bit it. I'm still thinking. How much debt of affection do you owe? Don't slander me. Lil Weiler was never a simple woman. You dare to say anything without worrying that she might really take your life? Not afraid. I have you. Lucio smiled indulgently. Good, that's right. Don't worry. I will solve this matter quickly. Specifically? What? Really want to know? Call me husband and let me hear it. Lucio closed his eyes, a look of contentment on his face. I want that kind of sweet to death, no compensation. 1748 pecked at the left corner of his mouth. I warn you, I really hate, extremely hate that woman's kind. You're not allowed to have any intimate contact with her. You're not allowed to smile at her. And you are definitely not allowed to spend the night with her. What else? You better make sure she doesn't appear in front of the cactus again. Otherwise, I will really be rude to her. Lucio hugged her. Okay, as long as it's what you asked for, I will agree to it all. Cross my heart. For 10,000 years, no changing, the one who changes is. 1748 thought for a moment. The one who changes loses all their hair. Lucio sneered, all right. Come on, let's cross our hearts. By the way, tomorrow Guagua has a parent meeting. Who is going? Lucio pointed his chin at her. Of course it's you. You are my wife. I am his guardian. You naturally are too. It was the coldest day of the year. Lucio was awakened by the alarm clock, washed up, changed clothes, hastily ate a few bites of breakfast, and specifically took a set of casual clothes with him, planning to accompany 1748 to school at 4 in the afternoon. Upon arriving at his office, before he even sat down, he found a notice on the desk that left him speechless and extremely angry. He had no choice but to put down what he was doing and call Keto, asking him to come to the office building quickly. Then the two brothers went to Zykop together. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1748 came to the office building to find Lucio, but found he was not there. She wanted to ask Halen and Claire, but they were also not in the office. The little receptionist downstairs told her that the Lord and the Prince had rushed out in the morning. And as for Halen, they had gone on a business trip yesterday. She thought, if they went to see Lil Weiler, they probably wouldn't bring Keto, so it was likely there was some other urgent matter. The parent meeting was at 4:30. 1748 arrived at school half an hour early with the cactus. When the cactus's classmates saw her, they just gave her a symbolic greeting, and nothing more. Sister, where's Guagua? The cactus buried her head in 1748's down jacket. Sister will take you to find Guagua, 1748 said, while patting her back. Comforting her, it's okay, they must be worried about saying the wrong thing and making you angry. That's why they didn't come and talk to you. Do they think I'm a thief? Who said that? Our little Cien is so good, so sensible, and so pretty and lovable. How could she be a thief? 1748 tapped her little head. What did I tell you before? The innocent are clear. Be your happy self. That's right. 1748 cupped her rosy little face. You're not allowed to say the word thief anymore, okay? While they were talking, the vice principal came out from the corridor, holding a white budgerigar in her palm. She smiled as she walked over to them and nodded at both of them. This little parrot escaped from its cage. I looked for it for a long time. It actually got into the grass over there. As she spoke, she pointed her finger over, then turned back to look at them. Sorry. I accidentally overheard what you were saying before. I'm really sorry. You are also unintentional, and I and the child have no intention of blaming you. It's really nothing. No need to apologize. The vice principal's smiling face looked to the cactus like a sunflower scene in summer, making her unable to help but smile. Hello, principal. Good. Little cactus, have you been studying at home? The cactus pointed at the 1748 behind her. Sister and Guagua supervise me to study every day. Thank you for your concern. Principal. Good, very good. As she spoke, she gently placed the little parrot on the child's shoulder. This little thing is a gift from the teacher to you. Principal, this. Don't. You mustn't refuse. I think it really likes children. Before 1748 could say a word of thanks, the vice principal waved at them and turned to leave. At the parent-teacher meeting, 1748 witnessed the reality that a child's abilities reflect those of their parents. Her child, Hami Melon, surprisingly became the focal point of discussion among the group of parents. If that were all, she could have endured it, but to her astonishment, they didn't spare even the child who was still unwell. Ahem. Hello, parents. I am the guardian of Cactus and Hami Melon, and I'm also a student here. I know you all have wealth and status, That's your capability, and I admire it. Our Hami Melon, as the teacher just mentioned, excels in both character and academics. I do like to add that he has the qualities a child should possess. As for our cactus, she is well-behaved and adorable. Not long ago, she was unjustly labeled, and now she is being discussed by you capable parents. It seems you are preparing to pressure the teacher to expel her, right? Let me tell you now. In the world of children, you adults should refrain from meddling. What do you think you are, God? Destiny? Or the caregivers of the children? You bully my child with your words, and I will return the favor to you adults tenfold. The teacher was stunned, and everyone was taken aback. No one expected the vice principal to appear, still wearing a friendly face. Everyone calm down. The parent-teacher meeting is for discussing your children's learning and health, not for arguing or pointing fingers at other people's children. Witnessing this scene, 1748 felt disappointed and realized for the first time that the parents of the school children were not actually busy. They had time to meddle in others' affairs. This meeting doesn't need to continue. Parents, please go to the next classroom and take your children home. 1748 felt sorry for having messed up the parent meeting. After all the parents left the classroom, she slowly approached the vice principal. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back. You're a good parent, the vice principal said, patting her shoulder. I've heard about you before and could guess your temperament. You didn't cause a big scene today, which has already saved me face. I should apologize to you regarding the children's matters. No, principal, this is not your fault. Also, both my child and I appreciate your sincerity. I wish others could understand children like you do. All right, don't keep the children waiting. Go find them. 1748 wiped away the tears that were about to fall from her eyes, smiling as she turned to walk towards the next classroom. Cactus had been silent from school to home, her mind solely focused on the parrot. When it squawked at her, she ignored it. Hami Melon went to the kitchen to find 1748, helping her pick vegetables while asking. Chapter 080. Force to do so, sister. Why did you bring Cien? There aren't many classmates who like us anyway. What nonsense are you talking about? 1748 glared at him and turned back to continue chopping the lantern peppers. I can't leave her alone at home. What about the master? Hamigwa continued to ask. He's out. 1748 knocked her head with the handle of the knife, scolding herself. What a terrible memory you have, forgetting about lunch already. Hamigwa felt something was off and quickly got up to walk behind her. What's wrong, sister? You went out for something. 1748 glanced at the clock, thinking he should be back around this time. Guagua, keep an eye on the soup in the pot. I'll call him. Okay. After a while, Hamigwa saw a dazed 1748 return. Did you not get through? Is no one answering? No one answered. Hamigwa said, the master must be on a business trip, right? Impossible. If he were on a business trip, I'd call him, and he wouldn't not answer the phone. It's not like what? 1748 paused, rubbed her nose, it's nothing. After dinner, 1748 originally intended to let the kids stay home to rest while she went to the office to ask around, but the kids insisted on following her. However, the receptionist still didn't have any good news for her. On a dark and windy night, the streets were eerily quiet, with a few stray dogs occasionally jumping into the over 2-meter-high trash bins, and 1748 could only take the two kids home to wash up and sleep. Sister, I don't want to go back. And shall we stroll a bit more? Hamigwa nodded. The three wandered aimlessly. How about I take you to Ista's house for a visit? Zion Chang thought for a moment, sure. When they arrived at Ista's door, 1748 suddenly felt a bit shy, hesitating for a few seconds before raising her hand to knock. There was an echo from inside, and then the door opened, revealing Rachel smiling at her. Please come in and sit. Just call me 1748 like you do with your princess. Don't keep saying you and your. It makes me feel awkward. After saying that, she found herself led to the balcony, and before she could turn around, she saw Ista coming over with 2 dresses in hand. You came at the right time. Come, Zion Chang, do you like this little dress? I like it, princess. Good. If you like it, go change with Rachel in the bedroom. 1748 tugged at her dress hem and whispered, the child has clothes. You don't have much money, so save some. Before she finished speaking, Rachel brought the child to them. Princess, look, the child is so lovely. She'll look beautiful in this ruffled dress. 1748's eyes lit up, surprised by how much more mature and stunning Zion Chang had become. There are a few more sets. You should take her try them on. Really? Ista eagerly pulled her over, leaning against the railing. The thing is, I might have to go back soon. 1748 was taken aback. When? Why so sudden? Is it because of your father? Yes. Ista did not hide it. No, you absolutely cannot go back now. 1748 spoke firmly. That old man of yours must want to marry you off to another man and use the bride price to pay off debts. If you really go back, it would be like jumping into a pit of misery. Do you want that? And what about Halloween? Does he know? Ista only felt sad when she thought of Halloween, not knowing how to make her father stop pressuring her while still being with Halloween. 1748, my father's Kabiya star is about to be resold, and when that happens, it won't be my home anymore. He.S. getting old. I can't just watch him suffer and do nothing, right? This left 1748 speechless. It was like facing a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Even heaven or earth had to be handled wisely. Don't worry, things will work out in the end. I refuse to believe there are no obstacles we can't overcome. 1748 raised her fist. Don't think too much. Let us go see Xianren. She had experienced the facade of forced smiles before. She understood Ista's feelings and knew what she was most worried about. Unfortunately, she was just one person and couldn't provide real help. She pondered over Ista's situation all night and worried about Lucio the entire night. The next morning, as dawn broke, she still lay in bed, surrounded by books, tossing and turning like a pancake. Sister, sister, the master is calling. Jiguala ran to knock on her door, with Xianren following behind him. Lucio, upon hearing those two words, 1748 jumped out of bed and took a few steps to the door. Quick, give it to me. From the other end of the call came a voice 1748 was very familiar with. I was busy yesterday and couldn't answer your call. Where are you now? I'm at home. And you? Lucio replied, Good. Wait for me at home. Sister, where's the master? Xianren asked. He'll be here soon. 1748 could hardly believe it, afraid she misheard. About 10 minutes later, the two kids heard the doorbell. As they turned their heads, the door was already opened, and 1748 stood up like a wooden post, startled. So fast? What? You don't want to see me? No, 1748 stammered. I heard the news last night. They said a lot of people had accidents. Are you okay? Lucio took her hand and pressed it against his face. Your hand is so cold. Why don't you wear another layer? What if you catch a cold? Here, wear this. Jiguala was very observant and acted promptly. Guagua, why don't you take Xianren back to your room to play? Saying this, he took her hand and put it in his pocket, and they sat closely together on the sofa. Quick, tell me if you're okay or not. Forget it, just take off your clothes. I want to see. 1748 was anxious, her hands randomly tugging at his sweater underneath his coat. Accidentally looking up, she said, Don't look at me like that. I just want to check. I really am fine. I was locked up at the station last night. I couldn't even have an accident. Lucio wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Leaning back against the sofa, all previous discomforts vanished. How did you get locked up again? They can just arrest people like that, and no one can manage them? 1748 felt wronged for him. It's nothing serious. 1748 pushed him. What do you mean nothing serious? How can you be locked up for a whole night and it be nothing? Lucio saw that she was genuinely angry and was suddenly scared. I was wrong. I'll be honest. There was someone who messed with me and hid garbage in our corner, right? The ZY Health Bureau received a complaint, and someone reported me. So they call me in. The people doing this clearly don't have brains. They just went through the motions by locking me up. Neither I nor the corner has any issues. And then, they also notified me to complete the sale as soon as possible. What does that mean? When are you going to sell? Lucio gestured for her to calm down. It's the same thing that Lula mentioned to you before, but the nature has changed. Strong-arming has turned into one party forcing the other to trade. And on the surface, it's not bound by law. 1748 was silent for a long time. This has become a bit tricky. Lucio sighed helplessly. In other words, Jiguala and KBU will soon cease to exist, right? Lucio sat up, leaned closer to her, and asked, What did you just say? I heard it directly from Ista. She even plans to go back and jump into the fire pit. My goodness, what kind of situation is this? Upon hearing this, Lucio couldn't help but chuckle, not out of schadenfreude, but because he thought, since that's the case, there wouldn't be just Levi Ilar wanting to acquire other planets. On the other hand, the more planets involved, the easier it would be to find loopholes. As long as they could expose them, half of the problem would be solved. A fond smile crept onto his lips as he pinched 1748's face, and the two were playfully engaged. Keto witnessed this scene and almost vomited on the spot. Seeing her brother safe and still flirting with 1748, she, feeling very self-aware, quietly turned and climbed out the window. Ista was not as fortunate as 1748. Even now, Haroun and Claire had not returned to Jiguala, and her lady-in-waiting was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in front of her. Rachel's eyes were so dazed that she didn't even dare to shout at her mother, and reluctantly, she sneaked out to the balcony to breathe some fresh air. "Princess, please reconsider. The king hasn't reached the point of having to beg on the streets yet. If you go back now, you won't be able to come here for the rest of your life." The lady-in-waiting pleaded earnestly, having cursed her once-respected king 1,000 times in her heart, pitying her princess who had ended up with a father unworthy of being called a man. Seeing her eyes brimming with tears, clearly wanting to speak but holding back, it felt as if her heart was being minced, wishing she could sacrifice her own life to repay the debt if Arrow and his family wanted it. Rachel heard every word on the balcony, pouting and crying. "Mother, I've made up my mind. No matter what, I am my father's daughter. If I watch him get into trouble and do nothing, I won't be able to live with myself." Saying this, Ista casually tucked her handkerchief into her belt and turned back into the bedroom, coming out with a suitcase in hand. "Mother, Rachel, don't just stand there. Hurry and grab your things. We're going back to Kabia right now." Before she finished speaking, the lady-in-waiting's eyes turned red, and with a stiff upper lip, she glanced at her own daughter and reached out to pull her arm to help carry the suitcase. Ista vividly remembered her first arrival at Jiguala. Many people came to greet her, some calling her princess, others calling her madam. Children held white jasmine with water droplets, striking red sunflowers and roses, following her all the way from the entrance to the villa where she would reside. Chapter 081. Elopement. The light cream-colored chairs were set up next to the small garden, with a pure silk tablecloth adorned with sumptuous dishes and fine wine. It was the most luxurious and surprising gathering she had ever seen. How much she would miss it, even Ista herself was unsure. Anyway, she had already cried her eyes out before leaving the exit. The first person to learn of their departure was Keto. At that moment, Haroun and Claire had just disembarked from the ZQ airship. After the news had circulated a few times, once Haroun learned that Ista had left Jiguala, he dashed out of the office building without a second thought. Claire thought 1748 was unaware and hurried to find her, only to discover that she was with the Lord and seemed ready to leave. "Was I wrong to come at this time?" 1748 shot her a glare and retorted, asking if Haroun knew and where he was now, then watched Lucio leave before taking Claire to the entry point. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice, and the two had to support each other to avoid slipping, stumbling along the way until they finally arrived. "Huh." 1748 stood on her tiptoes, pointing at a figure not far ahead. "I feel like that person is the octopus." Claire looked up and squinted, nodding as she gasped, "Sis, it really seems to be. It's so cold. I'm almost frozen into a silly dog. Let's go take a look." As she spoke, she took off her thick coat and tossed it onto Claire, striding forward. Claire's teeth were chattering from the cold, and she muttered, "Sis, you really are tough. A hardcore girl for sure." Saying this, she hugged her arms tightly, which were nearly numb, and huddled behind 1748. "What are you still doing here?" The octopus was covered in white snowflakes, with snow on his eyebrows, and tiny icicles hanging from his eyelashes. Blinking had become a laborious task for him, but thankfully, he hadn't let his nose run. Otherwise, he would have to breathe out cold air through his mouth. "Sis, he seems frozen silly." 1748 clicked her tongue and nudged him with her elbow. "Luckily, I brought a thermos here to help him drink more easily." She opened the lid and used the warm air to warm his face. The octopus let out a contented sound. "Thank you, sis, thank you." Saying this, he tightly hugged the thermos with his frozen, claw-like hands and tilted his head back to gulp down the goji berry and ginseng tea he had prepared. Finally warmed up. The next second, the octopus's excited expression turned into a woeful one as he exaggeratedly sniffed and tried to grab 1748's hand. When he failed, he turned to Claire, tears and snot streaming down his face. "I saw the princess being taken away by that dogman Arrow, knowing you were friends with her. Hurry and help Haroun save her. Also, let me come with you. Having one more person means one more strength, please don't leave me behind so easily. 1748 was half convinced, glancing at Claire, who had completely bought into it. Unfortunately, even if she wanted to say something, Claire had already agreed. The three of them walked together, and 1748's ears were never at ease, as the chatter from both sides was incessant, almost making her head explode. I say, if you two keep talking endlessly, do you believe I will throw you both onto that peanut-shaped planet right now? After scolding them, she leaned forward to look below and turned to ask the chief pilot in front, when can we reach Kibo? It's hard to say. Kibo has been sealed off. You need to obtain permission from the Arrow family to enter. 1748 thought, if even the spaceship pilot knows, then the news about Jiguala being sold can't be kept secret for long. Besides this method, do you know any other ways? At this moment, the octopus quickly answered, Sis, we can go to the neighboring planet, Lavala. Why? Claire asked. The octopus winked at her. Please turn around and go to Lavala. 1748 rolled her eyes at the octopus's face, not speaking for the moment, but wanting to see what he had up his sleeve. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived on a planet where they didn't need to show identification to enter. The air was thick with fog and pollution, and the ground was dirty and uneven, making walking quite inconvenient. The only comforting thing was the moderate temperature. Shadows passed through the haze, and no one noticed the outsiders. Everything was normal. The octopus, as a gentleman, extended his hand to assist the two ladies to prevent them from falling. Claire reluctantly accepted, while 1748 didn't even glance at him. Hey, where are you taking us? The octopus put a finger to his lips and shushed quietly. We're almost there. He then grabbed Claire's arm and led her down a nearly deserted cobblestone path. After twisting and turning for almost 10 minutes, he pointed to a ladder hanging on the cliff. That ladder leads to Kibo's sewer. Let's go. Claire pried his hand off and hid behind 1748. No way. I'm afraid of heights. If I go, it's like asking for my life. 1748 was also hesitant to leave her alone by the unfamiliar cliff, encouraging her, You're raising the white flag before we even start. Is this the brave Claire I know? Regardless of whether she genuinely agreed or was pretending to. 1748 and the octopus took her across the ladder, and nearly an hour later, they crawled out from the sewer entrance. At that moment, they were hiding in a garage below where a group of men in black were casually leaving through the exit. Once everything was silent, 1748 released her pinched nose and patted Claire's back, who had choked on her own saliva. How could there be Arrow's people here? 1748 asked. Claire replied, They must be guarding King. Half right, they were preparing to renovate this place into the second Prabhata, almost completed, regardless of whether Ista agreed or not. They planned to marry her here. As for our useless king, he would just be treated as a visiting father-in-law. What the heck is a visiting father-in-law? 1784 frowned and turned to ask. The octopus explained, It's a term we use for our wives' fathers when we become sons-in-law. Sis, this isn't the time to think about that. How do we get out? Claire tugged at her hood from behind. The outside is full of black-clad men. If we get caught and Arrow finds out, we'll be tortured to death. 1748 looked toward the octopus. Sis, what she said is completely right. Plus you have a grudge against their family. They definitely let us off. Look at you two being so cowardly. Does Sis seem afraid of them? Both shook their heads vigorously. Exactly. Let us go. I will definitely bring you back. No, I also want to bring Ista and Haroon back with us. Meanwhile, at the top of the tallest tower in Kibo, Arrow and his father sat at a small round table, each holding a teacup with two ears. Almost simultaneously lowering their heads slightly, blowing a breath, and tilting their heads at a 45-degree angle, exchanging a glance and smiling at each other. King stood by the railing, his face stung by the cold wind, watching the two try to squeeze out smiles, ready to follow their commands, serving tea, water, massaging, and telling jokes. Your daughter is back. Why didn't you tell us? King smiled bitterly. Gentlemen, I just found out. If you want to see her, I will go bring her now. As he said this, he turned around. Stop. I heard you brought a man with you? Arolo is a cunning old fox who knows that the man is Harlan, Lucio's assistant. He deliberately makes things difficult for King and even asks him to personally bring him and Ista before them to experience the feeling of being scolded by Lucio's subordinates. In his heart, he feels one word, Arolo had previously heard his father talk about how Ista was stunningly beautiful, although she didn't have any special skills. A vase has its own advantages, such as being a feast for the eyes, and furthermore, having a pair of beautiful dragon and phoenix twins in the future would make him willing to let her go 4 years earlier. Now, having seen her a few times with his own eyes, she indeed has some beauty, but her eyes don't hold him at all. Even in front of him, she dares to sneak a glance at Harlan beside her. Unable to bear it, he ordered people to pull them apart, stood up without a word, grabbed her delicate hand, tucked it under his armpit, and stared at Harlan with a face full of pride and arrogance. Harlan's pale face gradually turned a deep purple. The usually refined bookworm was now snorting angrily through his nostrils. Without hesitation, he pulled Arolo's hand and bit down, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Arolo rushed to his son, flailing his arms, trying to pry Harlan's hand apart with one hand while pointing at King with the other. He was so anxious that he couldn't utter a word, making their subordinates laugh at the scene. Harlan only released his bite after exhausting his strength, and at that moment, both Arolo and his son leaned back and fell to the ground. Quick! Harlan wiped his mouth, grabbed Ista's hand, and turned to run down the stairs. Their feet moved faster than ever, and the sound of swift footsteps from the black-clad men behind them made them wish they could jump down in one breath. At this moment, 1748, along with Claire and the octopus card, happened to be at a street corner diagonally across, and they heard the commotion just in time to see Harlan and Ista coming out of a tower, immediately running west. "Hey, we're here!" 1748 jumped up, waving his arms to attract their attention, but instead, a group of black-clad men came over. "Sister, we're done for." Claire now regrets not calling her old man before coming, asking him to send a few hundred bodyguards to follow her. Chapter 082. It's been a long time since I played with fire, but it's all good. Don't worry. With me around, they wouldn't dare touch a single hair on us. As she spoke, 1748's lips curled into a malicious smile. This left the other two confused. It had been a long time since 1748 played with fire, and she truly missed that pleasant and exhilarating feeling. After rolling up her sleeves and raising her arm, a spark had already emerged from her slender index finger. As the black-clad men approached, the spark turned into an orange flame, the sizzling sound making 1748 crave a barbecue. Including Claire and Octopus, everyone's eyes widened like saucers, fixed on the fire that had left 1748's fingertips, seemingly sprouting legs as it walked slowly through the air. Go! With a sharper, sizzling sound, the flames exploded inch by inch on each black-clad person, burning everything in their path, be it clothes or hair, to ashes. "My goodness! Sister, you're too damn amazing." Claire pointed at a group of naked men huddled together, genuinely finding it funny and satisfying. "Sister," Octopus, with keen eyes, spotted Ista and Halen emerging from behind them, but behind them were also Oroki and the black-clad men. "Look behind us." Just in time. 1748 wasn't done playing yet. Sneering a few times, she shouted at her beloved who was being chased. "Put in some effort. Run over to us." Before her voice faded, she had already pinched the roaring flames in her hand into balls the size of meatballs and flicked them toward Oroki. This wasn't the first time Oroki had seen 1748 play with fire. The psychological trauma from that time still hadn't dissipated. In despair, he grabbed the nearest person as a human shield. Unfortunately, this shield was also flammable and utterly useless. But his legs had already gone weak, and just as he was worried about what to do, he inadvertently glanced at a pile of fresh cow dung on the ground. Without thinking, he grabbed it and hurled it at 1748 in anger. "Good. Son, you're really smart, well done." Arolo, watching from across the river, clapped and cheered, even ordering King to clap along with him, his grin stretching almost to his ears. "Damn, you all get out of my way." Oroki yelled, "Today, if I don't burn you to death, I might as well die." Hearing this, Oroki's legs stiffened, but the subordinates around him were either hiding or running, with no one willing to stand guard for their master. "You, don't come over, let's talk this out. Let's not resort to violence, okay? Beautiful lady." 1748 smiled wickedly, cunningly, and foolishly. "So what do you think of my face? Ugly? Ugly. No, it's so beautiful it could kill." Oroki was so scared he almost wet his pants. Do you mean your face is beautiful enough to kill? Huh? Orochi licked his lips. My queen, please don't be angry. I'm just a fool. Do you still want to marry Ista? I do. Orochi quickly shook his head. No. I don't want any more. I'm too weak. My heart is dark, and my mind is foolish. I don't deserve to take Ista home. Very well. Do you still want Halen to die? Orochi saw the fire had reached his waistband and bit his lip to hold back. No, I don't dare, my queen. Look, the fire is already coming up. Can you show some mercy? Saying this, he was secretly groping for something on the ground with his hand behind his back, then continued to maintain a pitiful appearance. As 1748 prepared to stand up and speak, he slapped her on the chest. In that moment, 1748 was no longer 1748. Her whole body was engulfed in flames, gripping Orochi's wrist, and a cloud of black smoke began to rise around them. Sister, are you all right? At that moment, Arolo rushed over. Seeing Ista and Halen right in front of him made it difficult to act, so he ran to his son's side, calling his name repeatedly. We were wrong. Lady, you have a big heart. Forgive us this once. Open the gates of Kabiya. Yes, I will have someone open it right away. Arolo had gone from being the father to being the grandson. Let Ista's father go. This, in my opinion, you're not letting your son live until tomorrow morning? I promise you, good lady, please quickly let my son go. 1748 pushed aside the unconscious Orochi, extinguished her flames, and waved for Halen and the others to come quickly to her side. Then she set fire to the surrounding houses and streets, turning them into a sea of flames in just a few seconds. Arolo hurriedly took his son away from Kabiya to the hospital, while 1748 brought Ista and the others back to Jiguala. What 1748 didn't expect was that the news spread so quickly. The residents of Jiguala already knew, and Kido even came specially to scold her first for not bringing him along, then praised her. When she inquired about Lucio, learning that he still hadn't returned, the relaxed heart she should have felt began to tighten again. The planet of Chishua. This is a warm planet almost entirely covered by oceans. Lucio had inquired several times before finding out that Levi Law was vacationing here. On the famous Agasrola beach, Lucio sat on a coconut, while Levi Law lay on a white sand beach. Next to her stood a handsome man tanned to a wheat color, applying sunscreen on her. You can leave now. So, are you here to talk about the contract? Of course. Lucio had no eyes for the opposite sex, only seeing the children running back and forth on the beach. 1748 has quite an influence on you. She actually made a man who never takes the initiative come to me about business. Levi Law smiled with hidden malice. She probably didn't know you would meet me in such a romantic place. Let us not digress. Lucio stood up and adjusted his sunglasses, saying that his people would discuss with her soon. As for me meeting you, it's just to confirm. After saying this, he turned and left. Levi Law just realized what had happened, but he had already disappeared from the beach. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, she was in her hotel room applying a face mask when she received a transfer call from the front desk. Hearing Lucio's voice, he said that regardless of whether there was time or not, his people would knock on her door at 8 o'clock sharp. Levi Law did not accept and proposed that unless Lucio himself came forward, she would refuse to meet any stranger. Lucio had long prepared another plan. He had the hotel staff deliver the contract to her room, and then the two began a video call. The person appearing in the video was Lucio's employee, Zhang. Hello, Miss Levi Law, my boss asked me to tell you something. Levi Law impatiently removed her mask and propped up her chin. Where is he? Right next to us. I don't want to waste your time, so let us get started. Levi Law was flipping through the contract when she discovered that the section regarding Jiguala had been changed, and Kabiya, along with several other planets, had automatically terminated their contracts with her subsidiary. What surprised her even more was that from now on, there would be no trading relationship with the above planets. She couldn't figure out what means Lucio had used to sabotage her plans. Without time to end the video call, she simply wrapped herself in a bathrobe and went to find Lucio. Boss, you go open the door. Zhang, boss. It wouldn't be Miss Levi Law, would it? Lucio walked straight to the bathroom, stopped at the door, and turned back to throw out a line. Who else could it be besides her? Behave yourself. Zhang hesitated for a few seconds, steeling himself as he stood behind the door, trembling hands reaching for the doorknob. Hello, where is Lucio? Levi Law was so angry that she tore the contract in her hands into pieces and threw them all over Zhang's face. Go call him. Right now. No, miss. Please don't panic, my boss, Zhang. Didn't he hear any flushing sounds from the bathroom, and without caring about anything else, he raised his head and said, he and his wife went for a walk. 1748? Zhang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. The boss knew you were back and asked me to receive you. I know you must not fully understand the contract. I can explain it to you. All right. Levi Law sat down on the sofa and refused to leave. You sit down and explain it to me now. Okay. Zhang was so nervous that he swallowed hard. The lawsuit letter received by the Airway Court and all other news, 80% of it is fabricated, including Zykop. This is the result of our boss's personal investigation, and I only said it after the review. Also, concerning the buyer, the Arrow family, and several other large enterprises, their credibility is negative. Moreover, a large part of the sellers were forced to sign a contract. Due to these important reasons, all contracts are automatically canceled. You wait here for me. Levi Law quickly returned to her room to contact Arrow Chien, asking him if he had ever bribed someone to forge rumors. The answer she received pierced her heart like blood. It turned out that some minor players who later joined the contract were driven by greed, causing her to miss the opportunity to deal with Lucio this time. Levi Law hated herself and slapped her own face. What is wrong with your brain? How could you bring Arrow Chien, that brainless person, along? Let them get away with it this time, but next time, it won't be that simple. With that thought, she smashed the hotel phone, grabbed the swimming cap placed on the sofa, and prepared to go out for some fresh air. Meanwhile, Lucio walked out of the bathroom and smiled at his employee. I didn't expect you to have such guts. No, my lord, I didn't dare. I was really forced to lie like that. Lucio shook his head. What I wanted was this effect. Have you booked the spaceship tickets? Chapter 083. The Dominator of Black Holes booked, taking off at 10. Zhang replied with his head down. Lucio glanced at his watch. Less than an hour left. Let's tidy up. We're going back soon. All right, I'll start packing now. Lucio looked at Zhang. Although he wasn't as charming as the octopus, almost no one disliked him at first. But over time, he grew to feel that Zhang was honest and loyal, and fortunately, he had the courage to not show fear. Is it tiring following me? Zhang replied, No, lord, I don't feel tired at all. My wife must be waiting anxiously at home. Yes, I think so. As he spoke, Lucio pulled a card from his wallet. This is an advance on your salary. Take it back and take your parents to a proper hospital. Lord, are you hesitant to take it or don't want to? Thank you, Lord. You are truly kind. Zhang trembled as he took the card. Lord, I packed everything. Let's go. Wait. Lucio stopped. Don't you have a younger brother? To be honest, Lord, my brother went missing when he was 1 year old. The reason Lucio hired Zhang was partly because he remembered a missing person notice he had seen 4 years ago, which had the name Zhang on it, and all the contact information remained unchanged. It was said that he had traveled to 165 planets searching for his brother, with unstable work and home life. His wife, despite being forced into a marriage, was kind-hearted and gentle. If he wasn't genuinely wanting to find his brother, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Lucio recalled how, when he and Kido became orphans, many people were spreading rumors that many children had gone missing because their parents were taken by the Dominator of Black Holes, while others said they were kidnapped by an organization. Even though his own parents had passed away due to a divorce argument, he now felt that things had become even stranger, subconsciously worrying if the events from 3 or 4 years ago would turn into another case of unexplained disappearances. At 11:55 p.m. that night, Lucio brought Zhang back to the Jiguala office building to file backup contracts, and when they came out, it was just 10 past midnight. Lucio lived in a different area from Zhang. When they reached a fork in the road, they parted ways. One drove back to his villa, while the other took a delayed tram home. Zhang's place looked no different from other tree-hole houses outside, but the interior was quite shabby. The furniture and appliances were all second-hand goods he had bought from Ada Oteo, and the clothes that his wife and child could wear filled a cabinet. His parents lived on the floor opposite, just a 5-minute walk away. At this moment, the elderly couple was not asleep. One held a thermos, and the other held their partner's hand, carefully walking to their son's door to knock. Zhang had just finished showering and thought he had woken his wife when he heard the noise. He poked his head out to look towards the bedroom. When did you come back? His wife asked as she waddled towards the door with her 7-month belly. "What are you doing?" "Someone's knocking." As the door opened, the elderly couple smiled at their daughter-in-law, saying in unison, "We brought you some chicken soup. We know you didn't eat well tonight, so have a little more before you sleep." While speaking, Jean came out of the bathroom to greet his parents, hurriedly helping them change their shoes and bringing them a cup of goji berry tea. The family gathered happily, discussing how they would celebrate the child's birthday and do a prenatal checkup the next day, while also asking about the kindergarten situation for their older child. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. However, the next day, plans changed unexpectedly. Zhang's wife suddenly went into labor, and the elderly couple, worried sick, rushed to find help. In the meantime, no one had time to take care of the older child. Once all the adults were in the hospital waiting outside the operating room, they finally realized who they had overlooked. Zhang was frantic, his phone in his pocket buzzing nonstop, but he didn't hear it. On the other end of the line, Claire looked at Harlan beside her in shock, saying, "No one is answering. They probably came home too late and are still asleep." "Probably." Harlan closed his laptop and turned to Claire, knowing she was urging him to hurry as it was time for their gathering. "Let's go." "Hey, Harlan." Claire opened a message box that had popped up earlier. "Look at this. Is that Zhang Cici?" Harlan nodded. "Yes, it is. Although I've only seen him once. I wouldn't mistake him." "Listen, Harlan." Claire's expression turned serious. "This morning at the East River Street West entrance, someone saw a strange shadow carrying away 2 children. So far, 3 boys and 2 girls have gone missing, with an average age of only 3 years. Zhang Cici's child is on the missing list, Harlan. Let's go check it out." The two emerged from the office building just in time to run into Keto in 1748. "You two came out just in time." 1748's face turned red with urgency. "Harlan, hurry and go with Keto to seal off this place. Claire, take me to check the surveillance." "Okay." At this point, Lucio had already contacted a familiar staff member at Zycop, learning about information that others were still unaware of. He immediately called the search team to Jiguala. About 3 hours later, 2 children were found in the trunk of a vehicle near the sewer entrance and Y0Y large garage, one of whom was Zhang's eldest child. The other child still had no clues, and the shadow mentioned by residents had not been found. At 10 o'clock that night, 1748, exhausted from a day of tension, lay limply on the sofa, staring at the branch lamp for a long time. "Guagua, Ciencian, have you already eaten?" "Yes." "Big sister, have you found them?" asked the person, who was Honeydew. "No, the person who took the children was too cunning. We haven't seen a trace of them. I'll warn you now, don't go out casually. The Lord said we should stay at his villa, so he can rest easy." "When did this happen?" "I didn't know anything about it." 1748 asked. "Just now, big sister. Look." Honeydew held up her phone in front of 1748's eyes. "Right? Okay, that works too, so I won't worry about you. Big sister, let's pack her things now. Quickly." Honeydew pulled her hand. 1748 simply packed some necessities for the children, and when they reached the villa, she knocked on the door, but no one came to answer for a long time. Just as she was puzzled, Honeydew spotted a slip of paper wedged in the door crack. It turned out to be a code. When she pressed the numbers and symbols according to the note, the door opened. Inside, it was spotless. A note on the wooden table had already indicated which room the children should stay in, and snacks and candies were prepared in the cabinet near the kitchen door. 1748 carried a box of snacks, leading the 2 children upstairs. When she opened their bedroom door, the previously empty room had been meticulously arranged according to the children's preferences and personalities. After taking a closer look, she felt like moving in herself. "Big sister, there are brand new pajamas here." The cactus held up pajamas with a pink Cardi Bear print in front of 1748. "Can I wear this to sleep tonight?" The children finished their bath and, instead of go to sleep, clamored to go to the room at the end of the corridor where the piano and many toys were placed. 1748 rarely found a cactus so persistent about something, so she agreed after a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, she sat downstairs in the living room, staring at the floor and the gaps between the wall tiles for a long time, so absorbed that she didn't notice any movement from the door. She didn't know how long she had been waiting, but just as she was about to doze off while resting her chin on her hand, she caught a whiff of barbecue, and her stomach growled. She quickly opened her eyes, and just as she got up, a large hand suddenly pressed her down. "Why did you come back so late?" planet.When said, her gaze already fixed on the grilled chicken skin skewers. And how did you know I was hungry? Lucio, looking tired, smiled indulgently at his beloved woman. Reach out to pat her on the head. I just knew. Eat. I'll go take a shower. Huh? 1748 chewed a piece of smoked meat in her mouth, suddenly finding it tasteless. Aren't you eating? I can't finish all this. Just eat as much as you can. I'll handle the rest. The living room was filled with a rich meaty aroma mixed with the fresh scent of shower gel, which diminished the overall effect. Lucio opened the window and pointed upstairs casually. 1748 nodded, saying the kids were still playing and hadn't gone to sleep yet. Then she stuffed a remaining creamy little potato into his mouth and handed him a tissue. Still no clues? Lucio took a sip of iced Coca-Cola and turned to her. We haven't found any clues about the kids or the man in black. But strangely enough, someone had seen him before and even witnessed his face. The police have been investigating for some time, but it seems like someone behind the scenes is suppressing it. If nothing had happened now, we would probably still be in the dark. 1748 frowned and took his cup of Coke. Could it be that Arrow is involved? They have a strong background, but they wouldn't go so far as to cause such a stir. Then who else could it be? At that moment, Lucio, with an overly serious expression, adjusted 1748's face and asked, Didn't you casually mention seeing a black hole before? Are you sure it was real? Chapter 084 5 o'clock. Meet at Rock Gigi Bar, yes. 1748 reached out to push his face away. It was the evening of the carnival when I was heading home, and I always thought I was seeing things, but the more I thought about it, the more it didn't feel right. Lucio naturally lifted his left elbow with his right hand and nodded slightly. What I'm worried about is the black hole overlord. Who is it? Do I know them? Let us not talk about that. Lucio said as he held her hand. She is not a good person, and I hope you never meet her. As he spoke, he picked her up and walked step by step up the stairs. The kids are all here, so don't have any funny ideas. You can rest assured, I'm very tired today and just want to hold you to sleep. I always keep my word. Of course, well, have I ever gone back on my word? After saying that, Lucio muttered to himself, except for this matter. 1748 believed him. And then, the next morning, she swore that if she ever casually messed around with Lucio again, she would turn into a pig. The disappearance of children was not just happening in Jiguala. Other planets were not spared from this disaster either. Relevant departments, along with the professional training base for bodyguards, sent a total of 35 people to various incident planets, claiming on the surface to be working for free. In fact, the big boss behind the scenes had already received numerous high and additional protection fees. Only Lucio did not pay and had no intention of hiring a bunch of useless guys to his planet. To completely avoid someone attempting to sneak in, he personally selected his subordinates and assigned them to stand guard at the entry point 24 hours a day. Lucio also sent people to infiltrate the parents of the missing children to investigate and protect them at all times. The residents below had full trust in him. Lueller sent her people to help Lucio, but unexpectedly, before they even stepped on Jiguala's land, they were all sent back. She was furious and decided that no matter what happened in the future, she would control her heart and no longer think about how to help Lucio or miss him. The more leisurely she could be, the more leisurely and comfortable her life became. She prepared simple yet nutritious breakfast for herself, listened to pure music, practiced yoga, and in the afternoons, if she had time, she would go for afternoon tea with one or two friends whom she pretended to be close to but didn't really connect with. Then have a big dinner together in the evening, go shopping and spend all the cards she had on her, and, if she felt interested, go check out a host club. It was truly a rich woman's life. Living like this every day, she naturally also felt annoyed and sought stimulation. Just like not long ago, when she was on her way back from her factory, she heard many people discussing the black hole overlord, and realizing this, she chuckled and tapped her forehead. I had been so crazy before that I didn't even know it involved an overlord. That night, she returned to her retro-style loft, took a flower petal bath, searched for all the important news of the past few days, merely wrapped in a thin light blue bath towel, sitting with her legs stretched out on a 20-meter-long sofa, and continued scrolling through her phone. Does the black hole overlord really exist? It has been passed down for hundreds of years. How many people have actually seen it? Those who claim to have seen it. Who knows if they are telling the truth or lying? Knock, knock, knock. She tilted her head at the sound, instinctively grabbed her bath towel, waited for a few seconds, and after not hearing any more knocking, she got up, went to her bedroom, changed into a fitted short skirt that barely reached her knees, and walked to the door, peeking through the peephole to see no one outside. Then, feeling uneasy, she opened the door. Just as she was about to close it, she noticed a seemingly ordinary delivery box on the floor. Did I order something? She asked herself, and answered, the key point being this whole building is hers. And such a wrong delivery had never happened before. To be safe, she took scissors and opened the box at the door. Inside was a kangaroo plush toy and a note. Strange, I would never buy something so boring. Saying this, she casually tossed the plush toy back into the box and grabbed the note to go inside. She opened the note, and inside was a white piece of paper. Patiently continuing to unfold it, there was a line of messy handwriting. If you want the person you hate the most to leave this world, meet at Rock Gigi Bar at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Huh? Luller smiled. This is a bit interesting. What era is it? And there are still people playing such tricks. I want to see who you are to dare to invite me. The next day, she stayed home all day, mostly video calling Ruai, and learned that the remaining children from Jiguala had been found one after another, but other planets were not so lucky. Additionally, she accidentally heard how lovey-dovey Lucio and 1748 were now. They were already living together. The child who had previously been caught had also become much more cheerful. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't know their identities, seeing those few people walking together and having dinner in a family dining room would make anyone mistake them for a happy family of four. There was a lot more, but she didn't listen, gritting her teeth and resentfully pinching her leg, leaving a bruise. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with 1748, she heard the doorbell. Sis, are you there? She sighed and reluctantly opened the door for her useless, silly brother, throwing a question at him. What do you want? Oh, it's like this. Today is Dad's birthday, and we're not having a banquet like in previous years, just planning to have a family dinner together. You quickly change your clothes and come back with me. Did I agree? Luller pushed him back to the door. If you have nothing else, just go. Wait, sis. What is going on with the dolls in this box? Oh, it's nothing. If you like it, take it back. KL grabbed the doll and hugged it. Sis, just come back with me. Dad and Mom haven't seen you for a long time. They miss you. Miss me for what? To help them join Zycop? KL scratched his head, looking awkward. What you said I don't understand either, but anyway, just go back. It's good for them to see you even for a moment. Luller, by the way, how did you get out of Jiguala? Huh? What? Is there something you can't tell me? KL, to be honest, I quit my job a while ago, and now I've opened a school near home. And I'm planning to be both the principal and the teacher. If it were before, Luller would have praised him a few times, but now, with such a great opportunity missed, she coldly looked at him. Enough, I said I'm not going back. It's useless for you to say more. If you don't let me, I want to talk to you. Now, just leave. Sis, what is wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Luller thought. Usually, you don't notice anything, but now you're clear. It's nothing, I just feel a bit unwell. You go back, I'm going to sleep. Okay then, sis. You must pay attention to your health. 5 o'clock, Rock Gigi Bar here. There are all kinds of people, and anything could happen. Luller didn't want her public figure to be recognized. So she put on clever makeup and changed into a fresh outfit she would never normally choose. A khaki dress with a bow, paired with a pair of black flats. Swinging her long black hair as she walked into room 1003. She raised her head, directly staring at the man's glasses on the leather sofa. Walked straight to him with a smile at the corner of her mouth and casually sat down beside him, her long finger pointing to a bottle of high-end white wine. If you don't mind, can I have a glass first? Before her words fell, the man's deep voice had already replied, Sure. Levi Lal tilted her head slightly, pouted her lips, and smiled. She raised a lily goblet with her right hand while holding the bottle with her left. The wine pouring into the glass sparkled under the light, crystal clear. After taking a sip, she asked, What is your name? The man, upon hearing the voice, only moved his earlobes slightly and showed no other reaction. What? Aren't you the one who made the appointment with me? Levi Lal turned to stare at him. Yes, a straightforward answer. Since you dared to invite me, don't act timid when you see me. If you have something to say it. If not, I don't have extra time to drink with you. After saying this, she withdrew her light gaze and turned her head down to look at the bottle's opening, waiting for him to speak. You will cooperate with us to catch that woman who is transformed from coal into human form. Levi Lal chuckled, glancing at the man. She noticed that his hands, exposed from his sleeves, looked human at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that his finger bones were twice as wide as those of an average adult male, and each finger was at least 3 centimeters longer. The man noticed her gaze, slightly raised his head, coughed a few times, and subtly pulled his clenched fist back into his sleeves. What is the goal? You can't possibly just find her unpleasant like I do. You'll know once you agree to work with us. After finishing his sentence, the man slowly stood up, extended his hand, and handed Levi Lal a palm-sized redwood box. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lucio was cooking and 1748 was telling stories to the children. As he flipped to the next page, unexpectedly, the book slipped from his hands and fell to the floor with a crash, revealing many envelopes from within the fairy tale book. The cactus and the melon jumped down, their eyes darting around, but they didn't look at 1748. You all knew this early on. Why didn't you tell me? While asking, she had picked up all the envelopes and casually opened one. Upon seeing it, she found it was just some product advertisements with no important content. Hey, why are you all silent? The melon explained, after we sent that letter to Sister, we received these. Looking at the dates, it seems the postman was lazy and delivered all the letters at once. We meant to tell you, but then we forgot. Chapter 085, Please Rely on Me Forever. Just as 1748 was about to speak, Lucio called the 2 children to the kitchen to eat egg custard. She could only watch the children run away, glancing instinctively at the letters scattered across her legs. Like a thief, she slipped into the bedroom she shared with Lucio and hid the letters at the bottom of the bedside cabinet. After dinner, Lucio noticed 1748's troubled expression. Although he didn't say anything, he was very curious about the envelope the children mentioned. While she took the cactus to the bathroom, he handed a rag to the melon, quickly locked himself in the bedroom, and rummaged through the drawers several times. Finally, he held a thick stack of envelopes, about 10 centimeters thick, with a complex expression. Dear Miss 1748, I have long admired your name. If you have time, could we meet? Lucio raised his eyebrows in displeasure and couldn't help but tear open one envelope. Oh, 1748, you are the most righteous woman I have ever seen. I really wish all women in this world were like you. That way, I wouldn't have to earn money to buy things for my girlfriend. And she always complains about me. I still have to pay off loans and car payments. Right now, this tiny planet of a few thousand square meters is still rented. Yesterday, I broke up with her, and now I have nothing left. I feel like I can't hold on anymore. Boo-hoo. This was indeed true. Lucio felt sympathy for this male counterpart. Dear, I think I should call you sister. After this year, I will be 35. I am infertile, and my husband and I adopted 10 children, thinking we would live this way until we grew old and died. But I never expected that he would cheat on me. With my sister, no less. The most hateful thing now is that I can't get a divorce. He no longer cares about my feelings and often secretly meets my sister, while I wash clothes, cook, take care of the 9th and 10th children, and help the others with their homework. Waking up in the middle of the night, I see my husband's profile, and I almost want to strangle him. Sigh, I feel so miserable. I heard you also raised 2 children alone. We are both women, I understand you. No matter how life treats you, as long as your children are healthy and safe, everything will get better. Actually, I don't know why I felt such an urgent need to write to you. Now I feel much better inside. I can't find anyone to confide in reality, and I hope this won't trouble you. Lucio folded the letter and placed it in another envelope, putting it under 1748's pillow. The next moment, he noticed an envelope with a different color in his line of sight. Unfortunately, before he could take a look, 1748 had already called his name several times from outside. Come in, 1748 said impatiently. You locked the door. How can I get in? Lucio smiled helplessly, having forgotten he locked the door. He hurried to open it and pulled her hand to walk to the bedside together. What are you doing? Lucio took out the envelope from behind and handed it to her. You take a look. No way. You actually found it. 1748's eyes widened as she read through it repeatedly, muttering, From Earth? He shown? He says he is a member of the Cole clan. Calm down. Have you written to him? Lucio asked back. I don't have time to write letters. She suddenly remembered, right? I think I did write. but I was looking for a place with coal mines, not specifically for coal. I don't know if he understood what I meant. As she spoke, her tone weakened. That's not the most important thing. Could Isheng really be your family? Why hasn't he come to see you in person? Seeing her silent, Lucio continued. It's obvious he knows your address, right? That's true, but what if he can't come? Besides, you've sealed off all the places in Jiguala. How can he get in? The more 1748 thought about it, the more she felt her reasoning was sound. Moreover, it had been a while since the letter was sent, and she was worried that if Isheng really was, he must be anxious now. Lucio, tomorrow you let me go out alone to find him. Lucio frowned at her. What do you need to find him for? Don't you know it's dangerous outside now? Can't you think about me? What are you doing? Why are you being so fierce all of a sudden? 1748 was startled, pressed her little heart, and glared at Lucio. Don't worry, I won't delay you finding your family. But you must stay within my sight. Going out alone? Don't even think about it, understand? Saying this, he grabbed her hand, pushed her onto the bed, and their gazes intertwined, filled with temptation. The children had already gotten used to the two adults talking in whispers in the room while tidying up their toys and going back to sleep. At 3 in the morning, 1748 woke up from hunger. Not only did she get up herself, but she also woke up a sleeping Lucio, asking him to go to the kitchen to make her something delicious. Anything that tasted decent would do to fill her stomach. However, a clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. The refrigerator was already empty. 1748 was extremely disappointed and absent-mindedly patted Lucio's arm. What should we do? I'm hungry, like really starving. All right, let's go. Where to? 1748 stood behind him, grabbing his left hand with her right and refusing to move. To buy you something to eat. Fine. Let's go, but don't pull me. I'm so sleepy. Lucio walked up to her, pinching her cheek and touching her soft earlobe. If you want to eat freshly made shao mai or fried wheat-flavored rice, just come with me. Huh, I wanted to eat at home. Lucio instantly got goosebumps, but afterward, he found it quite enjoyable. Call me. Lucio. Not that. What is it then? Do you have other names? Hey, why did you get so silly after we started dating? After saying that, Lucio pulled her out of the house, and the two lazily walked side by side across the street. Lucio, I feel like I've changed. Of course. Lucio smiled brightly. You've become even more charming and womanly. Just right to be a wife and a mother to the children. What are you talking about? I mean, I've started to rely on you. Lucio was shocked by this sentence, unable to help but stop and stare into her eyes, asking, what did you just say? I want to rely on you, whether it's for the 2 kids, my family, or myself. I don't want to leave you. Good baby, Lucio's heart blossomed, and he naturally hugged her, pressing his lips to her forehead. This is great. To be honest, I've already started to rely on you. If it weren't for you, my personality wouldn't have shown, and my relationship with Keto would be even closer. The only thing I worry about is that one day you might suddenly disappear. What do you mean? If you find your family, will you leave me? Lucio stared at her seriously, asking. 1748, big silly, you are also my family. How could I give you up? This was also what Lucio wanted to say. Even if the world calls you a monster lady, mocks you for being willful, indifferent to others, and acting crazy, I will never give you up. I finally have you, and I will definitely not let you go unless you no longer love me and try every means to pull me out of your heart. In that case, I would willingly let you go. If it weren't for the fact that he was staring at the woman he loved the most at this moment, Lucio would never have realized he had such an emotional side. Words he had once sworn would never come out of his mouth flowed out one by one, uncontrollably. Yet he felt it wasn't enough. He wanted to tell 1748, the whole world, the entire universe, that the woman he loved, the most beloved woman, was her. If there was a second, it would definitely be their daughter. 1748's eyes glistened with tears, and when Lucio saw this, their eyes met, and neither spoke. Treating the passing waiters and the boss as if they were air, lost in each other's gaze until their stomachs growled almost simultaneously. After finishing their late-night snack, they walked home hand in hand. Before going to bed, 1748 quietly opened the children's bedroom door and took a distant glance, while Lucio stood behind her, holding her tightly, whispering, "There are bodyguard around. The kids will be fine." 1748 gave him a glance and retorted, "Even so, we must be careful, and more careful." Lucio smiled calmly. casually grabbing her waist with one hand and lifting her up with the other. What were you doing earlier? Come on, let's go back to sleep. Meanwhile, Keto and Legia were hurrying from Morikasha to Zykop. Before leaving Jiguala, Keto had told her brother that she was going out for a reason, when in fact, she wanted to investigate more about the mysterious disappearance of children, forcibly bringing Legia to the seemingly problem-free Morikasha planet. The two didn't know much about this place, and the locals were particularly discriminatory towards outsiders. Asking for directions or inquiring was a difficult task. In the end, aside from knowing that Lula resided there, they gained no other insights, so they chose to leave without lingering. It was now 4:30 a.m., and Keto lay exhausted on Legia's palm-sized sofa, in a state of half asleep, half awake with his head tilted. Legia brought a blanket from her bedroom to cover him, and just as she turned around, she heard her phone ring. After hesitating for a few seconds, she reached out to pick up the phone on the wooden table and answered, "Hello, Your Highness." Before she could finish, the other party recognized her voice and shouted her name. "You need to take Keto back to Jiguala right now, immediately." When she lifted her head, she saw Keto had already woken up and, by his expression, instantly understood she didn't need to say more. "Hey, you dropped your ID." Saying this, Legia quickly picked it up and stuffed it into his jacket pocket, also handing over the car keys. "Drive carefully." I know. You need to be careful alone too." "Okay, I will be careful." Chapter 086. Ambush. As the words fell, one person rushed out, while another locked the door and returned to turn off the lights. Hugging the cold blanket on the sofa back to the bedroom, Kuduo returned to Jiguala with full concentration and first went to find his brother Lucio. He learned that Istha had actually disappeared an hour and a half ago. The specific situation was being investigated by 1748. King, along with the female housekeeper and Rachel, was sitting in the living room. 1748 stood beside a wooden table, glanced around the room, and found nothing unusual. However, when he focused on Istha's father, he noticed that the old man was avoiding his gaze, sweating profusely, and looking greasy and aged under the chandelier's light. 1748 thought for a moment. Istha usually washed up and went to bed around the same time, and by 2 or 3 in the morning. She must have been sound asleep. If someone truly intended to kidnap her, it would be quite easy with a little trickery. But it just so happened that King had seen a shadow of the man while getting up in the night. Although the man was entirely covered in a shiny black coat, King firmly believed that the person was a strong man and speculated that it was very likely the same person in black who had previously kidnapped children. If something had happened to the old man, it could deepen the suspicion that he was the man in black, but he had done nothing, only taking Istha away. Was it merely for sexual reasons? No. The security in Jiguala was very good. Such things shouldn't happen. After thinking it over, 1748 later went to find a bodyguard stationed nearby. He learned that, during that time, he and the others had suddenly caught a whiff of a strong fragrance. And after that, they didn't know what happened. When they opened their eyes, something had already occurred. What was unbelievable was that the time the bodyguards mentioned was just a few minutes before 2 o'clock, while King insisted he discovered his daughter was missing at 3 o'clock. The female housekeeper was already crying uncontrollably. 1748 told Rachel not to focus on being sad and to take good care of the 2 elderly people. After saying this, she asked Badatong to stay and help, then jumped down from Istha's bedroom windowsill, but found nothing below. Just as she was about to look for Lucio, unexpectedly, King called her from the window ledge above, saying he had something important to say. It turned out that the man had left a note. 1748 took a quick glance and scoffed, bluntly saying, "At a time like this, how could you almost forget such an important matter?" King replied, I was just too worried. Besides, he asked me for so many things, and I have nothing to give him now. What should I do?" Badatong couldn't listen anymore and interjected, "No matter how down on your luck you are, you were once the king of Kabia. You've already plundered quite a bit of wealth from us. Now you want to save your daughter, but are reluctant to spend money? Are you expecting the Lord to pay off your debts for you?" Upon hearing this, 1748 truly felt that the old man was making a fuss just to pay off debts. She didn't say it out loud, smilingly nodded in support of Lucio as unpaid debt, probing for his tone, and found it was indeed just as she had thought. Badatong saw something in her eyes, turned his head disdainfully to look at King, and was glad he stayed in Jiguala. Otherwise, he might be broke and possibly even in danger by now. The female housekeeper lay in bed, clearly hearing the voices outside. Biting her lip, she told her daughter, "I'm fine. You don't need to stay with me. Go out and follow 1748 to find the Lord. Please help us bring the princess back." Rachel reproached her mother for worrying so much despite being unwell, comforting her that even without saying it, the Lord in 1748 would think of ways to rescue the princess. After saying this, she left the bedroom, giving Bada a few instructions before leaving with 1748. "Actually, it would be better for you to go back and keep an eye on your king," 1748 said directly. "You should have heard that already." "Yes," Rachel replied in a straightforward manner. "Go back. But we will find a way to locate Istha. You and your mother don't need to worry." With these words, Rachel felt relieved and watched 1748 leave. Lucio and Kuduo were waiting for 1748. When they saw her appear beneath the tree-hole house, the two children went down to meet her. "You guys go back to your room and play. We have something to discuss." After speaking, Lucio picked up one child and took him to their bedroom. When he returned, he found his brother Kuduo lying on the sofa alone, looking listless. 1748 informed the brothers about everything she had seen and heard regarding Istha, and after finishing, she closed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts about whether the kidnapper was a man or a woman. Then, she couldn't help but look at her own hands, muttering as a woman, "My hands aren't small. I asked Lajia, and all the photos related to the men in black in the precinct have disappeared." Kuduo yawned and said, "I also paid special attention to the surroundings when entering. It doesn't seem like they sneaked in from outside." Lucio bent slightly, putting his hands together, meaning that the person was still in Jiguala. 1748 sat up. "How about I dress up as a little girl to act as bait?" "That's not possible." Kuduo woke up a bit more. "Yeah, that could work. But 1748 can breathe fire, even if..." Before he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of his brother's gaze on him, and suddenly fell silent. "What I'm most worried about is the black hole overlord." "The black hole overlord." Kuduo repeated it several times, remembering that he had heard passers-by mention it before in Morakasha. "What's wrong, Xiaoduo?" Lucio raised his head to look at his brother. Seeing his confused expression and couldn't help but ask, Nothing, brother. I'm just so tired. I need to go back and catch up on sleep," Kuduo said as he stood up, stumbling away. 1748 withdrew her gaze, leaning on Lucio's shoulder. "I promised to help Istha's father pay the ransom. You want to be angry, right? How could I be? What you're thinking is exactly what I'm thinking. Money, I'll have Halen get it for you later. We'll personally hand it over to King." Just as the two of them thought, after King received the money, he left with a beaming smile. Under the pressure of everyone following him and using threats and temptations, he revealed the truth. This kidnapping was just a show he had hired someone to perform, and Istha herself was completely unaware. However, by now, the person who should have been found was truly missing. King was now completely confused, crying and shouting, saying that the man who took the money seemed to have a mole on his left eye. 1748 asked him for other features, but the old man couldn't describe any, regretting it and slapping himself in front of everyone. "By now, he probably hasn't escaped yet," 1748 said, instructing the others to take King back first while she and Lucio went to the entry point to ask. Not knowing until they asked, they found out that a man named KL had wanted to enter a few minutes ago, claiming he left something at the school to retrieve. They initially refused to open the door, but unexpectedly at that moment, a man carrying a snakeskin bag injured everyone and escaped. The people who chased after him had not returned yet. "It's too late." Lucio's stern face made others dare not look directly at him. "It doesn't matter if he escaped. There will still be a way." 1748 squeezed Lucio's arm, bringing him back home. At this moment, the two children had already heard the news and came downstairs to walk beside the two, comforting them that Princess Istha would definitely return safely. 1748 sat down and suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Halen at all. Asking Lucio, Halen wouldn't have chased out to look for her, would he? Sure. Lucio was exhausted. "Sorry, I need to take a shower first." Watching his back, 1748 brought his feet together and hugged his knees, looking around at the kids. "Are you hungry?" The cactus shook its head. "Sister, why do bad people want to capture the princess?" This is also what 1748 wanted to know. If it really is a farce, King would happily get a large sum of money to pay off his debts and get back his Kabia, which wouldn't be bad. But if things really aren't simple, someone might have intercepted halfway and actually kidnapped someone. Is it for money, life, or something of Lucio's? Brother, are you there? Honeydew went to the door, pulling Keto's hand and leading him to the balcony. Where's my brother? He's taking a shower, 1748 said listlessly. Keto was counting his fingers, looking very grim, and 1748 pointed at his face. You look terrible right now. Don't say that randomly. TSK, 1748 rolled his eyes. By the way, have you seen Claire? No. Why are you suddenly bringing her up? 1748 noticed that Claire had fallen into the quagmire of unrequited love. It's nothing. She is quite worried about you. By the way, if you're looking for your brother for something, you could just tell me. While they were talking, Lucio came out of the bathroom, and Honeydew told him Keto had come, pointing towards the balcony. Have you rested well? As soon as Keto saw Lucio, he became nervous and started stuttering. Brother, I saw earlier. Stop. 1748 tugged at the corner of his mouth, pointing at the two brothers. Can stuttering be contagious? Speak properly. Keto swallowed. It's like this. Earlier I went to Morakasha and saw Luir and a man coming out of a bar. If I'm not mistaken, the characteristics he talked about were almost identical to that old man. 1748 didn't he understand this? Hadn't he just said there was a mole on his face? Keto shook his head. No, just now I found out. It's absolutely true. Leiji also saw it. And you should hurry up and say, Keto, that man seems to be a subordinate of the Black Hole Lord. Can you clarify? I'm getting confused. 1748 frowned and stared into Keto's eyes. Lucio, it seems that the Black Hole Lord must have his eyes on the unexploited gold of Kabia. 1748 looked puzzled. Brother, I think so too, Keto nodded repeatedly. But if Luir and the Black Hole Lord's people are really involved, why is that? Chapter 087. At a loss, Lucio frowned slightly, his gaze fixed directly on 1748's face. The subordinates of the Black Hole Sovereign had never appeared before 1748's identity was exposed, but now they suddenly began to act, which must be related to you. 1748, surprised, pointed at himself. Is it just because I'm Cole? Probably. Keto nodded while pinching his chin and said, Don't you know? Cole is an absolute rarity now. Besides, you can also turn into a person. Jiguala knew that there weren't many people missing from Ista, and the public was anxious, especially families with elderly and children. Their focus shifted from making money to being cautious, reducing workload, and going out, living in fear. A week later, everyone gradually felt that it was too peaceful outside and began to restore their previous rhythm of life. At this time, the female housekeeper had been bedridden for 9 days. Rachel had to care for her mother while also keeping 1748's words in her heart. Despite King being heartbroken and losing his appetite, unable to sleep at night, he had not stopped observing him. Yet, no flaws could be detected. Every day, he was either drinking or snoring lazily. He showed none of the demeanor a king should have. Claire and the octopus usually came to help take care of the two elderly people and casually comforted them. Chatting with Rachel, Harlan had not appeared at all. Ever since that night when Ista went missing, he was like a stubborn mule, searching everywhere for news. Unfortunately, there were still no satisfactory results. That day, he, as usual, left at sunrise and returned at sunset, the brilliant sunset reflecting against the deep blue night sky. A small black figure slowly moving towards Jiguala's entry point. Sometimes he would stop and look back. Other times he hurriedly walked or suddenly squatted down, holding his head, only to stand up again after a long while. He looked like a pitiful and helpless madman. Children running nearby waved at him, but he ignored them. A woman called his name, asking if he had found Ista, but he remained silent, occasionally lifting his head to take a glance, just a glance at the questioner. Claire and the octopus squatted at Harlan's building waiting for someone, left and right, and finally saw a figure approaching unsteadily. Hey, why don't you walk faster? The one shouting at him was the octopus, his red hair dyed black. The pride and self-satisfaction on his face had faded to almost nothing. He walked toward Harlan, putting an arm around his shoulder. Brother, don't give up. Harlan whispered, I have never given up. Claire walked in front of him and heard this. Tugging at the corners of her mouth, she laughed heartily. If you don't give up, you should have the look of someone who doesn't give up. You like this, half dead, making your neighbors and people across the street worry. What if one day they come to your door and find a corpse with a tongue sticking out? The octopus was startled by this, giving Claire a cold glance, and turned to walk back into the house with Harlan, saying as they walked, "She never speaks any good words. Don't take her seriously. I came to tell you some good news." Claire chimed in, "Exactly. Hurry up and open the door. Make us a cup of coffee." Now Harlan just hoped to hear good news. His face instantly flushed, and his small steps became lighter. He darted into the kitchen, then ran to the little room next to the bedroom, making coffee for the two and preparing some cookies, then sat opposite them urging, "Come on, tell me, has the Lord found Ista?" The smiles on their faces gradually stiffened. Claire forced a smile, moved to sit beside Harlan, and said, "Not yet, but you should listen to what the octopus has to say." Saying this, her gaze turned to the person across from them. "Right, don't underestimate me. There is nothing I don't know." The octopus adjusted his breathing and continued, "You should have heard the legend about the black hole sovereign. Today happens to be the day he collects protection fees. The princess is involved because of the gold from Kabia. Now King is still the ball owner of Kabia. As long as he agrees to send the gold to the black hole for free, the princess might come back. From what I know, the black hole sovereign is not interested in humans, so he shouldn't do anything to the princess. You can rest assured about that. Also, if the gold doesn't work, the Lord in 1748 will personally go to rescue her, so don't go running out blindly." "I still don't understand your meaning. How can you be sure they won't harm the princess?" Harlan's expression was unusually serious. "Well, actually, this kind of thing has happened before. More than one girl was captured, but when they came back, they were just fine. I heard that in the black hole, it was like staying in a hotel. If you don't believe me, I can't explain it to you." Claire said, "Hey, now the most important thing is for you to clarify with Ista's father. Otherwise, our Lord won't be able to help either." Exactly. Saying this, the three went to find King. At this time, Rachel was preparing lunch in the kitchen, and the female housekeeper was on the balcony getting some fresh air. When Harlan and the others appeared, they did not see the king's figure. "Rachel, come here for a second," Claire waved. "Are you looking for our king?" Rachel tried to guess. Harlan stood behind Claire, and the octopus stood next to Rachel. "He just went out, didn't he, you see?" The three looked at each other, then turned to Rachel, almost in unison asking, "What for?" At this moment, the female housekeeper walked into the kitchen with her cane, glanced at the faces of the few, her gaze landing on Harlan's eyes, saying, "You all come out and talk. Cramming into the kitchen looks ridiculous." Saying this, she moved to sit on the nearest single sofa, pulled out 3 pure gold necklaces, a pair of beautiful jade bracelets, and a silver ring from her pocket. "This is my jewelry from when I got married. Take it. Whatever you can sell it for is what you get." As for... At this point, the housekeeper choked up. "Don't expect Ista's father to take out gold to save her. This old thing, also plead with you. Please don't give up on our princess." "Please don't say that." Claire squatted in front of her, helping her up. "We came to discuss this because we want to help you. Since that old thing is so heartless, we will just tell the Lord the truth." Saying this, she felt that there was nothing left to hide now. The housekeeper, sneered a few times, steadying her cane, gritting her teeth. "I even advised the king not to agree to the princess marrying here. Who knows, she might suffer for a lifetime. Look at what my old mouth has said. If it weren't for your Lord, we wouldn't know if we were dead or alive now." "Mom, don't say that. Take care of yourself. Don't worry. The princess will return safely soon." Harlan held the housekeeper's aged hand. "You and Rachel stay here and wait for our good news." Good child. Ista's eye for people is really good. I will wait for you." Rachel said, "I'll send you off." Harlan stopped her. No. You stay home and take good care of the elders." Harlan and the others went to find Lucio. He in 1748 had already guessed that this would be the outcome, feeling anxious for Ista, who had such an inhumane father. Watching Harlan and the others leave, 1748 retracted his hand from the doorframe and turned to Lucio, who was lifting a teacup. "You kept telling me you would show your big move. Where is it?" "Patience is a virtue." 1748 didn't care about patience. If he didn't calm down now, he might rush out and scold Ista's father. And fighting was also a possibility. "Look at you, getting all worked up again." Lucio brought the brewed chrysanthemum tea to her lips for a sip. "I won't drink it." she thought, feeling quite angry. You've been limiting my movements all this time, and even had that silly kid Cordona watch over me. And now, Dad Ista only cares about money. Poor kid. I wonder how he's doing now? Forget it. I won't wait any longer. Come with me. 1748 looked up and saw Lucio carrying a small leather case and dragging a large suitcase down from upstairs. She pointed at his face and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "You'll find out once we're outside." 1748 took small steps to follow him, saying, You didn't even tell me my things are still." Lucio interjected, "I've already packed everything for you." "What about those two kids?" Lucio sealed her lips with his, and the moment he released his lips, he quickly tapped her nose with his finger, saying, "Kid Cordona will help take care of them." Without waiting for her to fully react, he took her hand and they went out together, quickly getting into the car, and the two arrived at the entrance. Lucio helped her open the car door, went to the trunk to get the luggage and the leather case, then returned to 1748 side, allowing her to link her arm with his as they walked up the boarding ramp. "Where are we going?" 1748 asked quietly, lowering her voice as she saw people at both sides of the spaceship's exit. Lucio casually wrapped his arm around her waist and softly said, "Once we get inside, I'll tell you." 1748 thought there would be many passengers inside the spaceship, but in fact, it was just her and Lucio. She glanced around casually. Every seat had a red number on it, while Lucio's own seat number was green. "Wait for me here for a moment." 1748, confused, nodded and watched him walk towards the rear cabin against the light. A moment later, 1748 caught a strong scent of milk and looked up to see Lucio sitting next to her, holding a bowl of ginger milk pudding. "It's all yours, don't rush. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me, where are we going?" 1748 licked her spoon and turned her head to stare at him. "To find Ista, and by the way, to visit Yixing on Earth." "Are you really taking me to find Yixing? Is this for real?" Chapter 088, Earth No Matter What. 1748 felt it was unrealistic. After all, Lucio had so many urgent matters to attend to. How could he possibly have extra time to take her to see an Earthling who might just be cold? "What are you thinking about?" Lucio squinted at her, saying, "You better not worry about my time or anything like that." "Ha ha, you caught me," 1748 grinned. You, Lucio pointed at her forehead, "but I have to warn you, wherever we go next, you must not leave me casually." There's nothing to worry about. You have to agree." Lucio pinched her nose. "When you're out, you have to be cautious. Besides, you know that Leviel and the Darkhold Lord have ties. In her heart, you're a thorn she wants to remove. Not just for you, but for me too." 1748 stopped stirring her ginger milk, elbowed Lucio, and asked, "I want to know, why does she dislike me?" Lucio chuckled. "Just look at yourself. What have you turned into? Put away your little mirror. Don't ask me. I'm just a silly man who doesn't know what women really think." 1748 turned sideways, poking Lucio's outstretched hand with her spoon. "You men always say we women are hard to deal with, but we women aren't as complicated as you think. All right then, tell me, if Yixing is really your family, what would you say to him?" This question had never crossed 1748's mind. See, you can't even answer such a simple question. It just shows that your thinking is too complicated and it doesn't serve any purpose. Lucio deliberately teased her. "Hey," 1748 turned the empty porcelain bowl upside down on his head. "Of course, it's the words we should say among family. What if not? Words just slip out." 1748 paused. "If not, then forget it. We can be friends. More friends means more paths." Lucio smirked. "You sly woman. To say you can be friends in front of me. Speaking of which, we Haven T settled the previous accounts yet? Those men who wrote to you, you really don't know any of them?" After a 3-second pause, 1748 burst out laughing. "Lucio, haha, it sounds like I know them. Don't forget, I haven't settled the accounts with you and Leviel yet, but you're asking about me, humph." After saying that, 1748 stood up with her hands on her hips, walked past Lucio, and went to the bathroom. Lucio stood there, watching her leave, resting his chin in amusement and frustration. "Move aside." Lucio patted his legs, signaling her to sit on him. "Not moving. Not moving. You're so stubborn. If I don't hit you for 3 days, the roof will come off." Saying that, she stepped over his legs and angrily sat back in her seat. "Wife, you really can step down. What else?" 1748 was almost ready to bite him in anger. "I find you particularly petty. You being flirty with other women is perfectly fine, but I just talked to my future family and met them, and you're not happy. Is there anyone like you? You think I don't know about you, and Leviel? She loves you so much. I don't believe you never liked her. Besides, you even admitted it. Right? You admitted it again, just now. Lucio wrapped his arms around her. I mean, I'm very petty. So petty that you can't even look at any man to that extent. But don't bring that woman into this. I'm not joking with you. 1748 looked at him with a complicated expression. If you won't talk about it, don't threaten me. How dare I, my lady? Don't call me that. 1748 pried his hands apart and asked, Is Earth far? More Akasha, for 30 p.m. Leviel was awakened by the alarm clock. She opened her phone and saw an anonymous message. Lucio took 1748 to Earth and has now arrived at the Arctic Ocean. What a mystery, she muttered to herself, tossing her phone aside and sliding out of bed to take a shower. In her heart, she was still wondering what the two of them were up to on Earth. After showering, she wrapped herself in a towel and called her brother to confirm whether 1748 had left Jiguala, then changed into casual clothes and went out. Ruska, you need to book me a spaceship to Earth immediately. The sooner, the better. I'll be waiting for your call back at the SOL hall. After speaking, she neatly tied her hair into a bun, switched to auto mode, and began to do her makeup while paying attention to the road ahead. Ruska was one of Leviel's friends, and part of her family's business involved making spaceships. No matter the circumstances, booking through her would never go wrong. The spaceship was scheduled to take off at 6 o'clock in the evening, arriving at Earth just in time for 9 o'clock. During the journey, Leviel received another message informing her that Lucio and the others had changed locations again, now in the Atlantic, Eastern Asia. The specific address had been sent with the location. This sudden change in direction to find a place called Indong took about another hour. Thank you, Ruska. I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. Ruska replied, No need for that. I'd be very happy if you introduced your brother to me. Just think about it. Be careful on the road. Goodbye. Goodbye. She had been to Earth before, and unlike other planets, the number of humans here was particularly high, with hardly any half-beasts to be found. Moreover, the scenery was pleasant everywhere, easily intoxicating and hard to extricate oneself from. It was the best choice for retirement. However, she couldn't indulge in the scenery now, as she wandered through the streets and alleys looking for Lucio's figure. It's too big here. At this rate, I won't be able to go back until next year. Leviel thought, casually asking an elderly woman who seemed friendly if there were any inns or hotels nearby. After being scrutinized by the old woman's gaze for a while, she felt quite uncomfortable. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard a bell-like, clear female voice. Walk to the end here and turn left. You'll see a hotel. Don't worry, it's cheap and affordable there. They won't cheat you. Leviel's gaze lingered on the girl for a few seconds, smiling. Thank you. You're welcome. Saying that, the girl linked her arm with the old lady's and turned back to the other side of the street. Hey, you child. You shouldn't answer just anyone who asks for directions. That girl looks unfamiliar. She probably isn't from around here. What if she has bad intentions? The girl smiled. Grandma, don't worry so much. I've already bought pork, green onions, and mushrooms. Let us go home and make dumplings. The old and young walked along the half-worn street at sunset, where vendors were waiting with their tricycles selling their handheld pancakes. And mischievous children were running in the middle of the road holding balloons. Several uncles were chatting in a strong local dialect, while others packed up, flirted with passing aunties. And some were met by their wives and children, laughing as they returned home together. This was Lucio's first time seeing such a down-to-earth place. His whole body naturally relaxed, and everything in sight was a rare sight he had never seen before. 1748 was focused on their tone of voice, and every face showed no signs of worry, laughing and having a good time. Looking up, the sky here was unusually blue, and the setting sun was particularly red and perfectly round, without a hint of flaw. Is Isheng living here? 1748 tugged at Lucio's hand and asked. I'm not sure, but the address in the letter is nearby. It can't be wrong, Lucio explained, instinctively pulling out his phone to check again, confirming it was indeed correct. Hey, 1748 pointed to a girl in the distance. As the sky was about to darken, ask her, don't get it wrong. Before she finished speaking, she pulled Lucio's hand and ran over. 1748 stuttered at a crucial moment. Lucio took over and asked, "Sorry to bother you. Do you know the place 1024 Baiyuan, Fenglin Road?" The girl smiled broadly, revealing 8 big white teeth, and pointed at herself, saying, "My home is right there. Who are you looking for?" 1748 let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes filled with joy. "We are looking for Yisheng." The two thought the girl would know, but to their surprise, upon hearing the name, her face turned pale with fright, and without saying a word, she grabbed her bag and ran away. The two were convinced the girl must know Yisheng, so they had no choice but to follow her all the way to Baiyuan. There, they saw a nearly 10-meter-high hollow iron gate, which was not locked. Lucio reached out and pushed it open, finding it much easier than he had imagined, and he ran in with 1748. Rows of almost identical independent villas with balconies came into view. "Which one? Let's split up and look." Lucio disagreed, holding her hand. "You have to stay behind me, otherwise, if I follow you, there's no third option." His words were quite definitive. 1748 smiled and mocked him, not wanting to bargain with him at all. "Yisheng, where are you? Yisheng, I know you're here, come out. Yisheng." Just as 1748 was about to shout for the 5th time, the girl's head popped out from an oval window, waving her hand helplessly at the two. "Stop shouting. Just come up." 1748 had visited others' homes more than once or twice, shedding her usual carelessness, speaking politely, fearing she might do something wrong. The interior was elegantly clean, with all the furniture made of wood. The balcony was filled with various potted plants, and the frames hanging on the 4 walls looked aged. The metal frames were already rusty, while the wooden frames had lost their original color due to paint, and the cracked wood showed no dust, indicating it was cleaned daily. Chapter 089. SHHH and Yisheng, the two of them sat up straight on a small, cute wooden bench, glancing around with their peripheral vision, as a scent they had never smelled before gradually reached their noses. "SHHH, hurry and let your friend come to the kitchen to try the dumplings. If they think the taste isn't enough, I'll add a bit more salt." The speaker was the elderly woman who had been asked for directions by Lu Weiler earlier. Upon hearing 1748 call her granddaughter's husband's name, she assumed they were all friends and naturally became enthusiastic. "Oh, I know." After saying this, the girl turned to the two and, with a complicated expression, pointed to the kitchen. "Go try it. My grandma made the dumplings with celery and beef filling by hand." "No, thanks." Lucio directly refused. 1748 secretly pinched his arm and smiled up at the girl. "What are dumplings?" "You don't know what dumplings are?" SHHH smiled and pressed her lips together. "Once you try them, you'll know. Don't be polite. Let's go together." "Wow, this is so delicious." "Grandma, your cooking is amazing. Can you teach me?" 1748 exclaimed sincerely. "I've never eaten anything so wonderful before. I'm so happy." "Good, I'm glad you like it. There's still many in the pot. They're all yours." SHHH ate while secretly observing 1748 and Lucio. When her gaze accidentally met Lucio's, she immediately looked down, pretending she knew nothing. "Grandma, can I add the water in this bowl?" "Child, that's rice vinegar. It's sour. If you like, you can give it a try." 1748 was wondering what rice vinegar was when she glanced at Lucio, who was making a face at her. Not holding the bowl steady, she accidentally poured it all in, and the sourness hit her head directly. "Here, you try it too." 1748 dumped the remaining 3 dumplings into Lucio's bowl. "Grandma, I'm taking all of those in a pot." "All right, eat as much as you can." "Thank you, Grandma. You're so kind." After finishing her meal, SHHH picked up the bowl and chopsticks and got up to go to the kitchen, seizing the opportunity to be alone with 1748. She told her not to mention Yisheng's name in front of her grandma, and that they would talk about it later when they found time. They waited until the next noon. SHHH took Lucio and 1748 to the rooftop. "Are you looking for Yisheng for something?" 1748 replied, "Not really. Just wanted to ask if this person really exists." Lucio glanced at the girl's expression, pulled 1748 over, and asked in another way, "We just want to confirm if Yisheng is the person we're looking for. What is your relationship with him?" "He's my husband." "Your husband?" 1748 looked at the girl in disbelief. "But you look like a little girl." "I'm not little anymore. I've been married to Yisheng for 2 years and have always lived with my grandma. Just recently, he suddenly disappeared. I'm also looking for him." "No way, 1748 suddenly felt it was strange. "Have you known each other for a long time?" "Not long, just 3.5 years." SHHH answered. Oh, I see. So you don't know anything about his past, right? At this point, Lucio noticed a change in SHHH's gaze. To be honest, she is very likely Yisheng's sister. We traveled from another planet to find him. Lucio stated directly. I see. So you were the girl Yisheng wrote to before? SHHH grabbed 1748's hand and smiled in surprise. After hearing about your situation, he always suspected you were his sister. I can't believe it's true. That's wonderful. However, it's not confirmed yet. No, it won't be. Yisheng is very sure you are. I think it should be, what is your name? 1748. It must be right. Yisheng's previous name was also a string of numbers. Later, I changed his name. SHHH said, 3.5 years ago, our family suffered oppression from the 7 great heads. All our houses, land, and property were confiscated. My father was arrested and later went missing, and my mother, who was already in poor health, passed away after being bedridden for 3 months. It was just me and my grandma left to rely on each other. My father was honest and kind. Even when he met a stranger, he treated them like family. Because of the recommendations from the villagers of 56 nearby towns, he became the director of a management bureau. After taking office, he always handled matters fairly. Perhaps being too upright offended the 7 great heads, which are the 7 neighboring planets. Later, I heard many people say that the 7 great heads spent money to hire the Black Hole Lord, intending to eliminate my father and take over the management bureau to privately seize our planet. At this point, SHHH turned away, gazing into the distance, and continued. Then I heard about Yisheng. Thanks to him, the 7 great heads were driven away, and they never dared to step onto our land again to bully us. At that time, I hadn't met him yet. I thought he would be the kind of man with a rough appearance and immense strength. One day, I went to the market to buy vegetable seedlings and accidentally bumped into a handsome man who was elegant in his demeanor. When I heard someone call his code name, I realized he was our savior. Our Indong is no different from other places. We haven't kept up with the times, and everything remains the same. Yisheng said he liked this primitive and simple life, so he stayed here. After we got to know each other, we became friends. I only knew he came from a distant place. After that, he rarely talked about his own matters, and I didn't ask. Half a year ago, he suddenly told me he wanted to go out for a while. When I asked him why, he told me he was actually going to find his family. My grandma firmly disagreed, clearly telling us that if Yisheng left, he could never come back, and if I went with him, I would no longer be her granddaughter. I thought Yisheng would dismiss this idea after hearing my grandma's words, but I was wrong. He still left without even saying goodbye. It's been almost a month now, and I've been secretly looking for him. Now that I've run into you, who are also looking for him, I think this girl is very likely to be Yisheng's sister. If you agree, could you stay here for a few days? After hearing SHHH's words, 1748 and Lucio's understanding of Yisheng was still a 0. No matter how many questions they asked, SHHH couldn't give a clear answer. However, Lucio was well aware that he and 1748 couldn't continue staying there. Reluctantly, they could only leave their contact information and leave. SHHH thought they had other urgent matters and didn't dare to keep them. But unexpectedly, after a while, she encountered the woman who had asked for directions earlier. She asked her if she had seen a man with fishbone earrings and a tall girl. No matter how she described it, she felt she was referring to Lucio and 1748. Without hesitation, she shook her head and said she hadn't seen them. This made Lou Weiler unable to continue questioning, and she couldn't help but smile and turn to leave in the opposite direction. She couldn't believe that she couldn't find 2 living people. Luska, did you find any clues about the 2 people I asked you to help me find? You called just in time. I've sent you the location. However, let me remind you, the other party is the cold-faced Lord Lucio. So, miss, don't play with fire. Lou Weiler shot back without hesitation. I've always liked excitement. All right, enough talk. The spaceship you sent has arrived. The respective spaceships flew along their respective orbits. Lou Weiler used a retractable mini-telescope to observe the markings on Lucio's spaceship, searching her mind as she had never seen it before, and was very curious about who the manufacturer of Lucio's spaceship was. Miss, the spaceship in front has pulled over. Should we continue or stop behind? Leveler quickly thought, continue. All right. Then she asked, is there a station ahead where we can rest? That's right. Keep flying, stop at the station. 10 minutes later, Leveler got off the spaceship and entered the station. The so-called station was like a pavilion that could automatically enlarge or shrink, with temperature-adjustable glass on all sides. Inside, there was a 7-meter-long light brown velvet sofa, a diamond-shaped coffee table with a red rose on it, and a cooler in every corner filled with plenty of water and food. Leveler took off her flats, gently rubbed her heels, and focused her gaze on her phone as the 2 points on the route map moved. How do they find this place directly? Before she finished speaking, she stood up wearing only her velvet socks and instructed her hand to quickly lock the second door that was ajar. Miss, they have already come in and request to see you. Leveler had a vague feeling that Lucio might have known she was following him. Blaming herself for being careless and not anticipating his move. Angrily amused, she calmly put on her shoes and appeared before the two. Lucio had long anticipated what kind of expression she would show him, remaining calm on the surface, holding 1748's hand, and speaking in a gentle tone. You shouldn't be too surprised to see us, right? Leveler smiled without speaking, but when she looked at 1748, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Lucio waved his hand, and instantly a group of armored men rushed in from outside. 1748 recognized them and was about to say something when Lucio grabbed her and pulled her outside the station. Why did you pull me out? Lucio said nonchalantly. The space is too small. I'm afraid they might hurt you. 1748 was stunned for a few seconds, helplessly following Lucio's pace, pointing behind her and asking. You must have known she was following us all along, deliberately leading her here to capture her? Probably something like that. What if she hadn't come here? Chapter 90 Strange Lucio smiled. I'll have my way when the time comes. But you stop screaming, it's annoying. 1748 bared her teeth. Humph. As soon as you see her, your tone with me changes. You're right. Seeing her puts me in a bad mood. Let us go. My little tyrant. Lucio added. This time we're going straight to settle accounts with the black hole overlord. 1748 glared at him sideways, suddenly feeling that no matter what happened, she couldn't escape his predictions. Lucio, are you hiding something from me? Lucio tilted his head and glanced at her. What are you talking about? Haha, turns out you have a lot of secrets. Lucio smirked, looking like a fool. TSK. How can something be called a secret if you say it out loud? At that moment, the armored man escorted Levilar out from the station. Lucio took the opportunity to wrap his arms around 1748 and cast a contemptuous glance, then left with his woman. Are you going to let go or not? Levilar glared at Lucio with resentment, warning him, gritting her teeth, desperately trying to escape from the calloused hands that held her. But in the end, she had little strength left, and the men surrounding her remained expressionless. Do you know who I am? Huh. Levilar's peach blossom eyes widened, staring at them as they shouted at her, rudely pushing her into a spaceship, making her doubt whether they were human or robots in disguise. Throughout the ordeal, she was watched by several pairs of eyes, and the questions thrown at her sank like stones into water, not even creating a ripple. Any slight movement of her head or body was taken as a sign of escape. Levilar had never endured such humiliation. She had already imagined tearing 1748 to pieces and cursed Lucio 1,000 times, but it was still not enough to quell her anger. She didn't know how long had passed, but she gradually felt the spaceship descending. The armored men surrounding her almost simultaneously stood up and looked towards the cabin door. You, stand up. Levilar deliberately hooked her foot around the footrest of the seat in front, turning her head and ignoring everyone. The armored man closest to her continued, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't stand up, don't blame me for carrying you out. Levilar assumed the man was just talking and resolutely did not respond. Impudent. Levilar's hands were cuffed, her feet kicking against the man's shoulder. But it didn't affect his ability to carry her into the corner. Meanwhile, someone had already notified Keto. At this moment, Keto and Harlan were rushing to the underground parking garage at P Square. Your Highness, she's inside. Keto nodded at the armored man, signaling him to leave, and then hurried to meet Levilar with Harlan. Just a second ago, Levilar had been baring her teeth, but upon seeing Keto, her face immediately blossomed into a smile. Despite her hands and feet being bound, she forced herself to stand up calmly, pretending to be composed. Your Highness, Did your brother's men catch the wrong person? Before Keto could speak, Harlan rushed forward, glaring at her with a series of questions. Keto understood his feelings, coughed lightly, stepped forward, and pulled him back behind him. You know whether my brother caught the wrong person. If you don't tell us what you planned with the black hole overlord, and whether you've seen Ista, I'm sorry, but you can forget about going home. Levilar looked at Keto with a mocking expression, opened her red lips, and laughed for a few seconds. Silly child. Do you know you're committing a crime right now? Don't talk about slandering me. Just the kidnapping alone can get you all locked up, you know? The smile on her face disappeared in an instant, and a hint of malice flickered in her eyes. Keto turned to Harlan and smiled, then bent down and smiled at Levilar, a look on his face that said she was ridiculous, and clapped his hands. Don't speak too soon, and don't be too certain. If you get slapped in the face later, it won't be pretty. Saying this, he pulled out several photos from his jacket pocket, holding them up one by one for her to see. If it weren't for a kind tourist sending me the photo of you and me at the wishing pond, to be honest, I wouldn't know how to make you bow your head. You. Levilar was speechless. The man standing behind you. You must have seen him later. Otherwise, how did this doll come about? Keto reached out to Harlan, taking the doll that Levilar had discarded and holding it up before her eyes. Thanks to your brother coming to our corner to get something. Don't worry, he is safely back home now. As long as you answer us truthfully, you can go home immediately. Levilar could guess that all of this was a trap set up by the two brothers. She blamed herself for not being seamless. I'll make it clear to you. I have never seen Ista. Harlan's heart tightened, unconsciously moving closer to Levilar. She wasn't tall with long gray hair, looking particularly cute and likable. Levilar impatiently told Keto to pull Harlan away. Stop swaying in front of me. I've said it. I haven't seen her, so I haven't seen her. More importantly, I have nothing to do with the black hole overlord. And I don't know where you got your information. Keto was slightly stunned, suddenly recalling his brother's speculation, feeling admiration. So you admit you've seen the black hole overlord's men? Levilar nodded stiffly yes. He must have come to make a deal with you, right? Listening to the tone of voice, Levilar couldn't help but look up at Keto, for a moment feeling as if the person standing in front of her was Lucio. That's right. He want me to work with him to take down 1748 and even offer me a black hole. I didn't agree. Just like that. Keto suddenly stood up, before I really lose my temper, unlock my handcuffs. Harlan stared blankly at Levilar. It was clear that she was not lying. Yet the last shred of hope he had was disappearing. No, Keto walked up to her. If you go out now, you'll definitely be the next missing Ista. Levilar paused, immediately understanding what he meant. Your brother isn't here. Is it safe here? You want me to stay here? Keto patted his chest. My brother has more important matters. I can protect you here. If you insist on leaving, I can't do anything about it. Levilar did not stay in the corner. Keto sent the armored men to escort her parents home, and afterward, Keto relayed the interrogation process word for word to his brother. In the following days, Keto kept an eye on his brother's schedule, taking care of the two children, worrying that Harlan might lose hope and run out to find someone, often calling him to his home to let the children talk to him more. That evening, Keto was nestled in his brother's study, searching for information about the black hole, while simultaneously sending messages or calling his brother online. After midnight, he remained unaware, propping himself up on the table with one hand, with only one hand continuously scrolling on the phone screen, reading article after article slandering his brother in the corner, muttering, "What kind of nonsense is this? They really know how to stir up trouble." Before dawn, Keto took the two sleepy children to Clara's house, intending for her to take care of them temporarily. Then, he went to find Harlan, and the two went to the office building to open Lucio's computer. As expected, Lucio's facial was flooded with countless anonymous messages. Opening it up, I browsed for a few seconds and found that it was mostly filled with disgusting curses. It said that in order to hide his identity as a killer, he shamelessly deceives young girls once again and uses the man in black as a shield. The dignified lord is nothing more than a hypocrite who dares to do, but not to face the consequences, surpassing even the black hole overlord. This didn't sound too harsh, but what followed was even worse, as nearly hundreds of the same messages were sent, all cursing the two brothers to die a horrible death. The nickname of this account was strange, called Ami Sue, with an avatar of a black cat biting a human head. Harlan checked the account information And even stranger, the other party's messages only flash for 3 seconds before disappearing immediately. Normally, any message sent to Jiguala would not exceed the unlocking range set behind the data by Harlan, Lucio, and Keto. But now Harlan couldn't unlock those layers of locks and still couldn't get the messages to reappear. At the same time, Keto was also unable to do so. The two had no choice but to temporarily give up pursuing this Ami Sue. Meanwhile, reporters and entertainment paparazzi had already gathered at the entry point. Although everyone knew that getting into Jiguala was not an easy task, no one was willing to leave, just like a farmer waiting for a hare, firmly believing that an opportunity would eventually come their way. No one informed Batatong what he needed to do. At this moment, he set off from the back door of his house, quietly hiding behind a row of electrified iron fences near the entry point, observing the group of reporters carefully, not missing any subtle details. His gaze swept around and finally landed on the back of King's head. Good, it really is you. Batatong had noticed something strange about King since yesterday. Initially, he was sad and crying in Ista's bedroom, but after a few days, he appeared listless, locked inside his room and not coming out. Rachel called for dinner, but received no response. If it hadn't been for discovering last night that King was actually talking to his phone, sounding just like he usually did, and even laughing a few times, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it, while deeply suspecting that the old guy was starting to have ulterior motives again. Now it seems that his predictions were completely correct. Chapter 091. Old man, the octopus shook its body, rubbed its frozen red nose, and quietly left just like it came. Keter and Halen listened to the octopus's description, feeling both angry and helpless. Keter slammed his fist on the wooden table, turned to look at the octopus, and then ran out of the office building to find someone to bring King in front of the hall. At this moment, Claire took the two children to see Rachel and the housekeeper. Without holding back her words, she accidentally revealed the matter of King backstabbing Lord Lucio. Rachel was shocked, and the housekeeper widened her eyes while pressing her right hand against her heart, angrily saying, "Quick, take me to see His Highness." King knew that the truth would come out eventually, but he didn't expect to be discovered so soon. He followed the octopus into the conference hall with an indifferent attitude, and upon seeing Keter, he raised his chin and squinted his eyes, saying, "Your Highness, you must understand my feelings as a father, no matter how you look at it. Ister was not seen in your little corner. You didn't even try to find him, and even suppress the news. I had no other choice but to break this window of silence myself to get help from kind-hearted people outside." At this moment, he was completely unaware that the housekeeper, who grew up alongside him, was right next door. What a sin. The housekeeper, supported by Rachel, walked in with a shaky right hand, her branch-like fingers trembling but pointing in a clear direction. What exactly is it about that child, Ister, that makes you feel so uncomfortable and embarrassed? How would you let things come to this point? Oh, what a sin. King's expression changed, and he turned his head toward the window on his right, remaining silent for a long time. Rachel looked at her mother, who was out of breath and sweating profusely, caring little for the king's status, and turned to glare at him, gritting her teeth. "You deceived the princess first, and even wanted to acknowledge a son-in-law like Aerochian. But the princess, in the end, only thought about you suffering alone in Kabia, leaving behind this good life here to go back. And you, in front of the Aerochian father and son, don't even dare to speak up. Whatever they say goes. If it weren't for 1748, would you still have the princess and be able to safely return to your little corner? Now that the princess is missing, Lord Lucio has personally gone to find her with 1748. What else are you worried about? To actually call the reporters to blame Lord Lucio, in my opinion, the nonsense online is all fabricated by you, right?" After hearing this, King S.'s face turned from green to pale. His murky eyes blinked a few times. He swallowed hard and turned to look at the dark-faced Keter. "You all are the same. Not a single one of you told me. How would I know? Cut it out. Just because you don't know doesn't mean you can talk nonsense. You can clearly hear what those people outside are saying about our lord. You old fool. Greedy and muddled. Don't you have a conscience?" Claire couldn't help but curse in front of the children. "Enough," Keter shouted angrily. "It's too late to say anything now. If you really care about your daughter, stop causing chaos here. Don't let me hear that you're scheming behind the scenes again, or you can get out immediately." This time, Keter held back his temper and didn't chase the detestable king away like he did with the octopus before, because he knew that the crowd outside, waiting to see how he would handle this pitiful and despicable old man, would only make matters worse. In the end, it would still be him and his brother who would be disgraced. Rachel, take it back. It's best if he doesn't go out again. Rachel glanced at King with disgust. Speaking quickly, just go back. She then supported her mother's hand and turned to leave. Cactus and Melon exchanged glances, seeing everyone's grim expressions and not saying anything. They released Claire's hand and walked up to Keter together. Your Highness, when will Sister and Lord come back? Keter lowered his gaze, a smile appearing on his face as he squatted down to look directly at the two children. They should be back soon. What's wrong? Don't you two want to follow me? Cactus said, It's not that. Your Highness, I miss my sister. Melon nodded, Me too. Okay, Keter chuckled lightly, patting their shoulders, Just then, Keter received a video call from Lucio. As soon as the two children heard the voice of 1748, they both tried to snatch the phone to see the two people speaking on the screen. Seeing this, the octopus walked to Claire's right side, signaling her not to be a third wheel during their joyous reunion, and then casually pulled her out of the conference hall. Halen? Still not out of the office building? Claire looked around, but didn't see Halen. Noticing the octopus staying silent, she sulked and said, If you have to keep that stern face, can you not hover in front of me? What is Halen to you? Why are you always thinking about him? Don't forget, he already has Ister in his heart. Needless to say, Claire knew better than anyone else, and she didn't want to explain it to the octopus. She huffed a few times and parted ways with him at the intersection. Sigh, no one to accompany me for a walk. If only Sister 17 were here. Claire muttered to herself, remembering that the emergency food at home had already run out. She sighed and decided to make a trip to the supermarket before going home to catch up on sleep. After wandering around a bit, she picked up a lot of snacks, but none of the ingredients for meals in her shopping cart. Claire didn't mind the weight of the 2 large boxes of goat milk she was carrying, stacking them under the cart. What are the children like? She wanted to buy something for them to eat, only to realize she had no idea what they liked. Forget it, I'll just buy a little of everything. Huh? Claire's eyes locked onto a vacuum mini sausage, but another hand took it away, and it happened to be the last bag. You, Claire? Your Highness. This is, Keter naturally introduced, this is my friend Lajia. You actually came out to buy things? Claire thought to herself. Wanted to ask this question too. Hello. Lajia extended her hand to shake hands with the unfamiliar girl, only to find that she had no intention of doing so. She awkwardly smiled and withdrew her hand. Hello, you all good? Can I join you? Claire forced a smile. Oh, it's like this. These snacks are for the kids. I was just thinking about delivering them when you showed up. What a coincidence. At this moment, Keter had already pushed the shopping cart to the fresh produce area, leaving only Lajia standing in front of Claire. How long have you known each other? Claire looked around and used her body to block Lajia as she asked. Huh, don't play dumb in front of me. When did you and His Highness get to know each other? Claire impatiently repeated. Oh, we met in middle school and later worked together at YJJ Academy for a few months. After I joined Zycop, we lost contact. Hearing her say this, Claire suddenly felt she was quite honest and didn't belong to the type of woman like Rua who would pounce on any man. Is that so? By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm the Lord's assistant, mainly responsible for house design and managing some funds. Ahem. As for my relationship with His Highness, it's a bit deeper than you might think, so... She trailed off, her ears turning red. So, if you're not the type of woman who wants to latch onto a rich man, don't get too close to His Highness. It would sound good if it got out. Jia understood, realizing that the other party was warning her to stay away from Keter. I'm sorry, but I have already started pursuing His Highness, so I can't accept what you said. Also, I have my own money, house, car, and savings. If His Highness thought I was that kind of woman, he wouldn't have contacted me in the first place. There's nothing else. I'm going to find His Highness now. Hey, after we finish shopping, we still have to go home and cook for the 2 kids, so please don't cause any trouble. With that, I left without looking back. Claire hadn't run far when the strap of her bag got caught on the shopping cart, causing her to trip and fall to the ground. The cart wobbled, and all the snacks inside fell on her head. Oomph. Having a house and a car is impressive. Huh? I have a house full of diamonds and gold. The money from my family's car could probably buy countless planets. The treehouse I live in now is the most luxurious one in our area. Ugly woman, What are you being so arrogant about? Claire was upset that her crush was being pursued by such an average-looking woman. She didn't want snacks anymore, grabbed her bag, got up, and chased after the two. Why are you just coming out? Keto casually asked. Claire proudly looked at Leiji and said in a gentle tone with a dialect, "The kids are growing. It's not good for them to eat too many snacks, and the meat doesn't look fresh. I plan to go back and let the kids try the dried meat I brought from home." Saying this, she smiled and held Leiji's hand. "I didn't drive. Could you please ask His Highness's friend to give me a ride back?" Keto put down the items, closed the trunk, and turned to Leiji. "You can agree if you want, or just refuse directly if you don't." Claire smiled at Keto 1 second and then glared at Leiji the next. "Leiji, help me out. I'll pay you for the ride." Leiji was in a dilemma, but eventually agreed. "Okay, I'll give you a ride back, but you don't need to pay me." Claire said goodbye to Keto and turned to Leiji's car. Seeing that Keto's car had already driven far away, she knocked on the car door. "Why are you still keeping this junk?" "What do you mean by that?" Claire smiled without answering, smacking her lips in disdain as she opened the car door. "Get in already. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to move to the driver's seat to drive for you?" Chapter 092. The tale of Octopus Card. Leiji had never encountered such a brazen woman before. He simply stood still, retracted his hand that was about to open the car door, and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going? Come back." Claire tried to open the door, only to find it locked. "Hey, I'm telling the prince that you're kidnapping me. Leiji, come back and open the door for me." At that moment, the Octopus Card, who happened to pass by, heard the familiar voice and found Claire among a row of cars. "Knock, knock, knock." The sound of someone tapping on the car window. "How did you get in there?" Claire turned her head with irritation. "I never expected that you, young lady, would drive such a junk car. Today has really opened my eyes. Stop gloating over my misfortune and open the door for me quickly. I'm locked inside by a bad woman." As soon as Claire finished speaking, she raised an eyebrow and shot a cold glance at the Octopus Card. "Just you? Forget it. Just help me find someone to smash this lock." The Octopus Card shrugged and smiled wryly. "Don't look down on people like that." Just as he finished speaking, the car door was already opened. As Claire was about to step out, Leiji walked over with one hand holding a sleeve. Seeing a man leaning against the door, he assumed he was up to no good with Claire. Without thinking, he threw the sleeve in his hand at the man's head. The Octopus Card covered the back of his head and fell to the ground, while Claire just touched the ground with her feet, glanced down at the Octopus Card, and then looked up at Leiji. "Are you crazy? Why are you throwing sleeves at people for no reason?" Don't touch my head." Claire let go of her hand. "All right, I won't touch it. But you should stand up. A lot of people are watching the joke." "I'm really sorry," Leiji said as he chased away the onlookers and hurried to help the Octopus Card up. "I thought you were a thug. That's why I hit you." The Octopus Card finally steadied himself and glanced sideways at the unfamiliar woman's face, recognizing her. Oh, you're Leiji, right? My God, Octopus Card. How could it be you?" Leiji's voice was even louder than the Octopus Card's. Claire was caught in the middle, and her eardrums were almost bursting from the noise. "Let me see. You haven't aged a bit since before." The Octopus Card shyly lowered his head and hurriedly said, "You too, still as beautiful as before. Where are you working now?" "Zykup." The Octopus Card completely ignored Claire and held her hand. "That's great. I knew you would definitely get hired. I told you, right? Is this your car?" "Leiji, yeah, it's my first car. It's a bit old, but it still runs." "So you're living here now? I can give you a ride back." Claire muttered softly. "This is not just a bit old." The Octopus Card quickly waved his hand. No, that's not necessary. I still have things to do." Claire grabbed the Octopus Card's arm. "Hey, you two, do you think I'm air? What are you going to do?" The Octopus Card shook off her hand. "It's an important matter. Let's have dinner together another day. Who wants to have dinner with you?" The Octopus Card pouted and pointed at Leiji. "I was talking about my fellow townsman. Why are you taking it personally?" "Let's go, Leiji. Be careful with this crazy woman." "Octopus Card, try saying that again." Claire turned her head and looked at Leiji. "Why don't you buy a coconut?" "Leiji, let's go, it's time to cook." As for cooking, Keto expressed that since he was born, he had never touched rice or handled knife or vegetables. In the past, his brother did everything from start to finish. Now, with a nanny handling everything, he found himself, a grown man, standing in the kitchen feeling timid. This timidity lasted for several hours. Someone knocked on the door, and he was pondering how many times he needed to rinse the rice. Leiji saw his troubled expression and immediately knew it was because of dinner. She had been learning various life skills since she was little, and even now, she could easily prepare a full banquet within a few hours. Claire was different. She had never touched water, let alone handle the smells in the kitchen, much less help out. The fact that these two were not helping was already a huge help. The cactus and cantaloupe were folding paper cranes on Quito's bedroom balcony, threading them onto a golden string, praying for Lucio and 1738 to return safely. Before long, the two kids heard Quito calling them for dinner outside, quickly crawling up from their cushions and running to the dining room one after another. "Prince, are you there?" Before Quito could sit down, he heard the octopus card's piercing voice. "Yes, quick, help me out, go open the door." As soon as the kid heard this, he slid down from the armchair and dashed to the door, with the octopus card following closely behind, his face covered in grime as if he had crawled out of someone's chimney. Everyone tried to suppress their laughter, but unexpectedly, the octopus card rolled up his sleeves and even hiked up his pants, his arms and legs covered in dark, grimy stuff. Claire thought he had fallen into a sewer, quickly covered her nose, got up, and ran to the bathroom to get a clean bathrobe, throwing it at him. "Quick, go take a shower, don't just stand there." As soon as she finished speaking, she clicked her high heels and ran out to open the window and door. 10 minutes later, the octopus card had cleaned himself up and changed into a blue t-shirt that was on the shelf in the bathroom, wrapped in a towel as he walked out. "Prince, don't rush me away. I'll leave right after I finish talking." The octopus card spoke at a rapid pace, and in fact, no one was urging him. Quito glanced at the food on the table and noticed the two kids licking their lips, quickly saying, "Let us talk after dinner." After dinner, Quito ordered Claire to wash the dishes, while Leiji took the two kids to bathe. In the living room, only Quito and the octopus card remained. "Your Highness, I saw a black hole before." Quito paused for a moment, carefully observing the expression on his face. "Are you sure?" "Definitely, Your Highness. All that black stuff on me is from falling into it. If you don't believe me, look." The octopus card said as he extended his arm in front of Quito. "See, the black stuff won't wash off at all. There's even a layer of plastic-like substance on my skin. You can feel it." Quito hesitated for a few seconds, then reached out and tapped his wrist. It did indeed feel like there was a layer of plastic film between them. "Continue." The octopus card turned to look at Leiji, who was walking toward him, and casually pointed at her. "Your Highness, there's something I know, and Leiji knows it too." Quito, full of confusion, waved for Leiji to sit down. "Stop beating around the bush and get to the point." The octopus card didn't clear his throat, clenching his fist. "Leiji and I have both been cursed, but fortunately, our fates clash with the person who cursed us. She just lost her parents early, while my parents changed their nature and never treated me like a person. So I wander outside. These words come from the elders in our village. Your Highness, don't disbelieve it. Some things are indeed very strange. In our village, there was a child who was cursed and suddenly died when he just turned 10. I have seen the black hole more than once or twice. Every time I encounter it, I uncontrollably fall into it, and then I end up looking like this." Quito listened for a long time, his brow furrowed for just as long, silently speculating. Could it be that Esta was also cursed, which is why he was pulled into the black hole? "Quito, what the octopus card said is true. I've encountered it too. I thought you would treat it like other legends, so I didn't tell you." Leiji added, "If that's the case, then how will my brother and 1748 find Esta? They would have to rely on luck to see the black hole? But that's too risky. What if the two of them get sucked in and can never come out?" Quito thought deeply, his frown becoming more pronounced, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. The two people to his left and right had long been ignored by him. When Badatong called him with no response, he greeted La Gia and then left the place. When Claire came out of the kitchen and noticed one person was missing from the living room, she didn't ask about it and casually asked La Gia, "Were you going back?" La Gia replied casually, "Quito asked me to stay tonight, so I won't be leaving." Claire didn't expect La Gia's actions to be so quick and hurried over to Quito to ask him if she could also stay. "You should go back. Don't be a nuisance here." Saying this, Quito stood up and pushed Claire towards the door. "If you don't go back, I'll really kick you out." No, Your Highness. Claire looked at the door, gradually losing her voice. Inside the room, La Gia watched Quito pacing back and forth in front of him and advised him, "There's no use in being so anxious right now, is there? It's better to calm down and wait for the Lord and the others to return. Keto, trying to control his temper, sat back down. How can I not worry? The ones cursing you are the subordinates of the black hole overlord. What if something really happens to my brother and the others, and we don't even know the news? How can we save them? Lajia had no choice but to look at Keto, who was drenched in sweat, and pulled out a few tissues to hand over. There's always a way to deal with things. Don't be so pessimistic. The Lord in 1748 will be fine. The spaceship of Lucio from the UUCB star orbit stopped at the YC point, which was exactly 726 billion light-years away from Jiguala. Lucio was precise to the 12th decimal place, and according to his estimates, there were only 110 million light-years left to the place where the black hole was most likely to appear. His calmness reassured 1748, allowing him time to think about how to deal with the black hole overlord when they actually met in a way that would be advantageous for both himself and Lucio. The time spent stationed in the star orbit couldn't exceed 1 hour, and the spaceship took off again. The two had not rested for nearly 18 hours since they set off from the station. Although Lucio had brought his trusted employees, he did not participate in anything other than piloting the spaceship. 1748's body showed slight changes. Whether he transformed into an adult or a child was no longer under his control, and he would automatically change every 3 small hands until a few minutes ago, when he fixed into the form of his classmate Li Qi. Chapter 093. The Overlord is me. Lucio was worried that it might be because she had been away from Jiguala for too long. Even if she repeatedly said she was fine, he would still calculate the distance between the black hole and himself on the computer while taking care of her. Here we are. Li Qi sat up from the soft mattress, rubbing her eyes. Where are we? At the end of the orbit. There are people around. You stay here. Wait. Li Qi called out to him. No, I can't let you go to 1748 alone. Hearing the numbers 1748 from Li Qi, Lucio's mood became complicated, and he couldn't help but smile. He pushed open the cabin door with his left hand. There's nothing to worry about. The black hole overlord sounds impressive, but it's actually just a ghost. No, there's nothing wrong with it. Be good. Li Qi was pushed back to the bedside. When she looked up again, she saw Lucio had already jumped off the spaceship. As she leaned against the door frame, looking through the round glass, she saw bright yellow lights flashing around her, with various spheres floating in the darkness, rotating 360 degrees, and some planets even moving. Then, she turned her head and saw a building that resembled a station at the end, with 2 expressionless men standing beside the door. After Lucio greeted them, he walked in the opposite direction and soon disappeared from view. No, I can't just sit here and wait. Li Qi jumped down, ran past the 2 men's line of sight, and chased after Lucio. I told you to stay on the spaceship. Why didn't you listen? Li Qi had to take small steps to keep up with Lucio's pace. Since she was already here, staying on the spaceship would be meaningless. If the person standing here was 1748, you wouldn't be asking that. No, perhaps you wouldn't even try to stop me. Lucio was about to laugh. Don't think that just because you have another identity as 1748, you can guess other people's thoughts. I'm not wrong either, Li Qi retorted. Let me ask you, what position does Ista hold in your heart? Don't talk about others. Even I feel that you and her actually have something going on. And then, while speaking, Lucio had already put on a pure black trench coat. Are you criticizing me on behalf of 1748? Li Qi nodded decisively. Sure. Lucio quickly pulled her back and stepped into the darkness. Once the noise disappeared, he took her hand and returned the way they came. Who was that just now? You better not ask about that. No, I want to know. Li Qi emphasized her tone. Lucio turned to look at her. Some creatures don't need to live on planets, in space junkyards below the orbit, or anywhere. There are small animals you can't even imagine. Like what? Like flying squirrels or bats. Li Qi felt her scalp tingle at the thought. I can barely accept you humans. As for those small animals, I really wish they would all disappear. Lucio was surprised. So that's how you are? By the way, you still haven't answered me. How important is Ista to you? Lucio squatted down and stared in her eyes. Not important. I advise you not to waste your thoughts on this. Focus on 1748. Why is your body having problems? Speaking of this, Li Qi wasn't very clear either. Her thoughts were roughly the same as Lucio's. Fortunately, aside from the uncontrollable dual identity, there were no other effects. As for Ista's significance in his heart, she wasn't curious anymore. Let it be. The two of them blended into the pitch-black darkness. Their breathing sounds cleared each other. Lucio checked his watch, walked a few steps forward, and turned back to tell her to hold her breath as much as possible for the next step. If he wasn't mistaken, the black hole that was about to appear was in the 1 o'clock direction. Li Kai followed his instructions, and while trailing behind him, she barely made a sound, even with her breathing. The distance between them reduced invisibly, and, at the same time, Lucio produced a flashlight from his hand. Unlike other flashlights, this one could emit a laser, and as the blinding beam hit the 1 o'clock direction, sparks involuntarily erupted from the top of Li Kai's head. At first, she didn't feel anything, but the next second, the sparks sizzled and ignited Lucio's clothes in front of her. This was one of the situations that neither of them had anticipated. In the rush, putting out the fire was impossible. Lucio pulled Li Kai and dashed toward a dimly visible opening. Regardless of whether it was a black hole or a mouse hole, they would just dive in. Watching the fierce flames in the night, Li Kai worried she had ruined Lucio's plans. She glanced sideways and saw him grinning, so she immediately shut her gaping mouth. Less than 5 minutes later, both pairs of eyes saw 1 or 2 figures leaping out of the flames. Lucio observed and wasn't sure if it was the black hole overlord, so he didn't go out. Based on the legends he heard as a child, combined with countless materials he reviewed later and the hundreds of novels that seemed both real and fictional about the black hole overlord, he realized that the black hole overlord was afraid of light. Moreover, the so-called overlord was not just one person. It was like a herd of sheep with one leading, but this leader was hidden deeper. If he could pull it out, it was just a matter of time before the others appeared. At present, he only needed to confirm 2 things. First, whether any of the figures had a severed arm, and second, if they truly feared light, then it was almost certain. Seeing that he didn't move, Li Kai also stayed still, her eyes fixed on the fireball, curious about why the fire she created shouldn't last this long. Unconsciously, her small hand touched her nose, and suddenly she felt someone rubbing her back. She turned to glare at Lucio, only to find he was sitting beside her with his back turned, his hand reaching back. At that moment, something fell on her head, and she jumped up from the ground. Something's there. Lucio was startled by her shout. As he got up, he saw that what was in Li Kai's mouth was a 3-headed, 7-armed beast with countless legs slowly crawling toward her. Don't be afraid. It tripped over its own feet. Just run in any direction. As Lucio's voice fell, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, only 15 centimeters away from them. In that instant, it was impossible to say he was not nervous, and Lucio didn't expect to swing his arm directly at its head. Ironically, the creature let out a howl and fell to the ground, then bounced up, opening its mouth to bite down on his throat. That bite was quite strong. Lucio showed no mercy to the black hole overlord, kicking it 10 meters away. "Ah, you must be Lucio, right? Let me tell you, I've been bitten by a rabid dog before and didn't get the rabies vaccine. Are you looking for me to pay protection money?" Lucio tore his sleeve with his mouth, quickly wrapping a piece of cloth around his bleeding hand. "Be careful behind you." The beast extended its tongue, squatting next to the black hole overlord, and surprisingly, the beast and the not-quite-human nor ghostly thing were side by side. Before Lucio could ask, the black hole overlord admitted that the beast next to him was just a ferocious creature he raised. Recently, it had grown tired of eating chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep and wanted to try something new. He had promised it that if someone came looking for him today, he would let it show off and fulfill its wish. Listening to this, Lucio felt it didn't sound like a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a long-planned scheme, deliberately calling Li Kai over. Before the person could stand steady, Lucio had already noticed the beast salivating hungrily. He simply tore open his belt and used his own blood to attract it, buying time for Li Kai to start the fire again. If possible, it would be best to burn these 2 monsters to death. "Hurry up," Lucio said with a smile as he saw the fire. They were afraid of fire, so you could just go into the cave and burn it. They wouldn't have anywhere else to hide. If the hermit crab didn't have a shell to hide in, it would naturally scurry around in panic. Lucio seized this opportunity, quickly cuffing the feet of both the overlord and the beast with the handcuffs in his hands, making it impossible for them to separate. "Li Kai, come out," Lucio shouted. Then through the stone he was holding at the beast's nose, You stay here and keep an eye on them. Continue to burn them. I'm going to take a look. Before Likiai could nod in agreement, Lucio had already disappeared. The cave entrance was not large, about a person's height and roughly a meter wide. As Lucio walked in, he found only one path. He turned on his flashlight, illuminating the way as he walked, and the sound of his footsteps echoed in his ears, magnified several times, making it sound like countless people were following him. After about 10 minutes of walking, he saw the path ahead suddenly take a sharp turn. After walking past it, he noticed white ribbons hanging above. If the ground here hadn't protruded much compared to before, it would have been hard to notice that there was actually something above. Continuing forward, he saw holes in the stone walls on both sides. A gust of cold wind rushed in, prompting him to quicken his pace, shouting, "Ista, are you there?" No one responded. Lucio started to run, getting faster and faster. Is anyone hearing me? The wind howled louder, and even stones were falling from the rock walls above. Lucio had a feeling that the place was about to collapse. Without caring about the consequences, he ran for a while, suddenly hearing a voice. "We are here." At that moment, the wind was too loud, and all that reached Lucio's ears was the trailing sound of the words. "Ista? Here. We are here." This time Lucio understood the content and followed the sound, discovering Ista and 3 children inside a hole in the ground. Chapter 094. Rumor stopped with the wise Ista's complexion was rosy and radiant, dressed in a clean and tidy pure cotton pajama set that looked just like usual. However, the children standing beside her were tense, their small faces pale as they noticed Lucio gradually approaching, wanting to hide behind Ista. Before she could speak, Lucio noticed that there was not just one hole in the ground here. Looking at the walls filled with holes of various sizes, densely packed, he felt a wave of nausea at first glance. He deliberately took a few looks and found them filled with coal. He casually pulled out a piece, which indeed was an ordinary chunk of coal, but then he thought back to the first time he saw 1748. He had felt the same way. If they could turn into humanoid forms, wouldn't it be the same? While Ista comforted the children, telling them not to be afraid of Lucio, she quietly informed him that all these coals were brought here by the minions of the black hole overlord from all over the universe, seemingly waiting for them to hatch. Without needing any reminders, Lucio had already guessed most of it. As for that ferocious beast earlier, it was only natural that it would not directly pursue Likiai. It appeared that the ultimate goal of the black hole overlord was 1748, not Princess Ista. This was not the place for pondering. Lucio quickly led Ista and the children out of the cave, when they were just a meter or two away from the entrance. The cave opening was sealed by falling black stones. Lucio turned to look at the black hole overlord and found that Likiai had already transformed into 1748. Her fist was retracting from the beast's bloody mouth, and when she opened her hand, there lay a cold chunk drenched in saliva. The black hole overlord was not supposed to leave the cave casually, but seeing his dwelling destroyed, he was devastated and kicked the beast in the groin, shouting, "You better take care of them." Before he could finish, he took a few punches from Lucio, making his head spin. In his discomfort and helplessness, he retorted, "Lucio, you've hit me now, and I want to hold it against you. But let me tell you, if you survive today, consider yourself lucky." There was no further response. Ista, not knowing what was happening, heard 1748 urging her and the children to hurry onto the spaceship. She asked no questions and said nothing, simply taking the children's hands and running in the direction 1748 pointed. 1748 tightened her grip on Lucio's hand, clutching the chains as they headed toward the docking area for the spaceship. Everyone, including the beast that had been scorched and disfigured, disembarked from the spaceship at the entry point. At that moment, Keto had already received the voice message Lucio sent and was on his way with Halen and Leiji to meet them. When the brothers reunited, one had tears in his eyes while the other remained expressionless. With 1748's presence, they exchanged smiles. King finally saw his daughter, and in his joy, he slapped himself in front of everyone, regretting his greed for money and land which led him to sell his own flesh and blood. He lamented that he should never have repaid kindness with malice, causing Lucio to be disgraced now. These words drifted into Lucio's ears, but he acted as if he hadn't heard them. Meanwhile, 1748 was seething with anger, but seeing Ista comforting her confused old father and wiping her tears, She endured and let that remark slide. Lucio hid his injured wrist in his pocket, unseen and unknown to anyone, including 1748 who didn't speak about it. As everyone happily returned to their homes, Quito's face was filled with joy, glancing at his good brother with immense satisfaction. He then looked at 1748, fully believing in his judgment that the only woman capable of opening his brother's heart, making him both laugh and cry, was indeed her, 1748. At the crossroads, everyone was quite happy until Ista suddenly said, "I think I saw blood on the black hole overlord's hand at the black hole. Is he injured?" As soon as she finished speaking, Quito and Halen, as well as the later arrivals Batatong and Claire, all hurried to call for emergency assistance. Quito even contacted over a dozen doctors. Lucio was caught in a dilemma, neither able to laugh nor not laugh. Fortunately, 1748 came to the rescue, sending away all the doctors who had arrived. Lucio coldly instructed Halen to take Ista and her father back while everyone else returned home, reminding them to come to work at the beginning of next month as usual, and that latecomers would have their year-end bonuses deducted. Then, he took 1748's hand and called Quito and Leiji to go to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Quito protested, "Brother, what time is it to still be eating? Show me your hand. If I'm reassured, I won't call any doctors," but before he could finish, another group of unfamiliar doctors arrived, looking for Lucio and asking to examine his wound right there. It turned out these doctors were sent by Luller to check on Lucio. This time, it was 1748 who was caught between laughter and tears. She asked Lucio to extend his hand, and all the doctors who examined him said there was no harm done. As long as he avoided water, ate less spicy food, and applied medicine on time, he would heal within a week. Quito was overjoyed and personally escorted the doctors to the entry point. Meanwhile, Lucio had already taken his beloved woman home to see the children. The cactus and cantaloupe were almost dying to see the two, immediately rushing towards them and joyfully singing nonsensical nursery rhymes. After playing with the children for a while, the two quietly slipped into the bedroom. "Why didn't you say earlier whether my injury was serious?" Lucio asked, somewhat reproachfully. "By the way, isn't it nice that the knowledge you've learned is finally coming in handy? I just wanted that old man to worry about you. After all, he's so wicked to speak ill of you when you're not around." "Poor Ista will definitely come to apologize later," 1748 replied, rolling her eyes. "Well, now that you can read other people's thoughts so thoroughly, you must know what I'm thinking, right?" Lucio smirked, tilting his head to look at her. "Hey, where are you going?" 1748 turned and said, "I'm going to get a bandage. You need to dress that wound so I can feel at ease." Lucio had a line of crows flying across his forehead. "Silly girl, that's not what I want. Tell me the truth. The bad guy said you wouldn't survive today. Were you scared inside?" 1748 asked, cutting off a small excess piece of the bandage, insisting he not lie. Lucio pointed at her nose with his finger. "Maybe it was kind of like that. So was I. My heart dropped and nearly scared me to death. Just like you said, thank goodness I studied medicine hard for so long and sought guidance from real doctors. Otherwise, the empty-headed me at the beginning would definitely be running around with you looking for medical help like everyone else." Lucio smiled silently as he listened. "I've always said, even though I'm not as smart as you humans, as long as I put in the effort and want to learn, there's nothing I can't master. Don't you think? Of course, my woman could never be foolish. You're inherently smart." "I love hearing that," she said, then grasped his hand. "What will you do about the black hole overlord?" Lucio had already thought about it, described by those words with black, dreamlike colors. Regardless of whether they truly existed or were as powerful as claimed, or perhaps it was just criminals disguising themselves under that title to secretly collect hefty protection fees. The black hole overlord was basically everyone's nightmare. Little did they know, he indeed existed, and he wasn't one of those influential figures pulling strings behind the scenes. On the contrary, he was just an ordinary researcher who loved to conduct studies. They shaped themselves to be indistinguishable from the rumored black hole overlords, continuing to spread terrifying rumors and legends, and then almost perfectly exploited everyone's fear, leading to the abandonment of the floating universe or making a nest for them within the black hole, all in order to create coal mines, gold, silver, some materials of long-term value. This has been passed down from generation to generation, and it has been several hundred years. After hearing about the figure known as 1748, they risked the danger of potentially being discovered in an attempt to collaborate with Lou Villard, using 1748 for experiments, wanting to see if they could regenerate a human using existing coal slag. If successful, the value would surpass that of gold and other materials. Clearly, this plan seemed beautiful in their minds, but in reality, it has already been shattered. Lucio sent the so-called black hole overlords and beasts to the station for investigation, giving himself time to accompany 1748 and the children in their studies. Unfortunately, there were incompetents at the station who accidentally allowed the beast to escape. In the end, Deputy Director Zykop, concealing this from the director, requested Lucio's help to track down the beast. Lucio had this intention but did not respond. Instead, he secretly dispatched people to search. Neither 1748 nor Quito was aware of this. The children who emerged from the black hole have now returned to their hometown, and their parents are very grateful, contributing money and effort, willingly speaking well of Lucio. King knows that his planet has been returned to him, and upon hearing that Ista wants to clarify matters for Lucio and fund a press conference, he readily agrees without hesitation. Lucio did not attend that day, and even Quito, 1748, and the two children were missing. Helen and Claire assisted Ista with the arrangements, and after the press conference concluded, Claire informed them that the Lord had taken them on a trip yesterday. A week later, Ista returned to Quebec with her father, the female steward, and Rachel. They intended to wait for Lucio to personally thank him before leaving, but Quebec now needed someone to clean up the mess, so they had no choice but to return early. Another week passed at the beginning of the month. Lucio and 1748 had not returned. Claire continued to clock in at work as usual, while Halen had already opened his computer and started working in the office. She sat at her desk and asked him if Ista's father still disapproved of their relationship. Halen smiled faintly, closed his computer, and said, "He said that love is a matter between two people, and others, no matter how close, should not interfere." Chapter 095. Love is not the only thing Claire's heart shattered with a creak. Why is it that your relationships seem to be going smoothly, while mine is a complete mess? The man I like is either a jerk or doesn't like me, and if he doesn't cheat me out of money, he just wants to sleep with me. What is wrong with me? Harlan listened as she recounted how she confessed to Quito and was outright rejected, with Quito saying that if she mentioned anything like that again, she couldn't continue to follow the prince. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he silently poured a cup of hot water and placed it on her desk. When you're feeling down, drink more hot water. Harlan, are you toxic or something? My heart is in pieces, and you still want me to drink hot water? Luckily, I don't like you. Otherwise, your attitude would really drive me crazy. Ista wouldn't treat me like this. Claire really wanted to strangle the man in front of her. Yes, she is your heart, your liver, your everything, but I am nothing. Seeing that Harlan didn't refute her last remark, her heart sank. I'm so rich, I don't look bad, and I have a good personality. Claire raised her fingers as she spoke. Why can you men see any of this? Harlan scratched his ear, clearly showing a look of I really can't see it. Enough. Claire suddenly stood up. Only Sister 17 can comfort me. You, Harlan, are just a calla lily. Oomph. After saying that, she stormed out of the office, going downstairs and glaring at everyone as if she were a bull about to explode. Badatong was at the front desk talking to a lady. When he turned around, he just happened to see Claire leaving, and without saying a word, he turned and chased after her. At first, Claire didn't notice that a living person was following her. But Badatong spoke up, making her aware of his presence. What? Our Lord is feeling merciful and keeping you around, while you're preparing to show off in front of me. Badatong said seriously, pulling out a chocolate box wrapped in a pure silk bow from his sleeve. Thank you for taking me in before. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Take it, Badatong said sternly. If you don't take it, I'll give it to the lady at the front desk. Claire was about to reach out before hearing the second half of his sentence, and now she glared at him. You can give it to whoever you want. It's none of my business. Go away, get lost. Just teasing you, it really is for you. Also, if the prince doesn't tea like you, there are others who do, so don't be sad anymore. Claire turned to size him up. Which eye of yours saw that I was sad? I'm noble. Dating is just a game to me, a bit of fun, nothing serious. What nonsense are you talking? I don't know who was getting drunk at the bar and dragged me to drink and eat skewers at the CF, Badatong said. And I don't know who it was that called me in the middle of the night, yelling at me, and cry like a baby. I also don't know who said today was her birthday and asked me to buy her a gift. Was it you, young lady? Don't you remember? Claire's eyes widened and then shut tight. You don't talk nonsense. Badatong shoved the chocolate into her hand. Take it, if you really feel embarrassed to accept it. Just give me the money instead. By mid-February, Leveler had returned from a business trip and heard that Lucio and 1748 still hadn't returned to Jiguala. Later, he learned they were traveling and were now on Earth. After thinking it over, he packed his suitcase to continue on another business trip. He told himself that from now on, he would have nothing to do with Lucio, living in their own worlds and never disturbing each other again. Alokian and his son, along with director Zykop, learned about Leveler's schedule and, based on her previous request for Lucio to see a doctor, guessed that she couldn't bear to be harsh with him. However, now she was focused on her own business, losing a good ally in the process. Furthermore, Lucio and 1748 had resolved the black hole issue, and it was common knowledge. Even if people threw dirt on him, no one would stir up trouble, especially since there was no wrongdoing. Key personnel within Zykop had learned from La Ji about the general happenings and knew about the collusion between Director Zhu and Alokian. They began to openly reject the director and discussed with the deputy director about holding a public election to let representatives from all planets re-elect all the officials in the Bureau. Once the news spread, everyone was in favor. When Director Zhu heard this, he realized it meant he was about to lose his job. Despite his previous arrogance, he found himself in an embarrassing situation, so he continued to take leave and sought connections to help him. Alokian understood the current situation and quickly distanced himself from Director Zhu. When the wind blows that way, the entire family would follow. Over at Jiguala, they sent countless grand gifts, things that fly in the sky, walk on the ground, and swim in the water, treasures that even millionaires don't have. Harlan returned everything in its original state. Days later, Alokian and his son thought perhaps their attitude was not sincere enough, making Lucio and the others feel they didn't respect him. They decided to have the whole family visit to try to wipe the slate clean. They were in luck, as they coincidentally ran into Lucio and his group returning from their trip. 1748 saw Alokian's long face and didn't need to guess what they were there to discuss with Lucio, not wanting his good mood to be ruined. He made an excuse that he was hungry and left Lucio, actually planning to take the two kids to chat with Claire. Lucio wore his usual stern face. To say that he was having a serious conversation with them was a first and likely would be the last. When Arolo saw that, he agreed. He was overjoyed and quickly led his son and daughter to the conference hall in the office building with the two brothers. Lucio didn't care for anything from the Alokian family. Even if he did, he would feel it dirty to take it. There wasn't much to say. They didn't revisit old issues, just made it clear not to bully honest people for selfish desires, or those who are weak. If someone doesn't offend me, I want to offend them, but if they do, I will retaliate. Even without saying this, the meaning was evident on the faces of the two brothers. Arolo nodded eagerly, promising to be honest and diligent in the future, never again playing tricks or taking advantage of others. With that, Lucio was somewhat satisfied. When it was time to eat, he didn't keep Arolo's family and sent someone to take them to the immigration port. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Lucio hadn't been in his office for days, and now he touched the desk, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Kido, standing by the window, had an even more complex expression. Brother, this time taking us out ISNT, just a simple trip, right? Lucio remained silent, smiling slightly at his dear brother. That smile made Kido feel giddy. TSK. Lucio clicked his tongue. Shoutuo, don't look at me with that kind of admiration. I'm nothing special. I can't be your role model. Kido unconsciously pouted, his left hand gripping the button on his right sleeve, knowing his brother was intentionally changing the subject. So he smiled without speaking. When Lucio turned to leave, he quickly called out, Brother, I can clearly feel that you have something going on at our last stop. The last few words were particularly clear. Lucio responded with an "oh" and didn't say anything else, continuing to open the door and leave the office, preparing to go home and get a good night's sleep. Hey, brother, please don't keep it from me. It must be about 1748, right? Brother. Your silence means I'm right. Just tell me. Brother. All right. I can only go ask 1748 now. Lucio has already guessed that he would come up with this tactic. And in desperation, he grabbed him and said, "Go talk at your house." Claire revealed a sly smile. At this moment, 1748 was threatened by Claire and had no choice but to have dinner with the kids at her house. After dinner, Claire sent the two kids away, took 1748's hand, and asked, "Sister, I'm heartbroken." Hearing this from Claire, 1748 felt it was strange, but her expression didn't change. Claire felt a pang in her heart, made a gesture as if to commit suicide, and said, "Sister, I thought you loved me, but boo-hoo, I didn't expect you to be like that octopus card. Not even comforting me. I feel so pitiful." After saying this, she burst into tears again. "All right, then tell me, who rejected you?" 1748 asked casually. Kidwa. What? To make sure 1748 heard correctly, Claire clearly repeated it 10 times. "Good girl, you." 1748 felt like crying and laughing at the same time. "No. How did you end up liking Kidwa? Although he seems much more easygoing than his brother, sunny, talkative, and likable, behind the scenes he's actually a sickly, suspicious, petty little brat who loves to take revenge. Oh, sister, don't talk about his flaws, just comfort me." No crying. 1748 surrendered. "I think you're just too eager to be in a relationship, mistaking your feelings for Kidwa as love. Don't waste your energy on such trivial matters. Cheer up. Tomorrow is a new day." Claire held on 1748, not letting her leave, and wrapped her legs around hers. "Sister, do you think I'm destined to be single for life? I'm so scared." "Sister, you need to think clearly about what kind of man you like, what kind of man you get along with most easily. Don't just look at appearances. As long as they seem pleasant, that's enough." Also, she tapped Claire's forehead, "Don't display 'I want to be in love' all over your face. When you stop thinking about these things, your love will come." Claire suddenly became fully energized, clenched her right fist, and said, "Sister, I love you so much. If I were a man, I would definitely marry you. Mua. All right, it's too late now. I need to take the kids home to sleep. Goodbye." Chapter 096. The annoying physique 1748 was holding hands with Cactus and Melon as they stepped out the door. The next second, they bumped into Octopus, and neither of them knew what to say, making the situation a bit awkward. Cactus blurted out, "Sister, the tomboy invited us to dinner. Are you late?" Octopus scratched his head and laughed foolishly, glancing at the child's innocent and cute yet silly expression, his mind momentarily blank. I guess so. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many dishes. You can go in." After saying that, he was about to leave but turned back to add, "I warn you, Claire has sent the bodyguards away. If you dare to do anything to her, tomorrow this time will be your Memorial Day." After this, 1748 took the child and left. The streets were lively, with many people walking dogs, strolling, and eating as they walked. 1748 didn't know many of them, but when they saw her, they all greeted her. Unconsciously, the distance between them shrank, and they could chat casually, which felt nice. "Sister, why don't we go to the Lord's house?" asked Cactus. 1748 shook her head with a wry smile. "There's nothing wrong outside. We have our home. Why disturb others, right?" Melon remained silent, and his phone vibrated in his pocket. It wasn't until 1748 and Cactus entered the house that he slipped downstairs to answer the call. "Where are you guys now?" Melon replied, "At home. Sister just said we won't disturb the Lord anymore." Lucio, stroking his chin, opened the car door and said while walking, "Okay, I'm heading to your house right now." "Quack, quack, where did you run off to?" 1748 called out while looking downstairs, only to see Lucio coming towards her with the child. "Quack, sister, it wasn't me who called the Lord. He just happened to come looking for us, right, Lord?" "That's right, you scared the child," Lucio said as he effortlessly picked up Melon and led 1748 into the house. "Help me get a pair of slippers." "Why? Are you planning to stay overnight here?" Lucio smirked slightly, covering the child's ears and eyes, leaning forward to kiss her forehead. "Stop asking these nonsense questions." "Quack, you go rest in your room." "Good night, Lord." "Good night, sister." Lucio watched the child return to her room with a smile, then turned to lie on the sofa, resting his hands behind his head, staring at the branch lamp. "Tomorrow, I plan to go to school to arrange accommodation for the two kids." 1748 paused, pouring water, turned her head to stare at the leg propped up on the sofa. Are you sick? Why would you send the kids to school to live? Lucio smiled faintly. Slowly sitting up, if you want to become a doctor and pass various exams, you must let them leave for a while. Besides, without her noticing, he moved behind 1748, one hand around her waist, the other holding her face from behind, whispering, with the kids around, "It's inconvenient for me to make a move on you. You devil, didn't you already know that?" To his surprise, 1748 turned to hook his chin. "Yeah, it's my fault for liking a devil. I like this sentence. You should say it more often to make me happy. And stop hitting me." He rested his chin on her shoulder, acting spoiled. Someone has an annoying physique. How can I not hit you?" After saying that, the person who was just angry immediately leaned in and kissed his left cheek. "You successfully flirted with me." Lucio couldn't wait to lean down and kiss her, his hands unconsciously tugging at the clothes between them. Soon, their clothes scattered on the floor, perfectly forming an S shape from the kitchen to the bedroom door. 1748 noticed that Lucio was being too aggressive this time and felt a bit scared. She tried several times to escape his grasp, but unexpectedly, he tightly held her hands, making her unable to move. After that, 1748 felt very tired. Hearing a noise in her ears, she opened her eyes in a daze and realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. "Lucio!" She ruffled her hair and called out. "Awake?" Lucio was actually in the bathroom, coming out wrapped in a towel, completely naked. 1748 covered her eyes. "Where's the child?" Lucio walked back into the bathroom, continuing to shower. "An hour ago, I already sent the child to school. Don't worry, the vice principal will take good care of him. You should think about what to eat." "I'm thirsty." 1748 wrapped herself in a blanket. "Where are my clothes?" "I already washed them. Don't you see my shirt on the rack? Change into it." "I can't. I'm going to the hospital for extra lessons later. It's not appropriate to wear your clothes. Help me look in the suitcase." Lucio had already thrown all those rags into the trash can. Don't do extra lessons today." "Lucio." Lucio poked his head out. "Did you throw all my clothes away?" "The suitcase is empty." "Yeah. Hey, I bought those with my own money. Not dropped from the sky. Do you have a hole in your head?" Lucio didn't expect her to be so angry and quickly pacified her. "It's my fault. Next time, I'll tell you before throwing anything away. Are you looking for death? Good wife, I'll buy you whatever you want. Don't be angry." 1748 didn't want to hear this. "Don't mess with my things. Also, if I like something, I can earn money myself. I don't need you constantly whispering about buying things in my ear. What do you take me for?" Yes, I was wrong, wife. Throw the shirt over. Do you want to wear it?" 1748 kicked him. "Am I supposed to go out naked?" "Of course not. You really frustrate me, Lucio. You have too many holes in your head." After taking a shower, 1748 put on her boyfriend's shirt and came out. "I might not be back until after 9. "Going for so long?" "Wife, isn't 9 too late? How about I pick you up at 5? 1784 pointed at his watch. "Look at what time it is. It's still early, only 4:45. 1748 said, "I'm not joking with you. I need to seize the opportunity to study. I passed the exam this morning." Lucio, feeling wronged, pointed his finger. "Wife, if you become a doctor, are you going to live with the patients? What about me and the kids? Am I losing my position? I won't allow that. What are you thinking?" 1748 turned to the entrance to change her shoes. "Don't block me. The earlier I go, the earlier I can return. Otherwise, I'll stay overnight at the hospital." "Don't, wife." Lucio chased after her. "I'll pick you up at 9. 1748 was busy preparing for the exam, and for a moment, all those messy thoughts were organized and temporarily sealed away. After 1748 left, Lucio quickly changed into casual clothes to handle the remaining matters at school. He was busy until exactly 5 o'clock, which was also when the kids got out of school. He took them to the cafeteria, bought their favorite meals, and checked around the dormitory. He asked the kids what they were dissatisfied with, so he could improve things quickly. After all, leaving them their weight on his heart. The 2 kids were very sensible, saying whatever was on their minds, which made Lucio feel reassured. Before leaving the school, he specifically went to find the vice principal and had a heart-to-heart chat with the 2 kids before finally leaving the school gate. At this time, it was less than half an hour until 9. Driving to the hospital, he absent-mindedly left his phone on the back seat, and it was set to do not disturb mode without switching back, so he didn't see the messages and calls from Keto. Upon seeing 1748, regardless of the gaze of the on-duty nurses in the hospital, he hugged and embraced her and finally kissed her a few times. 1748 felt a bit shy and hurriedly grabbed his sleeve to head outside. The two chose a down-to-earth restaurant, had some lamb chops, grilled snails, and paired it with a bottle of La Pearl Wild white wine. This was the most enjoyable drinking experience for 1748. Perhaps because she hadn't had alcohol for a long time, after a few drinks, she felt a bit tipsy, squinting her eyes and smiling at Lucio. Lucio supported himself on the fancy tablecloth, smiling continuously. After settling the bill, Lucio helped her put on her coat and took her home. They took a shower together, and he carried her to bed. Just as he was about to turn off the lights to sleep, he realized his phone was not by his side. After searching for a while, he remembered it was left in the car and hurried downstairs to open the car door. "Xiao, where are you now?" At this time, Lucio was still standing at the rear of the car, the light blue glow from his phone screen illuminating half of his resolute face, exuding masculinity. And 1748 stood at the entrance, staring in a daze. "Wait," Lucio caught a glimpse of 1748 and walked a few steps to her side, asking softly, "Why are you up?" 1748 pressed her left hand against her temple. "I wanted to hug you, but when I found no one, I came down." Lucio smiled, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and continued to speak on the phone to Quito. "You stay at home and wait for me and your sister-in-law." 1748 hadn't reacted yet when she was pulled into the car. She asked with a smile, saying nothing more, then tilted her head, preparing to sleep for a while. When she opened her eyes again, the dazzling light almost pierced her eyes. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, she found herself lying in Lucio's embrace. 10 minutes later, "Looks like you're awake." The speaker was Quito, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, which was originally prepared for 1748. But now it was fine since she was already awake. Xiao received an invitation from Ista's father, ostensibly inviting us over for a visit, but in reality, it was to discuss the days for gold mining and other miscellaneous matters. Having spoken halfway, Lucio took the mug his brother handed him, took a sip, and continued. 1748 is busy with exams, so she won't go. I'll accompany her, and I don't have time. Xiao, you go. Quito didn't he have any particular preferences. Wherever he was needed, he would fly there. 1748 frowned, pouted her lips, shook her head in disagreement. No, Quito has to stay, you go. Chapter 097. Thinking of you even when I fart, the two brothers turned their heads in unison to look at 1748. Little duo, your brother is studying with me, and I'm feeling anxious. Also, I'm already this old. I really don't need anyone to specially take time to accompany me. You guys can be busy with your own matters. Ahem, if there's nothing else, that's another story. Kudwa's little eyes darted back and forth between the two, shrugging with a grin. Brother, I think sister-in-law has a point. After all, you two are newlyweds, and that clingy phase hasn't passed yet. For the sake of your future, it's better to separate a bit. Lucio lowered his head, fully expecting his brother to speak up for him. Let's talk about it later. After saying that, he shot a resentful glance at 1748 and Kidwa. Later, Halen repeatedly urged Lucio to personally go to Kabia and also asked him to bring along 1748. Since King specifically requested his presence, it was hard to refuse, and 3 days later, the two set off for Kabia. Now, only 1748 was left alone. During the day, it was fine with Kidwa around, and occasionally Claire would bring over 2 big bags of snacks to keep her company. But at night, sleeping alone at home, she inexplicably missed Lucio, tossing and turning, even experiencing insomnia, unable to sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. Seeing her mental state deteriorate day by day, Kidwa took her to see a doctor, only saying it was due to lack of rest and poor nutrition. Kidwa stayed at her house, trying to cook according to a recipe, but it ended up a mess. The two stood in the kitchen laughing their heads off, ultimately giving up and going out to eat. Burp. Kidwa, can't you cover your mouth when you burp? It's so ungraceful. I've noticed you have a lot of trivial issues. How would I know when I'm going to burp? 1748 patted her slightly protruding belly. I think I ate too much. It's a bit uncomfortable. Isn't it tough not seeing my brother? Kidwa pretended to be indifferent, deliberately looking around. Yeah, you're quite straightforward. 1748 retorted. What is wrong with being straightforward? I didn't say it's bad, Kidwa replied quickly. I was just thinking, you've changed quite a bit for my brother, and he has changed a lot for you. Can being together really create such a big magic? 1748 chuckled, then suddenly covered her mouth, coughing lightly. Kudwa, you should have a crush on someone, right? Kudwa froze for a few seconds, unconsciously touching her nose. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Listen to yourself. I haven't even said anything, and someone is eager to cover up. 1748's eyes sparkled with mischief. Claire confessed to you. You rejected her, and now she's busy with who knows what. Even I haven't seen her. And you're here sighing. Sigh, Kudwa. It's not her. I could never like her in this lifetime. Really? 1748 exclaimed. What's the other person's name? Have I met him? Kudwa realized she had let something slip. Ugh. You're so annoying. I already said I don't know what you're talking about, and you're still asking. So irritating. 1748 got goosebumps. Little duo. You're really like your brother in this regard. Kudwa. Fine. Liking someone isn't embarrassing. Just say it. Who is it? I'll help you keep an eye on it. Kudwa shrugged off her hand and walked away in a huff. 1748 chased after her, grabbing her arm, and they chatted about random things as they meandered home. Before dawn, 1748 still needed to study for exams, while Kudwa was sleeping in the kids' room, scrolling on her phone, her feet resting on a tablet. They were supposed to be busy with their own things and unrelated, but unexpectedly, they both ended up going to the kitchen at the same time to find something to eat. They exchanged glances for a few seconds and ended up sitting on the sofa, chatting away. 1748 laughed, smacking her head, scolding herself for being silly. Turning her gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window, she couldn't help but say how much she missed someone. Wishing he were right there beside her to lend her a shoulder to rest on. Kudwa teased her, extending her shoulder and patting it. Your brother isn't here. You have a younger brother. 1748 snorted, turning around and taking a swig of banana beer, raising her eyebrows and giving him a wry smile. Then the two started chatting about various things. Kudwa inadvertently mentioned Lucio's situation on Earth, but it was just a few sentences, and 1748 couldn't figure out the reasoning behind it. In 72 hours, 1748 would be taking a professional exam, followed by a series of practical tests. If she passed everything, she would need to intern for 3.5 years, with exams every 3 months. If she failed any subject, she would only have one chance to retake it. Failing again would mean being removed from the list of prospective doctors. Only after passing all assessments and receiving a recommendation from a professional physician could she truly be considered a doctor. Coincidentally, on this day, Lucio was assisting King in hosting a golden auction, attended by the biggest tycoons in the universe. She was excitedly preparing for her exam, while he, already famous in the universe, stood in a very inconspicuous spot at the auction, anxiously waiting for everything to end so he could fly back to Jiguala. King's planet had over 11% of the world's gold, making it a leader in the Golden Kingdom, yet others viewed him as a useless old man. Even with so much gold to mine, the amount extracted each year was less than 1/10,000th of other planets. Little did they know, he was waiting for a rare opportunity. The price of gold fluctuated yearly, and he had chosen to cooperate with Lucio without hesitation, using his daughter as leverage. This deal clearly seemed to favor Lucio at first glance. King initially thought the same, but later realized that Lucio didn't lack gold at all and was focusing on coal research instead. He suddenly understood that, in today's context, coal was worth far more than gold. To thank Lucio, he secretly left a piece of raw gold for him. However, Lucio refused, stating, "It's more appropriate for you to consider it a gift for your son-in-law." When Lucio returned to Jiguala, the first news he heard was that 1748 had barely passed her exam. He was even happier than she was and rushed to the hospital to find her. Not bad. This was the nth compliment 1748 had heard. "I can't. The smell of disinfectant makes me want to vomit," 1748 said pale-faced, allowing Lucio to pick her up, burying her head in his clothes, inhaling his familiar scent, and falling asleep. The school held an art festival that day, and the kids missed 1748. Calling Kudwa from the vice principal's office, asking him to pick them up from school. Kudwa, who was taking a nap, reluctantly got up to go to school. Upon reaching the hospital, he learned that his brother had already taken his sister-in-law home and was now with the kids. Coincidentally, he witnessed the two cuddling on the sofa. whispering sweet nothings. Did you miss me? Yes. What do you think about? Huh? Lucio pinched her cheek. Tell me. When I get up, I miss you. When I eat, I miss you. When I study, I miss you. When I feel like crying, I miss you. When I'm daydreaming, I miss you. When I drink leftover cola, I miss you. When I fart, I miss you. I'm almost dying for missing you. Lucio opened his arms for a hug. See, I told you to let little Duo come, but you wouldn't allow it, and even chase me away. Now you regret it, huh? Kidwa want to know, why is today's dog food so sour? Coughing, Kidwa released her hand from covering the kid's eyes. You two are enough. I've been coughing here for ages, and you didn't react at all. 1748 climbed up from Lucio's arms and rushed towards the two kids. Guagua, Cien. Don't you have class today? Your sister misses you so much. Cactus, His Highness said that my sister passed the exam. Does that mean that I and Guagua don't have to stay at school anymore? Upon hearing this, 1748 felt a pang in her nose. Starting today, you will continue to follow me. Later, we'll go out to buy some delicious food. Great. But, Lord, she cast a sidelong glance at Lucio. Is the Lord going with us? Lucio lay sprawled on the sofa and said, Wife, change their clothes. We're going out now. Before he finished speaking, Keto felt like an extra and was about to leave when he was called. Keto, where are you escaping to? Keto grinned. Brother, it's not appropriate for me to tag along while you all shop together. Lucio raised an eyebrow. What's inappropriate about it? We're going to meet someone today, and you should be present. Keto's heart raced, and he nervously took a few steps back until Lucio couldn't see his face, then stopped. Brother, did sister-in-law say something to you? It's not like that. I'm still young, and I want to continue learning from you, like dating and stuff. We could talk about it later. Lucio looked puzzled. Keto was tongue-tied. What are you two talking about? At that moment, 1748 led the two children to the balcony door, saying while she was styling Cactus's hair into small braids. Lucio was about to speak when Keto interrupted. It's nothing. You take your time braiding the kid's hair. I'll go get a glass of water. 1745 glanced at Keto entering the kitchen and turned to Lucio. Did you two discuss something? No, really not. Keto looked a bit nervous. Lucio couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, continuing, by the way, when did you and Keto get so close? I heard that when I wasn't around, he was the one taking care of you? Well, he's much more mature and steady than you think. Don't treat him like a child, 1748 remarked. TSK, when did I treat him like a child? Just now, look at his expression. Lucio had no response. Keto came out of the kitchen, beaming, which made 748 feel uneasy. Chapter 098. Women, it's time to get serious. Finale, 1748, and the two children naively thought it was just a casual outing to buy some things to lift their spirits. Little did they know, they ended up buying tickets to the amusement park and enjoyed themselves with the swings and bumper boats. In the end, Lucio signaled to Keto, and the two brothers coaxed and tricked 1748 and the kids into a nearby family restaurant. I'm sorry, but not everyone is here yet, so we won't order for now. Keto stopped the waiter from taking their order. 1748 sat on the overly soft cushion, feeling a bit uneasy as she shifted in her seat. By chance, she turned her head and saw Levi Law walking in with a tall, burly man who looked very prosperous. Under the table, she had already kicked Lucio's leg. Cough, cough, cough. Lucio pretended to cough, while Keto poked him in the arm, chin, eyes, and fingers, all signaling that someone was behind them. Just as Lucio was about to turn around, Levi Law spotted them too, putting on an official smile as she gracefully approached, linking her arm with the man's strong one. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you, she said, pointing with her delicate fingers at the man's chest. This is Lucio, the one I mentioned to you before. The man, realizing, quickly scanned Lucio, unable to imagine that the fearsome lord everyone spoke of was casually dressed in sportswear, sitting in a family restaurant waiting for someone. Nice to meet you, he said, shaking Lucio's hand. I am Matsushita Kuya. Hello, I'm his brother, Keto, Lucio introduced. 1748 supported the two children to stand up, and before she could speak, Lucio interjected, she is my fiancée. Matsushita Kuya nodded, envy in his eyes. The Lord's fiancé, he has great poise. Levi Law secretly tugged at his sleeve, smiling, then we won't disturb you any longer. After saying this, She gave Matsushita Kiyo's arm a firm squeeze and turned to walk toward the window seat. Seeing Kido trying to suppress his laughter, 1748 put her hand on the table and whispered, "Is it that funny?" Kido covered his mouth and stayed silent. 1748 then looked at Lucio. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. What's the point of holding it in?" Cactus tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Sister, I think you're becoming more graceful." As soon as the child said this, Kido nearly choked on his own spit. Putting that aside, who are we waiting for? 1748 knew the kids were already hungry, but they hadn't voiced it. "You'll know when they arrive," Lucio said, grinning at her. Just as they were waiting in boredom, Lucio caught a glimpse of SHHHH leading a refined man into the restaurant and quickly reminded Kido, sister-in-law, look towards the door. Upon hearing this, 1748 turned her head. "SHHHH? But I don't think I've seen that person before." At this moment, only 1748 remained unaware. Previously, when Lucio took them on a trip, it wasn't just for leisure, but to secretly search for a beast. The day after the beast escaped, he discovered it headed straight for Earth, but once it landed, the clues inexplicably went cold, which is why he had to revisit the place. The beast wasn't actually a beast, but a lump of coal that had transformed into human form. It had encountered a malfunction during its metamorphosis, causing coincidental errors along the way. Its other identity was that of a half-beast that hadn't fully evolved, a species that combined human and coal, rare in the universe. As for leaving Earth, it was due to the wild power inside it exploding, and after losing control, it was discovered by someone pretending to be the black hole's ruler and was kept in the black hole for a while. This led to the series of terrifying appearances that followed. Before returning to Jiguala, Lucio actively contacted SHHHH and learned that Yixing had recovered, so he thought of having him meet 1748. After some discussion, Yixing brought his Earth wife to Jiguala to visit his sister. 1748's palms were sweaty as she stood up, her legs almost stiff. "You are Yixing?" "Yes, that's me," or more precisely, 1455. 1748 pushed the chairs behind her aside and staggered a few steps to stand in front of Yixing. "So, you transformed from coal into a human, just like me?" Yixing's eyes gradually reddened as he smiled and carefully observed 1748. "Yes, my brother almost hurt you before. Do you hate me?" Images of that moment flashed before her eyes, and 1748 smiled brightly, shaking her head repeatedly. "How could I? You have to tell me what happened." As she spoke, she turned to blame Lucio and his brother for not mentioning it, leaving her in the dark all this time. Yixing's voice was warm and gentle, like flowing water or a gentle breeze. "So that's how it is," 1748 sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you transformed back. Otherwise, whether I have a brother or not wouldn't matter much. The key point is, SHHHH has been looking for you all along." As her words fell, Yixing smiled at his wife. "Yes, this time I will remember this lesson and will regularly check my health. If there are any issues, I will let her know. I won't leave without a word like before. Also, I can't stay here with you. SHHHH and Grandma have gotten used to living on Earth. If I keep flying back and forth, it would be too much for the elderly. So I decided that when I have time, SHHHH and I will come to see you." Kido chimed in, "My brother and sister-in-law won't mind these things, as long as you are safe and healthy. That's the best." Lucio nodded, right? SHHHH moved next to 1748, smiling like a newly bloomed lily. 1748. "It might be until next year before I can come see you again." "Huh, I'm pregnant. Your brother didn't want me to come at first. I had to beg him for him to agree." 1748 instinctively glanced at SHHH's belly. Her feelings were complex, tasting a mix of all the flavors of the universe. Her heart filled with sweetness. "Sister-in-law, you really don't understand. Brother only stopped you because he was worried about you." "Oh my," 1748 stammered. "Last time you..." "Haha, you were still looking for my brother, and now you already have a child." Lucio signaled the children to pull 1748 down to sit, turn around, and called the waiter to give the menu to SHHHH, saying, "Order based on the pregnant woman's preferences." SHHHH was pleasantly surprised and turned to hold her husband's hand, thanking him. Since it was rare for Yixing and SHHHH to come to Jiguala, 1748 gave them the key to her room, hoping they could stay for a few days. However, SHHHH was worried about Grandma and could only leave that night. Lucio arranged a private spaceship for them to return to Earth. At 6 in the evening, 1748 finished telling stories to the two children, tucked them in, and quietly walked to the door, staring at the two beds for a long time before closing the door and leaving. At this moment, Lucio was leaning against the balcony railing, holding a cup of coffee with milk. When 1748 approached him from behind, she caught a whiff of alcohol. "When did you start drinking?" Lucio turned back with a smile. Wrapping his arm around her waist, after sending my brother away, I tricked Quito into going for drinks. 1748 deliberately elbowed his arm. "You didn't even tell me." Quito is in a relationship now and plans to keep it from me. 1748 suddenly realized that this guy seemed taller, and now she had to slightly tilt her head to see his ocean-like eyes clearly. "Isn't that normal? Did you find out who it is?" Lucio turned around in shock, staring at her with wide eyes. "Leiji, are you going to start lecturing me again about not interfering with Quito's feelings?" "That's pretty much the idea." Lucio smirked. "Claire is starting her annual leave tomorrow, and Batatong has also taken a leave. How about you come to my office building to help?" 1748 shrugged. "No, I'm starting my internship tomorrow. How about I tell the dean to postpone your internship to the next quarter? We haven't had a good banter like we used to in a long time." "You." 1748 grabbed his face. "Do you need me to scold you to feel comfortable? Isn't that right? You hit me, and I feel even better." Lucio put on a serious face. "On a serious note, those poor souls locked up in the station will regain their freedom tomorrow. I'm planning to help you send them to other planets to settle down, making it easier for them to work and settle." 1748. That works. I'll ask the dean for a leave later." Lucio had a black line on his face. 1748 pried Lucio's hand open and walked towards the kitchen. "Still asking. They should be short on money now. Should we buy them some drinks and clothes? It's about to be a cold spring. Also, that scholar is still inside, right? His dad should still be doing hard labor. I think you should let them meet. What do you think?" Lucio didn't want to say anything, snorted a few times, and turned away. "Hey, Lucio, honey, what do you want to say?" 1748 put one hand on her hip. "Before we go, we need to drop the kids off at school. By the way, the cactus needs to see a doctor. I calculated the time. It should be this weekend. You must find time to take the kids. What are you doing that day? I need to check on those coal miners. You know, since the last time someone fell ill, it's easy for it to relapse if you're not careful. I didn't have the ability before, and although I'm still a mess now, it's better than them handling it alone." The rest of the words were muttered. Lucio could no longer tolerate it, gritting his teeth and smiling for a few seconds. Then stepped into the kitchen, tossing aside the coffee cup one moment, and the next moment he wrapped his arms around 1748's waist, deliberately letting his breath brush against her left cheek. "Aside from these, do you have anything else you want to say?" 1748 turned off the faucet. Let me think for a moment." Lucio bit her left earlobe and whispered, "Shouldn't we get down to some serious business? By the way, tell me when you plan to go with me to get the marriage certificate." 1748's heart surged with emotions. The end.